Chapter 1, Sign In, The Hot-Tempered Goddess' Seventh Sister. Fang Chen stood in front of a Ferrari Roma in panic, his standard blue outfit particularly eye-catching. His electric scooter fell in front of the Ferrari, and the front bumper of the Ferrari in front of him was completely shattered. According to a rough estimate, the repair cost may be more than 100,000. A ferocious-faced man got out of the car and yelled, "Asshole, I just picked up a new car." Wang Jinda is a well-known second-generation demolition tycoon in this area. He is idle and just bought a new car, Roma, yesterday. Just now, because he was busy playing with his mobile phone, he bumped into a delivery boy. "I was hoping to pick up girls with this car." "What happened?" After Wang Jinda roared, passers-by nearby heard it and gathered around to watch. "It looks like there was a car accident. This delivery guy is in trouble. Isn't this Wang Jinda? This guy is not a good person." The people watching on the side, and their eyes were full of sympathy when they looked at Fang Chen. "Ding, congratulations on binding to the sign-in system. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." Suddenly, an electronic reminder sounded in Fang Chen's mind, and he subconsciously replied to sign in. System prompts, obtained the wealthy sister, the seventh sister, Fang Jiran. Seventh sister is rushing over. Fang Chen was in a trance, and Wang Jinda in front of him was still cursing incessantly. "You little bastard, do you know what kind of car this is? A Ferrari. Can you afford to pay for it? But, it was you who hit me." Fang Chen said aggrievedly that at the speed he was driving just now, it would be difficult to damage the Ferrari, let alone kill a small turtle. "Mine is a Ferrari and yours is just a broken electric car. Even if you want me to pay you money, what's wrong with me buying you an electric car?" Wang Jinda cursed. "Do you know how much my Ferrari costs? It's 10,000 times more than yours." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. Just then, a violent roar of an engine sounded from a distance. Then a cool Ferrari LaFerrari came into everyone's sight. Fuck. Ferrari LaFerrari? A 20 million Ferrari. When they saw what was rushing towards them, they all showed expressions of horror. This is the same car that celebrity Jia Niliang rides. The Ferrari LaFerrari is limited to 499 units worldwide. Finally, the Ferrari LaFerrari stopped here with a brilliant tail flame. "I finally found you, brother Chenner." Excited voices rang out in the car as the butterfly doors opened. A pair of slender, white and tender legs stretched out from the car, tightly wrapped in black stockings, full of charming curves. The woman who got off the car was wearing a white dress, with her long black hair casually draped behind her like a waterfall. Swan neck, a waist, and long legs with amazing proportions. Her skin is as smooth as jade, as if it could be blown away, and her temperament is as ethereal as an angel. Fuck. White skirt and black stockings. When the onlookers saw this banished fairy-like woman appear, they all looked at her with wolf-like eyes. The breathing around me became heavier. Dang dang dang. While everyone was stunned, the beautiful woman who got off the Lafa walked in front of Fang Chen. "It smells so good." Looking at the beauty in front of him, Fang Chen forgot about the troubles in front of him and began to be intoxicated. The faint fragrance on her body is so pleasant. "Chenner, I, seventh sister, have missed you so much this year that I am almost going crazy." The stunning beauty opened her red lips and spoke excitedly, then reached out and pinched Fang Chen's face in front of his shocked gaze. "Little guy, your skin is still as good as before. I wonder how many girls will fall in love with you." As she said this, the woman had a sad expression on her face. Fang Chen does have good innate conditions. He looks really good. If he were thrown into any university, he would probably be the school idol. But in this society, apart from rich women, who would care about a man's appearance? Gurgle. Fang Chen swallowed hard subconsciously. "Beauty, did you recognize the wrong person?" Fang Chen asked himself. "I have never seen such a beautiful woman as far as I can remember, and she even claimed that he was her brother?" Of course, Fang Chen now only has memories of the past year after he turned 18. All the memories of the previous 18 years have disappeared. Therefore, Fang Chen has no memory of the time before he was 18 years old. As far as he can remember, he has lived with a middle-aged man who adopted him. The old man's name is Yu Qiushan, and he usually makes a living by buying rotten vegetable leaves. The beautiful girl laughed out loud when she heard that. She took out 2 documents from her pocket and said, "Are you stupid? Did you run away from home to experience life and experience amnesia? I am your sister Fang Jiran. This is your ID card, Fong Chen. Fong Chen took it and looked at it carefully. It's true. Fong Joran took out a business card with Tianding International Real Estate Development Company, Limited written on it. Tianding? Isn't that the most famous real estate company in the capital? It is even higher than Thomson first grade. Fong Joran smiled at Fong Chen, looked Fong Chen's clothes up and down, and said, Shenner, did you run away from home this year just to experience life? Fong Chen hesitated for a long time, still feeling that it was a little unrealistic, and suddenly remembered the electronic sign and reminder sound in his mind just now. Fong Chen swallowed hard. Oh my god, signing in actually gave me such a perfect sister? What happened? Fong Joran glanced at the wound on Fong Chen's body, then looked at the small electric scooter on the ground, and asked. Fong Chen came back to his senses, slowly suppressed the shock in his mind, and answered honestly, saying, I was driving normally just now, and this guy's car suddenly hit me. Moreover, he was unreasonable and now he wants me to pay compensation. Hearing this, Fong Joran turned his head and looked at Wang Jinda, who looked fierce but actually weak. The woman's eyes suddenly became cold. Isn't it just a Ferrari Roma? Could it be that my brother's safety is more important? Bullying my brother? Court death. You, who are you? Wang Jinda felt the woman's cold gaze, and for some reason, he subconsciously felt fear and took 2 steps back. Who am I? Fong Joran, I think you should have heard of me. As soon as the words fell, there was a commotion among the crowd. What? It's Fong Joran? The female president of Tianding Group, Fong Joran? Oh my god. I actually met the goddess in person. The corners of Wang Jinda's mouth twitched, obviously he had heard of this name as well. What do you want to do? Seventh sister raised her red lips and said, What do I want to do? Isn't it obvious? You just bullied my brother because his electric bike is worthless, okay? Fong Joran sat directly into the cool LaFerrari. Boom! A single step on the accelerator was enough to give the car enough force, and the car bounced off and hit Roma in an instant. Bang! With a loud noise, Roma turned into a discus. Of course, Rafa was not much better. My Ferrari. Wang Jinda, standing by, felt like his heart was bleeding. The 2 Ferraris were completely unrecognizable. It's exciting. I haven't played bumper cars like this in a long time. Fong Joran got out of the car excitedly. Then he looked directly at Wang Jinda and said, Okay, now, tell me, how should I compensate? My Lafayette is not expensive, about 20 million. Fong Chen watched from the side and swallowed his saliva. His 7th sister was really straightforward. What a hot temper. If you don't agree with something, you will have a car crash. My 7th sister is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Wang Jinda twitched his lips in pain. 20 million? Not enough? He said in a stern voice, It was obviously you who hit me. Why are you turning around and asking me to pay you? I hit you? If you hadn't parked your broken car improperly in the parking space, would I have hit your car? Do you think I'm crazy enough to drive a car worth more than 20 million to scam you when your car is worth less than 5 million? These words were a complete imitation of the tone Wang Jinda used when he treated Fong Chen just now. What a tragedy. The crowd of onlookers thought that Fong Chen would be severely blackmailed by Wang Jinda, but who would have thought that this poor delivery boy would change into such a person? He actually became the younger brother of the female president of Tianding Group? Tianding's annual income alone is around tens of billions. How could such a rich young man come out to deliver food? Are you here to experience life? What exactly do you want? Wang Jinda's face trembled, and his small eyes were filled with fear. Let him confront the female president of Tianding? Not to mention whether he has the ability to do so, I'm afraid that the next day, someone could destroy his family with just a flick of the finger. Wang Jinda's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why would such an awesome brother come here to deliver takeaway food? Rich people's bad taste? Are you deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? I don't want anything to happen. If you dare to betray my brother, be prepared to be bullied. To be honest, I'm a brother con. At the end of her words, a hint of charm flashed across Fong Joran's delicate face. Fong Chen swallowed hard when he saw the little girl's behavior. The next moment, Fong Joran shouted coldly, "Kneel down and apologize to my brother. Today's events will be forgiven." Strong. So domineering. Fang Joran looked disdainful and stared at Wang Jinda coldly. Fang Chen swallowed wildly and pinched his arm. I had already accepted the reality brought about by the system, but now I feel it's unreal. I actually have such a rich sister who looks like a fairy. My life is so perfect, isn't it? Wang Jinda understood that he had hit a wall today. Compensation to Rafa. Even if you sell Wang Jinda, he is not worth 1/10 of Rafa. He definitely can't afford the money. Plop. The next moment, Wang Jinda really knelt down. If you can't afford to offend Fang Jiran, you have to kneel. Fang Chen on the side couldn't wait to shout, "Sister is so domineering, sister is so mighty." Fang Joran was not willing to bother with a small figure like Wang Jinda at all. Seeing Wang Jinda kneeling in submission, Fang Joran snorted coldly, turned around, looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes, and the coldness on her pretty face instantly disappeared. When facing Fang Chen, Fang Joran's expressive eyes curved into crescents and revealed a faint smile. The woman at this moment was indescribably gentle. When this scene played out, Fang Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart, "The seventh sister of his must have learned Sichuan opera and has mastered the essence of face changing." The next moment, Fang Jiran took 2 steps forward, and before the young man could come to his senses, he opened his arms and gave Fang Chen a big hug after a long separation. Knowing that this is the beautiful seventh sister given to him by the system, Fang Chen's face suddenly turned red. "Seventh sister, please let go, I'm almost suffocating." "Seventh sister, you committed a foul by dribbling the ball. Come on, brother, let my secretary take care of these things." Fang Joran didn't notice anything strange about the young man. As soon as he finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came speeding over from not far away. Wait a moment." Wang Jinda, who stumbled up from the ground not far away, stammered. "Mr. Fang, what about my car?" "What? Still want to blackmail me? Okay, my secretary will bring a professional team of lawyers to carry you away in a while." Hearing this, Fang Chen burst out laughing. "Professional team, if you don't perform well, you will be sentenced to 3 years in prison, if you perform well, you will be sentenced to life in prison." The word "carry away" is used very cleverly. When the swana sounds, does it mean that your parents raised you in vain? Wang Jinda's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was quite capable of doing mischief, and changing his attitude according to the situation was one of his unique skills for survival. "No, as an apology, how about we ask you to choose something from our gold shop?" If he could turn a disaster into a blessing and establish some relationship with Fang Jiran, why would Wang Jinda bother about a mere Ferrari Roma? Unexpectedly, Fang Jiran just said lightly, "No need." What a joke! Would the female president of Tianding Group care about a gift from an ordinary gold shop owner? That's all. She pulled Fang Chen away, and a woman in professional attire got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She was wearing white clothes, looking clean and neat, and she was quite pretty. However, in front of Fang Jiran, the scorching sun lost its luster, and the secretary named Xiaobai could only serve as a foil. "Miss, your phantom is here. Do you have any instructions?" Fang Jiran nodded, took the car keys, and waved at Fang Chen. "Chener, let's go." Fang Chen suddenly turned around and looked at the small electric scooter lying quietly on the ground. "By the way, seventh sister, I still have to deliver takeout." Chapter 2, Experience Life. "By the way, seventh sister, I still have to deliver takeout." Puff. When these words were spoken, the onlookers on the side almost vomited blood. Delivering takeout? The younger brother of a female CEO who is worth billions goes to deliver takeout to experience life. So, he is addicted to the experience? Why deliver takeout? Let's go. But I still have a few orders to deliver, and the customers might be waiting anxiously. Fang Chen shook his head upon hearing this. You have to be responsible when doing things. He has lost his memory of the past 18 years, so his mental quality is unusually strong. Fang Chen had no difficulty accepting the fact that he had suddenly transformed from a child from a poor family into the younger brother of a female CEO of a star company. Well, in that case, you can just let Xiaobai deliver these to you. Secretary Xiaobai heard this and nodded without asking any questions. Instead, he took out the food from the takeaway thermal box nearby, while Fang Chen was forcibly pulled into the Phantom by Fang Jiran. Boom! The roar of the V12 engine starting up was heard. The car sped away. Young master is really willful. Even if you come out to experience life, you shouldn't be like this. Xiaobai pouted and made a phone call. drive the Maybach in the garage over here, I want to help the young master deliver the takeaway. On the Phantom, Fang Chen briefly told Fang Jiran about his experiences of the past year. Although it was a bit dreamy, Fang Chen quickly adapted to his current identity. So, you disappeared not because you wanted to experience life but because you lost your memory? Fang Chen smiled bitterly and thought, have you ever seen someone experience life, give up being a rich second generation and run out to deliver food? And you are the sister given to me by the system, maybe I was not your brother in the first 18 years. By the way, seventh sister, can you lend me some money first? Fang Chen suddenly thought of something. This year, I have been living with the middle-aged man who kindly took me in. Old Yu did not despise the latter and kindly took the young man in for a whole year. This behavior made Fang Chen always remember and be grateful. The old man was not his biological parent, but he treated him exactly as if he were his own son. Now that I have obtained the magical system, it is time to share some of the pressure with Mr. Yu. At the very least, the elderly no longer have to run back and forth every day to set up stalls and have to look at the faces of the urban management. Fang Jiran didn't ask the reason and directly took out a bank card and handed it to Fang Chen. Look, there are 200 million in there, spend it as you like, don't save it for seventh sister. Otherwise, if you are wronged in any way, your 6 sisters will skin me alive. Speaking of this, Fang Jiran showed an aggrieved expression. Boom! Fang Chen was struck by lightning when he heard this and was stunned again. What is this? I have 6 sisters? What? After you lost your memory, your brain also broke down? I'm your 7th sister, so of course you have 7 sisters. When Fang Chen heard this, he took a deep breath. 7 sisters. Oh my god. If only everyone was as stunningly beautiful as Fang Jiran. You can even take photos of the joyful 7 fairies at home. Ahem, 7th sister, can we go see Mr. Yu first? Fang Chen roughly estimated the time and thought that Mr. Yu might still be busy in the vegetable market. Fang Jiran held the steering wheel, her red lips raised. Of course. The place where Mr. Yu usually sets up his stall is in the urban village. There's no way, the security management fee here is the lowest. About 15 minutes later, Fang Chen and Fang Jiran arrived at their destination, Beige Village. Fang Chen called Mr. Yu and found out that he was at the Chaoyang vegetable market. Along the way, countless people looked at the two of them, mostly men. The vast majority of them cast their greedy eyes on the 7th sister. But when they looked at Fang Chen, expressions of jealousy, envy, and disdain appeared on their faces. It seems that he is confused as to how a poor delivery boy can be with such a sexy and mature beauty. 7th sister, can you please not dress so sexily in the future? Fang Chen felt a little uncomfortable and spoke subconsciously. Fang Jiran was stunned at first when she heard this, then she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Her jade hand passed through Fang Chen's arm and she leaned on the young man, her beautiful eyes shyly saying, "Little guy, are you jealous? Okay, then you come buy clothes for me next time." Looking at Fang Chen's shy expression, Fang Jiran continued in a low voice. By 36E according to this size, don't make a mistake. Fang Chen looked down in shock, and secretly sighed that she was indeed 36E. No wonder he wanted to give her a red card for hitting someone with the ball just now. Soon, the two came to the vegetable market. Fang Chen wandered around the area and finally found Mr. Yu's stall. He rented a shop and placed a carpet at the door, which was full of fresh vegetables. Mr. Yu has a lot of regular customers and he is very busy right now. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen ran over quickly. Mr. Yu, why did you change your stall? And you're also doing fruit and vegetable wholesale? Some time ago, Mr. Yu said that he accidentally bumped into his bike while riding it, and the old man was unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Today was only the first day of setting up the stall again, and Fang Chen did not expect that the old man would actually start wholesale fruits and vegetables. In the past, Mr. Yu usually sold vegetable leaves that he picked himself. Fang Chen picked up the weights skillfully and wanted to help. But Elder Yu waved his hand, smiled kindly, and said, "I'm fine. Don't you have a girlfriend? Your expenses are high, so I thought of helping you earn some money to share the burden." About half a year ago, Fang Chen met a girl while delivering food. The two of them got along well and naturally came together recently. Old Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked up, and immediately noticed Fang Jiran who was greeting him. Is this your girlfriend? Fang Chen was stunned and didn't have time to explain. Old Yu then whispered, "Your girlfriend looks like a lady from a wealthy family. How could you bring her to a place like this?" Olju had never seen such a beautiful girl before, and was afraid that she would dislike Fang Chen because of him. Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. Mr. Yu obviously misunderstood. However, the conversation between the two fell into Fang Jiran's ears. The next moment Fang Jiran took 2 steps forward in high heels, hugged Fang Chen, and showed her neat and white teeth. Hello, I am his girlfriend, he. Fang Jiran's bright and charming smile instantly attracted a lot of attention in the vegetable market. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and sighed. It seems that having a beautiful sister with a stunning beauty is not a good thing. Looking at the hostile eyes of his male compatriots, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. You brought a girl here to suffer, you boy? Girl, please wait here for a moment, I'll make tea for you and get a chair. Olju was also a little angry, afraid that he had neglected Fang Jiran, so he hurried into the house, not caring about the work in his hands, and apparently went to fetch water to make tea. Fang Chen gave a bitter smile, but before he could stop him, Olju disappeared from his sight. Now he had to quickly take over Mr. Yu's job and help the customers pack. Fang Jiran also came to help when he saw this. After a while, Mr. Yu ran out with a cup of hot tea. I saw Fang Jiran was actually helping. Boss Yu was shocked and said quickly. Girl, you can't do this kind of rough work. How can a lady like you do the job of weighing vegetables? Uncle, it's okay. Fang Jiran waved his hand indifferently and helped the customer pack the food skillfully. His movements were done in one go, leaving Fang Chen stunned. Facing the surprised looks of Fang Chen and Yu Lao, Fang Jiran smiled and said, when there was a craze for street vendors in college, I helped my elder sister. Upon hearing this, Old Yu's first impression of Fang Jiran became even more favorable, and he was sincerely happy for Fang Chen. What a good girl! Fang Chen is so lucky. It's rare to find a girl who can endure hardships nowadays. His understanding of setting up a street stall is to sell these agricultural products. But Fang Chen finally heard it. I'm afraid Seventh Sister is just trying to experience life. Maybe they sell some luxury brands. Chapter 3. Management Fees. The appearance of the beautiful Fang Jiran attracted several times more customers than usual, and Mr. Yu's shop was almost packed with people. Brother Ergu is here. Just then, a shout resounded throughout the vegetable market. The entire vegetable market became quiet. Fang Chen looked up and saw a group of about 7 or 8 young men walking in a casual manner. Aggressive. The leader, Brother Ergu, was chewing betel nut. The short-haired man who looked like his younger brother behind him was holding a QR code for payment and shaking it at each shop as he passed by. Who are these people? Fang Jiran frowned and asked. When the stall owners saw this group of thugs passing by them, they quickly took out their mobile phones to scan the code and enter the designated amount. Those with poor business will be given 1,000, and those with better business will be given 2,000 or even 3,000. As for those who collect stall management fees, no problem, I will deal with them. Olju hesitated for a moment and then opened his waist bag with a slight tremor and took out a few red bills. Uncle, I estimate that you will only make 100 or 200 yuan in the morning from your vegetable shop. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. They want 500 for protection fee, isn't that too much? And I remember the leader, Ergu, isn't he Yu Xiaofeng's friend? Why are they still charging you protection money? Yu Xiaofeng is a nephew of Mr. Yu. The latter himself is unwilling to say more about the old man. Fang Chen didn't ask any more questions, as he didn't know much about it. It was just that the old man chose to set up a stall in Chaoyang vegetable market at the beginning because Yu Xiaofeng was barely a relative of his. I can at least take care of them a little. At this time, a loud noise was heard from a fruit shop. It turned out that the stall was overturned by the group of people. The business of that shop was not good today. So the boss argued with Ergo for a few words, but was ruthlessly kicked to the ground. The oranges were trampled all over the floor, and finally the boss's daughter took out a stack of cash and they stopped. Dare to go against our brother Xiaofeng? Don't you want to do business anymore? Fang Jiran narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. They are too lawless. Ergu, the leader, noticed Fang Chen's gaze and snorted coldly. Boy, what are you looking at? If you look again, I'll pop out your eyeballs and let you look at them. Fang Chen suppressed his anger and took a sip of hot tea. You know what's good for you. By the way, you old man, the vegetable stall is doing good business today. 3,000 yuan. Brother Ergu raised 3 fingers directly towards Old Yu. He also kicked the sign and said, hurry up, don't waste my time. Old Yu was stunned. Didn't we agree on 500 yuan before? Xiaofeng is my nephew. Brother Feng is your nephew? Oh, you are the old guy that Brother Feng said he would take special care of. Okay, since we are related, I will give you some face. I'll take you in today. As he spoke, Ergu's 3 fingers turned into 2, with a sly smile on his face. 20,000 is fine. What? Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu's expression changed drastically. The agreed 500 yuan turned into 20,000? This has nothing to do with whether the business is good or bad. After working hard all day, no matter what business you are doing, who can make 20,000 yuan a day in the vegetable market? Are you guys going too far? Call Yu Xiaofeng over to talk. Fang Chen could no longer bear it, and just at the entrance of the vegetable market, a young man riding a will-o'-the-wisp rushed in with a shrill noise. Finally, the person who stopped in front of the vegetable shop was Yu Xiaofeng. Hey, Ergu, are you collecting the management fee from my second uncle? How much do you want to collect today? Ergu grinned and said, 20,000. Yu Xiaofeng laughed out loud when he heard this. Yes, that's the number, it's for good luck, second uncle, don't you think? Yu Xiaofeng you. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Monk Fang still has some blood in him, not to mention the young and full of vigor and vitality Fang Chen. What? When I got married, the old man didn't give me any gift. Is the 20,000 yuan I asked for too little? Marry? How could this scumbag even get a wife? Fang Chen frowned. Who did you marry? How come I don't know? It's the big star Fang Ziyao. She just held a wedding with me in my dream 2 days ago. Bullshit. Shameless. This kid was obviously daydreaming, and he actually found an opportunity to ask for a gift? Haha, how can 20,000 be enough? Name your price, I'll buy this stall. At this moment, Fang Jiran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke lightly. Fang Jiran's words attracted everyone's attention. As the 7th sister spoke, Yu Xiaofeng's eyes fell on Fang Jiran, and he could no longer move away. He swallowed hard. Oh shit. Goddess. Yu Xiaofeng's expression made Fang Chen feel extremely disgusted. He stood directly in front of the 7th sister, and Yu Xiaofeng immediately became unhappy. Hey, this person couldn't be Fang Chen's girlfriend? Wow, it's top quality, really top quality. How about this, Fang Chen, I don't want any money anymore. It's too vulgar to talk about money with relatives and friends. You can just let this beautiful lady have dinner with me. For one meal, I won't charge your family any protection money for a whole year. What do you think? Think about it, isn't it a good deal? Fang Chen sneered out loud, you're just daydreaming, get lost. As a man, Fang Chen could tell at a glance what dirty thoughts Yu Xiaofeng was harboring. Fang Chen, a beauty of this level is not something a guy like you can get your hands on. It's just a dinner with her, it won't cost you a single piece of meat. What's more, Fang Chen is just a poor boy who delivers takeout. How can we have a good life following him? Isn't that right, beauty? After Yu Xiaofeng finished speaking, 7th sister glanced at him expressionlessly. Are you worthy enough to have dinner with me? Then he said it sarcastically. Yu Xiaofeng reached out to pull the girl, with a sly smile on his face. Oh, you have a hot temper. But whether we are worthy of each other or not is not up to you. Now you are on my territory, and you have to listen to me in everything. Before he could finish his words, Fang Chen punched Yu Xiaofeng right on the bridge of his nose. Fang Chen had tolerated him for a long time just now, and now this kid actually wants to get his hands on his 7th sister? This punch was as powerful as a sinking force. Yu Xiaofeng's nose suddenly started bleeding. Damn it, very good, Fang Chen, you dare to hit me? You are finished today. Not only will I play with your woman, I will also let Degu and the others play with your woman together. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't let you go today. Fang Chen delivers takeout all day long. He doesn't have any other skills, but he is very strong. If a fight really breaks out, the people behind Yu Xiaofeng might not be enough to match them. I want to know, how could a mere big brother from Chaoyang Vegetable Market not let my brother go? Yu Xiaofeng's face was filled with resentment. He pointed at Fang Jiran and cursed, saying, Big-breasted and brainless woman, tonight I will let you see what a real man is. What are these lewd words? Fang Chen strode forward and slapped Yu Xiaofeng twice in the face. Pa. Brother Ergu was a little intimidated by Fang Chen's tall and strong figure. Brother Da, have you heard of him? The contractor of this vegetable market. I want to see if you can still be so stubborn after Brother Da comes. Chapter 4, Gift. A moment later, an extended version of the Land Cruiser drove in. A man in a black windbreaker got out of the car. He had a face full of flesh and looked ferocious. Just looking at his appearance, you could tell he was not a good person. Brother De, you are finally here. If you had come a little later, I'm afraid your vegetable market would have been overturned by this kid. When Yu Xiaofeng saw this person, he immediately put on a humble attitude and went to greet him. It's Brother De. He is the contractor of this area. The entire area within a 10-mile radius of Beige Village is contracted by him alone. I didn't expect to offend a big shot like Brother De today. Let's get away from him as soon as possible. Yes, I heard that Brother De was a gangster in his early years and was ruthless. I'm afraid this delivery guy is in great danger. Fong Chen glanced at Brother De. The latter walked towards Yu Lao's stall under the guidance of Yu Xiaofeng. After getting off the car, Brother De said nothing. Brother De, it's this old guy who not only doesn't pay the management fee, but also beats people. As he said this, Yu Xiaofeng glanced at Fong Jiran and Fong Chen with a sneer. Brother De glanced at Fong Jiran, then at Fong Chen, and the expression on his face instantly became wonderful. Yu Xiaofeng on the side was still chattering and cursing. Hey, Fong Chen, Brother De is here, you're done for today. Let me tell you, today Brother De is not only going to sleep with the girl next to you, but also. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud clapping sound. All the vendors in the entire vegetable market fell silent instantly. Yu Xiaofeng had an incredible expression on his face. He covered his face and stared at Brother De, who was standing beside him. Why did you hit me? Brother De, they are the ones making trouble. De Ji's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. At this moment, Fong Jiran said coldly, it seems to be a wrong decision to contract this piece of land to you. When De Gu heard this, his body trembled, his knees weakened, and he almost fell to his knees in fear. He said in a trembling voice, Mr. Fong, this is a complete misunderstanding. Mr. Fong? Originally, I thought that the scene in which Fong Chen's family would suffer a loss as they imagined did not occur. Instead, it was Yu Xiaofeng's backer, Brother De, who slapped Yu Xiaofeng in the face at the first moment. The passers-by watching on the side were all confused. They still don't understand what exactly happened. Brother De, this Fong Chen is a delivery man adopted by my uncle. He doesn't have any background. Yu Xiaofeng was slapped in the face, his face full of grievance, and the look he gave Fong Chen turned full of resentment. De Gu yelled angrily, shut up, you piece of trash. Do you know who you have offended? At this time, Fong Jiran stepped forward, looked at De Gu and said calmly. Here, a check for 2 million. It's a small token of our appreciation. Take it. Don't you want my management fee? When they heard that the check was for 2 million, many onlookers were shocked. They didn't expect that this vegetable vendor had found a rich girlfriend. Gurgle. But De Gu swallowed hard. You are joking. In this piece of land, who would dare to take your money? Who is Fong Jiran? The female president of Tianding Group. She is worth tens of billions, and the land owned by the group covers almost half of the imperial capital. It can be said that there is no one in the real estate business who does not know this beautiful woman with a hot temper. What's more, people like De Gu happen to be renting the land from Tianding. Collecting management fees from Fong Jiran is simply costing his life. Yu Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then said directly to Brother De, what Mr. Fong? Where did this Mr. Fong come from? Brother De, don't be fooled by this guy. Fong Chen, quickly tell Brother De that you were picked up by this old man. You are a useless person who delivers takeout and runs errands for others. I tell you, once the facts are clarified, both you and this old man will be in trouble. Yu Xiaofeng shouted at the top of his lungs, if you continue to act pretentiously, I will never forgive you. Asshole, you are trying to kill me. When De Gu heard this, he was immediately furious. What a fool. He couldn't see the situation clearly. He picked up a stool and smashed it hard on Yu Xiaofeng's back. With a click, Yu Xiaofeng fell to the ground. Seeing that Fong Jiran didn't react at all, De Gu gritted his teeth, rushed forward again, and kicked Yu Xiaofeng a few times. Yu Xiaofeng finally shut up. Brother De grabbed Yu Xiaofeng's hair and said harshly, "UF King want to kill us. Ms. Fong is the female president of Tianding Group, and this piece of land belongs to her. If you want to die, do it yourself, don't harm me." The female president of Tianding Group? The woman next to Fong Chen? In an instant, Yu Xiaofeng was so frightened that his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Kneel down, everyone kneel down." Brother De shouted at the gangsters behind Yu Xiaofeng, and they immediately knelt on the ground. "Mr. Fawn, please be magnanimous and give us a chance." A few hooligans also echoed, "We will never dare to provoke you again, never again." "Give you a chance? Have you given everyone a chance?" Fang Joran glanced at the other vendors and said directly, "If you have any objection to the management fee, you will be beaten and the place will be ruined. These people make a living by running small businesses, but you are sucking blood from them. Have you ever given them a way to survive?" Fang Joran looked disdainful, and the oppression revealed on her frail body was even stronger. Fang Chen almost jumped up and clapped his hands. "Seventh sister is so domineering. You guys, slap yourselves 10 times and return the management fee. I won't bother about it anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the Chaoyang vegetable market was filled with the sound of slaps. As De Gu and his gang fled in panic, Fang Chen's family was greeted with food and applause from the entire vegetable market. Sitting on the phantom, Fang Chen smiled bitterly. "I really can't beat Mr. Yu's temper." Originally, Fang Chen wanted to give Mr. Yu some money so that the old man could live a peaceful life. But Mr. Yu rejected him and is still setting up a stall in the vegetable market. Mr. Yu had no children in his life. For Mr. Yu, seeing Fang Chen happy is more important than anything else. He has already gotten used to his current life. It is not easy to change an old man's mind all of a sudden. "Seventh sister, where are we going?" Fang Chen rubbed his eyebrows and asked Fang Jiran in confusion. It can be said that everything that happened today was like a dream to Fang Chen. It was already very exciting to get a system for no reason. As a result, there is actually a seventh sister who is so powerful and dotes on her. "Brother, do you still remember the gift that seventh sister told you about? During this year, seventh sister has carefully selected a blind date for you. Seventh sister has promised your 6 sisters that she will find a beautiful wife for you, otherwise, they will tear me apart." Blind date? Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. He was only 19 years old. Was he already old enough to go on a blind date? Alas, when I think about my younger brother getting married and starting a family in the future, I feel sad. You are the apple of my eye. A trace of sadness flashed across Fang Jiran's brows. This tearful look of a little girl was the first time Fang Chen had seen it, and his heart trembled at the sight. Okay, this is very Qijie. The car slowly drove into a shopping mall. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. He was very familiar with this shopping mall. Have had takeaway delivered here before. Saipan International Shopping Center is the most prosperous commercial street in the entire imperial capital. If you don't have tens of thousands of dollars in your pocket, you dare not wander around here. After parking the car, Fang Jiran's pretty face was covered with a layer of sadness. If you weren't at the age where you need to prepare for starting a family and building a career, seventh sister really wouldn't want to give you to someone else. It would be so nice to hold you in my arms. As he spoke, Fang Jiran approached Fang Chen and helped him unbuckle his seatbelt. The intimate action made the young man's face turn red. Wait, seventh sister, who is my blind date? Fang Chen came back to his senses and looked at Fang Jiran in confusion. The seventh sister was stunned for a moment, then rubbed her forehead. Look at me, I was so sad that I forgot this important thing. Fang Jiran took out his cell phone and said, Table 12 at Starbucks, her name is Su Mengyao, she was introduced to me by my seventh sister's friend. I've seen her photo, she's a very pretty girl. Then I'll go take a look. After all, it was a reunion gift prepared by seventh sister for herself. If I didn't go and see it, I would feel a little sorry for Fang Jiran. Chapter 5, Cardcaptor Sakura. Fang Jiran. After getting off the Phantom, Fang Chen walked straight into Starbucks. Hello, who are you looking for? A waiter saw Fang Chen looking around and came up to him with a polite smile. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. It's worthy of being Starbucks, the service attitude is impeccable. In the past, Fang Chen rarely spent hundreds of dollars on food and beverages, let alone Starbucks. This is a place enjoyed by rich people. Even if people come in, they are just here to pick up takeout. Excuse me, where is table 12? Led by the waiter, Fang Chen walked to table number 12. There was a girl sitting on the seat, shaking the spoon in the coffee cup. If seventh sister's appearance deserves a full score of 10 according to the scoring criteria, then this girl deserves at least 9 points. It's easy to win people's favor with casual clothes and a charming smile on your face. But in Fang Chen's eyes, that smile seemed a little weird and awkward. Hello, Are you Su Mengyao? Fang Chen asked subconsciously. The girl looked up and glanced at Fang Chen, her brows slightly wrinkled. Didn't my cousin say he was a rich man? A delivery man dressed in a light blue have you eaten yet, uniform, also out for a blind date? Is this a joke? That's it, you call him rich? You are my cousin's friend's brother, my blind date? Fang Chen nodded, thinking that the so-called cousin must be the friend of the seventh sister. Su Mengyao frowned again. In that case, let's get straight to the point. I'll just be frank with you. Su Mengyao stopped the stirring stick in her hand and stared at Fang Chen. I sighed inwardly. This boy is quite handsome, but it's a pity that he is a delivery man. Fang Chen has seen all kinds of people in the past year of delivering food, so observing people's expressions is the most basic skill he has. When Su Mengyao looked at him, her eyes were clearly filled with contempt. So Fang Chen nodded. He said, You're a delivery man, maybe we're not a good match. Fang Chen raised the corner of his mouth. How do you know it's inappropriate? Haha, how can a delivery man be suitable for me? Do you know who I am? I'm a big internet celebrity with 100,000 fans. Su Mengyao glanced at Fang Chen with disdain, as if to say, if 100,000 fans donated $1 to me every day, I could earn $100,000 a day. My daily income is several times what you make as a delivery boy in a month. How can you be worthy of me? As she said this, Su Mengyao turned her phone screen around. It turns out that this woman was doing a live broadcast when she went out on a blind date. Fang Chen glanced at the comments on the live broadcast room, which were mostly full of hostile and vicious language. Bah, a stinky delivery boy is worthy of having a blind date with our goddess? Why don't you take a piss and see if you deserve it? He looks like a decent human being, but unfortunately he has no self-awareness. Yao Yao, stop talking nonsense to him. This kind of person is not your true love. Su Mengyao had no intention of showing any mercy to Fang Chen. A stinky delivery man wants to pursue me? Don't you even look in the mirror to see if you deserve it? So she continued indifferently, let me ask you a very realistic question. Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Do you have savings? Car? Looking at Su Mengyao's sneering expression, Fang Chen immediately laughed out loud. Then wait a moment, I'll make a call. Hey, seventh sister, do I have a car? What a stupid question you are asking. What's mine is yours. Well, I just crashed a LaFerrari. Now I only have a Venezia, an Enzo, and a Pagani Zonda left. As Fang Joran spoke slowly, Fang Chen glanced at Su Mengyao and repeated lightly Lamborghini Veneno, Ferrari Enzo, Pagani Zonda, McLaren P1. When Su Mengyao heard this, she curled her lips in disdain, and the live broadcast room became even more lively. This guy is really crazy. He doesn't have to pay taxes for bragging, haha. Lamborghini Veneno, that's a luxury car worth more than 80 million, and this kid just talks about it without hesitation. Pagani Zonda, there are only a few of these cars in China, and it's hilarious to hear this coming from a delivery guy. Fang Chen ignored Su Mengyao. Seventh sister, do I have a house? Silly brother, I, your seventh sister, am in the real estate business. Among all the products under Tianding Group, which house do you want? I can get it for you right away. A sea view house, a villa, a courtyard house. At this time, Fang Chen turned on the loudspeaker, so Su Mengyao also heard Fang Joran's voice. Upon hearing the name of Tianding Group, Su Mengyao's face changed. That's South, the largest real estate developer in the entire imperial capital. Who is your seventh sister? Su Mengyao was slightly stunned and asked subconsciously. It's me, Fang Joran. Before Fang Chen could reply, a beautiful figure walked into the door of Starbucks. It was the seventh sister Fang Joran. Seventh sister, how did you come in? Come on, brother, I'm here to take you home. I think this blind date should end here. Seeing the woman appear, Su Mengyao was stunned at first, and then the expression on her pretty face changed drastically. Fang Joran, the female president of Tianding Group, Fang Joran. The barrage in the live broadcast room was completely boiling at this moment, and her fans who entered the live broadcast room at the beginning of this live broadcast were only less than 30,000. After Fang Joran appeared, in less than 30 seconds, the number of viewers increased to 100,000, and the number of viewers was still increasing rapidly. All kinds of gifts were flying in the sky. Rockets, which were rarely seen in the past, were like fireworks during the Chinese New Year, one after another. I didn't expect that this delivery boy is actually Fang Joran's younger brother. This is incredible. Host, please tell me where you are, I want to ask the goddess for her autograph. Anchor, I will give you 10 rockets. Please help me find the goddess contact information. Looking at the rapidly growing popularity of the live broadcast room, Su Mengyao herself was shocked. And in her heart, almost in the blink of an eye, her first impression of Fong Chen, that he was poor and shabby, was gone. On the contrary, the light blue riding suit on Fong Chen looked very individual to him. Seeing that Fong Chen and his sister were about to leave, Su Mengyao quickly put on a warm expression. Wait, well, I think we are a good match, we can think about it again. If possible, I think we can go out first. She was now completely unable to control her emotions and suppress her inner excitement. She seemed to see herself in front of her eyes, wearing a splendid cheongsam with dignified manner, standing on the balcony of the sea view room, holding a glass of red wine and looking out at the sea. The coffee in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Fong Chen saw clearly the change in Su Mengyao's eyes. If I became Fong Jiran's sister-in-law, I could definitely save 30 years of hard work, or even longer. The audience in the live broadcast room originally looked down on Fong Chen, thinking that this guy was a toad who didn't know his place and wanted to eat swan meat. Now Fong Chen has transformed himself into the younger brother of Fong Jiran, the female president of a star company. It is clear at a glance who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and who is materialistic and snobby. This woman is so shameless, unfollow her. That's right. Just now I saw that he was a delivery man and looked down on him. But now when I heard that he was a rich second generation, my face changed instantly. Bah, you shameless bastard. Damn it, I spent a lot of money on this woman's live broadcast room, I'll just treat it as feeding the dog. Fong Chen glanced at Su Mengyao calmly, then shook his head and said, I think we are not suitable. I'm a delivery man, so please don't waste your time. After saying this, Fong Chen pulled Fong Jiran out of the cafe. Su Mengyao's face was full of regret, and the people who witnessed the whole process all looked at her with contempt. Obviously, it was also a satire on Su Mengyao's snobbery. He looked down on others just now, but when he saw that the other person was from a prominent family and a rich second generation, his expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. After walking out of Starbucks, Fong Jiran tugged at Fong Chen's shoulder. Brother, are you angry? Her cousin is a nice person. Based on her cousin's personality, I thought Su Mengyao was also an honest and decent girl. Fong Chen smiled bitterly. Seventh sister, you think too much, I'm not angry. It's just that the blind date you arranged for me was too sudden, and I don't really want to get married and start a family for the time being. After Fong Chen finished speaking, Fong Jiran pouted her red lips. This little girl's attitude really stunned Fong Chen. Fong Jiran said, Oh, your 6 sisters all think that it's time for you to find a girlfriend. They value continuing the family line more. I just hope my lovely brother can be happy every day. Finding a girlfriend is nothing more than an O. Fong Chen had just taken a sip of coffee when he heard Fong Jiran's words. All the words came out with a puff. Isn't the way my 7th sister speaks too shocking? What do you mean it's nothing more than an O? Forget it, since my dear brother doesn't want your 7th sister to interfere in your lifelong affairs, then I won't care about it. I will help you cover for your other 6 sisters. But we have to agree that you can't be wronged, and no one can bully my Fong Jiran's brother, otherwise, hee. When 7th sister finished speaking, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Fong Chen swallowed secretly after seeing this. 7th sister's temper is really seductive and changeable. Sometimes she is irritable, sometimes she is charming, and she is also a brother con. She is just like cardcaptor Sakura. Chapter 6, 7th Sister's Beloved. Fong Jiran opened the door of the phantom, a trace of thought flashed across his eyes, and he slowly spoke. Oh, by the way, brother, come to think of it, you are actually old enough to take over the management of the company. Company matters? Fong Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. 7th Sister's company is the famous Tianding Group in the whole of China. Now I can't do anything. Seeing what 7th Sister is saying. Could it be that he intends to let me take over gradually and go to work at Tianding Group? The huge Tianding Group supports hundreds of thousands of people. As a real estate developer, its business includes engineering, development, construction teams, and various real estate-related subsidiary industrial chains. Any wrong decision could lead to the bankruptcy of this multi-billion-dollar company. Fong Chen didn't dare to interfere in the company's affairs. He waved his hands at Fong Jiran and smiled bitterly. 7th sister, please stop making trouble. If I go to your company, I will just cause trouble for you. How can I bring any benefits or gains to the company? After saying that, Fong Chen glanced at the expression on Fong Jiran's face. Who would have thought that the seventh sister did not look unhappy as she had imagined, but instead had a smile in her eyes? Who told you to go directly to Tianding? I once opened a clothing company in my early years. I plan to let you take over that company first to gain some experience. When I feel the time is right, you can come to Tianding. When Fang Chen heard this, he suddenly realized what was going on. He thought that his seventh sister was going to let him interfere in the internal affairs of Tianding Group right from the start. In this case, it seems that the seventh sister also has her own considerations and plans. At the very least, a small clothing company. Even if I failed to manage the company well and it went downhill. With seventh sister's connections and abilities, there is a chance to save the situation in time. At this moment, Fang Jiran's phone suddenly rang. The woman made an apologetic gesture to Fang Chen and quickly answered the phone. Hello? President, the customer named Lu has come to see you again, please see. It turned out that the call was from Secretary Xiao Bai. Fang Jiran found a customer with the surname Lu? Lu Changcheng? Why did this guy come here again instead of just staying at their Lu family? Maybe it's because you are too charming. Besides, this time, Lu Changcheng brought a big business worth nearly 100 million yuan. He said that you must come to discuss cooperation. When Fang Jiran heard this, her brows slightly frowned. Threatening me? Then let him wait. If he can't wait, then I won't do this business. I'm accompanying my brother now. Nothing is more important than my brother. Well, that's all for now. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Fang Jiran hung up the phone capriciously. In the meeting room of Tianding Group, Xiao Bai smiled bitterly, and then said to the young man leaning on the chair. Mr. Lu, the president said that she is accompanying her brother. If you can wait, just wait until she comes back. If you can't wait, you don't have to take this business. After saying that, Xiao Bai lowered his head and glanced at the man in front of him. The man was wearing an Armani suit and had a tall and sturdy figure. Who knows how many girls he would charm if he were to go out and see him. But unfortunately, he chose the wrong person to pursue. Our Mr. Fang is a complete brother con. To say that she is a brother-supporting woman is to underestimate the relationship between the two siblings. For a woman whose eyes are full of her younger brother, there is probably no room for other men in her heart. Lu Changqing is the heir of the Lu family, one of the four great families in the imperial capital. It can be said that this guy is the only direct male descendant of the Lu family in this generation. This also means that Lu Changqing is able to interfere in any matters within the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family is also wealthy and powerful, so a project worth a few hundred million yuan is nothing. As long as Lu Changqing is happy, the Lu family can let him squander money as he pleases. This also led to Lu Changqing's arrogant personality. As expected, when Xiao Bai's voice fell, Lu Changqing's handsome eyebrows were frivolous. What you just said, were they Fang Jiran's original words? Xiao Bai bared his 8 teeth. When he was receiving this young Master Lu, he had to make sure that the other party had nothing to say in terms of etiquette. After all, Xiao Bai was Fang Jiran's personal secretary. When Fang Jiran was not around, he represented the face of the Tianding Group. Yes, Master Lu. Lu Changqing took a sip of the tea in front of him and asked calmly. When did Fang Jiran have a younger brother? His acquaintance with Fang Jiran was purely a coincidence. Once before, at a dinner party, Lu Changqing met the woman for the first time. When I first saw her, I was struck by her beauty. After a brief acquaintance, he began to pursue the woman madly. Unfortunately, no matter how persistent Lu Changqing was, Fang Jiran had never even looked at him straight in the eye. So, Lu Changqing thought of using business matters to contact Fang Jiran. I didn't expect that even though I brought a big order worth several hundred million today, this woman still seemed indifferent. What do you mean, if you can wait, then wait until she comes back, and if you can't wait, then don't do it. It's a huge order worth several hundred million. Doesn't Fang Jiran take this seriously? Xiao Bai replied. This issue is the president's own business. If she doesn't want to, I can't explain it to you in detail. I can only tell you that the president's younger brother is Mr. Fang's true love. After he finished speaking, Lu Changqing snorted unhappily and threw the teacup on the table. In that case, I'll go back first. Lu Changqing has been the apple of his family's eye since he was young. How could he have ever been turned away? He is not used to waiting for people. After saying this, Lu Changqing turned around and left. Xiao Bai glanced at Lu Changqing's departing back and sighed deeply. She knew that this guy probably wouldn't give up in the short term. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, but still pulled Fang Joran and said, "Seventh sister, there is actually something I need to tell you." Fang Chen never mentioned anything about his girlfriend to his seventh sister. So Fang Chen simply told Fang Joran how he and his girlfriend met. Fang Joran was a little surprised. "So, I was overthinking it. I thought you were not interested in women because you have been living with 7 beautiful sisters since you were a child." Ahem. Fang Chen coughed twice. What seventh sister said was really narcissistic. But when Fang Chen heard this, he was actually speechless to refute. You know, Fang Chen only had 1 year's memory. But because of my job as a delivery man, I have met quite a few women. My seventh sister's beauty is really the most beautiful among all the beauties. She is at the top of the pyramid. Seventh sister, do you know what gift is the easiest to please a girl? Fang Chen looked at Fang Joran expectantly, but the next moment, he regretted asking such a stupid question. I saw that my seventh sister instantly turned into a little girl with tears in her eyes, with long eyelashes resting on her eyelids, looking very pitiful. Fang Joran pouted her red lips and said, "As a sister, I feel reluctant when I think about my dear brother giving gifts to another woman." Fang Chen smiled bitterly, thinking that his seventh sister was too clingy. Fang Chen didn't know how to comfort the woman. Everything that happened today was magical to Fang Chen. Not only did I get a magical sign-in system, and there is such a beautiful and wealthy seventh sister. Thinking of the system, Fang Chen quickly asked in his mind, System, are you there?" There is no electronic beep, the system is not there. This magical sign-in system is really interesting. In addition to binding to the host at the beginning, signing in will give Fang Chen the seventh sister. Then there was no news. It was as if it had never appeared. If Fang Joran had not been in front of Fang Chen, the latter would even suspect that he was having a daydream. This damn system is really elusive. Could it be that this system can only be used to sign in? There are no other tasks or rewards besides signing in? Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt that his guess was not impossible. At this time, Fang Joran had already adjusted his mood. Although she dotes on Fang Chen very much, and can even be said to be doting on him like a brother can, Fang Joran will still support her brother's choices. After all, in her heart, as long as her brother is happy, that's all that matters. The rest is secondary. With this thought in mind, Fang Joran pursed her red lips and said, "Most girls probably like cosmetics or jewelry, right?" Fang Joran was analyzing the problem for Fang Chen from the perspective of an ordinary girl. If it were her, the only thing Fang Joran would really like would be her younger brother. Fang Joran might not be interested in the things that most girls like. After hearing the advice from seventh sister, Fang Chen felt as if he had suddenly realized something. Yes. Cosmetics or jewelry. Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at Fang Joran a little stiffly. How could the woman not see that Fang Chen was planning to buy a gift for her girlfriend? Fang Joran pouted her pink lips and waved her hand at Fang Chen. Go, the Saipan International Shopping Center is right below. Fang Chen chuckled, as if he had been granted amnesty. Thank you, seventh sister, you are so nice. Looking at Fang Chen's joyful back, Fang Joran's pretty face was also filled with sadness. Brother. Alas, my beloved son is going to be divided by another woman. Chapter 7, Heart of Eternity. Fang Chen's girlfriend is named Lin Ranran. They met about half a year ago when they were delivering takeout. During the time he was delivering food, Fang Chen truly experienced the warmth and coldness of life, which made him cherish the relationship between him and Lin Ranran even more. Now that he has money he decided to prepare a gift for Lin Ranran as a surprise for her. After all, even on Lin Ranran's birthday, Fang Chen didn't give her any gift that was particularly impressive. Walking into a jewelry store, Fang Chen looked around casually. Hiss. After scanning the counters, Fang Chen subconsciously took a breath. As expected of the legendary den of money spending, Saipan International Shopping Center lives up to its reputation. Looking around, I found that the cheapest jewelry all started with 6 figures. Even jewels worth millions were not rare. Fang Chen smacked his lips and sighed in horror. Hello sir, how can I help you? Just then, a saleslady came over. Fang Chen nodded. Well, is there any gift suitable for my girlfriend? The price doesn't matter, what matters is the thought behind it. Now Fang Chen no longer needs to live a frugal life as before. In his hand, he also had a bank card given to him by Fang Joran. 200 million in pocket money is probably a figure that many people can never achieve even if they work hard for their entire lives. As Fong Chen finished speaking, the salesgirl looked him up and down. But she didn't say much. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Although Fong Chen was wearing a writer's uniform that said "Are you full?", who could be sure whether he was the rich second-generation nobleman who came out to experience life? So the saleslady smiled at Fong Chen and said, "Sir, please wait a moment," the saleswoman said, and then went to the counter. Fong Chen quietly found a place to sit down and waited. Soon, the salesgirl came over and carefully placed a beautifully packaged cat's eye bracelet in front of Fong Chen. "Sir, this is the treasure of our store, the Heart of Eternity. The price is 2.7 million renminbi, please take your time to enjoy it." After Fong Chen walked away from the saleslady, his eyes were fixed on the green agate and cat's eye stone in her hand. So beautiful. It is so beautiful. There is absolutely no trace of artificial processing on the surface of this bracelet, it looks like it was formed naturally. It's like it was gently carved by God's hand, with exquisite craftsmanship. It is an immortal and timeless classic. Fong Chen couldn't think of any extra words to describe the beautiful gem bracelet in front of him. He licked his lips and couldn't take his eyes away. The salesgirl smiled slightly. Every time she took out the bracelet for a customer, most of them looked the same as Fong Chen did now when they saw the Heart of Eternity for the first time. Fong Chen just quietly admired the beautiful bracelet. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice sounded from the salesgirl's side, "Why is there a delivery man here?" As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Chen's thoughts were immediately broken. He frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a heavily made-up girl looking at me with disgust, her arm around a man beside her who was frowning. The salesgirl at the counter gave a wry smile and said, "This gentleman is also our customer." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly froze a little. The heavily made-up girl sneered, "I think you are blind. Can't you tell who this boy is? He's just a stinky delivery man, why did you let him into the store?" The lady at the counter was a little overwhelmed and just stood there in a daze. "What are you still standing there for? Get him out of here right now." The seductive woman spoke coldly to the salesgirl. After saying that, he looked at Fong Chen with an arrogant look, as if to say, "You country bumpkin, you look like you have never seen the world." And the man next to her nodded and said, "Okay, let's kick that delivery guy out quickly. I still need to buy a birthday present for my girlfriend." The saleslady looked embarrassed, and Fong Chen asked subconsciously, "What's wrong?" The saleslady smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I may really have to ask you to leave. He is the major shareholder of our store. I can't refute what he said." Fong Chen nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. The salesgirl has no say in the store, she is just an employee. Fong Chen naturally would not make things difficult for the other party, but the attitude of those two so-called shareholders was really annoying. "What are you looking at? Get out of here right now. Is there anything in our store that you can afford? A stinky delivery man showing up in my store is simply an eyesore to me." The glamorous woman with heavy makeup pointed at Fong Chen and said with disdain, "How could Fong Chen tolerate such insults from others? Even a monk has some courage, let alone Fong Chen, a young man full of blood." He stood up suddenly and was about to retort. "Okay, Hongxia, calm down. By the way, where is my Heart of Eternity? I want to give it to my girlfriend today. Go and get it for me." The man glanced at Fong Chen indifferently at this time, and then said to the salesgirl. Hearing this, the salesgirl stammered, "It's in that gentleman's hands." Instantly, a pop sound was heard. The saleslady who had just served Fong Chen had 5 bright red finger marks on her face as the sound of a slap rang out. The charming woman stared at the exquisite packaging in Fong Chen's hand and suddenly became furious. "Asshole, is a country bumpkin like this qualified to appreciate the Heart of Eternity? I think this country bumpkin is your lover? Now I have reason to doubt your purpose of working in our store. Are you two thieves? Do you want your delivery boyfriend to steal the treasure of my store? Clam? Lin Shengxiao, call the police, you must call the police and catch them both." As she spoke, the charming woman took out her cell phone. Fong Chen really couldn't bear it anymore, and said sternly, "I am also a consumer. Why are you kicking me out? Also, why are you hitting people? Why are you hitting me? Because my husband is the major shareholder of this store. Also, how dare you, a stinky delivery man, call yourself a consumer? What kind of consumer are you? Which of the things in this store are you qualified to afford? The charming woman called Hongxia sarcastically said relentlessly. Lin Shengxiao, the so-called major shareholder, seemed to have considerable connections in this area, and there were many people passing by in the mall corridor. Soon, someone recognized him. It's actually Mr. Lin from the Lin family, one of the four great families? I didn't expect that Mr. Lin has so many shares in this store. Hey, you underestimated Mr. Lin's financial resources. Didn't you hear Mr. Lin say that he wanted to give away this heart of eternity that costs more than 2 million? It's so generous. If I were Mr. Lin's girlfriend, I would be so happy. The crowd watching was talking, but no one paid any attention to Fong Chen. Instead, there were many gold diggers, socialites, and crazy fans drooling and looking at Mr. Lin with admiration. Chapter 8. Buy it. Can't afford it? How do you know I can't afford it? Fong Chen pulled the salesgirl over and stood behind him. People live by their breath, trees live by their skin. Today, no matter what, he must seek justice. You're a delivery man, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you know what 2 million means? This is a luxury store, not a sales office. We can't pay in installments for our stuff. 2 million is probably an astronomical figure for you that you can never even reach even if you spend your lifetime delivering food, right? The woman named Hongxia said sarcastically. Fong Chen said calmly, it is true that I am a delivery man, but believe it or not, I can buy your store in minutes and change its owner. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, the crowd around him became excited. Most people were laughing at Fong Chen's nonsense. This delivery guy actually said he could buy this store? Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. I guess he doesn't know what kind of background and financial resources are needed to open a business in the Saipan International Shopping Center? Oh, this delivery guy must be so angry that he lost his mind. Now it's time to watch something interesting. I want to see how this incident will end today. The crowd watching on the sidelines did not show any sympathy for Fong Chen. Instead, they took a non-interventionist approach and just enjoyed watching the fun. As expected, the woman named Hongxia sneered. I want to see how you buy this store. Fong Chen nodded. There was no point in saying more. It would be a waste of words to say more nonsense at this time. He directly called his seventh sister Fong Jiran. Hey, brother, have you picked out the gift? Almost, but I have some problems here and I want to buy another store. Buy a store? Fong Jiran immediately expressed his confusion, but the woman did not ask any further questions. That store? I'll ask someone to take it over right away. Love even. Okay, then you wait for Sister Chi for 2 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Fong Chen glanced at Li Hongxia who was crossing her arms and sneering, and said lightly, wait 2 minutes. Pfft, I'm dying of laughter, this delivery guy pretends to be real. That's right, you are simply ignorant of the immensity of the world. Love even is Mr. Lin's store. Who would dare to sell it without Mr. Lin's approval? Li Hongxia said sarcastically, if you can buy this store, Li Hongxia, will apologize to you today. I even stood there and let that girl slap me 10 times. She pointed at the saleslady. Fong Chen nodded okay. At this time, Lin Shengxiao frowned and spoke slowly, okay, Li Hongxia, why bother with a delivery man? We have a birthday party to attend this afternoon, so we don't have time to argue with a delivery man here. I have taken the heart of eternity. If the other shareholders have any objections, I will just let them deduct it from my dividends. As Lin Shengxiao spoke, he was about to take the cat's eye bracelet from the table, but the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing his body to tremble. Mr. Lin, the dividends from this store have nothing to do with you from now on, so please don't act rashly, otherwise we will try to rob you. A group of men in black suits walked into the store. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shengxiao's expression changed drastically. Zhang Buwei? Zhang Buwei. Mr. Zhang, the general manager of Saipan International Shopping Center, is not the ultimate behind-the-scenes boss of this commercial building. But on weekdays, he is responsible for the operation of Saipan International. For everything in this high-end consumer business district, decisions, big and small, basically have to go through his hands. He holds a high position of power and no one in the capital's upper class dares to look down on this smiling tiger. The group of men in black ignored Lin Shengxiao and strode up to Fong Chen and stopped. Young Master Fong, we are late. I have completed all the formalities. This store is yours from now on. Please take a look, he said, and handed over a piece of material. Fong Chen took a glance and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Shengxiao hadn't reacted to what was happening yet, and asked with embarrassment, "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean?" Zhang Buwei glanced at the latter indifferently, and then said, "Just now, Fang Jiran, the general manager of Tianding Group, has bought this store. In other words, love even has nothing to do with you at all in the future. If you don't believe it, you can go ask your father. He was the one who nodded just now." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. In other words, the store really changed hands in just a few minutes. Many of the onlookers on the side had strange expressions on their faces. They had just been mocking Fang Chen's presumptuous behavior of trying to stop a chariot with his bare hands. I finally understood it now. It turns out that Fang Chen really has that ability. He can make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. With casual decision-making, he can buy a store in minutes. Many of the infatuated girls who had just shown an expression of admiration towards Lin Shengxiao now looked embarrassed. It turns out that the rich second generation who was the most hidden is the guy who looks like a delivery boy. They are not deaf, and they heard what General Zhang said just now. Mr. Fang Jiran, the president of Tianding Group, is a star enterprise in the entire imperial capital. The working capital is over 10 billion. With such a huge company backing Fang Chen up, it's no wonder that Fang Chen was so fearless just now. Lin Xingxiao's eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. "You, who are you to Fang Jiran?" "I am her brother." Hearing this, Lin Shengxiao completely understood that he had hit a wall. The charming woman next to him exclaimed and screamed, "This! How is this possible?" Her face was filled with an expression of disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. "No, it's impossible, this is not true, you must be lying." Lin Shengxiao also had a document in his hand, which clearly stated the procedures for transferring his shares. Fang Chen did buy this store. The slap in the face came so quickly that before he could even react, his store had already completely changed hands. His face turned livid. Now, when he heard that his girlfriend was still making trouble unreasonably, anger suddenly surged in his heart. Why would you provoke a delivery man for no reason? That's enough. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Lin Sheng shouted loudly. Fang Chen didn't care about what was going on between the two of them. He strode forward and said, "Don't forget, you still owe me an apology." "Impossible. You just hired an actor. You want me to apologize to you? No way." Li Hongxiao was so angry that she jumped up and down. At this moment, Lin Shengxiao slapped Li Hongxiao directly on the face. The situation made people stronger. Fang Chen is Fang Jiran, the general manager of Tianding Group. The Fang family is far more terrifying than the aristocratic families, and is definitely not someone that Lin Shengxiao can afford to offend. Seeing that Li Hongxiao was still provoking Fang Chen, Lin Shengxiao finally couldn't suppress his inner anger. A slap hit the woman's face. A crisp pop sound was heard. Lin Shengxiao's face was full of bitterness. He definitely did not check the almanac before going out today. Now, he not only lost face but also lost his shop. But these are nothing compared to offending Fang Jiran. It can be said that in the entire upper-class society of the imperial capital, there are probably few people who can afford to offend that woman. Fang Chen must be calmed down. Apologize to this young master. Lin Shengxiao stared at Li Hongxia coldly and said. The voice was somewhat sinister, and it was obvious that he was angry. Fang Chen glanced at Li Hongxia, who looked in dismay, with an indifferent look. This woman had shown no respect or mercy at all when she stepped on his head just now. Fang Chen naturally would not feel any sympathy for such a person. May I have your name? Fang Chen turned around and asked the saleslady behind him. Everything that would happen also shocked the salesgirl. She covered her red lips with her small hands, watching Fang Chen turn his head to ask a question, and answered subconsciously. My name is Ning Luoyu. Xiao Yu, right? Okay, you will continue to work here in the future. From today on, you will be the manager of this store. With just one word from Fang Chen, the working girl became the manager of a luxury store called Love Even. This is a real rich boy. The celebrities who were watching on the side had starry eyes and stared at Fang Chen in a daze. He was young and rich, and he spent money like water. This kind of person is their ideal Prince Charming, generous, and magnanimous. Fang Chen's ordinary "are you full" takeaway clothes suddenly became full of personality. There were even a few socialites who looked around and kept looking at the delivery guys who passed by. She is afraid of missing out on a rich husband like Fang Chen who comes out to experience life. At this time, Li Hongxia also realized that she might have really caused trouble for Lin Shengxiao. Although she was very unwilling in her heart, she still forced an apologetic expression and bowed deeply to Fong Chen. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fong, I was wrong today, I shouldn't look down on others." Lin Shengxiao also echoed, "Yes, Mr. Fong, we know we were wrong, please accept my apology." Fong Chen nodded indifferently. He was too lazy to argue with these two people anymore. He was about to leave after picking up the Heart of Eternity when Ning Luoyu, who had just been appointed as the store manager, suddenly spoke timidly. Can I give you the remaining 9 slaps?" Fong Chen's expression froze for a moment, while on the other side, Lin Shengxiao and Li Hongxiao's mouth corners twitched at the same time. What a huge hatred! It shouldn't be that serious. But now, in front of Fong Chen, they really didn't dare to say anything offensive. Fong Chen gave that direction a look of wishing him the best. He left behind one sentence, "Hit me as you like, don't give me any face." After saying that, Fong Chen disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon, at the door of Love Even, bursts of screams and loud slaps could be heard echoing in the corridor of the Saipan International Shopping Center. P.S. I don't know what went wrong when I published a chapter last time, and as a result, this chapter was not displayed in the main text volume. I don't know whether you can read it smoothly. If you have any questions, I hope you can actively contact me and give feedback in the comments section. I will try my best to read all the comments. Chapter 9, Lamborghini Sian. After leaving Love Even, Fong Chen walked towards the rooftop. Fong Jiaran had just sent her a text message. By now she had gone back to the company and asked her subordinates to send a car over. It's parked in the rooftop parking lot now. Fong Chen walked to the roof and saw the cool sports car, Lamborghini Sian, at first sight. "Is this my car?" Fong Chen was slightly stunned. Fong Jiaran did not make it clear in the text message that the car was the one he prepared for Fong Chen. "You know, this Lamborghini Sian has not yet been launched on the market. If this is the car that Sister Chi prepared for herself, wouldn't that be too exaggerated?" Fong Chen walked towards the Lamborghini with a dark green glazed body with the attitude of giving it a try. I squatted down and took a look, and saw a car key on the left front wheel. The icon of a diving bull in a low-lying posture is very cool. This is really the car that Seventh Sister prepared for me. Just then, Fong Chen's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? How is it, brother, those people are not too late, right?" "No, they arrived just in time. Seventh Sister, it must have cost you a lot of money to buy this store, right?" Fong Chen hesitated for a moment and said. On the other end of the phone, Fong Jiaran chuckled. "How much money can you have? Isn't it for your sister to earn money? Everything I own is yours. This little money is nothing." Fong Chen was immediately moved. Although his seventh sister had a strange personality, her kindness to him came from the heart. "By the way, that Sian was given to me by the manufacturer. As a loyal old user of Lamborghini, they directly gave me a Sian that was not yet on the market. You can use it first. Do you need to visit your girlfriend in the afternoon? Then I won't disturb you. I just happen to have something else to do here." As soon as the words fell, Fong Jiaran hung up the phone without waiting for Fong Chen to say anything more. Fong Chen's expression looked a little strange. When Seventh Sister said the last sentence just now, the mood in her voice was completely different from usual. It seems like the feeling of a little girl who is helpless and unwilling to share her beloved toy. Fong Chen shook his head to get rid of the weird thoughts in his mind. "She is your sister, Fong Chen, you must not do anything out of line." Patting his cheeks, Fong Chen sat directly into the bed. After starting the car, he drove towards Lijiang Bridge. His girlfriend Lin Ranran worked part-time in a clothing company. They pass by here every day, and Fong Chen plans to prepare a surprise for her. Lijiang Bridge is a dating destination for lovers built by Huang Bufan, the young master of the Huang family in Chongquan City, in the imperial capital. The dim streetlights are very romantic. At this time, next to the beach, there was a row of candles neatly arranged in the shape of a heart, and a handsome young man in a suit and tie knelt on one knee and confessed to the girl in front of him. "Look, someone is confessing their love over there. Wow, so romantic, let's go and check it out." As soon as Fong Chen parked the car, he saw a crowd gathering in one direction, as if someone was confessing his love. Fong Chen tossed the Lamborghini keys and said to himself, "Confession? Isn't this very common?" A series of shrill female screams were heard. "Promise him! Promise him! Promise him!" When Fong Chen's eyes casually looked in that direction, his body suddenly shook violently, and his mind was buzzing like a bolt from the blue. How could it be her? Not far away in the center of the crowd, the girl who was being proposed to was wearing a white long dress, and her light makeup made her already pretty facial features look even more beautiful. She covered her mouth with her delicate hands, her face full of excitement. Isn't the woman in front of him Fong Chen's girlfriend, Lin Ranran, whom he has been in love with for less than half a year? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Fong Chen could no longer keep his emotions stable and pushed away the crowd in front of him. He never thought that his girlfriend would be snatched away by someone one day. A young couple in the field felt the unusual commotion in the crowd and subconsciously turned their heads to look. When she saw the appearance of the person clearly, Lin Ranran was immediately shocked and even stuttered, "Fong Chen, why are you here?" Fong Chen stood in front of the two of them with a menacing look on his face, and the crowd watching became a little agitated for a moment. Who is this guy? I feel like there's something fishy going on here. Could he be my ex-boyfriend? It may not be the ex-boyfriend, maybe he cheated on her. It's a huge rollover scene, it's really amazing. Hey, that's interesting. This girl looks pure on the outside, but I didn't expect she is actually two-timing. TSK, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. There's nothing I can do. There are more men than women nowadays. I should be thankful that I'm not riding on your head. The man who proposed marriage also realized that something was wrong. He stood up from the ground, frowned, glanced at Fong Chen, and then asked Lin Ranran. Who is he? Brother Yang, don't get me wrong, he is the Fong Chen I told you about. Believe me, there is nothing between him and me. Lin Ranran gritted her teeth, made up her mind, pointed at Fong Chen's nose and said, "Don't bother me anymore, I have a new boyfriend." Having said that, Lin Ranran directly took the rose from Brother Yang and put her jade hand around the latter's arm. Fong Chen's mouth twitched. He is your boyfriend, then who am I? Humph, are you worthy of being Ranran's boyfriend? How can a delivery man like you make her happy? As he spoke, the man called Brother Yang pushed Fong Chen. Lin Ranran said heartlessly, "Fong Chen, let's not contact each other anymore." Fong Chen sneered, "Because of what? Because of what?" Brother Yang looked at Fong Chen with a disdainful look, then grabbed Lin Ranran's hand and said, "This bracelet was given to her by me, and the necklace on her neck was also given to her by me. Oh, and the Gucci bag she carries every day was given to her by me on her birthday last time. Which of these things can you afford as a delivery boy?" As soon as these words came out, Fong Chen's eyes suddenly changed, and the look he gave Lin Ranran was no longer as clear as before. "Didn't you say that the bag was given to you by your cousin?" Fong Chen asked coldly. "Didn't you say that you don't like these things? Aren't you with me simply because you like me as a person?" "What cousin?" "I, Yang Di, am the heir to Yang Real Estate. How can a mere delivery boy like you compare to me?" Fong Chen glanced at him indifferently, and then his eyes fell on the luxury items on Lin Ranran. "Do you really like these things? They are just some entry-level luxury items." For Fong Chen now, he would probably not even blink an eye when buying these things. Facing Fong Chen's two questions, Lin Ranran was so embarrassed that she couldn't save face anymore. The onlookers also realized that this girl was a gold digger who was two-timing. This woman couldn't bear to give up Fong Chen's kindness to her, but also wanted to live a luxurious life. The woman completely exploded and yelled at Fong Chen without caring about her image. Yes. Which woman doesn't like it? Which woman is willing to sit on an electric bike when it is windy, rainy and freezing? Which woman is willing to squat on the roadside with you all day long and eat street garbage? You can't even buy me the cheapest cosmetics, I've had enough. After saying this, Fong Chen laughed at herself, thinking that she actually thought Lin Ranran was her true love. Isn't love mutual? Why should women just sit back and reap the benefits? Fong Chen, be more realistic. After that, Brother Yang took out the latest iPhone 12 and shook it in front of Lin Ranran. "Dear, this is the iPhone 12 that I asked my friend to pay twice the price to get in the United States. Here, I give it to you." Lin Ranran immediately smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Yang. Okay, kid, get out of here now. I advise you not to bother Ranran anymore. I also advise you that if a man has no money, don't go for the high-end ones. If I see you bothering Ranran again, I will break your legs." As he spoke, a group of bodyguards behind Brother Yang squeezed out from the crowd. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. "Ha, well, I have now seen your true face, Lin Ranran." He glanced at Brother Yang calmly, then turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. "I wouldn't want a woman like this even if she's given to me for free." Chapter 10, Seventh Sister comes to support the scene. Brother Yang's face suddenly darkened. "Kid, what did you say?" Stop. After saying that, Brother Yang waved his hand towards the bodyguard behind him. Get him. Fang Chen uttered a harsh word, then walked towards the Lamborghini and pressed the car key. The Sion-shaped lights not far away flashed instantly, followed by the loud roar of a Lamborghini bull. The handsome supercar attracted everyone's attention. What kind of car is this? So cool. Oh my god, Lamborghini Sion, isn't this car not on the market yet? Whose car is this? Fang Chen's car caused an uproar among the crowd. The bodyguards had already rushed to Fang Chen's back. At this moment, a Ferrari 458 with brilliant tail flames not far away rushed directly towards the bodyguards. Suddenly, the group of people were so scared that they fled in all directions. If they were hit by this car at this speed, they would probably have to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. The wheels rubbed against the ground, drifted in place for a circle, and slowly stopped with a harsh sound. The door is open. A tall and beautiful figure got out of the car. Her slender legs are straight and eye-catching, and the red cheongsam tightly wraps her delicate body. Well proportioned. Such a beautiful woman is more eye-catching than a luxury car. The woman who appeared at this moment was Fang Chen's seventh sister Fang Jiran. After the woman showed up, she sneered and shouted, "I want to see who dares to touch my brother." After saying this, she clapped her hands. A series of figures got out from the Mercedes-Benz MPV that was following the Ferrari. They looked like a group of bodyguards. They stood in front of Fang Chen like an iron wall and looked extremely intimidating. Silly brother, are you not hurt? A woman like this won't make you sad. Come, let sister hug you. After saying that, Fang Jiran giggled, stretched out her arms and hugged Fang Chen into her arms. Suddenly, a charming fragrance from a woman came, stimulating Fang Chen's senses. Fang Chen's face turned red again and his breathing became faster. Seventh sister, cough cough, cough, I'm fine. Fang Chen really couldn't do anything about his hot-tempered seventh sister. Especially the one who killed with an embrace. It's too big, it can really suffocate people. Okay, Chen'er, leave this to seventh sister. Go to the car and have a rest. This kind of woman is not worthy of you. It's her loss if she dumps you. Don't be sad. Seventh sister doesn't want to see you sad. Fang Jiran leaned close to Fang Chen's ear, breathing sweetly as she spoke softly. Fang Chen shuddered, gave a dry laugh, nodded at Fang Jiran, and then got into the Lamborghini. Although the crowd not far away could not hear the conversation between Fang Chen and his sister, they saw Fang Chen actually get into the cool Lamborghini sports car. There was an uproar immediately. This car actually belongs to that delivery guy? Oh my god, it turns out he is a hidden rich man. Lin Ranran, who was not far away, saw this scene, and her pretty face was completely filled with horror. Fang Chen, when did you buy a Lamborghini? Isn't he just a delivery man? Where did such a grand ceremony come from? Fang Jiran turned his head to face the two people in the middle of the rose petals, his eyes were cold. Someone from the Yang family? Yang Di's body trembled subconsciously at Jiran's cold eyes, which were like a beast protecting its calf. Lin Ranran pulled Yang Di and said, "Brother Yang, do you know her?" Yang Di smiled bitterly and nodded. She is the female president of Tianding Group. Our Yang Group all depends on President Fang's support. Hiss. Hearing this, Lin Ranran took a deep breath. In her eyes, the Yang Group was a behemoth, but she didn't expect that even the Yang Group had to rely on others. That Mr. Fang is so terrifying. Mr. Fang, what are you doing? Yang Di already had a vague guess in his heart, but he was still a little uncertain. Fang Jiran glanced at him calmly, then said indifferently, did you want to hit my brother just now? Her brother? Fang Chen? That delivery guy is actually the younger brother of Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group? The guess in my heart was completely confirmed. For a moment, Yang Di's body trembled wildly, and fear flashed in his eyes. It's a misunderstanding, Mr. Fang, it's all a misunderstanding. Who is Fang Jiran? She is definitely a female devil known to every household in the capital's upper-class society. The turmoil that happened half a year ago is still vivid in my mind. At that time, a rich second generation wanted to use his family power to force Fang Jiran to follow him. As a result, in less than a week, the family was completely destroyed. It disappeared completely in the entire imperial capital, as if it had never appeared before, as if it had been evaporated. This female devil is definitely one of the people that Yang Di cannot afford to offend. If one is not careful, His family might be uprooted and disappear in the imperial capital. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? Fong Jiran glanced at Yang Di and Lin Ranran indifferently. I don't know why my brother likes a woman like you. Anyone I find on the street will be better than you. Fong Jiran's words were merciless. Lin Ranran's face turned alternately blue and red. She wanted to say something several times but hesitated. However, she was intimidated by the woman's powerful aura and dared not speak. Fong Jiran's personal secretary Xiaobai came at some point. At this time, he walked to Fong Jiran's side, handed him a document, and said, Miss, this is the information you asked me to investigate just now. Fong Jiran snorted coldly, took it and glanced at it, and her body trembled suddenly. He didn't even have time to argue with Yang Di and Lin Ranran. She stepped on her high heels and trotted to the side of the Lamborghini Xi'an, saying anxiously, Fong Chen, let's go to the hospital. Ah. Fong Chen was watching his seventh sister showing off attentively. Why did seventh sister suddenly want to drag me to the hospital now? When Fong Jiran saw Fong Chen's puzzled look, he immediately revealed an expression of disappointment. She threw the documents in her hand into Fong Chen's arms. See for yourself. When Fong Chen saw the contents of the document in his hand, his face suddenly turned black. It turned out that he was not even qualified to be a spare tire. Some hotel room opening records were listed on it, and Fong Chen's forehead veins jumped when he saw it. No wonder you always tell me later. So that's how it is. I should thank you. Lin Ranran. Fong Chen said this with gritted teeth. Although he pretended to be frank on the surface, who would not care if something like this happened suddenly? However, when Fong Chen saw the document in his hand, I felt relieved instantly. I even felt a little relieved in my heart. Fong Jiran was slightly stunned when he heard this. So, you two didn't have that? Hee, seventh sister, who do you think I am? Fong Chen said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Fong Jiran breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest in relief. Fong Chen's eyelids twitched violently when seeing this scene. The woman let out a long sigh and said, That's good that there isn't any. Otherwise, our Fong family might have been wiped out by this woman. Fong Jiran turned his head and glanced at Lin Ranran. Snort. She snorted coldly and said, You should be thankful that you didn't defile my brother, otherwise, I promise to make your life a living hell. Chapter 11, Nothing. Lin Ranran's face turned cold. What kind of document was that? In fact, she already had a guess in her heart. No way? Could it be that Fong Chen's seventh sister could even find out those things? Just then, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach stopped by the beach. A fat man with a big belly got out of the car. He saw Fong Jiran and ran over quickly. Dad, why are you here? Yang Di exclaimed when he saw the man. Today's farce actually alarmed my father. Father Yang gestured to his son, saying he would teach him a lesson when he got home, and knelt in front of Fong Jiran. Mr. Fong, it is my fault for not disciplining my son well. My son offended young Master Fong. I was really blind. I will teach him a lesson when I get home. You see, what happened today? Looking at the big shot who seemed so awesome in his eyes in the past, Yang Di's father actually knelt in front of Fong Jiran like a stray dog. Lin Ranran's delicate body was shaking constantly. She had gritted her teeth and got rid of Fong Chen, who was wholeheartedly treating her well, thinking that she would be able to be with Yang Di in the future and live a life of wealth and glory. Who would have thought that Fong Chen would undergo such a transformation today? He became the younger brother of the female president of Tianding Group and held a high position of power. Even the high-ranking Yang Di had to admit his mistake and apologize. One can imagine what kind of existence Fong Chen is now. And when she thought that she had abandoned Fong Chen, a young, rich and once loved her wholeheartedly, just for Yang Di, Lin Ranran felt a wave of regret in her heart. But now, it seems too late to say anything. Looking at Fong Chen with an indifferent look as he sat in the Lamborghini not far away, Lin Ranran's heart trembled slightly and she lowered her head silently. But she still breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously without leaving a trace. At least, he has the support of Yang Di. If I missed Fong Chen and then missed Yang Di, it would be a complete loss. Fong Jiran glanced at Lin Ranran with her beautiful eyes indifferently, and she could see clearly what this woman was thinking. You just humiliated my brother, how can I let you off easy now? Fong Jiran raised his chin directly towards Father Yang. His cold expression seemed to be looking down on Father Yang, but the latter did not dare to show any disapproval, and said lightly, How this matter is handled depends entirely on my brother. Father Yang looked embarrassed and turned to look at his son and Lin Ranran beside him. Yang Di had just seen his father being servile in front of Fong Jiran, so he knew the current situation very well. Fong Jiran was so aggressive because he had offended Fong Chen. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Today, it was Yang Di who offended Fong Chen. Mr. Fong, you are so magnanimous. Fong Chen waved his hand and looked Yang Di up and down with a very weird look. The latter all felt a slight chill down their spines. Could it be that the young master of the Fong family has a broken back? Seventh sister, forget it. Young Master Yang has already suffered a lot. Let's not make things difficult for him anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Di immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his mind filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster. Since Fong Chen didn't bother with him anymore, then today's matter was over. But the next moment, he looked at Fong Chen in confusion again. What does the sentence, Master Yang is in a very miserable state mean? Fong Chen met Yang Di's confused gaze, chuckled, threw the documents in his hand directly into Yang Di's arms, then pulled Fong Jiran's seventh sister, let's go. Fong Jiran glanced at Yang Di with a strange look, and then said, I'll spare you this time, but if you dare to mess with my brother again, your Yang family will be expelled from the imperial capital. And you, a woman like you who has no self-respect and self-love at all, is not worthy of me taking action. Don't let me see you in the future, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Yang Di immediately showed a look of gratitude, and came up to shake hands with Fong Chen. Fong Chen was so scared that he quickly dodged, leaving Yang Di confused. Fong Chen gave a dry laugh. Ahem, Mr. Yang, take care of yourself. There's no need for a handshake. His eyes were filled with meaning. Seventh sister, let's go. After saying that, Fong Chen pulled Fong Jiran and turned away. Looking at the backs of Fong Chen and his sister as they left, Yang Di seemed to realize something. His face darkened for no reason and he lowered his head to open the document in his hand. Lin Ranran's face suddenly turned pale and she quickly snatched it away. This, you can't look at this. Her abnormal behavior immediately made her confession, confirming Yang Di's guess. Yang Di snapped his fingers at the bodyguard behind him. There was no way Lin Ranran could arm wrestle with those tall and strong bodyguards. Even though he fought desperately, the documents in his hand were still snatched away. Yang Di just spread it out and took a quick look, and his face suddenly changed. This Lin Ranran is actually so shameless. Yang Di's pale face revealed his inner fear. You shameless bitch, fuck. The documents in Yang Di's hand were investigated in great detail, even including where Lin Ranran was, who she was with, and even how long she stayed there. All of them were recorded in detail. The highest record was that this bitch met 8 men in one day. Shameless. When Lin Ranran saw Yang Di's reaction, her face suddenly turned pale. It was all over. It was too late now. Even Yang Di knew about it. Although the Yang family is not as powerful as Fong Jiran's Tianding group, it is still a prominent family. My dream of marrying into a wealthy family is probably shattered. And now it seems that the most urgent thing to worry about is whether he can withstand the revenge from the Yang family in the future. Yang Di felt dizzy for a moment, and it seemed as if there was a green grassland above his head with thousands of alpaca horses galloping. His girlfriend Lin Ranran is actually a real bus driver. No wonder I feel so relaxed every time I'm with her. Yang Di was furious. I guess I don't know how many men have rushed into her. When he thought of this, Yang Di's eyes instantly turned red. Just because of this group of 10,000 cavalrymen, he offended Fong Jiran's brother today. Just for such a crowd of 10,000 people, he even prepared such a grand proposal. Yang Di felt like he was going to vomit blood from anger. Thinking of this, Yang Di no longer cared about arguing with Lin Ranran, as there were so many men who had sex with her. You can imagine how dirty Lin Ranran is. A streak of cold sweat on his forehead flowed down his cheeks. Lin Ranran is definitely sick. If I accidentally win the prize, I will just have to wait for death. The next moment, Yang Di jumped up and roared, shouting. Hurry up, someone, take me to the hospital, take me to the hospital. Yang Di, things are not what you imagined. I can explain it. Lin Ranran's face was filled with anxiety. For her now, the only possibility was to hug Yang Di, the rich second generation, tightly. Otherwise, she would really have nothing. Snap. Yang Di slapped Lin Ranran in the face without mercy. Bitch, don't touch me, otherwise, I'll make you pay. The girl I picked up turned out to be such a casual person, she could almost be considered a prostitute. Yang D's heart is bleeding. At this time, Yang's father also glanced at the investigation, waved his fist at Lin Ranran, and threatened with gritted teeth, "If anything happens to my son, I will kill you." After saying these harsh words, Yang's father dropped the documents in his hand, took his son into the Mercedes-Benz Maybach and rushed towards the hospital. Lin Ranran looked ashen and was completely in despair. It's over, all is lost. But who could she blame? She squatted on the ground and cried. Chapter 12, Seventh Sister, Stop Making Trouble. The crowd who were watching the entire farce were completely dumbfounded. The proposal was going fine just now, but after that guy from outside showed up, the situation suddenly changed. At this point, these two couples suddenly turned against each other? Who knows what that file is? How could it be so destructive? A few curious onlookers walked over to take a look at the documents on the ground and looked at each other. They all showed an expression of horror. It was filled with hotel records. Isn't this woman too amazing? It can almost be said that no 3 days are the same. And the men who have private meetings are also different, but they all have one common characteristic. He is young and rich, exactly what the socialites call a kaisi. Fuck. These are all KF records, isn't it too scary? No wonder they all insist on going to the hospital. My God. Who would dare to marry a woman like this? She will get sick even if she is healthy. Yes, especially that kind of disease, most of them have no medicine to treat it. Although I have heard of such people, I have never seen one. Now that I have seen one, I really admire them. If a bad woman starts to behave like a bad woman, there will be no chance for a bad man. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. At the same time, on the other side, Fang Chen was shouting with a worried face, "Seventh sister, it hurts. Be gentler, be gentler." At the entrance of a private hospital, a young man was being pulled by the ears by a stunningly beautiful woman beside him. Fang Jiran's delicate face was as cold as frost. She twisted her jade hand on his ear and twisted it 180 degrees. This made Fang Chen scream in pain. Snort. Seeing Fang Chen's face twisted in pain, Fang Jiran finally softened his heart. He snorted coldly and slowly loosened his hand. "Brother, do you know that there is only one child in our Fang family? If anything happens to you, how will your 7 sisters live?" Looking at his beloved brother, Fang Jiran frowned and scolded him. She had a report in her hand. Fortunately, what Fang Chen said was true. He was in good health and had no hidden illness. But even so, Fang Jiran was actually very nervous all the way. Her pretty face was full of a look of disappointment, as if her younger brother, a good cabbage, had been taken away by Lin Ranran. "Oh, 7th sister, didn't I tell you?" "No, not even once. Please forgive me. I promise that I will let you screen my girlfriend next time." Fang Chen had a sullen smile on his face, looking flattering. Fang Jiran couldn't show his displeasure to Fang Chen anymore. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but in order to maintain his dignity, he subconsciously turned his head away and ignored Fang Chen. Fang Chen hurriedly trotted to Fang Jiran's back and quickly massaged the latter, pinching Fang Jiran's shoulders and muttering to himself. "Please forgive me this time, 7th sister, calm down, calm down." Fang Jiran had a well-proportioned figure. From Fang Chen's angle, he could just look down and see a hint of white on her chest wrapped in the cheongsam. Fang Jiran sighed and said helplessly, "You are indeed an adult, and it is really uncomfortable to hold it in, but you shouldn't look for this kind of person. If it weren't for the fact that I'm your 7th sister, I would just help you directly, anyway. When Fang Jiran said this, her face turned slightly red. In an instant, Fang Chen seemed to feel that the space around him had stopped. He almost had a nosebleed. Standing behind the woman, her charm was like a magnet, firmly attracting Fang Chen's attention. So the young man was a little distracted at first. To be honest, there are no particularly dirty thoughts in my mind for the time being. However, this scene is already fragrant and colorful enough for most people. After all, a woman of Fang Jiran's level, who is as beautiful and sexy as a fairy from heaven, has infinite charm for men. What else more, he is a young man like Fang Chen who is full of vigor and vitality. Fang Chen never forgot that the 7th sister was given to him by the system when he signed in. In other words, perhaps in fact, the two of them had no so-called blood relationship at all. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's breathing became a little faster. Smelling the charming fragrance coming from 7th sister, the atmosphere between the two became even more intimate. At this time, Fang Jiran suddenly said this. For a moment, Fang Chen was almost unable to control himself and almost collapsed, making a fool of himself. Fang Chen coughed twice to calm his agitated heart, and said with a wry smile, "Seventh sister, stop making trouble, cough cough. It is not a happy thing to have a sister who is as beautiful as a fairy and teases you all the time. Oh, by the way, where are you going today? To my house or to your house?" Fang Jiran rolled his eyes at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously said, "I'd better go back to Mr. Yu first. Well, Mr. Yu overworked some time ago and got a chronic illness, and he hasn't recovered completely yet." Hearing this, Fang Jiran said disappointedly, "Okay, then you go back first. Seventh sister also needs to go back to the company. Well, don't forget to report to the company tomorrow. You can just look for your sister Xiaobai then." Report to the company? Fang Chen was stunned at first, then he remembered that Fang Jiran had mentioned to him before the idea of assigning him to a clothing company to coordinate the overall situation. "I didn't expect that seventh sister is so decisive in doing things." Fang Chen nodded helplessly. Now that he had become the younger brother of Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, he could probably walk around freely in this small piece of land in the imperial capital. "I still have 200 million pocket money given by my seventh sister, so I have to find something serious to do. It's really not appropriate to run to deliver food anymore. Not to mention anything else, just based on how much my seventh sister dotes on me. I'm afraid I won't be able to ride an electric scooter around the city with peace of mind again. For a woman, that's too dangerous." At that time, if Fang Chen still wants to deliver food, it will probably become a hot topic in the news, and the title will definitely be "Rich Second Generation Experiences Life Driving a Lamborghini Sian to Deliver Food." He doesn't want to be famous. "Since I can't find anything to do for the time being, I'll just follow Fang Jiran's arrangements and go to that clothing company to take a look." He was actually quite looking forward to it. After all, it was not good for a man to always be a gigolo. Seventh sister had provided him with an opportunity to show his talents, and he could not let Fang Jiran down. "We must do our best to take the company to the next level." As soon as he thought of this, Fang Chen looked up and saw Fang Jiran had already sat in the Ferrari, looking at him with his head tilted. "Brother, I'll leave first. There are still some things in the company that I need to deal with." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded, "Seventh sister, goodbye." The Ferrari gradually went away with its brilliant gray-black tail flame. Fang Chen touched his face and said, Everything that happened today is really incredible." He glanced at the heart of eternity in his hand, and his heart ached slightly. A real man will never worry about not having a wife. After getting into the Lamborghini and starting the car, Fang Chen walked directly towards the vegetable market. Fang Chen put his hands on the steering wheel of the Lamborghini. He had never studied Lamborghini. "So until now, I hardly know how to use the central control screen that looks particularly advanced. Although there is no music in the car, you can still hear the exaggerated roar of the V12 engine behind you." Fang Chen frowned helplessly. "This car is too noisy. I don't know why seventh sister likes to collect supercars so much." If these words were to be spread out, many people would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. You know, a super sports car is the dream of many people. This guy got a system inexplicably. The seventh sister who signed in gave him a Lamborghini. For many people, life may be considered perfect, but Fang Chen seems to be completely uninterested in the dream cars of countless people. When we were almost at Beige Village, we suddenly heard a cry for help. "Help!" The shouting was so clear and audible that it seemed to be right in front of him, and Fang Chen quickly stepped on the brakes. Swish! He looked out the window and saw a young girl squatting on the ground, and next to her were two burly men. One of them was holding a woman's shoulder bag, which was obviously snatched from the girl. Was this a robbery? Chapter 13, Deja Vu. Fang Chen opened the car door without any hesitation and walked straight in that direction. In fact, many people on the road noticed the movement over there. However, when they saw the two ferocious-looking men, they immediately lowered their heads, pretending to play with their phones, and left in a hurry, pretending nothing happened. Fang Chen looked carefully and felt that the figure squatting on the ground looked slightly familiar. Maybe I have seen that girl before. Fang Chen has always been concerned about the memories he lost in the previous 18 years, and this familiar feeling. This was the first time he had encountered this in a year. So the latter almost walked in that direction without thinking. Boy, what do you do? We at the Black Dragon Society are doing things, so stay out of it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. One of the sturdy men saw Fang Chen walking towards him, raised his eyebrows, and threatened with his white teeth. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, without any fear on his face, and subconsciously chewed the word in his mouth and repeated, "Black Dragon Society?" "Ha, kid, you've heard of the name of our Black Dragon Society, right? Humph, get out of here quickly, otherwise, be careful, we will deal with you too." Hearing this, Fang Chen curled the corner of his mouth. "Sorry, I haven't heard of it." After saying this, Fang Chen spread out his hands and put on an innocent expression. The burly man who was talking to him suddenly had a cold light in his eyes. "Asshole, you are looking for death. Second brother, don't waste your time talking to him. There's too much noise here. Let's deal with this woman first." The girl squatting on the ground raised her head in fear, and when she saw Fang Chen's face, she was stunned. Fang Chen? Sure enough, she knew herself. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. The girl's words made him more determined to intervene. "I advise you to stop here, otherwise I will not be polite." One of the sturdy men gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, what should we do? It seems that this guy and this girl know each other. It seems unlikely that we can just stand by and watch." The big man's face darkened and he said, "Damn it, let's get rid of him. Since he wants to meddle in other people's business, I'll deal with him too." "Okay." Another sturdy man's eyes flashed coldly, and he took out a dagger with a cold glow from his arms. Judging from the situation, it seems that they are planning to keep Fang Chen in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. Fang Chen sensed the other party's hostility and his eyes became more serious. He did not dare to be arrogant at all. Although he had never heard of the Black Dragon Society, he was afraid to see these two guys robbing people on the road with impunity. Obviously, he is also particularly familiar with the public security management in this area. They are definitely not simple characters, especially when they see the other party taking out their weapons. Fang Chen's face was even more serious. At this moment, a sudden cry sounded behind Fang Chen. "Young Master Fang? Is that you?" Fang Chen subconsciously turned his head to look and let out a light exclamation. "Isn't this the Ferrari owner, Wang Jinda, whom I met this morning before I got the system?" There were several drunk men standing next to Wang Jinda. It seems like he just came back from a life of debauchery. Fang Chen replied indifferently, "What a coincidence." Wang Jinda just came out of the nightclub and met Fang Chen, and it seemed that Fang Chen was in some trouble. "I was just worried that I didn't have the chance to establish a relationship with such an important figure. It's true that someone brings a pillow to you just when you feel sleepy. Isn't this a good opportunity to please Fang Chen? Master Fang, are you in any trouble?" Wang Jinda licked his lips and stared at the two robbers not far away with burning eyes, as if the two were not the vicious criminals in the eyes of others, but young girls who had been stripped naked and were waiting to be slept with shyly. "A little trouble." The robber not far away's eyelids twitched. "How come a few more guys jumped out? What are you doing?" Wang Jinda patted several friends around him. "This is the biological brother of the female president of Tianding Group. The implication is self-evident." All of a sudden, those good friends were like being injected with chicken blood. The drunkenness on their faces faded away, replaced by excitement. "Damn it, I could run into the young master of Tianding Group in distress just by going out for a drink. If I lend a hand, wouldn't I have a chance to get close to him? When the time comes, Fang Joran will give some reward. Their lives can undergo tremendous changes." Fang Chen, who was not far away, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "These guys are really talented." The next moment, a group of people, including Wang Jinda, all waved their fists and rushed towards the two gangsters. The look on his face seemed as if there was some deep hatred between them. This scene was too shocking. A moment later, the two robbers were seen rolling on the ground after being beaten by Wang Jinda and his gang. Both of them had bruised faces and noses. There was no trace of the ferocious look from before. Seeing that she was rescued, the girl wanted to leave quietly, but Fang Chen's eyes were always on her, so there was no way he would let her go. He quickly strode forward and grabbed the girl in front of him. "Do you know me?" Fang Chen's face was full of doubts. The girl was grabbed by Fang Chen and her body trembled suddenly. "Fang Chen, you. Her rosy, delicate little mouth opened and closed, her voice trembled, and her face was full of fear. Fang Chen didn't know why. He had clearly saved her, but why did it seem like in the eyes of this girl? Is Fang Chen more frightening than those two vicious criminals? Fang Chen scratched the back of his head and said subconsciously, "To be honest with you, I have lost my previous memories, and now I only have the memory of this year, so I finally met someone who seemed to be someone I knew before, and he wanted to know about my past. The girl was completely stunned when she heard this. You lost your memory? Fang Chen let go of the girl's arm and put on a kind expression. As you can see, I do have amnesia now. Let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled at the girl and then stretched out his hand. The girl paused, hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her soft little hand and gently shook hands with Fang Chen Yiqingcheng. Young Master Fang, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Let us hand these two guys over to the police for you. Wang Jinda saw that Fang Chen seemed to be preoccupied with other things and did not bother him. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen pondered for a moment. I know what you are thinking in your heart. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, my seventh sister will never retaliate against you. So, today you have helped me a favor. Let's exchange contact information. If there's anything I can do to help you, I won't stand idly by. When Wang Jinda heard Fang Chen's words, a hint of joy flashed across his face. He would help Fang Chen, wasn't it just for this promise? As long as he had this relationship and connections, it was inevitable that he would have the opportunity to use them in the future. Wang Jinda nodded. Soon, the sound of a long alarm bell sounded leisurely from a distance, and red and blue lights swept across half the sky. It looks especially beautiful with the sunset. The police came and the two robbers were naturally taken away. Fang Chen and Yiqingcheng had some other things to do, so they naturally wouldn't waste too much time here. Wang Jinda and a few others were left to record their statements. Fang Chen glanced at the woman next to him. Let's find a place to sit for a while. It won't take up much of your time. I'll just ask a few simple questions. All right. The girl was silent for a moment, and she realized that Fang Chen now seemed to be completely different from the guy in her memory. She nodded slightly, agreeing to Fang Chen's suggestion. Chapter 14, Come to Borrow Money. Fang Chen pressed the unlock button of the Lamborghini Sian, and the headlights flashed instantly. Against the dim sunset, the diamond-shaped headlights of the Lamborghini looked particularly tough. Fang Chen walked forward a few steps and turned his head to glance at the girl behind him. Well, the car we're driving today has a bit of small space, so I'm sorry to inconvenience you. A hint of surprise flashed across Yiqingcheng's beautiful eyes. But she didn't say much, just nodded obediently and got on the passenger seat. Do you know of a good place nearby to talk? Actually, you can just stay in your car. I have something to do later, so just ask whatever you want to ask. Yiqingcheng replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose in displeasure. Well, what was our relationship before? Were we friends? Yiqingcheng was silent for a moment and pursed her red lips. Probably, I guess. Then, how did we meet? What did I do before? According to my age, I should still be in school, right? A hint of joy flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. It seemed that Yiqingcheng really knew him a little. Although regaining one's memory is not a top priority. However, for Fang Chen, it is still very important to understand what kind of life he lived in the first half of his life. Today, by chance, I met Miss Yiqingcheng. Fang Chen naturally had to speak out all the questions in his heart. Yiqingcheng looked at Fang Chen's clear eyes and sighed deeply in her heart. Us? We met because of an accident, so I advise you not to know about it for now. Try to ask some questions about yourself. You didn't go to school, you were a freelance worker, and as for your family background, I really don't know much. In fact, Fang Chen is not blind. He pulled Yiqingcheng just now. The fear in the girl's eyes could not be concealed at all, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Even now. Yiqingcheng looked at Fang Chen with a hint of caution. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose with a wry smile. After asking for a long time, he didn't seem to get any particularly useful information. Fang Chen originally planned to start by asking about the relationship between the two. But it was obvious that Yiqingcheng was avoiding Fang Chen's questions in this regard and shut him up with just one sentence. Then, the last question, why did you show that expression when you saw me just now? Fang Chen pursed his lips and asked the biggest question in his heart. Yiqingcheng frowned slightly. Because I thought you were dead. Well, I have basically told you everything I should answer, and I'm leaving now. After saying that, Yiqingcheng pushed open the car door. Seeing the woman's attitude of not wanting to stay even for one more second, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who were you in the past? Fang Chen sighed to himself. Looking at the woman's receding back, Fang Chen started the Lamborghini and walked towards the Chaiyang vegetable market. At present, the information Fang Chen can get from Yiqingcheng is extremely limited. It seemed as if I had been through the gates of hell. So Yi Qingqing even misunderstood that he was dead? This could explain why the girl had such a fearful expression when he went to pull Yi Qingqing. What is the reason? Fang Chen drove his car slowly into the Chaoyang vegetable market and turned off the engine. By now Old Yu had almost finished packing and was waiting for Fang Chen to pick him up. The difference from noon was that this time Fang Chen entered the Chaoyang vegetable market. She attracted the attention of the whole audience, obviously because Seventh Sister was in the limelight at noon. After getting Brother Nate to return the protection fee, Fang Chen and his family became the most respected people by all the vendors in the entire vegetable market. Enjoying the attention of the whole audience, Fang Chen walked to Mr. Yu's stall. At this moment, the old man was chatting with a few familiar stall owners. Seeing Fang Chen coming, Old Yu smiled slightly. How was it? Did your afternoon date go well? When Fang Chen heard the words, the date went well, he suddenly felt a headache. I experienced a lot of things this afternoon. First, I was inexplicably dragged by my seventh sister to a blind date with a female internet celebrity who claimed to have 100,000 fans. Then I met my girlfriend Lin Ranran who cheated on me. Throughout the afternoon, Fang Chen encountered only strange and bizarre things. Oh, let's not talk about this for now, Mr. Yu. Let me help you pack up these things and let's get ready to go home. After locking the scale and several cash register devices, Fang Chen took Yu Lao into the Lamborghini. The moment Mr. Yu got into the car, his eyes were dazed for a moment. Fang Chen thought that Mr. Yu was dissatisfied with the low chassis of the car and that it was uncomfortable to sit in, so he could only smile bitterly helplessly. Mr. Yu, this is not my car, this is. Before he could finish his words, Old Yu smiled wickedly, waved his hand at Fang Chen and said, I understand, hee. Day. What do you understand? Looking at the smirk on Old Yu's face, Fang Chen could guess what was in the latter's mind. Maybe Old Yu thought that Fang Chen was a gigolo who had clung to a rich woman's thigh and lived off her, leading to the peak of his life? Suddenly, the young man was furious and the veins on his forehead twitched. Mr. Yu looked honest and simple on the surface, but it seemed that he had revealed another side of the latter today. On ordinary days, you never see Mr. Yu showing this expression. Seeing Fang Chen hesitant to speak, Old Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, We are all men. I understand. Face is definitely more important. Don't worry, I won't say anything outside. Fang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, pretending that he was deaf. He automatically filtered out what Mr. Yu said, otherwise, he would have been pissed off to death by this shameless old man. Drove the Lamborghini back to Mr. Yu's house. As soon as the father and son got out of the car, Fang Chen suddenly noticed that Old Yu's house was brightly lit, and he immediately wondered. Is there a thief in the house? Fang Chen couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. What strange things happened today? Can't you just calm down in the middle of the night? Fortunately, Mr. Yu took over the conversation and explained, it should be my eldest sister and her family who are here. Auntie? Old Yu and Fang Chen have no blood relationship, so Fang Chen should naturally call Old Yu's elder sister Auntie. Hearing that the person coming was an aunt, Fang Chen frowned slightly. This aunt and her family obviously left him with a very bad impression. I vaguely remember that the last time they came was half a year ago, when my aunt's little girl was admitted to university. The three of them came to ask Mr. Yu for a red envelope. Don't look so deadpan, be more enthusiastic, huh? After all, they are one of my few relatives. Old Yu patted Fang Chen on the shoulder, and then the two walked towards the house side by side. As soon as I reached the door, I could hear the sound of conversation coming from inside the room. A woman's voice sounded. Mom, do you think that old guy is really willing to take the money? Don't worry, you are the apple of our Yu family's eye. Isn't the money that old man earns for you? That's natural. A male voice continued. The girl's voice then spoke. I'm just worried that the old man will have the ability to pay so much money at once. I don't know if he has the ability to do so. There was a hint of worry in his words. Isn't Fang Chen delivering takeout? Something like this happened in our family, and if he can't come up with the money, he'll have to pay even if he has to sell blood. Listening to the conversation in the room, Fang Chen and Yu Lao looked at each other. The young man could see the helplessness and heartbreak in the old man's eyes. Sure enough, he came to ask for money again. Crunch! The worn wooden door made a rustling sound and slowly opened. There were three people in the room. A middle-aged couple with their daughter were sitting on Mr. Yu's bed with their legs crossed and without any courtesy. The woman sitting upright on the bed was the first to greet Mr. Yu. Are you back? Old Yu nodded indifferently. Yeah. Last year, when Warner went to school, you gave the smallest red envelope among all the relatives. Now our family is in trouble, isn't it time for you to give some money? The person who spoke at this moment was the aunt, who had a face that looked like it had been hit by a frying pan. A pointed chin and monkey-like face on a woman's face. It looks very awkward, and those thin lips give people a sour and mean feeling. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Yu walked silently to the dining table and sat down slowly. I'm talking to you, old man. As an uncle, you're not going to sit back and do nothing, are you? Anyway, the child's father and I have been almost driven to desperation by this matter recently. Fang Chen raised his eyelids, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his eyes. Before, Mr. Yu made a living by picking up rotten vegetable leaves and selling them, and he could hardly save any money in a year or two. The red envelope given to Qi Yuping at that time was still a 5-digit amount. In order to sponsor his little niece's college expenses, Mr. Yu's savings over the years were completely emptied. During that period, Fang Chen and Yu Lao even ate steamed buns and pickles for several weeks in a row. It is conceivable that 10,000 yuan is a lot of money for Mr. Yu. What a huge astronomical figure. Fang Chen pulled a chair and watched coldly. Now he had money in his hands, and he wanted to see what excuses these shameless relatives could come up with to fleece Old Yu. Old Yu sighed helplessly. What on earth happened? Yu Ping had a boyfriend when she was in college, but he turned out to be a scumbag. He used Yu Ping's ID card to apply for an online loan. As her uncle, you will not sit idly by and watch this happen, right? The aunt frowned, but still started to explain. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu was shocked. Borrowed money from illegal online loans? Have you called the police? Why call the police? Aren't you ashamed of this kind of thing? And the debt collectors have already come to your door, so stop talking nonsense and just tell me whether you want to do something about it or not. The aunt said coldly. It was as if Mr. Yu owed her money. Old Yu smiled bitterly and asked, how much do you plan to take this time? Seeing that Mr. Yu seemed to be persuaded, the aunt stretched out her 2 hands and spread out her 10 fingers. 100,000. Chapter 15, Second Time, Sign In. 100,000. As soon as the words fell, the room fell into silence. The expression on Yu Lao's face suddenly froze. Cigarette ash fell on his trouser legs, but he didn't even notice it. All this is because the number that the aunt blurted out was so exaggerated in its impact. $100,000. This amount of money is not a small sum for an average family, let alone Mr. Yu, who has to apply for poverty subsistence allowances. Old Yu was stunned for a moment. Obviously he had not expected that his eldest sister would come here and ask for such a huge amount of money. One breath costs $100,000. Mr. Yu is a vegetable vendor. After calculating his income in a year, he has to pay various living expenses and some necessary expenses. The actual amount I received was probably only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. This aunt and her family asked for 100,000 yuan right away. Aren't they crazy? Xiu Yueming, the nominal brother-in-law of Mr. Yu, also said at this moment, your Fang Chen should have some money, right? You two can just pull together and come up with 100,000 yuan first. Between words. There is no trace of asking for help in this attitude. Instead, it seemed more like he was giving orders to Fang Chen and Yu Lao, as if the two of them owed them 100,000 yuan and now the creditor had come to collect the debt. Old Yu glanced at Fang Chen, then frowned and said to the aunt and her family, but Fang Chen's money is not mine. Oh, what's there to worry about? Hurry up and take the money. They will come to visit our family of 3 tomorrow. When the aunt saw Mr. Yu start to refute, she immediately showed an unhappy expression. Fang Chen's mouth twitched when he saw this. Old Yu's face was full of bitterness. Who told them that they were his relatives? But 100,000 yuan was too much. I can only give you 60,000 yuan. You have to figure out the rest yourself. Old Yu gritted his teeth and finally uttered these words. His meaning and position were very clear. He could help the aunt's family, but he didn't want to involve Fang Chen. Don't even think about it. Seeing Mr. Yu's stubborn look, the aunt was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she felt helpless. The aunt and her daughter looked at each other. The girl's expression was somewhat desperate. If Old Yu and Fang Chen didn't pay the money, their family would really have to sell the house. After all, his parents were just ordinary people whose homes were relocated, living on the relocation compensation, and the family didn't have much money left. Thinking of this, Xiu Yueping suddenly shouted, "No, you have to pay for this money no matter what." Otherwise, you shouldn't live in this house. As soon as these words were spoken, Old Yu's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. This house was left by him and his aunt's parents. One set per person. However, the aunt transferred the house to her own name without Mr. Yu's knowledge. You. Mr. Yu's face turned pale with anger. Fang Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, Mr. Yu. If it really doesn't work out, we can just move out." Are you kidding? You want to tie down Mr. Yu with a house? You know, Fang Chen now still has the bank card with 200 million pocket money given by Fang Jiran. It would be enough to buy several villas, so it's better not to have this small unfinished house. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the aunt glared at him angrily. Fang Chen, what does this have to do with you? Stay out of it and get the money from that old guy quickly, otherwise, get out tomorrow. No, we can get out now. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he took Old Yu and walked out the door. Old Yu sighed and followed Fang Chen. These relatives of his are so disappointing. Originally, Mr. Yu still had some illusions about his aunt's family. I think that they are at least my relatives and will never harm me. However, the aunt's threatening words just now deeply hurt Mr. Yu's heart. They never considered Mr. Yu as a relative. Stop, Yu Qiushan, don't you want to attend the clan meeting again? You've been away from the family for so many years, and you don't have any intention of going back? Don't you want to go back and see the old lady at all? Behind him, the auntie suddenly spoke, her voice sounding threatening, but Mr. Yu stopped moving forward. You, what did you say? Old Yu's expression changed completely, and the corners of his lips trembled slightly. Do I still have a chance to attend the clan meeting? The auntie showed a sarcastic expression and thought to herself, you want to fight me? I have you under my control, don't I? Humph, as long as you help our family this time, I will inform you when the person in charge will arrive the next time we hold a clan meeting. Hearing this, Old Yu swallowed hard. When Fang Chen saw Mr. Yu's happy and excited expression, he also looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. Old Yu met Fang Chen's gaze and lowered his head in shame. Fang Chen, can you help me this time? Returning to the family is my lifelong wish. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Now, he had 200 million pocket money given by his seventh sister Fang Jiran. Fang Chen didn't take a mere 100,000 yuan seriously at all. Okay, it's no big deal. After saying that, Fang Chen took out a check and wrote 100,000 yuan to the aunt's family. The aunt and her family who took the money did not show the slightest sign of gratitude. Instead, he had a condescending attitude and before leaving, he said, "Wait for my call to inform you." After saying that, the aunt didn't want to stay any longer and just stood up and said goodbye. And when Xiao Yueping passed by Fang Chen, she looked at the delivery uniform on Fang Chen with contempt and disgust. The family of three took the money and left arrogantly. It was also from Old Yu that Fang Chen learned why the latter suddenly changed his mind and agreed to give money to the aunt's family. It turns out that Mr. Yu was once a so-called young man from a wealthy family. I heard it was the Yu family from the capital, but Fang Chen didn't have much contact with the upper class and didn't have any impression of it. It seems that because of something that happened back then, Old Yu was expelled from the family tree. They don't even have the qualifications to trace their roots. And now, because that auntie has put forward conditions that will give Old Yu a chance to participate in some clan meeting, the latter just nodded and agreed to give them the money. For Mr. Yu, returning to his family is his lifelong wish. After understanding the cause of the incident, Fang Chen immediately showed a relieved expression. So that's how it is. Since it is Mr. Yu's lifelong wish, I must naturally do my best to help him. After all, Mr. Yu is like a lifesaver to him. The next day, Fang Chen got up very early. He had promised his seventh sister to report to the clothing company yesterday, so Fang Chen would naturally not let anyone down. After a simple wash, Fang Chen changed into cleaner clothes. Suddenly, without any warning, an electronic sound rose in my mind. Ding, remind the host to sign in. Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Sign in. Successful sign in, the host will be rewarded with restoring memories of 3 to 6 years old. Fang Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if there was something extra in his brain. Memories from 3 to 6 years old. What the hell is this? Most people don't remember things like this from their childhood, right? As expected, the so-called memories from the ages of 3 to 6 were not anything important at all. This memory is not very clear. All I could vaguely see was the young Fang Chen. As for his parents, their faces are particularly vague. Chapter 16, The person in charge is here. Huh, can this sign-in system actually help me restore my memory? Fang Chen rubbed his swollen temples and muttered to himself. At this moment, suddenly, Old Yu walked out of the house with an anxious look on his face. Fang Chen, do you have anything to do today? Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. What's wrong? Their family is truly shameless. The head of the clan association is coming to the imperial capital today. Your aunt asked me to pick him up. Old Yu's face was filled with grief and indignation. He was told early in the morning that the person in charge would come to the imperial capital today. What? The clan meeting is about to begin and the family leader is about to arrive? This news made Fang Chenlei feel very upset. This aunt and her family are so shameless. It's obvious that he doesn't want the latter to go to the clan meeting. Old Yu has already been expelled from the family, so currying favor with the person in charge is the top priority. And now, the person in charge was about to arrive in the imperial capital, so the aunt informed Mr. Yu. How can we make it in time? By then, if the person in charge is made to wait at the airport for a long time, he may become angry and bear a grudge against Old Yu. It will then be extremely difficult for the latter to return to his family and trace his roots. Hearing this, Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, how long will it take them to arrive? In fact, Fang Chen was not so anxious about reporting to the clothing company. After all, the company belongs to seventh sister Fang Jiran. If I give her a simple explanation, there shouldn't be any problem. Now we can go and help Mr. Yu to pick up that so-called person in charge. After all, whether Mr. Yu can return to the family or not depends on the other party's power of life and death. Then let me pick them up. Fang Chen directly opened the door of the Lamborghini. Old Yu smiled bitterly and nodded. Returning to the family was his lifelong wish. Even if there is only a slight chance, Mr. Yu is unwilling to give up. Started the car. Yu Lao leaned outside the window and said to Fang Chen. At the East Suburb Airport, the flight is at 8:55 and will arrive in half an hour. Fang Chen nodded. Fortunately, today was the weekend. There weren't many cars on the road, and Fang Chen's Lamborghini had strong maneuverability, and he almost overtook all the way. Fang Chen got onto the ring road easily. Lamborghini is indeed worthy of being called a super sports car. At least it has no pressure at all when it comes to overtaking and accelerating. As long as there is no traffic jam, Fang Chen is confident that he can arrive at the airport before 8:55. It took about 20 minutes. Fang Chen appeared at the eastern suburbs airport and walked directly towards the arrival hall. As a large group of people walked out from the disembarkation passage, Fang Chen quickly raised the pickup sign in his hand, on which were written the three words Yuguohui. Who are you? Where are Chiu Yueming and his family of three? Just then, two people walked towards Fang Chen. The first one was wearing a gray-black suit and looked very businesslike. Following behind him was a young man with an arrogant look. Judging from their appearance, they should be father and son. Fang Chen quickly said, Aunt and her family have something going on, I'm here to pick you up. Yu Mingyuan looked Fang Chen up and down. The young man was wearing ordinary clothes, and the total cost of his clothes was probably no more than 200 yuan. Looks very ordinary. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes, and he thought, I don't know where Chiu Yueming found this kid to pick up my father and son. He is dressed like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Hey, your imperial capital is really a small place. Do people here have such no sense of time? Do you know how long I have been waiting for you here? The man in the lead should be Yu Guohui. His thick brows were tightly furrowed, and it was obvious that he had left a very bad first impression on Fang Chen. Judging from his attitude, he looks like he is going to blame someone. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and did not dare to respond. He could not offend Yu Guohui for the time being. After all, the latter was the person in charge of this Yu family meeting. Who holds the power of life and death over Yu Lao's return to his ancestral home? Let's go quickly. I'm hungry. Come, carry my luggage for me. The young man behind Yu Guohui looked at Fang Chen with disdain. He directly stuffed the luggage in his hand into the latter's hands. Damn! Do you think I'm a doorman? Fang Chen complained in his mind, thinking, for the sake of Master Yu, I will endure it. Those who came to the imperial capital this time were Yu Guohui and his eldest son Yu Mingyuan. Along the way, the father and son kept complaining that the imperial capital was not as good as the capital. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Oh, by the way, how did you get here? My son is usually picked up by the family's special car when he goes out. Are you planning to let us take the bus? I saw that Fong Chen didn't walk towards the parking lot. Yu Guohui spoke immediately. Before Fong Chen could reply, the arrogant young man behind Yu Guohui pointed at the roadside and exclaimed, his face full of excitement, "Hey, there's a Lamborghini parked there." A dark green sports car was parked quietly on the side of the road, its body sharp and angular. The lines are particularly tough, and a pair of sharp eagle-eye headlights look murderous. That car was Fong Chen's Xi'an. Fong Chen glanced in that direction and subconsciously let out a chuckle. Kid, what are you looking at? This kind of luxury car is something you can never afford in your lifetime. Yu Mingyuan glanced at Fong Chen and made a sarcastic remark. Fong Chen didn't say anything and just placed their gifts on the curb. Hey, where are you doing, kid? Yu Guohui saw Fong Chen suddenly walk towards the cool Lamborghini and immediately cursed. Take your luggage and call a taxi for us. I have other things to do later. Seeing this, Yu Mingyuan subconsciously made a sarcastic remark. I'm afraid you have never seen a sports car before, so go take a picture. Yu Guohui frowned immediately and said, Kid, stay away from that kind of car. You can't afford the compensation if it is scratched. That's right, you ignorant boy, come here quickly to get our things and call a taxi for us. Yu Mingyuan muttered a few words behind him. Fong Chen ignored Yu Guohui and his son, but took out his car keys and pressed the unlock button. Ding ding. The Lamborghini's headlights flashed instantly. Ha! Why did the car lights suddenly turn on? Yu Mingyuan said subconsciously, and the next moment, he was horrified to see Fong Chen put their gifts next to the Lamborghini. Hey, kid, don't touch it. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Yu Mingyuan took 2 steps forward, and suddenly, Fong Chen pressed the car key again. The hood was lifted, Fong Chen opened the front trunk, turned his head and glanced at Yu Mingyuan. Put your things in here. As Fong Chen finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze in vain. It was like a big slap in the face of Yu Guohui and his son. They were just mocking him for being poor and short-sighted, and told him to stay away from the supercar, but now this guy actually unlocked this sports car. It's so uncomfortable and embarrassing to be slapped in the face in seconds. Yu Mingyuan widened his eyes. This car, is it this kid's? Is this your car? Chapter 17, Overseas Market? Yu Mingyuan opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise and horror. Is this kid's car? However, he rejected this idea in an instant. This boy looked so poor, how could he afford a Lamborghini? It must be rented. The next moment, a look of excitement appeared on his face, and he licked his lips and said, Hey, it seems your car can only seat 2 people. Fong Chen helped them put their luggage into the front trunk, and then said, Well, I plan to send Mr. Yu Guohui off first, and then come to pick you up. Fong Chen hadn't finished speaking yet. Yu Mingyuan gave a wicked grin and sat directly in the driver's seat. Fuck. The Lamborghini Xi'an is so comfortable to sit in. Look at the interior, it's so cool. Yu Guohui glanced at Fong Chen calmly, then spoke to his son. Since you like it, Daddy will make the decision. You can drive this car. Hey, you can walk back. The car will be ours for the time being. After all, it's not very convenient without a car. After saying that, Yu Guohui opened the scissor door and sat in. Wipe. Fong Chen cursed inwardly that the driver was shameless, but before he could react, a loud roar came from the engine. The next moment, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the Lamborghini Xi'an burned its tires on the spot. Hey, why can't you drive your car away? Yu Mingyuan poked his head out and asked angrily. Fong Chen was not a good-tempered person to begin with. If he hadn't seen that these 2 people were the ones who held the power of life and death over whether old Yu could return to the clan, he would have been very angry. From the moment they stuffed the luggage into Fong Chen's hands, the latter was about to have an attack. At this moment, Fong Chen sneered and spread his hands. Are you willing to talk to me now? It seems like you haven't shown any interest in me since a while ago. Humph, you are just a receptionist called by a collateral bloodline. Why should we bother with you? Do you know what kind of status my father has in the Yu family? Yu Mingyuan pointed at Fong Chen's nose with an unhappy look. Tell me how to drive away quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Yu Guohui said calmly in the co-pilot seat. There was an unquestionable tone in his words. Fong Chen almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Damn it, if I didn't have a good temper, I would really slap you twice. You want to drive my car, but you have such an attitude? First of all, I want to make it clear that I am not from the Ants family. I was picked up by Yu Qiushan. My name is Fong Chen. I have a name. As a famous family in Beijing, I should at least know other people's names when I come into contact with them, right? Secondly, this time, I am here to invite you to dinner. Fong Chen sneered and spoke. The two men were busy talking to themselves along the way and had no intention of paying any attention to Fong Chen. Fong Chen never found a chance to tell them about these things. This was just in time, as the car wouldn't start and move, and I finally found a chance to explain things to them. Anyway, the father and son can't leave now. You know, although Xi'an is equipped with keyless entry function. However, if you want to start the car, you still need to put the car key into the sensing area in the car. But the keys were still in Fong Chen's hands, so how could Yu Mingyuan drive away their car? Hearing the name Yu Qiushan, Yu Guohui's face was full of doubts, and a thoughtful gleam flashed across his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he asked in surprise, Yu Qiushan? The criminal in the family? Are you the person Yu Qiushan called? Fong Chen nodded indifferently. The Yu Guohui family was really casual in doing things. Until now, no one knew who had called them here. What is uneducated? This is truly demonstrated vividly in this father and son pair. Yu Guohui felt relieved the next moment. Obviously he had figured out the whole story. As a criminal, Yu Qiushan had always wanted to return to his family. Thinking about the relationship between Mr. Yu and the aunt, it is probably not difficult to explain why Fong Chen appeared here. It seems that Yu Qiushan intends to let you please us father and son so as to obtain the qualification to enter the family association? Yu Guohui spoke directly. Immediately, a sneer flashed across his face. Okay, kid, give me the car keys. Whether Yu Qiushan can enter the clan meeting is entirely up to me. In this case, we will requisition your car for the time being. It just so happens that my son likes it too. It depends on your performance. Fong Chen is not a good-tempered person, but he really couldn't lose his temper at this time. Yu Guohui really thought of himself as a big shot. He sneered twice. He. Just about to speak up. What a joke. Do you really think you are a super rich second generation just because you rent a Lamborghini? Why should you learn to show off if you have no money? Yu Mingyuan snatched the car keys from Fong Chen's hand and put the car into first gear. The car has been requisitioned. As for whether Yu Qiushan can enter the clan meeting, we will talk about it when the time comes. After saying that, Lamborghini drove away. Fong Chen stood there alone, taking a deep look at the direction where Xi'an left. A cold look flashed across his face. Yu Guohui and his son, okay, very good, but you must remember that it is not so easy to take advantage of Fong Chen. If things can't be done, he. Fong Chen didn't know where Yu Guohui was planning to go, but he probably wouldn't go straight to the hotel. Very good. I will remember you. If they don't send the invitation letter to the clan meeting, Fong Chen will settle the accounts with them. Thinking of this, Fong Chen sent a text message to Xiaobai. He got a reply very quickly, and he stood quietly by the curb outside the airport waiting for less than 15 minutes. A gray-black painted Mercedes-Benz Maybach stopped in front of Fong Chen. A dazzling beauty came out of the car, and her delicate and elegant light makeup made her facial features look even more bright. She looked very capable in a pure white business suit and was holding a document in her hand. Mr. Fong, here. In fact, Fong Chen noticed the latter as early as when Secretary Xiaobai got out of the car. There's no way not to notice her. I don't know how my seventh sister chose her secretary. Xiaobai's looks and exquisite figure would definitely be top-notch even if she were among models. Fong Chen coughed dryly. Here I come, Sister Xiaobai. I thought you were not planning to come today. It so happens that a partner wants to come to discuss business with us in the afternoon. Mr. Fong has already made arrangements for me. From now on, you will be in charge of the situation. As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her little white jade hand and chuckled twice. Fong Chen smiled bitterly and nodded. It is easier said than done to take charge of the overall situation. If such a large company wants to operate, it naturally cannot do without the ideas of its decision-makers. By the way, why is the young master at the airport? Is he here to see a friend off? Xiaobai opened the passenger door for Fong Chen and motioned for him to get in. When Fong Chen heard this, a trace of helplessness flashed across his brows. Oh, don't mention it. Seeing that Fong Chen was unwilling to respond, Xiaobai also kept silent. As a qualified secretary, she knows what questions she can ask and what questions she should not ask. Fong Chen opened the file and briefly looked through it. It contained information about several clothing factories' partners and competitors. He flipped through a few pages. Seeing all those things like market value made Fong Chen feel overwhelmed. Ha! Is it them? Suddenly, Fong Chen saw a familiar name in the suggested list of underground partners. Yu Guowei from the Yu family in Beijing. Xiaobai took a look, put his hands on the steering wheel, and said, "These are people from the Yu family in Beijing. They plan to enter the clothing industry in our imperial capital, and President Fong has already made arrangements. Our domestic market is basically mature, and the production lines and suppliers are relatively stable. So next, President Fong plans to explore overseas markets. And the Yu family in Beijing also has some connections and resources in this regard." Overseas market? I'm awesome. Fong Chen was suddenly shocked. Regarding the matter of coordinating the overall situation, Fong Chen was forced into this position by his seventh sister yesterday. However, he didn't know that the company had already developed to this point. Wipe. Explore overseas markets. Fong Chen slapped his forehead suddenly, closed his eyes and spoke subconsciously. Sister Xiaobai, what is the market value of our company? How come we have reached the stage of expanding into overseas markets? Xiaobai glanced at Fong Chen with a strange look, which made the latter feel a little embarrassed. I am about to become the boss of this company, but I don't even know its main business operations and strategic development plans. Xiaobai replied, our Tianding Clothing has almost half the market value of Tianding Real Estate Group. As soon as the words fell, Fong Chen was struck by lightning. Has half the market value of Tianding Real Estate Group? Doesn't that mean that the company owned by Fong Chen is also a large group worth tens of billions, or at least several hundred million? Such a large group probably has a lot of people under its control. If Fong Chen makes a wrong decision, it will probably affect the entire company, right? Don't be negligent, this is no joke. Fong Chen quickly called his seventh sister Fong Jiran, but the woman was scolding someone in her office at the moment. The world's top designers lined up in front of them were too shy to even make a sound in front of this woman. The woman glanced at these people with cold eyes, and the bodies of the designers began to tremble wildly. But they knew how bold and ruthless this woman was in doing things. Suddenly, Fong Jiran's cell phone on the table rang. She lazily stretched out her arm to pick it up and glanced at it. Suddenly, a happy expression appeared on her pretty face. Hello, brother? Why are you calling your sister suddenly? Do you miss me? The voice was soft and gentle, like the low whisper of a young girl to her beloved, in a coquettish voice. Hearing this, all the designers looked at each other in horror, and they all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Since when did Ms. Fong start speaking in a normal woman's voice? Could it be that Mr. Fong is in love? They were usually abused so badly by Fong Jiran that it was hard for them to imagine that this female Tyrannosaurus had such a gentle side. But the next moment, Fong Jiran turned on the mute function. He said to the designers with a cold face, "Don't you have any sense? I'm on the phone and you're standing next to me. Are you trying to eavesdrop on my business secrets or my personal privacy?" Sure enough, a witch is still a witch. Everything that just happened must have been an illusion. The designers, as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambled and pushed open the door of Fong Jiran's office. A group of people filed out. It was as if there was something extremely terrifying in that office. Fong Jiran raised her red lips. Do you think you deserve to see me at my most gentle? Hello, seventh sister, can you hear me? At this time, Fong Chen's voice came from the phone in Fong Jiran's hand. The woman smiled like a flower, her big eyes were as bright as crescent moons, sweet and refreshing. She turned off the mute and said, I'm here, dear brother, what's wrong? Seventh sister. You are too careless. The market value of your Tianding Clothing Company is enough to rival half of Tianding Real Estate. It is not appropriate for you to ask me to take charge of the overall situation, right? Fong Chen's bitter voice came. Hearing this, Fong Jiran raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Don't worry, silly brother, just make your own decision with peace of mind. No matter what problems arise, I will help you remedy them in time. Don't feel psychologically burdened. You are the boss of Tianding Clothing now, so don't refuse anymore. Seventh sister will always keep an eye on you and look forward to your performance, but don't let seventh sister down, hee hee. Fong Jiran giggled twice. To her, a small group is nothing. In her eyes, the most important thing is that Fong Chen can get training and grow. What's more, Tianding Clothing still has a lot of old things, and they were the people who accompanied me in starting my business. They are all spoiled and pampered, and now they even don't take Fong Jiran seriously. The key point is that if Fang Jiran comes forward in person, he will inevitably be criticized, and his younger brother can just fight with these old guys. If they still dare to take advantage of their seniority in front of Fang Chen, then don't blame her, Fang Jiran, for not cherishing the friendship they have had over the years. He has turned his back on me. Fang Chen sat on the soft suede of the Maybach, sighed helplessly, and said, "All right. Seventh sister has already said so much. If he still continues to refuse, wouldn't it make him, Fang Chen, appear too incompetent? If a man doesn't even have a little courage and responsibility, Fang Chen will probably look down on him." He took a deep breath and thought, isn't it just a company worth a few $100 million? I don't believe I can't run it. P.S. This chapter slightly suppresses Fang Chen, mainly to pave the way for the slap in the face later. Let's wait and see what happens. The Yu family father and son won't be proud for too long. Chapter 18, Why does he have privileges? Soon, the car drove into the Imperial Capital High-Tech Industrial Zone. It seems that Seventh Sister's clothing company should be here. Xiao Bai is Fang Jiran's secretary, and she must be going back to Tianding Real Estate Group now. Fang Chen got out of the car and waved to Xiao Bai. So he walked alone towards the tall building in front of him. A tall building with glass walls stood in front of him, with pearly glass and an extremely high-end look. Fang Chen took a look at the text message and found that there was someone at Tianding Clothing Company who was specifically responsible for receiving him. It seems her name is Guan Yuatong, and I heard she is the general manager. Fang Chen walked towards the hall, and as soon as he entered, he saw a business cooperation reception desk. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, but still walked in that direction. "Hello, sir, please show us your work ID, otherwise you will not be allowed in." Fang Chen frowned when he heard this work permit. Do I need a work permit to enter? The receptionist said, "Yes, sir. In our company, except for those in positions above general manager, everyone else must wear a work badge to enter." "Are you here to look for someone?" Fang Chen shook his head. "That's about right. Is your general manager, Guan Yuatong, here?" "So you're here to see Manager Guan. Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist turned on the computer and looked at Fang Chen's photo on the screen, but after a long while, she still couldn't find Fang Chen. "No." Fang Chen gave a helpless smile. He actually needed to make an appointment to see Manager Guan. Seventh sister didn't tell him this. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Who in our company ordered takeout? Why did they let this guy in?" Fang Chen frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a haughty young man standing not far away, looking at him. He was wearing a clean and tidy suit with a work ID card hanging on his chest. "Hello, Manager Tang." The receptionist quickly greeted the man. "Manager Tang?" Fang Chen was slightly stunned. This guy was actually the manager of his Seventh Sister's clothing company? The man's name is Tang Jiaming. Fang Chen met him half a year ago when he was delivering a takeaway. At that time, the guy was bullying an old man who was picking up rubbish. Fang Chen went for it without thinking, and as a result, he became enemies with this guy. This guy would find someone to fake orders every few days, and whenever Fang Chen was found on the list, he would give him a malicious bad review. Fang Chen's original 5-star brother logo disappeared instantly. The key is that Fang Chen has no way to deal with him. Tang Jiaming sneered and said, "Kid, it's working hours now. Our company does not allow outsiders. Get out of here now." Fang Chen glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. If it were before, Fang Chen might have been a little scared when he knew that the latter was the manager of such a large company. But now, ha ha. This is the company of seventh sister Fang Jiran, and now Fang Chen has become the helmsman. It can be said that the power of life and death of the entire Tianding clothing company is in the hands of Fang Chen. With different identities, the pattern is naturally different. Now, Fang Chen is too lazy to argue with him here. "Well, please inform Manager Guan and tell her that Fang Chen is waiting for her downstairs and ask her to come down to pick me up." Fang Chen? When the receptionist heard the name, she was slightly stunned. When she went to work in the morning, the general manager greeted her specifically. Upon hearing the name, the receptionist did not dare to be negligent at all. He quickly dialed the intercom line in the general manager's office. Tang Jiaming on the side saw that Fang Chen ignored him and immediately got furious. "Boy, why are you putting on so much airs? Our general manager is such a big shot, do you think you can see him whenever you want? Fang Chen, you are not trying to tell me that our general manager ordered takeout? Do you think you can ignore Tang Jiaming by keeping quiet? I'm just a poor delivery boy, Why am I pretending? Fang Chen thought he was being too noisy and said directly, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. What's wrong with people nowadays? Do they have to show off their sense of superiority? Hearing this, Tang Jiaming was immediately furious. You little jerk, I'm the manager of this company. Who are you to speak to me in such a tone? Fang Chen gave him a disdainful look and remained silent. Tang Jiaming sneered and said to himself, I still don't believe it. A poor delivery boy like you can actually get Manager Guan to come down and pick you up. Soon, the receptionist got Guan Yuetong's answer. He quickly put on a respectful attitude and said to Fang Chen, Mr. Fang, our general manager said she is in a meeting, please wait a moment. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Suddenly, Tang Jiaming laughed out loud twice and thought to himself, boy, I told you to pretend, Manager Guan really want to come down to pick you up. As soon as he thought of this, he wanted to speak, but before he could continue to mock. The receptionist then said, Mr. Fang Chen, would you like something to drink? I'll go out and buy it right away. As soon as these words came out, Tang Jiaming's mouth opened wide with disbelief. What the hell? Since the general manager doesn't even come down, shouldn't we kick this guy out? What is this receptionist doing? When Fang Chen heard this, he didn't bother to be polite with her. In that case, how about a cup of oolong tea? I'd like it at room temperature. Please wait a moment, I'll go out and buy it. Upon hearing this, the receptionist immediately prepared to walk out of the company to buy milk tea for Fang Chen. Tang Ningde was confused. What was going on? Tang Jiaming said subconsciously, since you are going out, please bring me a cup of 8 treasure tea. As soon as the words fell, the receptionist turned her head to look at him, shook her head and said, Sorry, Manager Tang, it's working hours now. What you are doing is against company regulations. Clam? Tang Jiaming's face turned red instantly. Is this receptionist crazy? He is the manager of the company. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be polite to yourself? Why is it that Fang Chen is treated so well? I'm your manager, why not? This guy is just a delivery guy, why would you buy it for him? Tang Jiaming was furious. Fang Chen, who was standing beside him, raised the corner of his mouth when he heard that. The receptionist said without turning her head, Mr. Fang Chen has privileges, sorry, you don't. Privileges? What privileges does this kid have? No one in the company has privileges. Come back here and don't buy milk tea for this brat. As a manager, I was actually confronted by the receptionist. And this happened in front of Fang Chen, the poor boy whom he used to look down upon. Where could Tang Jiaming put his face? What a bullshit privilege. As a manager, I have no special privileges. What makes Fang Chen so capable? Asshole. The veins on Tang Jiaming's forehead twitched. Fang Chen, what kind of magic potion did you give to this receptionist that made her trust you so much? Fang Chen glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. There is no way to communicate with SB. Tang Jiaming gritted his teeth. This kid actually dared to ignore him. He immediately became furious and said, No one in the company has privileges. Even if the emperor comes today, this guy has to get out of here. The next moment, Tang Jiaming waved his hand and shouted, I'm going to bring you back to your original form. Don't even think about deceiving the general manager. Security guard, kick this swindler out. 2 burly security guards rushed over upon hearing the news. He wanted to attack Fang Chen directly. Tang Jiaming, seeing this scene, was immediately filled with smugness and thought to himself, I asked you to pretend, you can fool the general manager but not me, you are nothing more than a bad boy who delivers takeout. When the receptionist saw the security guard coming, she immediately became anxious. She cried out with tears in her eyes. Stop it, don't disrespect the other gentleman. Otherwise, the general manager will blame you, and you can't afford the price. Hearing this, Tang Jiaming's sneer widened. I can't afford it? I'm a manager, what price can I not afford? But you are trying to please a poor boy with no reputation, which disgraces the company's image, you should be punished more. He was proud of his status and didn't want to argue with a front desk receptionist. But now, the receptionist repeatedly offended him, making him completely desperate. I will report today's incident to the general manager and make you pay. Tang Jiaming threatened the receptionist coldly. At this moment, a girl's voice suddenly came. If anyone dares to touch him, just let me know. Tang Jiaming, I think you don't want to stay in the company anymore. Chapter 19, Direct Dismissal. General Manager. As this graceful figure appeared at the elevator entrance, everyone in the hall was attracted to her. Even many men were shocked when they saw this sexy and hot woman. Suddenly, a feeling of dry mouth and tongue rose from the abdomen. Tang Jiaming stared at the pretty figure and exclaimed, "General Manager? Why are you coming down?" Guan Yuetong was walking towards this direction with a document in her hand. Is she the general manager of this company? Guan Yuetong? Fong Chen looked the woman up and down. She was wearing a hollow ice blue tight skirt that covered her slender waist. The deep V neckline of the professional suit revealed a hint of white on her swan neck. The lower body is matched with black jeans, which highlight the slender and straight legs. Her long burgundy hair was tied up high, and she wore a pair of black framed glasses commonly seen among professional women. Her sneakers made crisp sounds as she walked on the ground. It gives people a sense of vitality and youthfulness that is rare among professional women. Gurgle. With the appearance of Guan Yuetong, countless people in the hall swallowed their saliva in secret. It seemed as if the temperature in the air had risen a few degrees. Fong Chen's eyelids also twitched. When my seventh sister was selecting the core elites, she would not use appearance as the prerequisite criterion for scoring, right? It can be said that Guan Yuetong in front of us is also a great beauty. Compared to her seventh sister Fong Jiran, she is not much inferior, but it may be because she lacks the temperament of someone who has been in a superior position for a long time like Fong Jiran. It's a little off, but even so, she is still an absolutely stunning beauty who is one in a million. Hello, Master Fong, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I was a bit busy with the company's internal affairs and wasted a little time. Guan Yuetong spoke to Fong Chen, with a look of deep apology on her pretty face. As she bent down, Fong Chen's eyes were attracted by the deep whiteness. Ahem, it's okay, General Manager Guan. Fong Chen said with a dry cough. Guan Yuetong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the latter did not seem to blame her. Then she greeted the latter with a smile on her pretty face. Fong Chen politely shook hands with her and then let go. You can call me Xiaotong, that's what Mr. Fong calls me. Fong Chen nodded, and that touch of white seemed to be imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. He said awkwardly, okay, then I will call you Sister Xiaotong from now on. Guan Yuetong smiled and waved to the receptionist. Buy the things that young Master Fong asked you to buy just now quickly and send them directly to my office later. Let's go, young Master Fong. The first batch of customers will arrive soon and be waiting for you to take charge. Ever since Guan Yuetong appeared, Fong Chen has been particularly friendly to her. Tang Jiaming was stunned where he stood, and it looked like Fong Chen was about to go upstairs for a meeting with the general manager. Tang Jiaming immediately stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Mr. Guan, don't be fooled by this guy. Guan Yuetong frowned. How could Tang Jiaming be so tactless? Before she could speak, Tang Jiaming pointed at Fong Chen's nose and said, You little bastard, tell me, what kind of magic potion did you feed our general manager Guan? I tell you, I know all your details. Guan Yuetong frowned. Tang Jiaming was still talking. You can fool others, but you can't fool me, don't even think about it. Bang, get out of the way. Guan Yuetong really couldn't help it. How could there be such an idiot in the world? She slapped Tang Jiaming directly on the face. The woman seemed to be quite strong, and she hit Tang Jiaming so hard that he staggered. Looking at Guan Yuetong's cold gaze, Tang Jiaming shuddered suddenly. When he questioned Fong Chen's identity, wasn't he indirectly questioning Guan Yuetong's IQ? Guan Yuetong is not an idiot. Fong Jiran is President Fong's biological brother. Could it be possible that I made a mistake? Tang Jiaming, your family spent money to send you to our company to learn experience. Now it seems that you have brought shame to your father. Guan Yuetong spoke directly and without any politeness. Tang Jiaming gritted his teeth and looked at Fong Chen with disdain. He said, I am also doing this for the company. This guy has no background at all, don't be fooled by him. Background? Ha ha. Guan Yuetong couldn't help sneering. He, Fong Chen, young Master Fong, the younger brother of Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group's real estate company. Do you think he has no background? The company belongs to someone else, what can he cheat me of? After Guan Yuetong finished speaking, she pulled Fong Chen and pushed Tang Jiaming away. This kind of idiot can no longer stay in the company. Do you think you are so awesome? Fong Chen glanced at Tang Jiaming, then asked Guan Yuetong, Sister Xiaotong, can I fire this idiot? Well, of course. Mr. Fong has instructed that everything in this company is up to you. What's more, this guy was just sent to the company by his family to study. We don't want him anymore and he's just a hindrance. He talked back to you today, so it's just right to fire him." After Guan Yuetong finished speaking, Fong Chen looked at Tang Jiaming with pity. "Then you can get out." Upon hearing this, Tang Jiaming turned pale and stood there in a daze, his mind filled with Guan Yuetong's last cold look and Fong Chen's words, "You can get out now." I was fired? How is this possible? After all, I spent money to come here to study. He and Tianding also signed a contract. Fong Chen fired him because of a word from him? He fired him just like that? Isn't that too exaggerated? Fong Chen actually has such great power? He suddenly remembered what Guan Yuetong had just said, the younger brother of Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group. This kid Fong Chen is actually Fong Jiran's younger brother? How is that possible? Isn't he a poor delivery boy? Tang Jiaming's face turned pale. Was he fired just like that? You know, his father spent a lot of money to send him here to study. Just because he offended Fong Chen, he was fired so easily? When he got home, he didn't know how furious his father would be. Whenever he thought of that scene, Tang Jiaming's face was filled with fear and terror. P.S. After I finished writing the book at 8:30 in the morning, I went to bed, and then turned on the computer in the afternoon. The folder where I saved the manuscript on Mac suddenly showed that the file was damaged or cut, and then it could not be opened at all. There were about 50,000 words of manuscripts in it. I was completely upset. I tried for more than 2 hours, and I really couldn't fix it myself. I will take it to a computer repairman tomorrow to have a look. If I can't find it, I'm afraid I can only rewrite it. Alas, my whole mentality is a little broken. I can't update today. I'll take a day off. If the manuscript is found, I will update for 3 days later. Chapter 20, It's Them. Fong Chen followed Guan Yuetong into the elevator, and the two went directly to the top floor. Fong Chen was once again shocked by the Seventh Sister's strong financial resources. It is just a branch of Tianding Group, a company specializing in clothing business. They actually used a building as an office for a clothing company? Isn't this such a waste of resources? However, thinking of his Seventh Sister's personality, and the fact that the latter was engaged in real estate development, Fong Chen was instantly relieved. In the eyes of others, every inch of real estate is worth a lot of money, but in the eyes of Seventh Sister, she might not even blink an eye at squandering it casually, right? Guan Yuetong pointed to the sofa and motioned Fong Chen to sit down and chat. "Please sit down, the first batch of customers will be here soon." Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. In his hand, he still held the document that Xiao Bai had given him before. It listed many potential partners of Tianding Clothing. Of course, this is not the other party coming to choose Tianding. Instead, it was Fong Chen who chose the partners. After all, the name of Seventh Sister Fong Jiran was known to everyone in the entire imperial capital. Tianding's name is a golden signboard. Even if it is a sideline industry, it will definitely occupy the most advantageous position in business negotiations. By the way, Sister Xiaodong, what's going on with this Yu family? Fong Chen is still more concerned about the Yu family, since he is now the decision maker of the company. Now Fong Chen has absolute say in the selection of partners. He wanted to know what kind of expression Yu Guohui would have if he saw him in Tianding's conference room. There is such a relationship. It shouldn't be difficult for Fong Chen to help old Yu get an invitation letter to return to the family, right? Guan Yuetong poured a glass of water for Fong Chen, then handed it to the latter and said with a smile, "Yu family? Are you talking about the Yu family in Beijing? It seems that the young master has done some special preparation before coming here." Fong Chen was immediately ashamed, if it weren't for the fact that the information Xiao Bai prepared was very comprehensive. "I guess after I come in, I will have to ask all kinds of questions, like a headless fly." Guan Yuetong sat in front of Fong Chen and said, "In fact, the current situation is almost the same as you know. Tianding Clothing Company has the huge financial support of Mr. Fong's Tianding Group headquarters behind it. So the leading brands in the imperial capital market can no longer satisfy our appetite. In order to seek better development, Mr. Fong decided to let us promote our own brand. However, it is no longer so easy to rely solely on our own strength. After all, our company's main transportation lines and production lines are all in China. If we want to develop overseas, we will definitely need the help and support of some partners. This is the temporary strategic plan for the development of our company. Guan Yuetong gave Fang Chen a brief and clear explanation. Fang Chen nodded, knowing that the woman had not finished speaking and there must be a follow-up. Fang Chen had basically reviewed what she had just said on the way here. Guan Yuetong pursed her red lips, exhaled a sweet breath, blew on the hot tea in front of her, and took a sip of the tea. The girl cleared her throat and continued. Currently, among the partners we are considering, the Yu family in Beijing is indeed among the top. After all, as an aristocratic family in Beijing, they have quite rich and vast overseas transportation channels and promotion resources. In this regard, we can make use of them and achieve a win-win cooperation. After saying that, Guan Yuetong took another sip of tea. It was obvious that the woman had been busy from the meeting until now, and only now did she have the chance to drink some water to relax. Fang Chen nodded. In that case, we have an absolute dominant position in this cooperation, right? What is the use of just having channels and promotional resources? Without products, is promotion just air? If the Yu family in Beijing really has some outstanding products, why would they come to Tianding Group for cooperation? They have long used those connections to do their own things. Having said that, Fang Chen could roughly understand that his seven sisters' so-called small company was not as bad as his seventh sister said. I'm afraid that in the entire clothing industry, Tianding is also considered a giant. Guan Yuetong smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence on her pretty face. Yes, master, in all of Mr. Feng's projects, we have never relied on others. We always eat the meat and our partners drink the soup. When Guan Yuetong said this, Fang Chen could clearly see a hint of admiration and yearning in the girl's eyes. Come to think of it, maybe my seventh sister is her idol? With or without them, it doesn't matter to Tianding. If it weren't for saving some unnecessary expenses, we could even spend our own money to train the team and slowly open up and develop overseas markets. It's just that this may take longer time. After the words fell, Fang Chen understood completely. If that's the case, then I should be qualified to make decisions on these matters, right? Fang Chen's idea was very simple, since the cooperation was very important to the Yu family. It would be better to just give the contract to the Yu family. If Yu Guohui and his son still don't appreciate it, Fang Chen has plenty of ways to deal with them. Yes, sir. That's good. I'll have to trouble Sister Xiaotong to arrange it. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was a knock on Guan Yuetong's office door. Young master, your oolong tea is ready. General manager, our first batch of customers has arrived. I just took them to the reception room. The receptionist who was at the front desk came over. She respectfully handed the drink to Fang Chen, who smiled and stood up, stretching his limbs. Let's go then. Young master, please go to the meeting room first. I'll get some information and the contract. Please wait for a moment. Okay. Seeing Guan Yuetong going to print something, Fang Chen followed the receptionist into the meeting room next door. This manager Guan is really a workaholic. Her office is built next to the conference room. I guess it's because she is very busy on weekdays and has meetings one after another? In this way, Manager Guan has made an indelible contribution to the company's prosperity. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen planned to invite Manager Guan out for dinner after the meeting, and at the same time learn some of her experience and insights in management. Even though you're a boss, if you go out you know nothing when people ask you anything. Wouldn't that make Fang Chen seem really useless and embarrassing? The decoration inside the conference room is extremely simple, with only a very long conference table and a row of computers. Fang Chen casually looked around the conference room and nodded slightly. To be honest, Fang Chen personally quite likes this simple decoration. When it comes to the details of life, Fang Chen never pursues extravagance. Of course, it was because he had no money before. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. The receptionist put down his drink and left. In the huge conference room, Fang Chen was the only one left. He was thinking about how to start the conversation later, when suddenly the door of the conference room was pushed open. Soon a middle-aged man and a young man came in. A hint of amusement flashed in Fang Chen's eyes, and a playful sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be the father and son of the Yu family. P.S. Thanks to WPS, it's amazing. I didn't get a good night's rest because I lost my saved manuscript. In the morning, I bought a membership for WPS and tried to repair the file. It worked. The manuscript was recovered immediately. I'm so excited. 3 updates today. Chapter 21, Manager Che. The first thing Yu Guohui noticed when he entered the conference room was Fang Chen. Both the father and the son showed a puzzled expression. Yu Guohui frowned and said, "Why are you here?" "Hey, it's you? Are you following us?" Yu Mingyuan spoke more directly, and his face became embarrassed when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen was the person invited by the criminal Yu Qiushan to receive them. Yu Qiushan's purpose was obvious. He wanted to please the father and son and get a chance to return to the family. Now, Fang Chen appears here. Could it be that he has been following him all the way here? Fang Chen turned his boss chair and looked at the father and son in front of him with a calm gaze. Yu Guohui initially had the same idea as his son. So he subconsciously asked, "How did you get in?" When he and his son came in just now, there was a strict inspection at the door. If they didn't wear their work badges or have someone like an assistant to pick them up, they couldn't get in at all. How did this guy get in? Moreover, Fang Chen didn't even have a work badge on him. Could it be that he sneaked in to take advantage of the chaos? You really have ulterior motives. You actually followed us all the way. Yu Mingyuan was not a good-tempered person. He immediately felt that Fang Chen must have come to Tianding just to please them father and son. Only Yu Guohui thought about it a little and felt that something was wrong. Even if this kid managed to sneak in, he shouldn't appear in this meeting room so blatantly. He didn't wear his work ID, so unless he was a staff member working here, he would probably be kicked out. What's more, how did he know that he and his son would come to the conference room? For a moment, Yu Guohui's eyes rolled around a few times, and then he said with relief, "I think you are working here, right?" Fang Chen glanced at the two of them indifferently and let them think whatever they wanted. "No wonder you're here, turns out you're just a worker." Yu Mingyuan sneered twice and tossed the Lamborghini car keys in his hand. "Yu Guohui, Tao. Where is your general manager?" Fang Chen said lightly, "Sister Xiaotong is printing something." Then, Fang Chen said directly to Yu Guohui and his son, "This cooperation should be very important to your Yu family, right? In this case, I will say it straight to the point. As long as you can give Yu Qiushan a chance to return to his roots, I will hand over the overseas market development of Tianding Group to your Yu family." The words fell. There was a sudden silence in the conference room. The next moment, two deafening bursts of laughter broke out, and Yu Guohui and his son laughed so hard that they fell backwards. "What the hell? What did I hear? I'm dying of laughter." Yu Mingyuan pointed at Fang Chen and laughed and said, "Boy, who do you think you are? Do you still have the final say in the Tianding Group? Stop joking. Aren't you just a kid working here? You act like you have the final say here. If you can just give me this project, not to mention letting Yu Qiushan return to the family, I'll even perform a handstand and eat shit for you." As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen looked at Yu Mingyuan with a strange look. This kid seems to have a special preference for eating shit. The scene of eating shit upside down was so beautiful that Fang Chen imagined it in his mind for a moment. The scene was lingering in his mind, and Fang Chen felt a chill. He shook his head and cleared the image from his mind. Fang Chen shuddered subconsciously. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Since you are working here, go and make us some tea. We have come all the way here and are hungry. Go and buy some food for my son." Yu Guohui gave a direct order. Fang Chen was stunned and completely confused. "I was just about to talk to you about cooperation. Why did you suddenly ask me to pour tea?" I was unable to react for a long while. "Want me to pour you tea? Are you kidding me?" As Yu Guohui finished speaking, a middle-aged man happened to push open the door of the conference room. "Ha? Who are you? Who asked you to sit here?" The middle-aged man saw Fang Chen sitting at the head of the conference table, frowned immediately and said unhappily. Behind the middle-aged man, there was an old man. When Yu Guohui saw the middle-aged man and the old man, he immediately took 2 steps forward. "Manager Che, Chairman Zhang, hello, long time no see." Fang Chen noticed with his sharp eyes that the man called Manager Che had a manager's work ID card on his waist. Fang Chen was embarrassed. Why does Seventh Sister S Clothing Company have so many managers? Not only did Tang Jiaming pay money to come in and study, and even managed to get a manager position, but he didn't expect that this middle-aged man in front of him would look particularly wretched. He is actually a manager. Ahem, how many managers does Seventh Sisters Company have? But who is the old man behind Manager Che? From what Yu Guohui called him, it seems that his name is Zhang Dong. Could he be the chairman? Fang Chen glanced at the two of them and opened his mouth to explain. Unexpectedly, Yu Guohui pointed at Fang Chen and sneered. Manager Che, is this an employee of your company? I asked him to pour me some hot tea, but there was no response for a long time. Is this the service attitude of your employees? As soon as Yu Guohui finished speaking, Manager Che and Director Zhang frowned. He said directly, which department are you from? Don't you know that the person in front of you is our customer? Get up quickly and help the customer pour water. I saw Fong Chen sitting leisurely at the first seat of the conference room table. Manager Che was so embarrassed by Yu Guohui's words that he immediately vented his anger. We're sorry. We failed to discipline our subordinates. Please go to the reception room and take a rest. There are some specially prepared desserts and drinks. Seeing Yu Guohui and his son walking past Fong Chen in a haughty manner, especially when Yu Mingyuan turned around and gave Fong Chen a sarcastic look when he left. It seems to be a satire on the latter. Fong Chen glanced at him indifferently. What a crappy car manager. Does this guy really think he is the only one in charge in the company? Judging from the feeling between his words, he seems to be acting as if the sky is the most important and he is second to nothing. You know, in this company, Fong Chen is the one who has the final say. Damn, I really gave him face. The entire company belongs to my seventh sister. Why should you be so arrogant as a mere manager? Fong Chen curled his lips in disdain. You, go get me a glass of water. Hearing Fong Chen's words, both Manager Che and Mr. Zhang behind him were stunned. Let Manager Che pour him some water? Is this kid crazy? He's the manager. Looking at this young boy, he must be a jerk working in the company, right? How dare a worker talk to me like this? Is he looking for death? In an instant, Manager Che's face fell. What did you say, you little bastard? What did I say? Are you deaf? Go get me some water, I'm thirsty, Fong Chen replied indifferently. This car manager is not a good person either. He looks down on people and has preconceived ideas, and is completely trying to please Yu Guohui and his son. What Fong Chen hates most in his life is this kind of guy who bullies others by taking advantage of his power. He planned to teach the car manager a lesson. As soon as these words came out. On the other side, the car manager sneered, Boy, do you know who you are talking to? I know, aren't you just a car manager? Fong Chen glanced at him indifferently. Damn it, knowing that I'm the manager, how dare a brat talk to me like that? Aren't you afraid of being fired by me? You are so ignorant. Fong Chen didn't take him seriously at all. He was the manager who had the power of life and death over the company's personnel appointments. How long has it been since someone dared to talk to him like this? How dare he, a young brat? Manager Che's face suddenly darkened. Director Zhang behind Manager Che made a joke with a strange look in his eyes. Manager Che, I never expected that one day even you would be looked down upon by a greenhorn employee. Manager Che's face became increasingly embarrassed. Hearing this, Fong Chen said lightly, Who told you that I am an employee of this company? Not an employee? Manager Che's expression became even uglier. It looks like he's here to cause trouble. Lao Che, let's call security. Manager Che immediately pressed the security call button in the conference room. Come here, security guard, kick this ignorant kid out. Soon, there was a noisy sound of footsteps coming from the corridor outside. A team of security guards pushed open the door of the conference room, and the leading security guard immediately saw a young man with his legs crossed at the first seat in the conference room. Zhang Dong pursed his lips in the direction of Fong Chen. Kick this troublemaker out of here. The meaning is already very clear. The leading security captain looked Fong Chen up and down. He did not see the identification card that company employees were required to carry on Fong Chen, so he said, Sir, you are not wearing your work ID. I think we need to ask you to leave. Does that mean everyone in the company needs to wear a work badge? Fong Chen took a sip of the 8 treasure tea in his hand. Manager Che said coldly, Of course, why are you still wasting time talking to this brat? Get him out of here right now. It is true that employees within the company need to carry work IDs, but he doesn't. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A graceful figure appeared here. The woman was holding a bunch of documents in her hand and walked directly to the conference table. As the woman appeared, Manager Che's mouth twitched. Hello, General Manager. Who else could the woman appearing in the conference room at this moment be other than Guan Yuetong? PS second update today. Chapter 22, The Consequences of Offending Fong Chen. Who else could the woman appearing in the conference room at this moment be other than Guan Yuetong? Guan Yuetong was a person who was directly parachuted into Tianding Clothing Company by Fong Jiran, and belonged to Fong Jiran's team. Naturally, he is not an enemy of some of the older employees within the company. After all, those who had followed Fong Jiran to start a business in the early years saw Fong Jiran take charge of a larger real estate company. They all thought that they could get a bigger share of the Tianding Clothing Company. After all, a woman has to be in charge of Tianding Group, so how can she take care of both? Tianding Clothing Company must delegate power. But who knew that Fong Jiran had always been on guard against these old guys and actually parachuted in a general manager? That is Guan Yuetong. It can be said that the woman is the one who has complete say over Fong Jiran. Exercise various rights on behalf of the chairman. Their chance to make money from the company was once again snuffed out. In other words, Guan Yuetong was completely holding them back. This makes it completely impossible for early company board members to exercise their rights. The relationship between the two parties is naturally not right, especially people like Mr. Zhang. At one point they thought that Fong Jiran was an ungrateful woman. After the company was established, they actually filmed a little girl coming over and pressing on their heads. Then, seeing that Guan Yuetong seemed to be speaking for Fong Chen, Zhang Dong immediately showed an unhappy look. In the company, apart from visiting customers and the chairman, who else does not need to wear a work ID? He and Guan Yuetong originally belonged to two different factions, and seeing Manager Che being humiliated, he immediately interrupted and spoke up. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Zhang Dong was not very convinced by Sister Xiaotong. Other people do need it, but he doesn't. Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pity as she glanced at Zhang Dong. The chairman has the power of life and death within the company. Manager Che and Director Zhang offended Fong Chen today. These two guys. I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye from now on. Director Zhang frowned, and deep down he felt that Guan Yuetong was taking the opportunity to make trouble. Wasn't she just trying to scare him? How could a mere little brat be someone that he couldn't afford to offend within the company? You are exaggerating. Guan Yuetong, do you think I was scared? Security, kick this guy out. I want to see the identity of a boy without a work ID. Director Zhang spoke directly and calmly. The security guards were ready to take action. Let me see who dares. Guan Yuetong said sternly with a cold face, this person is Chairman Fong Jiran's younger brother. He is the chairman appointed by President Fong to the company. This sentence was like dropping a bombshell on the calm lake. 1,000 waves were stirred up instantly. As Guan Yuetong finished speaking, Manager Che and Mr. Zhang's expressions suddenly changed drastically. What the hell? The chairman appointed by Mr. Fong? Fong Jiran's younger brother? Although these board members privately complained about Fong Jiran, and even occasionally pretended to obey Guan Yuetong's arrangements, but they always know it in their hearts. The reason why Fong Jiran is still able to stay in the company is actually because he is thinking of the feelings he had when he accompanied the latter in starting the business. Otherwise, Fong Jiran could simply kick out all of these board members who were taking advantage of their seniority. Being able to turn a blind eye to their little tricks behind the scenes is already Fong Jiran's greatest favor. Who would have thought that today I would actually provoke Fong Jiran's brother? Director Zhang's face was full of horror, which Guan Yuetong saw made the woman's red lips slightly raise, and she felt secretly happy. This old man usually pretends to obey many of her orders but actually disobeys them. He even relied on his seniority to embarrass Guan Yuetong at every turn in the board meetings. If Fong Jiran had not delegated power to Guan Yuetong, the woman would have wanted to kick this old guy out of the company long ago. Fong Chen stood up slowly and indifferently. Those security guards who were watching them eagerly just now no longer dared to show their heads. At this moment, the best option was to protect themselves. What's more, they are just workers, how could they possibly provoke Fong Chen? I heard that the young man in front of me was actually the new chairman. The security guards looked at each other, then moved towards the door of the meeting room without leaving a trace. The fight between gods has nothing to do with them. At this time, it is better to evacuate the battlefield. Manager Che's face was full of disbelief. This brat is the chairman? How is it possible? Is Fong Jiran crazy? He actually appointed such a greenhorn to be in charge of the situation? Director Zhang gritted his teeth. Although he found it difficult to accept the fact, he knew it. Guan Yuetong would never lie about matters of right and wrong, and it was even more impossible for her to play such a joke on him to scare him just for a momentary dispute of pride. In other words, the boy in front of him looked to be around 20 years old. He really is the new chairman of their company. It's over. This time, he didn't understand the situation at all and contradicted the chairman right away, completely offending Fong Chen. Damn it, when did Fong Jiran have a younger brother? Director Zhang roared in anger in his heart, but he still had to face the reality. He watched Fong Chen walk towards him step by step with a sneer on his face. Mr. Zhang subconsciously took a few steps back, a streak of cold sweat running down his forehead. Originally, Fong Chen's entire outfit was worth no more than 200 yuan worth of cheap goods. At this moment, it gives people a feeling of being low-key and introverted, and the thin figure of the young man seems to be taller. It seemed as if infinite pressure was coming from the latter's thin body. This makes the latter feel suffocated and unable to breathe. Old man, didn't you just say you were going to deal with me? Fong Chen glanced at him calmly and said. Director Zhang said sternly, don't be so proud. Let me tell you, even Fong Jiran's personnel appointment can be abolished by our board of directors together. Guan Yuetong said with a smile, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, President Fong has given young Master Fong Chen the greatest authority. He is qualified to manage all matters within the company. What? Is Fong Jiran really willing to hand over the company to such a young kid? Doesn't she worry at all that something might go wrong in the company under his management? At this moment, Mr. Zhang and Manager Che were completely panicked. At this moment, Fong Chen said calmly, Seventh sister, what will be the punishment for contradicting the chairman within the company and insulting the former board director? Manager Che and Director Zhang were sweating profusely on their foreheads. Fong Chen's phone had been on speaker mode for some time, and at this moment, the devil's cold voice came from the phone. Remove from all positions and freeze all income from the company. That voice was too familiar to Mr. Zhang and Manager Che. Hearing Fong Jiran's voice, the two men's bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. It's really because I have accompanied Fong Jiran in starting his business over the years. As the saying goes, business is like a battlefield. In that invisible struggle, it is full of intrigue and deception. And Fong Jiran. It is at the top of the food chain. They have witnessed too many cruel methods used by women. For a woman to make her fortune in such a brutal business, one can imagine what a terrifying existence the latter is. Did you hear that? In that case, then you too should pack up and go home. After saying that, Fong Chen no longer paid any attention to Manager Che and Director Zhang behind him, whose faces kept turning blue and red. Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and brilliance. Mr. Fong's younger brother has inherited the former's style of doing things. He acted decisively and swiftly, without any hesitation or procrastination, and appeared to be extremely resolute. You cannot be indecisive in the business world. A moment of hesitation may lead to missing the best decision-making opportunity. By then, a series of troubles will follow. Impossible, I don't believe it. I have worked hard for the company over the years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Fong Jiran, how dare you let a young boy bully me and even fire me? You know, I know a lot of internal company secrets. Mr. Zhang doesn't want to lose this job. He felt comfortable working at Tianding Garment Company and could get dividends for free just by virtue of his status as a veteran. Isn't it nice to count money until your hands are tired? Once he leaves Tianding, with his abilities, how can he find another job with the same salary as his current one? Threaten me? Guan Yuetong sneered. She glanced at Director Zhang calmly and said immediately. What you said reminds me. Zhang Jilong, you rely on your status to bully others within the company. Do you think our President Fong doesn't know that you embezzled public funds and enriched yourself? The idea for one of our fashion exhibitions was leaked before. Was it you who was responsible? Guan Yuetong suddenly said in a deep voice, and as each word came out, Director Zhang's face suddenly turned pale. At that time, the employees had already reported the matter to me, but President Fong was reluctant to take action against you because of the old relationship between you two. Since you said so, I think you don't have to leave. You can spend your later years in prison. P.S. I fell asleep in the afternoon, and woke up at around 12 o'clock. I'm so sorry, editor, sorry, I'll continue with 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 23, How much does Seventh Sister want to sell herself? After she finished speaking, Guan Yuetong's face was already covered with frost, and her delicate features showed no expression at all. Director Zhang no longer had the arrogant attitude he had just now, and his face looked as pale as death. It's over. He really didn't expect that he had been doing all these things secretly behind Fong Jiran's back all these years. The woman actually knew the truth, and he still thought that he was very clever and had successfully concealed the truth. This time, the relationship was completely broken off, and it was obvious that Guan Yuetong would no longer show him any mercy. Just because of his various behaviors over the years. I'm afraid I'll have to spend the rest of my life in prison. After Guan Yuetong finished speaking, she called the security guard and asked him to leave first. His presence in the conference room was an eyesore to Fong Chen. I never thought that this old guy is involved in such a big thing. Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose and said to himself, "Young master, you don't know that, in fact, few of the earliest batch of so-called veterans who followed President Fong are clean. If we really want to investigate, President Fong can send them all to jail." Guan Yuetong walked to Fong Chen and smiled. It's only because Mr. Fong is soft-hearted that he gave these guys a glimmer of hope. Today he has completely offended the young master, so there is no need to worry about these so-called favors anymore. After Guan Yuetong finished speaking, she glanced meaningfully at the documents in the conference room. "Young master, it is definitely not an easy task to run such a big company." Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded in agreement. He had already prepared himself mentally for this when he planned to take over Tianding Clothing Company. "Fortunately, I have obtained a magical system like the hero in the novel. So far, this sign-in system was given to my 7 sisters on the first day. You can only restore your own memory. But who knows what functions can be developed in the future?" Somehow, Fong Chen always felt that this system was not simple. Let's leave it at this for now. Can we temporarily set the Yu family in Beijing as our overseas market partner? Fong Chen took a look at the documents on the table in front of him and sighed secretly. Guan Yuetong was not simple. Just now in her office, the two of them had only exchanged some ideas about the company's next strategic deployment. Fong Chen only revealed a hint of interest in the Yu family in the capital. Unexpectedly, Guan Yuetong had already prepared all the documents, including all the overseas resources of Beijing Yujia, as well as their partners and promotion channel vendors. Fong Chen was completely caught off guard by this. Looking at the woman's beautiful eyes, which seemed to contain magical depth and restraint, Fong Chen secretly sighed that they were amazing. This woman is no ordinary woman. As expected, she is entrusted with such an important task by her 7th sister. There really isn't a simple role. The young master has the final say. Guan Yuetong looked like she was obeying Fong Chen. The woman smiled. "Since the young master has made the decision, I will prepare the contract and inform them." "Okay." Fong Chen nodded, and Guan Yuetong walked out directly, apparently going to print documents again. Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose in dissatisfaction. This woman was really efficient. At this moment, Fong Jiran's voice suddenly came from Fong Chen's phone. "Brother, have you finished?" Fong Chen was slightly stunned. It turned out that his 7th sister had not hung up the phone yet. "Ahem, 7th sister, I fired Mr. Zhang and Manager Che. It won't have any impact on the company, right?" My silly brother, don't be afraid, as long as you make a decision, Sister 7 will support it all." Fong Jiran's voice seemed to have completely changed compared to the coldness just now. At this moment, the woman's voice was filled with deep tenderness, like a clear spring. Just listening to this voice made people feel relaxed and happy. Fong Chen laughed dryly. "7th sister, you trust me too much." "It doesn't matter. You can make your own decisions on the company's internal affairs in the future. If your other 6 sisters knew that I handed the company over to you and you still didn't give up power, they would curse me to death behind my back." A sweet laugh was heard from Fong Jiran. "By the way, why are you so interested in the Yu family in the capital?" Fong Chen smiled. "Well, do you still remember Mr. Yu? He is the old man who adopted me for a year. He is from the Yu family in Beijing." "Oh? That person has this kind of background? It's really unexpected. Could it be that the uncle knew in advance that the company was going to expand into overseas markets and asked you for help?" Fong Jiran's puzzled voice came. "No, it's because the client from the Yu family who came to the company to be in charge of this matter happens to be the person in charge of the Yu family club. I don't know why Mr. Yu was labeled a criminal. Returning to his family and tracing his roots has been his lifelong pursuit. I would like to use this as a bargaining chip." Hearing this, Fong Jiran smiled. "So that's how it is. It's not a big deal. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have found a way for you. The clan meeting of the aristocratic families in the capital invites you every year, but I've never been too lazy to go. Seeing how enthusiastic you are about this, I'm afraid you will go when the time comes? Fang Jiuran said. Yeah, Fang Chen nodded. Old Yu was a criminal in the Yu family. I am afraid that even if I have the opportunity to return to the clan association, I will inevitably be ridiculed by my family. Fang Chen didn't want the old man to be humiliated in the clan meeting. Then I'll check the time and make time to go with you guys. Seventh sister is going too? When Fang Chen heard this, his face suddenly lit up with joy. With the support of his strong-willed and hot-tempered seventh sister, Elder Yu would surely be able to hold his head high in the clan meeting. There is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Fang Chen quickly said, "Thank you, seventh sister." Da. 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 Suddenly, there was the sound of high heels tapping on the ground behind me in the conference room. Without looking back, Fang Chen knew that Guan Yuetong had returned. Oh, by the way, brother, what is your impression of Xiaotong? At this moment, Fang Jiuran's voice suddenly came from the receiver. Fang Chen was slightly stunned. His seventh sister asked at the right time. Guan Yuetong has come back and is now standing right behind me. Could Fang Chen really evaluate others in front of them? Fortunately, Guan Yuetong helped Fang Chen out of this predicament directly. The girl chuckled and said, "Mr. Fang, I am Xiaotong. No wonder my brother didn't speak for a long time, it turns out you're back." Fang Jiuran pondered for a moment and then said, "Xiaotong, what is your first impression of my brother?" Ha! Fang Chen slapped his forehead suddenly. He could probably guess what seventh sister was going to say next, as she asked the two people about their first impressions of each other so directly. How much does seventh sister want to sell herself? Master Fang? He is decisive and manly. I admire his abilities. Guan Yuetong smiled and gave an official answer. Fang Chen stood aside awkwardly, watching Guan Yuetong seem to be chatting with his seventh sister. He couldn't find an excuse to hang up the phone for a while. By the way, I remember there is a lounge in your office. If you feel sleepy, you can squeeze in with your sister Xiaotong. There were several black lines on Fang Chen's head. Don't worry. Your sister Xiaotong was personally selected and trained by seventh sister. She has strong professional abilities and is very valued by seventh sister in every aspect. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and thought to himself, but what does this have to do with me? This is only the first day we met. Seventh sister, do you expect us to go to bed right away? Fang Chen took a sip of the 8 treasure tea in his hand. And, brother, let me tell you, seventh sister can assure you that this is definitely her first time. Puff. This wave of driving caught people off guard and directly broke through the fence and drove onto the highway. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of 8 treasure tea, choking and making his face turn red, and he coughed several times. And as soon as these words came out, the conference room suddenly fell silent. Fang Chen and Guan Yuetong stared at each other. The next moment, a layer of shy blush suddenly covered Guan Yuetong's beautiful face. Mr. Fang, what are you talking about? The impression Guan Yuetong left on Fang Chen just now was that of an independent and strong person, but under a few words from her seventh sister, her face turned red and she looked shy. Obviously, Fang Jiuran's sales pitch caught her off guard. Hey, Xiaotong, you and I have known each other for quite some time. Don't you know my temper? My brother is in good health. I took him for a physical examination yesterday. He will definitely make you happy. Fang Chen knew that he had no choice but to speak. If seventh sister continued to talk, the car might not be able to stop, so he quickly said, "Ahem, seventh sister, well, sister Xiaotong and I have something else to do, so we'll hang up first." After saying that, Fang Chen did not give Fang Jiuran time to continue teasing the two of them. He quickly hung up the phone. Chapter 24, Is the Yu family going to become rich? Hello, brother? In the chairman's office of Tianding Group, Fang Jiuran glanced at the black screen of his phone and sighed helplessly. The jade hand gently lifted the black hair in front of the jade forehead. Does my brother have such high standards? Even an outstanding girl like Xiaotong is not in his eyes? Just then, there was a knock on Fang Jiuran's office. Enter. The woman suppressed her emotions and put on a calm expression. Secretary Xiaobai walked in and said, "Mr. Fang, were you looking for me just now?" Fang Jiuran nodded and said, "Well, notify the Yu family that I will also attend their clan meeting this year." A clan meeting of the Yu family? Mr. Fang is coming in person? Hearing this, Xiaobai's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, but she didn't say much, but nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Fong. Thousands of people were in the empty airport, and not a sound was heard. The slender girl slowly turned her head, her eyes sharp and deep. God of War, are you really leaving? Behind the girl, a female soldier in dark green clothes revealed reluctance in her eyes. She pursed her red lips and spoke. Hearing this, the girl known as the Goddess of War nodded. It's just a few months of vacation, there's no need to be like this. What's the matter this time? Is it because of something? The girl raised her red lips, and her eyes seemed to be filled with deep longing. Because the little guy who ran away from home for a year is back, and I miss him so much. And what if I don't go back? My lovely little brother is monopolized by Xiaoqi. I can't let her be so proud to have my precious little brother all to herself. After saying this, there was a hint of jealousy in the girl's eyes. Even the experienced guards couldn't help but look puzzled. On this day, China's only 5-star general left the military and returned to the city, and the Yenhuang tribe lowered their own flag. Just to send off the God of War. As the two people in the conference room hung up the phone, the atmosphere froze completely. Fang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking, "Seventh sister. You are not looking for a girlfriend for me, you are forcing me to buy and sell. Look how scared you are to Sister Xiaotong, she hasn't reacted yet." The blush on Guan Yuetong's pretty face has not faded yet. Seeing such a shy beauty made Fang Chen's mouth dry. He quickly shook off the bad thoughts in his mind and immediately said, Sister Xiaotong, have you notified the Yu family just now? Seeing that Fang Chen changed the subject, Guan Yuetong raised her head awkwardly. Yes, I have just handed the contract to Yu Guohui and his son. It's time for dinner, how about I take you out for something to eat? Fang Chen scratched the back of his head. When Guan Yuetong heard this, she seemed to remember Fang Jiran's teasing words to the two of them just now, and her pretty face turned red again. Fang Chen was embarrassed. Sister Xiaotong, please don't misunderstand. No, let's go, young master. She waved her hands repeatedly. After saying this, Guan Yuetong seemed to realize that Fang Chen had seen through her inner thoughts, and looked a little embarrassed. He was the first to escape from the meeting room. At the same time, as Fang Jiran asked Xiao Bai to inform the Yu family of the news. Suddenly, the entire Yu family was in an uproar. Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, is coming to attend the Yu family's clan meeting? Fang Chen didn't know about it, it was just a casual notification from his seventh sister Fang Jiran. The entire Yu family fell into madness. Even the old lady immediately convened an emergency meeting. You have to know who Fang Jiran is. To put it bluntly, he is the overlord of the real estate industry in the entire imperial capital. She is even a strong woman who is ranked among the top in the country. It is also a star enterprise supported by the government, and I don't know how many people's employment difficulties it has solved. The female president of such a large group. His social status and position is far beyond what a so-called aristocratic family can achieve. In the past, the Yu family also wanted to establish a relationship with Fang Jiran and make friends with him. But the woman was unwilling to pay any attention to them at all. Unexpectedly, Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, actually informed them today that she would personally attend the next clan meeting. You know, once you get in touch with Fang Jiran, their Yu family has the potential to rise again from an ordinary aristocratic family. By then, they will become a truly super wealthy family in Beijing. As the capital of China, Beijing is home to many hidden talents. Even if they are a noble family, to be honest, they are nothing in the entire upper-class society. Because sometimes some decision-making mistakes can even lead to the collapse of many aristocratic families. And among the aristocratic families, the open and covert struggles between them are not much different from the struggles in the business world. The old lady of the Yu family immediately released the news. Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, will attend the Yu family meeting and inform the other major families in Beijing. In an instant, this incident caused an uproar among those wealthy families. When did the Yu family climb up to Fang Jiran's high branch? Oh my god! Could it be that the Yu family is going to become prosperous? If the Yu family gets the support of Fang Jiran, I'm afraid they will soon become a new aristocratic family in the capital, right? It seems that we should get closer to the Yu family in the future. Conversations like these took place continuously in every corner of the other wealthy families in the capital. The Yi family in Beijing. Hurry, tell someone to take out my 30-year-old daughter's red wine and prepare 100 million for the betrothal gift. I want to marry my daughter to the Yu family. Li family in Beijing. Since both of us made our fortunes in real estate, it would be easier for our Li family and Mr. Fong to cooperate. Forget it. I don't know how the Yu family got so lucky to get there first. Let's get ready quickly. We must not be criticized at the Yu family's clan meeting. We must try to please the old lady. For a time, the Yu family was pushed to the forefront of the capital's upper-class society. Yu Guohui and his son were the first to learn about this explosive news. What? Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, will actually attend this year's clan meeting in person? When Yu Guohui received this information, he almost thought he had seen it wrong. After confirming it again and again, he accepted it with surprise. Then, immediately, a feeling of pride and ecstasy surged in their hearts. It seemed that their Yu family would become prosperous from now on. No wonder I was wondering why Manager Guan gave us the contract directly without even having a meeting at Tianding Garment Company today. I guess the family had already arranged it behind the scenes. It must be someone in the family who got in touch with Mr. Fong, so things went so smoothly today. When he thought of this, Yu Guohui suddenly remembered what Fong Chen had said to them in the conference room. The man curled his lips in disdain and thought to himself, this guy actually said that he can make it easy for us to win this project? This is simply nonsense. At first, when I just got the contract from Guan Yuetong, Yu Mingyuan and his son were completely shocked. They almost thought that it was Fong Chen who helped them. They even suspected whether this unprepossessing young man had some other identity. But now it seems that we can get contracts and projects smoothly. It really has nothing to do with that kid. Thinking of this, Yu Guohui looked down on Fong Chen even more and completely forgot about the matter of Yu Qiushan and Fong Chen. Now that my Yu family has embraced Fong Jiran, the clan meeting will definitely be full of guests. By then, countless people will flock to curry favor with my Yu family, and invitations will definitely be hard to come by. This kid wants to buy me off with just a Lamborghini? Humph, no way. As this thought flashed through Yu Guohui's mind, the wrinkles on his face appeared. It was as if he was thinking of the scene where he counted the money from selling invitation functions until his hands cramped. Chapter 25, The Consequences of Slapping My Face. On the other side, Fong Chen and Guan Yuetong had already sat down in a Western restaurant downstairs of Tianding Clothing Company. The environment here is very elegant and the layout is particularly grand. You can tell at a glance that the cost of such a place is definitely not cheap. Fong Chen and Guan Yuetong had just sat down, and their butts weren't even warm yet. As a result, a young man, about 1.8 meters tall, walked in from the front door. As soon as he came in, he looked around the restaurant. Finally, it seemed to have found its target and landed on Fong Chen's table. His face instantly turned gloomy, and his cold gaze was fixed on Fong Chen. It was like a vicious poisonous snake choosing its prey. Fong Chen was the first to notice the latter's aggressive approach. He frowned and thought, who is this guy? The man stopped directly beside the table of Fong Chen and the other person. Ha, Yuetong, what a coincidence. How come you are here too? Guan Yuetong looked up at the man expressionlessly. It's quite a coincidence. Please don't bother our company's front desk to inform you of my location next time. Puff. As soon as these words came out, Fong Chen burst out laughing. If he still doesn't understand what this guy does, he has lived in vain for all these years. He still knows the most basic way of observing people's words and expressions. It is obvious that this is an avid pursuer of Guan Yuetong. Just at this time, the food ordered by Fong Chen and Guan Yuetong was served. Fong Chen just ordered some food casually. 2 sirloin steaks. As Guan Yuetong finished speaking, the man who came over on his own initiative felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Who is this? Won't you introduce him to me? The man laughed dryly and glanced at Fong Chen, who was sitting opposite Guan Yuetong. Guan Yuetong frowned slightly and said, Lu Mingqi, who I go out with, where I go, and what I do, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Can you please stop paying attention to my private life? Suddenly, the atmosphere froze. The man named Lu Mingqi also looked a little embarrassed, his face turned pale. He had been pursuing Guan Yuetong for a long time, but this woman had never treated him well. In fact, he didn't even know how many times he had asked Guan Yuetong out, but each time the woman cleverly declined him on the grounds of work. Today, when he heard that his goddess left the company during working hours, immediately, after receiving the location report, he rushed over in a hurry. Then he saw a scene that made his eyes burst. The girl he had been pursuing for half a year with no progress was now sitting opposite a man. Although I couldn't hear what they were talking about, I could tell from their expressions. There was laughter and chatter in their conversation. You know, in the past 6 months, Guan Yuetong had never even smiled when facing Lu Mingqi. Lu Mingqi's face turned blue and red alternately, and finally he snorted coldly and cursed directly. Guan Yuetong, I always thought you were as pure as you look, but now it seems that you are just a car. I have never spent so much time on a woman in my life, and still haven't gotten her. I have slept with countless celebrities and internet celebrities, but I have never seen a bitch as hypocritical and noble as you. Why are you pretending, bitch? Humph, how is this guy better than me? Look at the clothes he is wearing. The total amount of his clothes is more than 200 yuan. And what about the things this kid ordered? He came to such a luxurious restaurant and even bought drinks outside in advance? Could it be that he can't even afford the drinks in this Western restaurant? How is this pretty boy better than me? Lu Mingqi kept talking to himself, and became more and more excited, as if he had countless difficulties. If anyone is to blame, it's that he has too good an opinion of himself. All the women he liked in the past were flattering and offered themselves to him. Even many small internet celebrities who pretended to be noble at the beginning gradually fell under his spending of money. Occasionally, he would meet one or two who pretended to be noble, but they would eventually be forced into his hands. In Lu Mingqi's opinion, there is no woman in this world that he cannot get. Even if there is, it is not Guan Yuetong. That's why he kept insisting, hoping to move the woman with his perseverance. After all, compared with those little stars and internet celebrities he had played with in the past, Guan Yuetong was completely different concepts. Guan Yuetong not only has the bonus of being an independent and self-reliant general manager. Moreover, her looks and appearance are far better than those internet celebrities who like to use beauty filters. If you can catch this kind of woman, it would be the most fun to play with her. This is also why Lu Mingqi always appears to be a gentleman in front of Guan Yuetong. But today, after Guan Yuetong publicly criticized him, the man couldn't hold it anymore. He thought to himself, "Bitch, I've been chasing you for half a year but couldn't get your love. I didn't expect that this ugly boy could actually talk and laugh with you. How come? When I think about the woman I've been pursuing for half a year, it's very likely that she has already been taken advantage of by another man." Lu Mingqi's face was gloomy. At this moment, I don't care about my face anymore. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen witnessed Guan Yuetong, who had maintained a calm and cold expression. How did her pretty face become so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it? The guy's words just now seemed to involve him, and Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose in dissatisfaction. It seems that I'm being treated as a soft persimmon again? Bang! Guan Yuetong suddenly stood up, her face full of anger. She stared at Lu Mingqi with burning eyes, her whole body was shaking constantly, while Lu Mingqi had a sneer on his face. There seemed to be an expression of "I have you figured out" on the corner of his mouth. "Humph, I'll give you 200,000 and sleep with me for one night. From now on, I will never harass you again, otherwise. You two dogs, forget about leaving today." As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Mingqi's eyes. He looked up and down at the woman's delicate body and licked his lips greedily. It was as if Guan Yuetong was already in his pocket. Fang Chen was immediately confused. In this day and age, is there anyone who dares to say such things in public? Is his brain broken? Hey, isn't that Lu Mingqi, Prince Lu? At this moment, two waiters not far away recognized Lu Mingqi. Prince Lu? Fang Chen laughed subconsciously when he heard this title. What made Fang Chen curious was that before in the company, when Guan Yuetong faced Tang Jiaming's repeated questioning, she would get angry and slap the other person in the face. Judging from her personality, she is obviously not good at forbearance. How come Lu Mingqi kept pretending to be so impressive, even to the point of insulting Guan Yuetong's personality, but Guan Yuetong didn't explode as she had expected? This young couple is so pitiful. They actually offended Lu Mingqi, who is the Prince Lu of the Black Dragon Society. Yes. Prince Lu is the local boss in this area. It is not a wise choice to offend Lu Mingqi here. Listening to the conversation between the two waitresses, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam of "Fought Black Dragon Society?" When I rescued Yi Qingcheng from the robbers yesterday, the two men seemed to claim to be members of the Black Dragon Society. It seems that the Black Dragon Society is more powerful than I thought. Lu Mingqi, you are shameless and shameless. Shameless? Ha, you are just an O. I thought too highly of you. Just tell me whether you agree or not. If you agree, I will release your little lover immediately. Otherwise, haha. Lu Mingqi squatted down slowly and glanced at Fang Chen, who was eating voraciously. A trace of disdain flashed across his lips. Is this the man Guan Yuetong chose? He's like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. His own woman was being humiliated, and he still had the mood to eat it this time? For a moment, Lu Mingqi directly classified Fang Chen as a useless man who lived off his wife. He subconsciously reached out and patted Fang Chen's face. The latter froze and the movement of his hands suddenly stopped. Guan Yuetong, think about it carefully. It doesn't matter who fucks you. Why let this pretty boy get away with it? Ding, system prompts, strong danger and hostility are detected around the host, the fourth sister of the god of war is rushing here in a hurry. Listening to the electronic prompt in his mind, Fang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a sneer. Hello. He slowly put down the cutlery in his hand. He picked up the white cloth on the table, wiped his mouth, and said lightly, just talk. What do you mean by patting my face? Do you know what the consequences are of slapping me in the face? Chapter 26 I Won't Leave. Do you know what the consequences are of slapping me in the face? Fang Chen glanced at Lu Mingqi indifferently. The latter was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, and then he raised his head and burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. How dare you, a pretty boy, show off in front of me? Do you really think you're someone important? Lu Mingqi said this and slapped the table. But a moment later, a sharp scream came out of his mouth. Ah! Guan Yuetong screamed, and saw that Lu Mingqi's palm on the seat was pierced by the western knife, while Fang Chen was holding the handle of the knife calmly. Twisted at 180 degrees. Snort. Ah! Bastard, you're looking for death. Fang Chen had a blank expression on his face and continued to increase the strength in his hands. Facing Lu Mingqi's provocation, perhaps Guan Yuetong could endure it. But Fang Chen absolutely could not tolerate it. Especially when this bastard slapped his own face. Damn it, do you think a bastard like you can touch my handsome face? Damn, you idiot, I'm not paying attention to you, do you really think you're so awesome? Can't you see I'm eating? Why are you trying to kill yourself? Fang Chen has been delivering takeout for a year and has had countless experiences of carrying buckets to the 6th floor. His arm strength far exceeds that of an average adult, so it is easy for Lu Mingqi to stab a sharp Western-style knife into his palm. What's even more terrifying is that no matter how Lu Mingqi struggled, Fang Chen's hand was firmly on the knife. He was not shaken at all by Lu Mingqi's desperate resistance. The power is as heavy as a rock. Young Master Fang. Guan Yuetong had just seen Fang Chen ignoring Lu Mingqi for a long time, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed with the man. He thought Fang Chen was frightened by the latter's identity as the so-called Prince of the Black Dragon Society. Although it is true that the Black Dragon Society is powerful. But if it was Fang Jiran, he would definitely not be afraid of them. It's just that Fang Chen didn't move for a long time, and he thought that the man's character was very weak. Unexpectedly, the latter was just too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Boy, let go. Let go now. Lu Mingqi's face was full of pain. He never thought that there was someone in this area who dared to attack him. Is this boy a fool? Don't you know what the consequences will be if you provoke me? Fang Chen slowly stood up and looked at the latter with a disdainful look. Apologize to Sister Xiaodong, then kneel on the ground and slap yourself 100 times, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will lose this hand today. Young Master Fang Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. Fang Chen's sudden attack at this moment seemed even more manly, when Guan Yuetong was in despair. Suddenly it brought a ray of hope to the latter. For a time, women with high education and intelligence like Guan Yuetong hated violence the most. But at this moment, Guan Yuetong suddenly felt that Fang Chen looked quite cool. And what about Fang Chen himself? He actually didn't feel anything, he just felt a little unhappy watching Lu Mingqi showing off all the time. What's more, he really hated it when men touched his face. Apologize. Fang Chen frowned, looking at Lu Mingqi who was screaming in front of him, and a feeling of annoyance emerged in his heart. Boy, I tell you, I am the Prince of the Black Dragon Society. You are finished. You dare to touch me. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows, you're so stubborn? Ah! Another miserable scream resounded throughout the Western restaurant. Many employees looked at this scene with horror, only to see a cold light flash in Fang Chen's hand again, and a fork pierced into Lu Mingqi's palm. At this moment, a large amount of blood gushed out. Boy, you. Stop it, stop, I apologize. Lu Mingqi's toughness completely disappeared when he saw Fang Chen pick up another Western knife on the table. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I apologize, I'm sorry, Guan Yuetong. Poof. Fang Chen indifferently pulled out his knife and fork. Lu Mingqi took a few steps back with a pale face, his eyes full of resentment. Also, kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Fang Chen glanced at him, his eyes seemed to say, I've given you a chance, you must cherish it. Otherwise, you will regret it later. Unfortunately, Lu Mingqi did as Fang Chen expected, and sneered with a ferocious look on his face, pointing at the latter's nose and cursing. You're finished, kid, if you have the guts, don't leave. I won't leave, but you'd better call someone to hurry up and don't waste too much of my time. Haven't you ever eaten pork but seen a pig run? Although Fang Chen only has 1 year's memory, he has seen countless Hong Kong movies with similar scenes. Isn't it the favorite thing for these gangster princes to do to call for help? With Lu Mingqi's departure, the entire Western restaurant was left with only a crowd of stunned onlookers. A few bolder waiters came over. Sir, please leave quickly. The man just now was the prince of the Black Dragon Society. If you continue to make trouble, you will definitely suffer. Although it was really satisfying to see Lu Mingqi get humiliated. After all, the latter often relies on his status to do evil in this area. But now, Fang Chen has completely offended Lu Mingqi. The next time this guy comes back, he will definitely bring enough people with him. By then, it would be difficult for Fang Chen to leave even if he wanted to. Fang Chen was a little surprised that the waiter in the restaurant actually spoke to him. However, to him, a mere gangster prince was not something he should take seriously. It's okay. I just want to see what that guy is capable of. By the way, he has sprayed a lot of saliva on the steak. Please give me another serving. Fang Chen said calmly, without any fear in his words. Guan Yuetong was a little nervous. Could it be that young Master Fang was planning to confront the Black Dragon Society head-on? Although according to Mr. Fang Jiran's background, he is not afraid at all. But shouldn't the latter also know about this matter? Otherwise, no matter how powerful Liang Fangchen is behind him, I'm afraid everyone will suffer a loss today. Chapter 27, Xian Yuan God of War. Guan Yuetong thought of this and quickly sent a message to Fang Jiran. Who knew that Fang Jiran actually replied immediately. Don't worry, no one can touch my brother. Seeing Fang Chen's fearless look, the waiter in the restaurant was at a loss. I could only pray for Fang Chen in my heart. I hope this courageous young man doesn't really fall into Lu Mingqi's hands. In less than 5 minutes, the entire Western restaurant building was filled with noisy voices. Fang Chen could even feel the aggressive momentum of hundreds of people coming at him. Are you here? Fang Chen glanced out the window indifferently. Young Master Fang, haven't Mr. Fang's people arrived yet? Guan Yuetong clasped her hands together, sweating from nervousness. Didn't Mr. Fang tell you to rest assured? The other party's people have arrived, but Mr. Fang has not shown up. If they fail at this critical moment, it could be fatal. Seventh Sister's people? I don't need Seventh Sister to help me today. Ah? Guan Yuetong was slightly stunned. At this moment, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the door. Roughly speaking, there were probably about 100 people. The whole building seemed to be shaking. The employees who were watching from the sidelines seemed to sense that a crisis was about to come, and they were all afraid of being affected by the upcoming conflict. He quickly hid far away, leaving a path. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the Western restaurant was kicked open. The first person to come was Lu Mingqi, who had just left in a dusty state. His palm had stopped bleeding and was wrapped in white cloth. It should have been a simple bandage. However, any discerning person could tell from his pale face that this guy still felt pain in his palms from time to time. Following behind Lu Mingqi were a group of ferocious-looking strong men. They all had bare chests and tattoos on their arms, and many of them were holding steel knives, which were particularly eye-catching. It's done quite well, it really has the flavor of Hong Kong movies. Fang Chen glanced at them and complained in his heart. Boy, I didn't expect you actually didn't leave. I really don't know whether to say that you are ignorant of the world or that you are courageous. Lu Mingqi glanced at Fang Chen coldly and spoke directly. At this time, the helpers behind him realized that the person Prince Lu wanted to deal with was this guy. A series of scrutinizing gazes immediately fell on Fang Chen. Especially in the restaurant, There were some people who came later and were a little confused when they saw the situation. As soon as Lu Mingqi opened his mouth, he turned his gaze to Fang Chen. Is this kid brave enough to offend our Crown Prince Lu? Ha! At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "It's you, kid." After he finished speaking, his face immediately turned gloomy. Damn it, I finally found you, and you actually dared to show up in front of us. Ha! Do you know this guy? Lu Mingqi turned his head in confusion, only to see two dark-faced men with gauze on their heads still on, looking sullen and staring straight at Fang Chen not far away. Young master, it was this blind boy who caused us to fail yesterday. In the end, he even took us to the police station. It took a lot of effort for us to get out. The dark-faced man said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lu Mingqi's face became even more sarcastic and he said, "Boy, it's really fate that we meet. It seems that now we have to settle all the new and old grudges together. Guan Yueton, my suggestions are still valid now. Let me sleep for one night and I'll give you 200,000, ha. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the situation at the moment." Fang Chen was completely at a disadvantage. Hundreds of people showed up in this Western restaurant just to deal with this kid. Could it be that Fang Chen, who is a good fighter, can really defeat 100 alone? Those thugs all had knives, guns, sticks, and clubs in their hands. You can tell at first glance that he's not someone you can easily mess with. Guan Yueton was frightened for a moment by this group of vicious thugs. She quickly moved towards Fang Chen, but although the woman's eyes were filled with fear, she showed no intention of letting go. Okay, then I will sleep with you in front of your little lover today, and by the way, I will destroy your little lover. Lu Tianqi licked his lips. He has been coveting Guan Yueton for a long time. Today, he wants to force himself on her. Do you think you can defeat me today? Fang Chen glanced at them indifferently, his face expressionless, without any fear revealed on his face. What else? Did you call for help? I want to see where the people you called are. Do you think that if I don't have the confidence, I can wait here like a moron for you to call people back? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi curled his lips in disdain, thinking, he's just a pretty boy. How much energy can it have? He is too lazy to continue talking nonsense with this kid who won't cry until he sees the coffin. He tells you to keep pretending. You will cry later. If you do it, the men will be crippled and the women will be left alone. After saying this, the gang of thugs were ready to take action. Without any signs. Click. 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 The ground began to shake violently, and the sound of uniform footsteps rang out. What's going on? What happened? Lu Tianqi could feel the violent vibration in the Western restaurant. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer, like thousands of troops galloping. What's this? When the waiters looked out the window, they were completely shocked. Even Fang Chen himself was stunned. Outside, there were huge crowds of people. They were lined up in 4 neat squares, and leading the way was a black Audi A8 driving slowly across the road. What's going on? Listen, everyone inside, put down your weapons and give up resistance, otherwise you will be treated as a thug. A female voice came out from a loudspeaker. The tone was contemptuous and indifferent, as if she was calmly stating a very simple fact. Lu Tianqi was stunned. The 2 dark-faced men behind him were stunned. All the members of the Black Dragon Society were stunned. I saw a slim girl slowly walking in from the door of the Western restaurant, her pretty face expressionless. His black shoulder-length hair makes him look heroic. Your Black Dragon Society only has these few people? The woman put on shiny combat boots and stepped on the ground silently. A hint of murderous aura lingered in the air. At this moment, as she opened her mouth and attracted everyone's attention, Lu Tianqi swallowed subconsciously. You, who are you? Report to the God of War, the Iron Group has been completely surrounded. Please give us your instructions, God of War. A tall figure suddenly walked in from behind the girl. He trotted up to the woman and saluted her. War, God of War? Lu Tianqi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The situation turned around so quickly that he couldn't react yet. Are these the people Fang Chen called? Mars? The few people in China who can be called gods of war are only the dead. Those people are living in legends. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Tianqi was shocked to remember that he seemed to have received the news when he was watching the news in the morning. One of China's 4 great war gods and the only 5-star general in the northwest region, war god Shen Yuan, returned to the imperial capital on vacation. Could it be that the girl in front of him is the god of war Xian Yuan? The tall man carrying a star on his shoulder looked at Lu Tianqi and the others with cold eyes. Black Dragon Society? Are you trying to assassinate the god of war's brother? The brother of the god of war? This is... Lu Tianqi's legs kept shaking, he couldn't help but be afraid. That's right, this is the god of war Xian Yuan. The tall man carrying a star on his shoulders said calmly. Xian Yuan, god of war. Assassinating the god of war's brother? I'm afraid these two charges are enough for them to die 10,000 times. Inside the Western restaurant, those members of the Black Dragon Society who had been so aggressive just now looked ashen and their bodies were trembling. Chapter 28, Hands Free. The next moment. Plop. Plop. Including Lu Tianqi, more than 100 people all knelt on the ground. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It's a complete misunderstanding. The cold sweat on Lu Tianqi's forehead flowed into his pupils. Feeling the sour sensation, he didn't dare to breathe. Guan Yuatong was almost frightened to death. Isn't this a huge change? How could such a large number of thugs be scared like this? You want to destroy my brother? At the door, the girl walked slowly and lightly, but no one in the room dared to look up and meet her gaze. Not for any other reason, just because her aura is so strong. The only person who was staring at the girl was probably Fang Chen. He sighed in his heart, is this my fourth sister? The short hair shows her heroic spirit and she is very capable. Her almond-shaped eyes have light pink stars, and they are actually peach blossom eyes. The small and delicate nose is high and straight, and the red lips always have a confident smile. This is his fourth sister. In terms of figure, the fourth sister is slightly inferior to the seventh sister Fang Jiran. But her long legs are particularly eye-catching. The condensed lean meat left no doubt about the price of being kicked by her. Female war goddess. Cool. My two leaders, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know this kid. Bah, this big brother is your younger brother, otherwise, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to jump in front of him. Lu Tianqi knelt on the ground, his lips trembling. I heard that you also want to sleep with my brother's girlfriend? Just a joke, that was just a joke. Lu Tianqi secretly glanced at Guan Yuatong, his face full of bitterness. He was filled with regret in his heart. For the sake of a woman, he actually offended the god of war Xian Yuan. I'm afraid no one will believe it if I tell them? The fourth sister sneered, you think you can joke like that? Someone come. Slap him in the face. The fourth sister gave an order and two men in plain clothes rushed out from behind and grabbed Lu Tianqi's hair who was lying on the ground. Pa! Pa! The two slaps showed no mercy. In an instant, the corners of Lu Tianqi's mouth were stained with blood. Take it away, take it all away. The fourth sister spoke directly and calmly, these guys actually wanted to destroy their lovely brother, they were looking for death. My lords, this matter really has nothing to do with us. We are just thugs hired by Lu Tianqi's father. Yes, we didn't know that. Suddenly, there were waves of pleas for mercy. The fourth sister had a blank expression on her face, take it away. Understood, god of war. The tall man carrying a star on his shoulder clapped his hands, and a team of plainclothes came up directly from downstairs. The army was resolute and swift in its response, and soon hundreds of people disappeared. As the members of the Black Dragon Society were taken away, the entire Western restaurant suddenly became much emptier. Gurgle. At this moment, Lu Tianqi was the only one left on the scene. He was completely frightened. As the prince of the Black Dragon Society, he had seen a lot of the world since he was a child. However, he had never seen such a murderous scene with swords and horses. He was really scared. Brother, long time no see. At this moment, the fourth sister suddenly turned her head and greeted Fang Chen. If the soldiers under her command saw that split-second smile, I'm afraid they will rub their eyes madly in disbelief. This iron-faced and selfless female warrior has never looked like this before, with a gentle and pure smile. Among the fourth sister's neat row of pearly teeth, there are two cute little canine teeth. Making the smile even more charming, Fang Chen smiled, fourth sister, long time no see. The fourth sister is Fang Shiyun. Fang Shiyun took 2 steps towards Fang Chen and patted him on the shoulder. You seem to have grown taller and become more handsome. Cough cough. Fang Chen coughed twice. Fang Shiyun glanced in the direction of Lu Tianqi and said, what should we do with this kid? I leave it to you. Lu Tianqi was so frightened that he couldn't stop shivering. "Brother, please spare my life. I will never dare to do it again, never again." But he knew how badly he had humiliated Fang Chen just now. 100 slaps, and all the grudges between you and me are wiped out. I don't want to bother with you anymore. And fourth sister, let those people outside go away, okay? Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose in dissatisfaction, even though fourth sister had given him a lot of support. However, the commotion it caused was too great. In fact, there is no need to call so many people. Upon hearing this, Fang Shiyun nodded her head and waved her hand lightly. The tall man with a one-star shoulder not far away blew a whistle quickly, and immediately, the sound of uniformed footsteps was heard outside the building again, gradually fading away. God of War, now that it's over, I'm leaving too. Yeah. Fang Shiyun glanced at the tall man and nodded. Just at this moment. Snap. 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 The sound of slapping suddenly rang out, and Lu Tianqi was seen kneeling on the ground, slapping himself hard one after another. That scene was quite shocking. Today, the Black Dragon Society really hit a wall. Although the onlookers on the side did not know Fang Shiyun's true identity, this did not prevent them from knowing the ending. Obviously, Lu Tianqi was defeated by Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at Lu Tianqi and also lost his appetite, so he said, "Fourth sister, I'm full, let's go." Good. Fang Shiyun is a general who is above millions of men in the army. But in front of her younger brother, she is just an ordinary sister, although she does not have the exaggerated brother control attribute like Fang Jiran. However, the fact that she mobilized an entire company to support Fang Chen was enough to show how protective and doting this fourth sister was on Fang Chen. "Sister Xiaohong, let me take you home." Guan Yuetong was also frightened by Fang Shiyun's behavior, and it took her a long time to react. Fang Shiyun looked Guan Yuetong up and down, and a look of satisfaction appeared in her beautiful eyes. "By the way, brother, you didn't tell your fourth sister when you got a girlfriend, and you didn't mention that damn girl Fang Jiran to me either. I must teach her a lesson when I get back." Fang Chen suddenly broke out in a sweat. How much do his sisters care about his lifelong affairs? Fang Chen grinned bitterly. "Fourth sister, you misunderstood, this is the general manager of Tianding Clothing Company, Sister Xiaodong, not my girlfriend." Clam? After hearing this, Fang Shiyun realized that she had misunderstood. Looking at Guan Yuetong's shy face but seeming a little embarrassed to speak, even this female warrior felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, so that's how it is. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After sending Guan Yuetong to the bottom of the company building, Fang Chen and Fang Shiyun left. They reunited after not seeing each other for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to talk about. Coincidentally, at this time, the seventh sister Fang Jiran called. Fang Chen glanced at the fourth sister, pointed at the phone, and answered the call. "Hey, brother, how are you? Your fourth sister came to the rescue in time, right?" "No, fourth sister arrived just in time." Fang Chen coughed dryly. Why did he appear to be such a loser? A woman is needed to save the situation. But on second thought, his fourth sister is a famous female warrior in China. With such a fourth sister, he can walk sideways when he goes out in the future. Phew, that's good, as long as you are not injured. I know that fourth sister is always the most reliable to save the situation. Seventh sister Fang Jiran breathed a sigh of relief, obviously also worried about Fang Chen's safety. After receiving an affirmative reply from the latter, he was sure that his beloved brother had not suffered any harm. Fang Jiran's familiar bell-like laughter came from the phone. Hee, by the way, I haven't seen fourth sister for almost a year. Brother, can you help me see if your fourth sister's breasts have gotten bigger? Clam? Seventh sister, what are you talking about? Fang Chen was completely stunned. He took a look and saw that his fourth sister's breasts had gotten bigger. What the hell? Is it still a? Fang Chen subconsciously turned his head to glance at Fang Shiyun beside him. The latter's pretty face was expressionless, and she said lightly, "Xiaoqi, I think you don't want to live anymore." Fang Chen is using the hands-free mode. Ah! On the other end of the phone, Sister Seven exclaimed, and then her voice fell silent. After a long while, a clear laugh broke out. "Leliuo, fourth sister, I can guess what your expression is right now. Well, we sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you plan to treat me to a meal? My sister, the goddess of war?" Fang Jiran quickly changed the subject, fearing that his fourth sister Fang Shiyun would remember him. I'll let you go this time because you informed me immediately about your brother's return. If you dare to tease me again next time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you when I get back. You should still be near the company now, right? Then I'll go pick you up now." As soon as Fong Jiran finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Fong Shiyun snorted softly and then said, "You walk around with a pair of 36E ankle braces all day long, and you don't feel tired at all." Cough cough. Fong Chen, who was standing by, almost choked to death on his own saliva when he heard what his fourth sister said. He thought that his seventh sister's jokes were already too extreme. As a result, the fourth sister actually picked up on this joke. "By the way, brother, Xiaoqi only told me this morning that you were back, and I don't know much about the other things. Where have you been this year?" Fong Shiyun looked at Fong Chen with her eyes as sharp as water, with a hint of curiosity on her face. If the soldiers she led saw the scene, she wondered how many of them would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Fong Shiyun usually has a calm expression. Moreover, the length of time will give people a feeling that they have no interest in anything and are very cold. Perhaps, only in front of her dear brother would the female warrior Fong Shiyun show such an expression. So, facing the curious fourth sister, Fong Chen gave a helpless smile and began to tell her about his experiences in the past year. Chapter 29, You Think You Can Seduce Me? Let's go sit in there for a while and wait for Xiaoqi. I don't know how long this damn girl will make us wait for her. The fourth sister took Fong Chen directly into a convenience store, where there was a place to sit. As Fong Shiyun walked into the convenience store, many eyes fell on the latter. Beautiful women are the focus wherever they appear. What's more, Fong Shiyun is such a stunning beauty. As far as Fong Chen himself feels, the two sisters he has met so far are almost both the most stunning beauties in the world. Going out with them, Fong Chen was simply overwhelmed. "Fourth sister, what do you want to drink? Let me buy 2 bottles of drinks. Otherwise, it's not good to just sit here and wait." Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose. Upon hearing this, Fong Shiyun smiled and said, "Then just get a bottle of mineral water." Fong Chen picked up 2 bottles of mineral water and went to pay the bill. When he arrived at the cashier counter and was about to pay, his phone screen suddenly flashed and it turned off. This made Fong Chen extremely embarrassed. "Damn, this old phone is really not working anymore, it's time to change it." Speaking of which, Fong Chen has been using this mobile phone for a long time. It has accompanied him in delivering food in the past year in wind and sun. I don't know how many times it has fallen, but this time it might have reached the limit of its lifespan. No matter how Fong Chen pressed the power button, the phone didn't respond at all. "Hey, are you ready to pay the bill? If not, don't block the road." "That's right. Don't you see there's such a long queue behind?" There was a long queue behind Fong Chen. This convenience store had a great location. Business is booming. Especially at this point in time, many young people who work now like to buy some fast food directly from convenience stores and bring it to the company. It's almost time to go to work, it would be strange if I wasn't anxious. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. Could you please wait a moment?" Fong Chen glanced at the girl standing behind him, touched the tip of his nose and said angrily, Beautiful lady, can you help me pay the bill? Leave me your cell phone number and I'll transfer the money to you later." Fong Chen smiled bitterly. What was going on? Although this area is not the business district of Saipan International Shopping Center, but it happened to be located in a university town, and the girl behind Fong Chen happened to be a student at P University. "Hey, isn't this Su Chanqian, the third most beautiful girl on campus at P University?" Someone behind him just happened to recognize the girl behind Fong Chen and spoke subconsciously. Su Chanqian looked Fong Chen up and down. The latter was dressed decently, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell. All the clothes Fong Chen was wearing were from street stalls. The total cost of the whole outfit probably wouldn't exceed 200 yuan. "Isn't your pickup technique too old-fashioned?" Su Chanqian glanced at Fong Chen with disdain and said indifferently. She is the third most beautiful girl in P University, and there are many boys pursuing her in the school, not to mention that she is from an art school. She has more opportunities to show her face on weekdays, and the boys chasing her can line up from the main entrance of the school to the back street. There are many school handsome boys who are both good in character and academic performance, or rich second generations. Fong Chen is a guy who is obviously poor at first glance, but he actually wants to use such an old-fashioned way to strike up a conversation with me and ask for my WeChat? Fuck. This guy is so awesome that he actually tried to chat up Su Chanqian and asked for anyone else's WeChat. Su Chanqian is a famous gold digger in our school. This guy is going to be humiliated. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. Beauty, don't get me wrong, I have no interest in you, I really just want you to help me pay the bill. 2 bottles of water, a total of 4 yuan. Just give me your phone number and I will transfer the money to you via Alipay later, okay? Fang Chen really didn't expect that young girls nowadays would feel so good about themselves. He held up the black screen phone and shook it in front of Su Chanshan. It seemed as if he was trying to prove that he really had no other thoughts, but as soon as he said this, the girl became unhappy. In his opinion, Fang Chen was totally unable to strike up a conversation, and he was forcing himself to make a presence felt in order to save face. Do you think you are funny? Ah. A poor bastard like you is worthy of asking for my WeChat and contact information? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you look like? Ah, this. Didn't you ask me to buy you some water? Come, scan me and I'll consider it as a donation to beggars. It's only $4, not a lot of money. Although Su Chanshan is materialistic, her family is not bad. Moreover, for a normal person, $4 is not a huge sum of money. Okay, I've paid your bill, please move aside. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. This guy. Boom. I don't know when a Maserati appeared on the road outside the door, and a young man exuding a luxurious aura got out. Su Chanshan just came out of the convenience store and has been standing outside the door waiting for someone. Apparently, the person she was waiting for had arrived. Fuck. Joe Kaiga? When did Su Chanshan hook up with this guy? This guy is not a good guy. Hey, the way you said it makes it sound like Su Chanshan is a pushover. One of them specializes in hooking up with rich second generations, and the other specializes in hooking up with socialites. They do seem to be a couple. That's right. These 2 people are together and they each get what they want. After Joe Kaiga got out of the car, he first greeted Su Chanshan with a smile. Su Chanshan subconsciously turned around and looked at Fang Chen with contempt. It seems to be saying, see, the people chasing me are all rich second generations of this level. You, a poor bastard wearing cheap clothes, want my WeChat? Dream on. Just now when I was waiting for you, a poor boy was trying to talk to me without considering his own abilities. It was so disgusting. Su Chanshan acted coquettishly towards Joe Kaiga. Fang Chen frowned. Isn't it just $4? Is it worth it to cause me some trouble? Joe Kaiga glanced in Fang Chen's direction and curled his lips in disdain. This poor guy also wants to pursue Su Chanshan? At this moment, a sexy figure suddenly walked in from the door and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Joe Kaiga and Su Chanshan were no exception. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Fuck. This is the goddess. Which school is she from? Damn, the 3 most beautiful girls in our P University are nothing compared to this goddess. Hey, the goddess is coming here, the goddess is coming here, the goddess is smiling at me. Oh my god, the goddess looks so beautiful when she smiles. The guys queuing on the side didn't bother to urge the people in front to hurry up. Their eyes were all focused on the goddess in the white dress and black stockings. I couldn't move my eyes away. Fang Chen suddenly waved his hand, and immediately many people in the crowd burst into contemptuous laughter, especially Joe Kaiga, who laughed out loud. Is it possible for a poor boy wearing cheap clothes to get his hands on a goddess of this level? This scene happened to fall into Su Chanshan's eyes. The girl immediately curled her lips in disdain. It seemed that her guess just now was correct. This guy was just taking the opportunity to strike up a conversation and ask for WeChat. This guy just got rejected by Su Chanshan, and now he's trying to chat up my goddess. TSK, isn't this person overestimating his own abilities? That's right. I'm afraid even the most handsome boy in our school is not qualified to be her boyfriend? But the next moment, a scene happened that shocked everyone in the audience. Their goddess walked straight to Fang Chen and took the young man's arm. Let's go. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. What did they see? That stunning goddess who seemed like a fallen angel actually took the arm of a poor loser? What is their relationship? Su Chanshan was also stunned. How could it be possible? Could this woman be his boyfriend? How could a man wearing cheap clothes find a girlfriend like this? Other people's girlfriends are countless times prettier than her, so Fang Chen certainly didn't approach her to chat her up and ask for her contact information. It's simply because she is too self-righteous and has too strong a sense of superiority. Suddenly, Su Chanshan's pretty face turned blue and red alternately. She was very embarrassed. I seem to believe in love again. Damn, he can find such a beautiful girlfriend even though he dresses so poorly. I'm so envious. A group of onlookers were expressing their wild emotions. Fong Chen took a look at Seventh Sister's outfit. She was just as stunning as when he first saw her, but today she was wearing a white knee-length skirt. It has a bit more youthful vitality that belongs to a girl. With her slender and straight black silk legs, she looks particularly queen-like. Where is your fourth sister? Fong Joran looked around but didn't see Fong Shiyun. Fong Chen shook his head and said that he had just come here to buy some water, just for a short while. As soon as I turned around, I couldn't find my fourth sister. Fong Joran smiled and said, "That's perfect. We don't want her anymore. Let's go. Hee, seventh sister can have you all to herself." There is something obviously wrong with the word exclusive. Fong Chen's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. At this moment, Fong Shiyun's voice suddenly sounded behind Fong Joran's Shochi. "I heard you talking about me behind my back again." I saw that the fourth sister Fong Shiyun's short black hair was tied up into a cute little bun. Coupled with her pure face, Fong Chen was stunned for a moment. Fong Joran smiled coquettishly at Fong Shiyun and stuck out her pink tongue, perhaps because she was wearing a youthful outfit today. Fong Joran seemed a lot more lively. "You have occupied Fong Chen for the whole day. Give us a car later. I want to spend some time alone with my brother." Fong Shiyun held Fong Chen's arm from the right. At this moment, with women hugging him on both sides, Fong Chen could feel the jealous, angry and hostile gazes from the people around him. It attracted a lot of attention. Not far away, Zhou Kaiga, who was always staring at this side, had his mouth wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. Whether it is the sexy Fong Joran or the pure and lovely Fong Shiyun. Both women are extremely beautiful, but at this moment, they are holding the arm of a man at the same time. This scene is obviously extremely shocking. In Zhou Kaiga's heart, he has never met such a beautiful girl in all these years. If the full score is 10, I'm afraid that these two women can get full marks in the hearts of countless people. Zhou Kaiga rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if it had a huge impact on his three views. Could it be that goddesses nowadays don't care about each other's background? He suddenly felt that he had a chance too. With his two sisters hugging him, Fong Chen felt a little dizzy when he just walked to the door of the convenience store. Suddenly Zhou Kaiga jumped out and stared at the two women. He swallowed subconsciously and looked at the two women up close, which shocked him greatly. How could there be such beautiful women in the world? Beauties, add me on WeChat. Look, my car is parked right there. Do you want me to take you for a ride? As he spoke, Zhou Kaiga proudly waved the Maserati car keys in front of Fong Chen and the other two. Damn, this guy is so bold that he actually dares to ask for another woman's contact information in front of his girlfriend. I have to say. Hey, it makes it seem like Su Chanxian and he are sincere to each other. Look at her expressionless face. She doesn't care at all. Several college students who were watching nearby were talking to each other. Su Chanxian and Zhou Kaiga are together, just as they said, they each get what they want, but does she really not care? How is that possible? Even if she doesn't have Zhou Kaiga in her heart, from a woman's perspective, who would feel comfortable if her male partner asked two other women for their WeChat accounts in front of her? This behavior totally shows that you don't take yourself seriously. Pfft, Maserati? Fong Joran raised her red lips slightly and glanced in the direction Zhou Kaiga was pointing. There was no emotion on the woman's face. No way? No way? Is my goddess going to bow down to the power of money? A group of onlookers roared in their hearts with grief. Because they saw Fong Joran smiling, and it was a very bright smile. Even Zhou Kaiga had a happy look on his face. As expected, there was no woman who didn't like luxury cars. He didn't know how many girls this second-hand Maserati had helped him pick up over the years. But the next moment, Fong Joran spoke directly and sarcastically. You want to seduce me with a broken Maserati? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? Chapter 30, Sixth Sister is still a big star. You want to seduce me with a broken Maserati? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? Puff. The goddess looks so beautiful even when she swears. As Fong Joran finished speaking, the crowd watching were secretly delighted. This week Kaiga has been relying on the fact that he owns a Maserati to pick up high-scoring girls at school. The key and most hateful thing is that many girls always fall for his money. It is obvious that Zhou Kaiga's bad reputation has already spread throughout P University. Everyone knows what kind of guy this guy is, but there are girls who are willing to be picked up by him. I would rather be dumped than even look at these losers. They had some resentment towards this guy in their hearts, but they didn't expect that today they would finally see Joe Kyga suffer a defeat. Joe Kyga's face changed from gloomy to bright. I was about to speak subconsciously, but suddenly another woman in professional attire walked in at the door. Ladies, master, the car is parked, let's go. Miss? Young master? The beauty was obviously talking to Fong Chen and his two siblings. For a moment, the entire convenience store was in an uproar. Who the hell is this kid? Could he be a hidden rich kid? A second-generation rich kid? Fong Chen smiled at Xiaobai and said, "Let's go, Sister Xiaobai." Su Chanqian's expression also changed back and forth, and now it was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Afterwards, everyone watched Fong Chen and the two stunning beauties get into a Rolls-Royce Ghost parked outside. The Rolls-Royce was parked quietly on the side of the road, like an extremely luxurious work of art. The door was slightly open, and Fong Chen and the two women got in directly. Wow, it turns out this guy is the hidden rich man. Someone in the crowd said this subconsciously, and then someone cast a playful gaze at Joe Kyga and Su Chanqian. One of them is a scumbag who relies on his family's little money to hook up with high-scoring girls all day long. The other is a socialite who relies on her qualifications to hook up with rich second-generation men. How much is a second-hand Maserati worth? One of theirs is obviously configured to the highest level, but Gust can buy 20 of them. And there was Su Chanqian, whose face was already filled with regret. She had always been moving around in various wealthy upper-class circles, and was addicted to the life of decadence and luxury and unable to extricate herself. At that moment, I actually saw with my own eyes a top-rich second generation slip away from right in front of me. You can imagine how much regret you would feel. You know, she had the chance to get Fong Chen's WeChat just now. Su Chanqian's eyes changed when she looked at Joe Kyga at this time. She no longer had the smugness she had just shown when she mocked Fong Chen as a poor boy. The space in Gust was very spacious. Fong Chen felt a sense of suffocation when he sat on the luxurious leather seat. "Seventh sister, how many luxury cars do you have?" Fong Chen touched the backrest of the car with emotion and spoke subconsciously. "Well, there are quite a lot, I can't count them all. Most of them were given to me by business partners, and some of them are just things I liked and bought on purpose." Fong Jiran smiled and spoke. As soon as these words came out, Fong Chen broke out in a cold sweat. If seventh sister let these words out, who knows how many people would be so depressed that they would become autistic. Just bought it? Do you think those luxury cars are cabbages? But speaking of it, for Fong Jiran, these luxury cars in the eyes of ordinary people are probably not much different from cabbages. "Xiaoqi, where are we going now?" Fong Shiyun took the bottle of mineral water from Fong Chen with a smile and raised it towards Fong Jiran. He seemed particularly proud that Fong Chen bought himself a bottle of water. Fong Jiran glanced at his fourth sister with a wicked smile, picked up the bottle that Fong Chen had drunk, took a sip without any hesitation, and gave Fong Shiyun a seductive look. It was as if he was saying, "Look, Fong Chen bought a bottle of water specially for you. As for me, our relationship is totally unnecessary." Fong Chen was sweating profusely. Damn this woman's competitive spirit. Especially at this moment, Fong Jiran's pair of beautiful eyes like cutting water fell on Fong Shiyun's chest, as if with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Fong Shiyun's pretty face turned red for a moment because of Fong Jiran's look, and then she said with a fierce look on her face, "If you look again, I'll pop your eyeballs out." Fong Jiran quickly turned his head away, but there was still a bright smile on his face, like a proud peacock who had won a victory. You can guess what seventh sister is thinking even with your buttocks. It must be something indescribable. After a moment, Fong Jiran turned around with a smile and said, "Fourth sister, you haven't been back for so long, don't you want to go shopping? Come to think of it, I haven't been walking for a long time." As Fong Jiran finished speaking, Fong Chen suddenly felt that his fourth sister straightened her back a little, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. It seemed that Fong Jiran's words aroused his interest. As expected, as long as a woman is a woman, she loves shopping by nature. This seems to be the same whether it is Fong Jiran, the female president who was in charge of a huge corporate group, or Fong Shiyun, the female warrior who was famous in China. Next, the car drove into the Saipan International Shopping Center as Fong Chen expected. Throughout the day, Fong Chen accompanied the two beautiful goddess sisters to visit the entire Saipan International. After walking for a whole day, the two women didn't look tired at all. Sure enough, it is the nature of women to like shopping, and once they go out, they are as tireless as robots. It seems like I don't feel tired at all. This day was really hard for Fong Chen. In the evening, just as they were leaving, Fong Jiran bought a newspaper on the roadside. "Hey, brother, look, isn't this you?" There was only a big headline on the front page. A second-generation rich man experienced life as a delivery boy, was humiliated, and bought a luxury store in a rage. Wipe. Seeing this title, Fong Chen roughly guessed what was going on. Isn't this referring to my behavior yesterday? Yesterday, Fong Chen bought the entire Love Even in a fit of rage just to give that couple a slap in the face. I didn't expect it to be in the newspaper and posted on the front page. Fong Chen smiled bitterly and took a quick look. There was a slightly blurry photo in the newspaper. It seems that the photo was taken casually while standing quite far away. Unless one is very close to Fong Chen, one would not be able to recognize that this is the latter. Seeing this photo, Fong Chen subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't want to be famous, but luckily the photo is blurry, so no one should be able to recognize him. Fong Chen spread his hands helplessly towards Fong Jiran. Fong Shiyun's beautiful eyes sparkled. She briefly learned what had happened from Fong Jiran. The fourth sister snorted coldly and said, "This is what we should do when we encounter such a thing. Otherwise, they will think that our brother is a soft persimmon that is easy to bully. Brother, if you encounter any trouble in the imperial capital in the future, don't hide it. You are the treasure of the seven of us. Who dares to bully you, hee hee?" Fong Shiyun clenched her fists, a sneer on her pretty face. To be honest, with the support of these two sisters, Fong Chen is actually capable of walking sideways in the entire imperial capital. What's more, she has 5 other sisters. Fong Chen coughed dryly, glanced casually at the newspaper in Fong Jiran's hand, and changed the subject. The big star Fong Xiao is actually coming to the capital to hold a concert? The next moment, the carriage suddenly became quiet. Fong Chen looked at the two women with strange looks, touched his nose angrily, not knowing what he had said wrong. Fong Shiyun reached out and pinched Fong Chen's cheek, then turned her head to look at Fong Jiran in confusion and said, "Has this kid missed his 6th sister so much that he's gone crazy? Clam? What kind of illness has suddenly befallen my 4th sister?" Fong Jiran smiled bitterly. "This is our precious little brother, don't you realize who he is? It's a long story. Have you forgotten? My brother has lost his memory." After Fong Chen met Fong Shiyun at noon, they briefly chatted about their experiences over the past year and later planned to find a convenience store to sit down and chat. As a result, I was delayed for a while when buying water, and Fong Jiran came later. Fong Chen had never found a chance to tell his 4th sister that he had lost his memory, so Fong Jiran briefly recounted the incident at this time. Suddenly, the expression on Fong Shiyun's pretty face changed repeatedly. "Fong Chen has lost his memory? Didn't you take him to the hospital for a checkup? What caused this? How could a healthy person suddenly lose his memory?" It seemed that there was a hint of blame in 4th sister's words. Fong Jiran also sighed helplessly. "He was taken to the hospital for a checkup last night. He is in good health. We can't find out what caused his amnesia." Fong Shiyun gritted her teeth and said, "If I knew who was responsible for causing my brother to lose his memory due to external forces and make him homeless for a year, I would never forgive him." As she spoke, a chilling aura inexplicably emanated from the 4th sister's petite body. She is worthy of being the goddess of war. She can control her aura freely, which is totally unmatched by ordinary people. Indeed, if it was caused by external forces, I, Fong Jiran, would seek justice for my brother even if it means losing everything I have. Seeing the two women's sudden sharp words, the atmosphere in the car became a little solemn. Fong Chen quickly spoke. "My 2 sisters, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me for now. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Anyway, it doesn't have much impact now. Why bother about this?" Fong Chen obtained a magical system, and according to the sign and function, it can help him restore his memory. I'm afraid it won't take long before Fong Chen can recover his memories of the past 18 years. By then, you will naturally know the reason why you lost your memory. That's true. By the way, you don't have any impression of the name Fong Xiao? Fong Shiyun asked tentatively. Yes. Isn't this our China's talented female singer, a popular artist with hundreds of millions of fans, and the goddess in the hearts of countless otakus? Puff. As soon as Fong Chen said this, the two women could no longer hold back their expressions and burst out laughing. Fong Ziyao is your sixth sister, my silly brother. Fong Jiran covered her mouth with her hands and laughed so hard that her body shook. With the soft and tender girl in her arms, the latter basically lost the ability to think. Especially as her giggles sounded, her breasts surged. The graceful figure is quite exquisite. But the next moment, Fong Chen came back to his senses. After spending a whole day with the two goddess sisters, Fong Chen's immunity has also improved a lot. I recalled Fong Jiran's previous sentence in my mind. Fong Chen's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his voice became several decibels higher in shock. Seventh sister, what did you say? The otaku goddess Fong Ziyao is actually my sixth sister? His face was full of confusion. If there are 30 men in any class in college nowadays, 29 of them probably regard Fong Ziyao as their dream lover. And the last one is completely uninterested in women. With her unique singing voice and powerful musical works, Fong Ziyao has leapt into the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. It can be said to be one of the top traffic sources in China today. Fong Jiran smiled slightly. What's wrong? Is seventh sister not as pretty as sixth sister? Your eyes lit up when you heard the word sixth sister. When Fong Jiran said this, her red lips pouted, like a girl who was acting coquettishly to her lover. Hearing this, Fong Chen smacked his lips. I was just shocked by this news. The big star Fong Ziyao turned out to be my sixth sister. Fong Chen could imagine the reaction he would get if he boasted to others that his sixth sister was Fong Ziyao. It is estimated that no one will believe it at all, and it may even attract a lot of cold stares from others, and there may even be people who will sneer at you. After all, Fong Ziyao was too high and mighty, like a fairy who was detached from the mundane world. Fong Jiran arranged for Xiao Bai to drive Fong Chen back to Yu Lao's residence. The two girls reluctantly said goodbye to their brother. Chapter 31, Xiao Yueping disappears. After seeing off his two sisters, Fong Chen touched his nose in disappointment. The trajectory of his life had suddenly undergone a drastic change since yesterday. With 7 more sisters all of a sudden, it would be difficult for most people to accept this reality. However, Fong Chen only has 1 year's memory. He was very receptive to this matter and gradually adapted to it. Old Yu did not go out the whole day today. He probably hoped that Fong Chen could invite Yu Guohui and his son to have a chat. Unfortunately, Old Yu did not know what kind of people his clansmen were. However, Fong Chen had already handed the contract to the Yu father and son. I believe that as long as the two of them are not idiots, they should be able to see something. How can they not talk about anything during a business meeting and just print out a contract and throw it over? Think about it this way. Since Yu Guohui and his son have accepted the contract with peace of mind, then they must have accepted their own deal indirectly and in disguised form. In other words, Yu Guohui, who holds the power of life and death over the clan meeting and is qualified to issue the invitation letter, will definitely personally deliver the invitation letter to Fong Chen before the clan meeting begins. Besides, he had already informed his seventh sister Fong Jiran, so Fong Chen could also unilaterally tear up the contract. At that time, if Yu Guohui and his son refused to admit it, Fong Chen could still use the name of seventh sister to bring Old Yu into the clan association. Thinking of this, Fong Chen sighed. Through the window, one could vaguely see the silhouette of an anxious middle-aged man walking back and forth in the room. Fong Chen pushed open the door directly and saw Fong Chen coming back. Old Yu quickly turned his head to look, his face full of worry. What's going on? Don't worry, Mr. Yu, I have basically arranged everything. I gave the father and son a big project in exchange. I think it will be a win-win for them. There is no need for them to reject you. Fong Chen smiled slightly, and said coldly in his heart. And even if this shameless father and son act like scoundrels, I can still rely on seventh sister to bring elder Yu to the clan meeting. However, if things really get to that point, I will use courtesy first and then force. I have already done enough to save their face. If they really want to regard him as a shameless person, Fong Chen doesn't mind letting them know what it means to slap them in the face. Next we just have to wait for the tribal meeting to begin, and then we can go there with peace of mind. After hearing what Fong Chen said, Old Yu also understood. I think Fong Chen used other conditions to negotiate and got himself a chance to return to his family and recognize his ancestors. When he thought of this, Old Yu felt a little moved and sad. He had no children in his life, and his elder sister, whom he thought was like a brother, always treated him as an ATM since he did not have much source of income. On the contrary, it was this young man who was picked up by himself. He treated him like a real family member. Old Yu really felt the family love in Fong Chen. But he didn't say much, just looked at Fong Chen deeply. The young man smiled slightly. He understood Mr. Yu's personality. Men, after all, were not very good at expressing their emotions to each other. Just keep the feeling in your heart, there is no need to speak it out. Everything is implied. At this moment, the door of Yu's house was suddenly rumbled by a series of rapid knocks. Fang Chen was stunned. Mr. Yu, have you invited anyone to your house at this time? No. Seeing that old Yu also had a confused look on his face, Fang Chen frowned immediately. Who would come to see old Yu in the middle of the night? Could it be the aunt's family? Didn't they just get the money yesterday? Fang Chen subconsciously opened the door, and it was indeed the aunt's family. But the aunt's daughter Qi Yuping was not there. There were only the aunt and her husband. Seeing them, Fang Chen's face looked a little unfriendly. Speaking of which, the aunt and her family had just informed Fang Chen in the morning that the person in charge of the clan association was coming, which was obviously a disguised trick on old Yu. If Fang Chen didn't have the Lamborghini sports car given to him by his seventh sister, which has great acceleration and handling and can be driven around the city very quickly, it might be hard to tell how long the meeting would last. Moreover, Yu Guahui and his son were not good people to begin with. Even so, they still spoke harshly to Fang Chen. If the aunt hadn't deliberately failed to notify them on time, how could Fang Chen have given those two people a preemptive opportunity to make trouble? But what is the matter that they come to visit at this time? The aunt looked embarrassed. When she saw Fang Chen, she immediately said excitedly and anxiously, Fang Chen, have you seen our Yuping? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Aha! Qi Yuping? Fang Chen was basically out the whole day today and didn't go home at all. The aunt and her family of three rarely interacted with Fang Chen and old Yu on weekdays. Apart from coming to ask for money, Fang Chen had never run into the family of three outside. Xiao Yueping looked down on his uncle Yu Lao and Fang Chen, the man Yu Lao picked up, from the bottom of his heart, and they seldom interacted with each other, although they did have some interactions. Qi Yuping is missing, how come she is here with old Yu? Fang Chen shook his head subconsciously. Suddenly, the aunt and uncle looked at each other, their faces turned pale again. Old Yu came out of the room and looked at their anxious expressions. He asked, what happened? Obviously, something might have gone wrong. And it should be related to Xiao Yueping, otherwise, why would the aunt and her family come to old Yu's place in the middle of the night to look for someone? This morning, Yueping went out for school. After lunch, she sent us a message saying that her classmates asked her to go out and play. But he hasn't come back yet. I thought he ran into you and was taken to your home to rest. The aunt's face was full of bitterness. Her daughter was missing, and she no longer had the domineering look she had last night. A puzzled look flashed across Fang Chen's brows. Someone was missing, which was a big deal. He didn't care about being angry with the aunt's family. He said, classmates? From which countries? It seems to be a classmate who did internship with her in college. I only know one named Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran, why does this name sound so familiar? Old Yu was slightly stunned. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly stunned, his face changing from gloomy to bright. Lin Ranran? Isn't that his ex-girlfriend? When did his ex-girlfriend get involved with Mr. Yu's niece? These two people actually know each other? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slowly. Although he was not on good terms with the aunt's family on weekdays, seeing that they were anxious, Fang Chen spoke to comfort the aunt. Maybe I know who this person named Lin Ranran is. After saying this, the aunt and her husband were obviously stunned for a moment, as if they were wondering how Fang Chen could know their precious daughter's classmate. However, Fang Chen didn't have time to continue explaining to his aunt and uncle. Fang Chen took 2 steps toward the door and called Lin Ranran. They had been in a relationship for half a year and he still had her phone number saved. Fang Chen was also feeling fortunate at this moment. Fortunately, I didn't change my phone on the way back today, and Lin Ranran's contact information is still retained in this old phone. Beep. After a few beeps, the call was connected. A noisy sound came from the other end, which made Fang Chen frown. It seemed like they were in a karaoke bar or a bar. Hello? Lin Ranran? I'm Fang Chen. Hello? Fang Chen said it twice before a voice was heard from the other side. Fang Chen? Why are you calling me? Fang Chen asked calmly, are you with Xiao Yueping? Xiao Yueping is really your cousin? It was very noisy on Lin Ranran's side, and Fang Chen seemed to hear a cry for help vaguely. The expression seemed a little strange. Where is Qi Yuping? There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and then Lin Ranran said directly, Magic Cube KTV in Baisheng building. The next moment, there was a busy tone on the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Damn, he's dead? Fang Chen wanted to ask a few more questions, such as who is Zhou Yueping with now? Is she in danger? It seems that Lin Ranran should be with Zhou Yueping, but I don't know what these two are doing. It was the middle of the night and the aunt couldn't contact Qi Yuping. The key point was that Lin Ranran's cell phone was intact. Even if Qi Yuping's phone was turned off and had no battery, she could still call the aunt to report that she was safe. Suddenly, Fang Chen vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. The aunt looked at Fang Chen nervously. Do you know where it is? The latter nodded. Fang Chen walked out directly and hailed a taxi. Auntie, do you want to go with me? This damn girl, we must go with you. After saying that, the aunt and uncle got into the car at the same time. Old Yu was silent for a moment and then also sat in. Master, Parkson Building. P.S. I didn't stop updating on purpose. The author went out drinking the night before yesterday and got together with some college friends to chat and forgot about updating. Sorry, I will update twice today to make up for it. A total of 6,000 words will be released in one go. Phew, my stockpiled manuscripts are on the verge of running out again. Chapter 32, Take It If You Dare. Inside the KTV box. A young man with blonde hair said, Lin Ranran, are you sure her cousin is really that rich? It can't be wrong. We are right anyway. She lost the game. According to the rules, in each round, she either takes off a piece of clothing or takes 10,000 yuan. Lin Ranran crossed her arms across her chest, her face sullen. The situation had taken a turn for the worse yesterday when she dumped Fang Chen. Lin Ranran had directly become the legendary gold digger who abandoned her boyfriend. He was slapped in the face in seconds. Not only did she lose the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds, but she also lost the big picture for the small one and lost her long-cherished opportunity to marry into a top-wealthy family. Even that sesame was kicked away by Yang Di. Lin Ranran was completely left with nothing. Please, let me go. My uncle will give you any money you want. Don't touch me. Please don't touch me. There were 4 or 5 young men in the room looking at a girl who was tied up. The girl's face was covered with tears and she was shaking all over. It was Zhou Yueping. Lin Ranran crossed her arms, turned back and glanced at her coldly, a smile on her lips. Don't worry, as long as your cousin Fang Chen gives us the money obediently, everything will be fine. Otherwise. Zhou Yueping was really scared. Lin Ranran only invited her to attend a so-called big boss's birthday party. She never expected that these people were all gangsters. Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and 4 figures walked in. The leader was Fang Chen. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes fell on Zhou Yueping, who was being guarded and tied up on the sofa. His expression suddenly changed. Lin Ranran, what are you doing? Aunt and uncle's faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. You, who are you? Lin Ranran smiled and said, well, it seems you don't know me yet, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Ranran, Fang Chen's ex-girlfriend. Fang Chen's ex-girlfriend? The aunt and uncle looked at Fang Chen in confusion. No wonder Fang Chen found Lin Ranran's phone number as soon as possible. It turns out that the two are old lovers. Then what does Lin Ranran's kidnapping of Zhou Yueping have to do with this incident? Fang Chen's expression was indifferent. What do you want to do? What are you doing? Lin Ranran sneered and nodded to the yellow-haired man beside her. The latter kicked the door and locked the door of the box. It's all because of you that I lost everything, including the chance to marry into a wealthy family. Now even Yang Di ignores me. What do you think I'm going to do? Lin Ranran had a sneer on her lips. As soon as these words were spoken, the way the aunt and uncle looked at Fang Chen suddenly changed. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Then the one you want to take revenge on is me. What does it have to do with her Zhou Yueping? The other side has a large number of people, and now the door is closed. It was obvious that he didn't intend to let Fang Chen and the others leave easily. The aunt took 2 steps forward and said in a very emotional voice. Yes. This matter has nothing to do with my daughter. You should let her go quickly, girl. This kid Fang Chen caused the trouble. Don't involve innocent people. Upon hearing this, old Yu frowned. After Fang Chen knew about this, he helped to inquire about it, doing his best, and even went to the KTV in person. But when the aunt heard that the matter was related to Fong Chen, she blurted out such a sentence? Do you still have any conscience? Fong Chen, it's really fate. Xiao Yueping told me today that she owed more than 100,000 yuan in online loans, but she would be able to pay it back soon. I asked her a few questions and wanted to find out about her background, but guess what happened? I actually heard your name, Fong Chen. Sweat. Hearing Lin Ranran's words, Fong Chen looked at Xiao Yueping, who was tied up, with a strange look. Some people will be beaten by society and seem to be unworthy of sympathy. You say you have nothing to do but show off. Why are you talking about things like paying back online loans? I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Just now when we were playing the game, Xiao Yueping said that if she lost a game, she would take off a piece of clothing or give us 10,000. You can probably guess it by looking at what she's wearing, right? Lin Ranran glanced at the thinly dressed girl on the sofa behind her. She was now only wearing a piece of cloth to cover her body. It is conceivable how much she lost. Xiao Yueping seemed to have not realized that what happened today was caused by herself, and she hurriedly asked for help. Mom, please take me away quickly, they are all members of the Black Society, I'm so scared. On the road? This. When she heard the word Black Society, the auntie looked timidly at the young men present. Why did you get into such trouble? It's all because of Fong Chen. If Fong Chen hadn't had a conflict with her ex-girlfriend, today's matter could have been easily covered up. Moreover, you, Fong Chen, have nothing to do, so why not find someone else to hang out with? But you actually found a girlfriend who has an affair with Black Society. The auntie didn't dare to get angry with Lin Ranran and the others. She was so frightened that she directed her anger directly at Fong Chen. It's all your fault, kid. Hurry up and give me the money to redeem my daughter. That's right. Fong Chen, if it weren't for you, how could my daughter be involved in this matter? At this time, the aunt and uncle all stood on the same side. He jumped out and pointed at Fong Chen's nose, accusing and yelling at him. The shouts were deafening, and many of the gangsters nearby were shocked. How can you say this so confidently? Logically speaking, isn't this guy named Fong Chen also a victim? Besides, if Xiao Yueping hadn't been stupid and talked nonsense, perhaps this incident wouldn't have happened today. Fong Chen ignored the aunt. A mere tens of thousands of dollars probably wouldn't satisfy Lin Ranran's appetite. After all, in the latter's eyes, what she lost were two wealthy husbands-in-law. Even Yang Di, whose wealth is not as great as Fong Chen's, probably has assets worth hundreds of millions. Redemption is possible, of course. Lin Ranran said with a sneer. Since it's an outsider paying, add a zero. Fong Chen, she still owes 7 pieces of clothing. But she has nothing to take off, so I'll keep them all for you. 7 pieces of clothing, 100,000 each, adding up to 700,000. 700,000, it has reached a terrifying number of nearly 1 million. For ordinary people, 1 million is an astronomical figure, so for a moment, even the aunt who had been jumping up and down and shouting just now stopped talking. He was obviously shocked by Lin Ranran's appetite. Blackmail me? Fong Chen sneered. In fact, for him now, 700,000 was not a lot of money. But for Qi Yuping? Why? The aunt slowly came back to her senses. When she saw that Fong Chen didn't seem to have any intention of letting go, she immediately became anxious and scolded him quickly. Fong Chen, are you still a human being? This is your responsibility. You should agree to it no matter how much money they ask for. What could be more important than your cousin's safety? Fong Chen heard this and couldn't help sneering for a moment. Since my cousin's safety is so important, how about this? How about we each take half? Will you pay part of it too? After he finished speaking, a trace of pity flashed in old Yu's eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was Lin Ranran's undisguised move against Fong Chen. However, if it weren't for that stupid Xiao Yueping who became the fuse of the incident. There is no such thing at all. Why? The aunt's face suddenly changed drastically and she spoke subconsciously. But she soon realized that there seemed to be something wrong with her words, so she quickly changed the topic and said, "Where did the money come from for us two old people? What's more, they specifically asked you, Fong Chen, to pay compensation." After the aunt finished speaking, she snorted coldly and stopped talking. Lin Ranran watched them quarreling, and her sneer became even more intense. Fong Chen, your sister is Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group. Isn't it easy to redeem her with just 700,000 yuan? Once these words were spoken, it was undoubtedly equivalent to dropping a blockbuster bomb on the calm lake. Suddenly, one stone caused 1,000 waves. The entire box, including the gangsters, were in an uproar. What? He is actually the younger brother of Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group? Isn't he a super rich second generation who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth? The Ants family was obviously hit harder, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. Fang Chen is actually the younger brother of the female president of Tianding Group, a famous enterprise? This must be a lie, right? There was a look of disbelief on her face, but when the ant turned her head to look at Fang Chen, she found that the young man had a calm and expressionless face. Could it be that this boy is really Fang Jiran's younger brother? Lin Ran, you are self-destructing. Fang Chen looked at the woman deeply. Because of Lin Ran's incident last night, Fang Chen was a little sad. Later it got a little better. Now, he has completely let go of this woman. Take the money. Lin Ran had a blank expression on her face and ignored Fang Chen's final words of comfort. Fang Chen didn't waste any more words and directly threw a bank card in front of Lin Ran. 200 million, if you dare to take it, just take it. 200 million? So exaggerated? Lin Ran only asked for 700,000. Fang Chen actually gave her 200 million? For a moment, all the young people on the side felt dizzy and unreal. There are such stupid people in the world. 200 million for free, why wouldn't you be afraid to take it? There are a group of members of the Black Society on his side, even if Fang Chen has the support of Fang Jiran. Can you afford to offend the Black Society? Fang Jiran's brother is really a moron. A full 200 million. How many people can afford to live a life of luxury? A hint of greed flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. She held the bank card in both hands, her eyes filled with excitement. Chapter 33, No More. What are you afraid of? The young men behind him pursed their lips excitedly. 200 million. When have they ever seen so much money? What are you guys doing here? Are you still going to play games? Suddenly the door was pushed open, and a figure with a bandaged head wrapped in white gauze walked in. Boss, this girl's family is here, and they gave us 200 million as a ransom. The yellow-haired man walked forward with a flattering look on his face and came up to the man with his head wrapped in gauze. The figure called the boss paused, and then let out a cry of surprise the next moment. 200 million? So exaggerated? Who is so generous? There are only a handful of people in the entire imperial capital who can easily come up with 200 million yuan. Even the bosses of large companies may not have so much cash, right? Looking across China, there are very few people who have such capital. How could the blackmail today happen to such a fool? Lin Ran's originally reluctant expression changed slightly after seeing this person, and then she sighed deeply. Since this person came today, she was afraid that she really couldn't swallow all the 200 million. This person is the prince of the Black Dragon Society. Lu Mingqi, a big boss in the underworld, is nicknamed Prince Lu. It just so happened that Lu Mingqi held a party to celebrate today, which is why all these things happened. Lu Mingqi opened his mouth in surprise. Lin Ran said in a very humbly, Mr. Lu. Lu Mingqi glanced at her indifferently and ignored her, but he knew what kind of person this woman was. He goes out to fish for rich men at any time. The purpose of getting in touch with the Black Dragon Society is to have someone to threaten her when some rich second generation find out that she's cheating or betraying someone. Some families don't have much capital, but they are also fooled by Lin Ran. When a young lady is with you, chatting and sharing thoughts, it is just a friendship of Guan and Bao, with only a superficial depth and length. Each side gets what it needs and both sides just feel good about it. But if you plan to have fun all the time, that won't work. Lin Ran is a very cunning person and is obviously a ruthless person. TSK, then let's distribute it according to what we agreed before. Lu Mingqi adjusted his mood and then his eyes fell on Xiao Yueping lying on the sofa. This girl is pretty. If we were to rate women, 10 would be the highest score for appearance. Then Xiao Yueping can at least be considered to have scored around 7 points. After all, this woman has a good foundation. In addition, when Lin Ran called her out today, the latter claimed that he would help her expand her network and introduce her to some big guys. At this moment, Xiao Yueping suddenly felt that her chance to transform from a chicken into a phoenix had come. She even dressed up carefully before going out. The lighting here is dim, and her tearful expression can completely arouse a man's desire to protect her. For a moment, Lu Mingqi swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Who brought this girl here? She's quite good at S&M, bring her to my house later so she can help me relieve my sexual desire. The yellow-haired man said with a smile, "Sure. Master, don't worry, I will send it to you later." "No. We have already paid the ransom. You are so unruly and you will not die well." Upon hearing this, Olju became anxious and spoke subconsciously. Immediately, Lu Mingqi took 2 steps towards the old man. The lights in the KTV box were dim, and Fang Chen was standing relatively close to the front, so Lu Mingqi could only roughly see his back. Lu Mingqi glanced at Olju with an unhappy expression. "Rules? Do you, an old man, think you can understand the rules of the underworld? Do you still need to give orders when the gang is doing things? You bastards." Olju saw that Fang Chen had already paid a huge ransom of 200 million yuan, but the other party had no intention of releasing him. I suddenly cursed subconsciously. The yellow-haired man immediately kicked him and said, "Old thing, don't you want to live? You even dare to insult our crown prince Lu?" Snap. Behind Olju, Fang Chen pulled him, but he himself was kicked and staggered. "If you dare to touch him, you'll be in the ICU tomorrow." When Lu Mingqi came in just now, Fang Chen recognized the boy at a glance. This nasty look and walking posture, coupled with that familiar voice. Although wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, his personal features were still quite obvious. Fang Chen never expected that this so-called gang leader. It turned out to be the prince from Underworld who was slapped in the face by his 4th sister at the bottom of the Tianding Garment Company building this morning. "Boy, do you know who you are talking to?" The yellow-haired man immediately looked displeased, jumped out, pointed at Fang Chen's nose and cursed angrily. Lin Ranran also looked at this scene in astonishment. Fang Chen actually took the initiative to provoke Lu Mingqi? Couldn't he see that since the man came in, the whole house's focus was on him? This can indirectly express a lot of things, okay? Is Fang Chen out of his mind? He gave me a ransom of 200 million yuan for no apparent reason, and then he provoked the prince of the underworld without even realizing it? Damn it! Lu Mingqi turned his head and looked in the direction of the person who spoke. He wanted to see who was so tactless as to repeatedly disturb his fun. "You." The moment he saw Fang Chen, the smile on Lu Mingqi's face froze in vain. The next moment, his whole body was shaking. "Boy, our young master has taken a fancy to your cousin. It's her blessing. Let me tell you, the one who made the agreement with you to hand over the person in exchange for money was that girl, and we in the Black Dragon Society did not take your money." The yellow-haired man started playing word games, not noticing that his master had been frightened to the point of sweating profusely, and was almost on the verge of kneeling down to beg for mercy, and continued. "If you know what's good for you, get out of here right away. I can assure you that we are just playing with this girl and we will send her back to you safely tomorrow." So where did the 200 million go? The agreed ransom suddenly became the ransom to redeem Chiu Yueping from Lin Ranran? For a while, it has nothing to do with the Black Dragon Society. After seeing Fang Chen's face clearly, Lu Mingqi couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, his face full of horror. How could it be this person? Could he be this girl's cousin? As soon as he thought of this, looking at the yellow-haired man in front of him who kept sneering and threatening him, Lu Mingqi felt for the first time that death seemed so close to him. But he did not forget that today, he was just angry and wanted to force himself on Guan Yuetong, but he was severely beaten up by Fang Chen's 4th sister. Moreover, many core members of the Black Dragon Society were invited in for tea. Now, Huang Mao actually kidnapped Fang Chen's cousin. What would be the consequences? Lu Mingqi couldn't help but tremble all over, because Fang Chen had left a very deep psychological trauma on him. It's so scary. Fang Shiyun's performance in the morning was enough to wipe out their entire lair in Heilun Lake. Shut up! Lu Tianqi scolded hurriedly. The yellow-haired man was slightly stunned and had not yet reacted to what happened to his young master. "Master, don't you want to enjoy that girl?" "Fuck it. Enjoy? Enjoy your mother's cunt." Lu Tianqi slapped the yellow-haired man twice on the face. Fang Chen, who was not far away, sneered, "Isn't that a bit too light? Fang Chen. This is a private matter of Prince Lu scolding his own people. What does it have to do with you?" Lin Ranran couldn't get used to Fang Chen's always calm expression, as if he was in control of everything. He snorted coldly and spoke. "That's right, kid, what does it have to do with you?" The yellow-haired man was having a great time pretending to be cool when he was suddenly slapped twice. Although he was confused and bewildered, what did this incident have to do with the brat in front of him? Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, Lu Tianqi's face changed drastically. "Asshole, you still dare to speak? Lu Tianqi kicked the yellow-haired man twice again, using all his strength. This time, the yellow-haired man screamed in pain. "Master, did I say something wrong?" The yellow-haired boy was also a little scared after being beaten, his face full of grievance. "Why did I get beaten for no reason?" Seeing that Fang Chen had a mocking sneer on his face, the yellow-haired man suppressed the pain in his body and cursed angrily. "Boy, what are you laughing at? Are you looking for death?" "I'm laughing at you for not knowing how to live or die." Fang Chen spoke calmly. "You fucking..." The yellow-haired man cursed angrily. When Lu Mingqi saw that the yellow-haired guy was still provoking Fang Chen, his face immediately turned green. "Are you SB? I'm hitting you with all my might, can't you see the situation clearly?" He continued to use force with his hands and hit the yellow-haired man hard. When Lu Mingqi recognized Fang Chen for the first time, he was so frightened that he was shaking all over and couldn't speak. Only now did he recover a little and was able to speak. But even so, he still gritted his teeth and spoke, his voice trembling with a low voice. "This person is the Chinese female war god, the younger brother of Xianyuan war god Fang Shiyun. How could he afford to offend such a person? These brainless men kidnapped and extorted Fang Chen? The most outrageous thing is that when I just heard the number 200 million, I subconsciously thought that it was that dandy-rich second-generation young master who was frightened by the name of the Black Dragon Society. I think so. They can easily come up with 200 million. How could his family not have some background and strength? In this imperial capital, there are definitely not many people with such a background, and Fang Chen is one of them. He should have thought of it earlier." The members of the Black Dragon Society and Lin Ranran were stunned. What was going on? What medicine did the prince of the Black Dragon Society take wrong? Why are they starting to beat up their own people? Master, stop hitting me!" The yellow-haired man screamed in pain. Lu Mingqi attacked him without any mercy. It seemed like he was going to beat him to death. "You bastard, I wonder if you dare to say anything more. Do you really want to kill me?" Clang! Lu Mingqi clenched his teeth, his face full of hatred. This yellow-haired guy is simply a moron. Now seeing that Fang Chen's attitude was unclear, Lu Mingqi didn't dare to say a word of unnecessary nonsense. He was afraid of angering the latter and bringing about his own death. He rolled his eyes, as if he had thought of something, turned his head to look at Lin Ranran, who was shocked, and directly stretched out his hand and said, "Give the money back to young Master Fang." Lin Ranran was slightly stunned when she heard this. "Hurry up, I tell you, it doesn't matter if you offend me, but if you dare to offend the person in front of you, I guarantee that you will be in big trouble." Lin Ranran was puzzled. What on earth did Lu Mingqi mean? 200 million. That was 200 million RMB. Originally, Lin Ranran thought that Lu Mingqi was arguing with the yellow-haired guy for some other reason. Now it seems that the latter is completely supporting Fang Chen. But who is he? The big brother of the underworld. The prince of the Black Dragon Society. How could such a person be afraid of Fang Chen? Amid the confused and uncertain gazes of the crowd, Lu Mingqi took 2 deep breaths and then said in a deep voice, "He is the younger brother of the Chinese female god of war, Fang Shiyun's younger brother. Isn't it enough that so many people from the Black Dragon Society were arrested this morning?" Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderbolt thrown into the calm lake, instantly blowing up the entire audience. What? Fang Chen actually has this kind of background? In the morning, the Black Dragon Society suffered heavy casualties and countless core elites were thrown into prison just because they offended Fang Chen? Fang Chen glanced at Lu Mingqi calmly, and then said, "It's okay, Prince Lu, take the woman away and you can take the money. However, I think your Black Dragon Society will no longer need to exist in the future." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he was about to call his fourth sister Fang Shiyun. As soon as these words came out, Lu Mingqi was so frightened that his eyelids trembled, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a thump. "Young Master Fang, this is all because this yellow-haired guy is ignorant and offended you. I didn't know. This girl is actually your cousin. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Lu Mingqi was well aware of Fang Shiyun's methods. In order to support Fang Chen, he directly mobilized a group, and nearly 70% of the core members of the Black Dragon Society were arrested. If it wasn't because Fang Chen didn't want to completely tear his face off. I'm afraid that even with his father protecting him, Lu Mingqi should still be imprisoned and serve as many years in prison as he deserves. After saying that, Lu Mingqi slapped Lin Ranran in the face. He snatched the bank card from the woman's hand. Master Fong, how dare we take your money? Fong Chen glanced at Lu Mingqi. The latter couldn't guess Fong Chen's inner thoughts at this moment, and Lu Mingqi regretted it for a moment. Originally, this event tonight was to celebrate his survival. Now, I have offended young Master Fong Chen twice in the same day. Just stop living. Fong Chen glanced at Lu Mingqi indifferently, and then said, You really don't want it? Who wouldn't he want 200 million given for free? But this also depends on the person. Fong Chen's 200 million is not something Lu Mingqi can afford. No, no more. Lu Mingqi bent down and knelt with a respectful attitude. Chapter 34, Buy a car for Mr. Yu. Who would feel comfortable when the 200 million they had earned flew away? Lin Ranran looked eagerly, staring at the bank card in Lu Mingqi's hand, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She doesn't have the courage to challenge Lu Mingqi. The Black Dragon Society is still her reliance for catching rich men, not to mention that Lu Mingqi is a big boss in the underworld. How could she, Lin Ranran, be able to provoke such a person? So naturally she didn't dare to resist when the latter asked her to hand over her bank card. However, Lin Ranran still found it a little hard to believe. When did Fong Chen possess such great power? Even the fearless Prince Lu of the Black Dragon Society could be frightened? Could it be that the other party recognized the wrong person? Thinking of this, Lin Ranran felt that it was more and more possible, so she subconsciously said, Prince Lu, did you recognize the wrong person? This guy is just Fong Jiran's younger brother, and he doesn't have any other powerful identity. Fong Jiran is an honest businessman. You, the Black Dragon Society, should not be afraid of him, right? Looking at the sarcastic expression on Fong Chen's mouth, Lin Ranran cursed in her heart, Why are you so proud? Fong Chen, stop trying to bully others. Let me tell you, Prince Lu's apology is not so easy to accept. Lu Mingqi gritted his teeth. This idiotic woman, if it weren't for this woman, how could so much trouble have been caused today? Are you celebrating your survival? If he hadn't arrived in time and discovered that the person they were blackmailing was Feng Shiyun, the brother of the god of war Xian Yuan, he would probably not even know how he died. Just send it directly to the crematorium tomorrow. Lu Mingqi glanced at Lin Ranran coldly, suppressed the anger in his heart and said directly, If you say one more word of nonsense, I will kill you today, believe it or not? Could I have mistaken you for someone else? Because we offended young Master Feng this morning, a large number of our Black Dragon Society's core elites were captured, causing heavy damage to our vitality. The reason is because of a woman. Do you think I wouldn't recognize something like this? Lu Mingqi looked at Lin Ranran's face, which was alternating between blue and red, and he felt so angry that his teeth were itching. If it weren't for this woman, how could he be so unlucky? And what about Lin Ranran? There was still a hint of disbelief in her eyes. The younger brother of the female warrior Feng Shiyun. The younger brother of female president Feng Jiran. How many identities of this kid Fong Chen are there that I don't know about? Why is it him? Wasn't he just a useless delivery guy? Why did he become a big boss right after she broke up with him? It has even become an existence that even the Black Dragon Society cannot afford to provoke? Seeing that Lin Ranran was silent, Lu Mingqi turned his head and looked at the other members of the Black Dragon Society behind him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Kneel down, every one of you kneel down in front of me. It was all because of these blind bastards that I had once again provoked and angered Fong Chen. If I don't apologize properly, I'm afraid young Master Fong will not easily forgive me. This is the thought. Plop. Pairs of knees hit the hard tile floor directly. Those hooligans didn't feel anything at all, especially the yellow-haired guy who was beaten up by Lu Mingqi. The latter was completely numb at this moment. The person who was kidnapped today turned out to be someone that Crown Prince Lu couldn't afford to offend? And it just so happened that this was the person who almost wiped out the Black Dragon Society in the morning. This is too bad, isn't it? Hitting a wall in the blink of an eye? Fong Chen had a blank expression on his face. Whoever here today takes off her clothes will have to use the other one to eat from now on. Although the aunt and her family of 3 are shameless. But they are still Mr. U.S. relatives, and Fong Chen can't really bother with them here. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Black Dragon Society members present turned pale. Are you all deaf? However, Lu Mingqi did not hesitate at all, and a flash of cold light flashed in his hand. Compared to eating with only one hand, offending Fong Chen was obviously more terrifying in his heart. As for you, I don't want to see you in the imperial capital anymore. Fang Chen took a last look at Lin Ranran, whose face was full of hideous and distorted expressions, and said these words. Turn around and leave. I took a taxi back to Mr. Yu's house. Fang Chen's face was full of fatigue. He had just taken up the new position today and would have to go to work at Tianding Clothing Company tomorrow. The farce ended with everyone from the Black Dragon Society surrendering a hand. This was also the first time that Fang Chen truly demonstrated the power he possessed in front of Mr. Yu. As for Lin Ranran, this woman definitely can't stay in the imperial capital anymore. Fang Chen also didn't want to see her popping up in front of him every few days. In just a few words, Lu Mingqi could easily hear the meaning from her words. Obviously he didn't intend to see this woman again. The Black Dragon Society is wealthy enough to have contracted Lin Ranran's plane ticket, so let's get this plague god away quickly. Lu Mingqi didn't want to have any contact with this woman anymore. There are always some troubles every other day, and who knows when Lin Ranran will hit the wall again and have the Black Dragon Society to clean up the mess. As a result, he was dragged into the water. If the person they meet at that time is not as easy to talk to as Fang Chen, it will probably bring a devastating disaster to the Black Dragon Society. Fang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and simply washed up. Along the way, Olju kept looking at the young man whom he had picked up casually with a look of shock on his face. I really didn't expect it. In less than 2 days, you have become so powerful. In the eyes of Mr. Yu, the members of the Black Society were people whom he could not afford to offend. If you offend those people, you will inevitably get into endless trouble. Unless you can get rid of them quickly, or have a strong enough backing to intimidate the other party. Obviously, Fang Chen is the latter. Fang Chen smiled slightly. Just remember that I am still the same Fang Chen. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Olju saved his life. In front of Olju, Fang Chen will always be just the young man who delivers food on an electric scooter. By the way, Mr. Yu, can I take you to buy a car in a few days? It is really inconvenient to travel without a means of transportation. Although the Lamborghini Sian is cool, Fang Chen does not have much interest in sports cars. What's more, this car is temporarily occupied and requisitioned by Yu Guohui and his son. Buy a car? Yeah. After saying this, Fang Chen went straight into the room and went to sleep without paying any attention to Yu Lao's surprised expression. He just wanted to inform Mr. Yu. How much does a car cost to Fang Chen now? After all, buying one can be a lot more convenient. P.S. Starting today, according to the editor's arrangement, there will be 3 updates every day. Readers who like the 7 Sisters must be active and speak enthusiastically in the comment area. If there are any shortcomings, readers must let me know, and the comments will be read. Chapter 35, Being Stopped. Fang Chen walked downstairs to Tianding Clothing Company, stretched his numb hands and feet, and then glanced at his watch. It's 8:10, and there are still 20 minutes left before work time. Just in time for breakfast. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. Fang Chen always keeps the habit of eating breakfast, and this habit seems to be deeply ingrained in his bones. Ding! Remind the host to sign in. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose and thought to himself, sign in. The next moment, he felt something new in his mind and a swollen and painful feeling came over him, but fortunately, it only lasted for a while. Successful sign in, reward host to restore 7-year-old memory. Clam? Fang Chen was stunned. This system restored 3 years of his memory in one go yesterday, so how come it has become only 1 year today? Just the memory of the year when you were 7? However, in his memory, Fang Chen vaguely saw a slightly yellowed old photo, with 2 familiar yet unfamiliar figures. That kind of intimacy that comes from the bones. It made Fang Chen realize that the 2 middle-aged men in his memory must be his parents. Now that I think about it, my guess was probably correct. Sure enough, the 7 fairy sisters were given to me by the system after signing in. And she is not her biological sister. Otherwise, logically speaking, although these childhood memories are vague, but there should still be memory fragments related to them. This further confirmed Fang Chen's guess that this system was indeed not as simple as just helping him restore his memory. Dad, Mom. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with deep longing. He didn't pay attention when he walked and subconsciously entered the building. As a result, he bumped into a beautiful figure head-on. Suddenly the other party stumbled and the things in his hands fell to the ground. After bumping into someone, Fang Chen quickly pulled his thoughts back to his senses. He looked closely and saw a long-haired girl squatting on the ground with her head down, picking up something. Sorry, I was distracted just now and didn't look at the road. Are you okay? Fang Chen hurriedly helped the other person pick up the things, apologizing continuously. You little brat, are you blind? Do you know how long my girlfriend spent preparing for the interview today? Next to the girl stood a tall and strong young man. At this time he jumped out and cursed and accused. Fang Chen touched his nose in dissatisfaction. The documents scattered on the ground did include academic files and the like. It also seemed to contain some targeted research that the girl had done specifically to prepare for the job. Quite comprehensive and detailed. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. This kind of thing could only be his fault. I'm sorry, I really didn't look at the road, I'm really sorry. Humph! The young man crossed his arms across his chest, curled his lips in disdain, and seemed to whisper in a low voice, "Coward." Although the voice was small, it still fell into Fang Chen's ears. He didn't want to argue with this guy, so he pretended not to hear it. Here, sorry, beautiful lady. After picking up all the information on the ground, Fang Chen slowly stood up and said to the girl. Only then did Fang Chen see the latter's face clearly. His black and smooth hair was straight, his brows were furrowed as if he was worried about the upcoming interview, and he looked a little absent-minded. Hey, is that you? When Fang Chen saw the other person's appearance clearly, he was slightly stunned. Isn't this the girl named Su Chanxian that I met at the convenience store yesterday? After saying that, Fang Chen looked at the tall young man next to Su Chanxian again. Obviously not the rich second generation who drove the Maserati yesterday. Hiss. Fang Chen's eyes shifted strangely between the two of them and he took a breath. Do young people nowadays play so extravagantly? What? Boy, do you know our Chanxian? Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose, not knowing how to respond. Su Chanxian just raised her head at this moment, and a hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. It's you? Ahem, sorry. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Fang Chen looked at the young man's unfriendly expression and gave a helpless smile. He didn't want to get into some inexplicable trouble so early in the morning. Su Chanxian stared at Fang Chen's back until he disappeared from her sight. The young man next to her glanced jealously in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared, and then said with dissatisfaction, "This kid is really blind." Ha, let's go. Su Chanxian chuckled and glanced at her boyfriend with her beautiful eyes. Then he walked out directly to the first floor of the building of Tianding Clothing Company. It is divided into Building A and Building B. Building A is an ordinary commercial building, and Building B is an office building. Of course, as soon as you enter Building B, you can see the front desk receptionist of Tianding Clothing Company. Su Chanxian came here for an interview today. Fang Chen bought a cup of soy milk and then took 2 fried dough sticks. He got on the elevator directly. Guan Yuetong had just sent him a message asking where he was. It was estimated that most of the key members of the company had arrived in the conference room by now. Fang Chen replied, "I'll be there soon." After getting off the elevator, I walked towards the conference room. Hey, kid, the interviewer is waiting outside, what are you doing? A middle-aged man with a very wretched appearance grabbed Fang Chen and said lightly. Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. I'm going to a meeting. Meeting? The interview meeting has already ended, why are you coming here now? Which school are you from? Clam? Fang Chen was stunned. What interviewer conference? What school? I'm here to chair my first company board meeting. What are you talking about? Which, I'm here to attend the board meeting. Board of directors? The eldest brother who stopped Fang Chen sneered. He looked the latter up and down and curled his lips. Fang Chen was only about 20 years old. Hold a board meeting? Except for General Manager Guan Yuetong, which board member is under 30 years old? Moreover, Fang Chen was dressed in ordinary time travel clothes, and was holding soy milk and fried dough sticks in his hand. He looks like a poor student who was rushing out to apply for a job. How can he look like a board member? When Fang Chen saw the other person's expression, he knew that he was underestimated again. He really wasn't in the mood for trouble this early in the morning. Fortunately, Guan Yuetong walked over from the other end of the corridor at this time. The woman was wearing a red dress, which was very dazzling. Even if she was thrown into the crowd, Fang Chen would probably be able to see her at a glance. Guan Yuetong saw Fang Chen, who looked bitter and helpless, and immediately spoke. You're finally here. I thought you were lost in the company. It is not difficult to hear a hint of resentment in the woman's voice. After Fang Chen came to Tianding Clothing Company, she, as the general manager, became the latter's assistant in disguise. Those old guys who had always been unhappy with her finally found an opportunity to make trouble for her. Everyone was cursing in the conference room. He was restless, as if he had ADHD. Fang Chen was the boss, but he was late for such an important meeting. Some old guys wanted to show off their status and give Fang Chen a warning. Someone has already spoken. If the boss doesn't show up within 10 minutes, there's no need to hold this meeting today. What is even more outrageous is that this statement actually received support from many key members in the conference room. Fang Chen spread his hands helplessly. Sister Xiaotong, I want to go in too. He wondered if he should get a name badge or something like that in the future. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to explain to various people every day that he was the boss, right? General Manager. Chapter 36, Positive Security Guard. General Manager. The security guard who stopped Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Seeing that the general manager seems to be acquainted with this guy, could he be an applicant who plans to come in through the back door? This security guard happened to be a member of the board of directors, and was introduced by manager Huang. Because of this relationship, although a security guard has a low status in the company, he can always find some opportunities to take advantage of some female employees or interns. Moreover, they can often take advantage of the situation by using the name of a big company. It can be said that he has extremely bad character. Let him in. Guan Yuetong knew exactly what Fang Chen was feeling. Unexpectedly, the security guard's expression suddenly changed. General Manager, this is against the rules. His cousin is Manager Huang. The board members also knew that something was wrong with Guan Yuetong on weekdays. Now seeing that Guan Yuetong seemed to be planning to bring an acquaintance through the back door, he immediately seized the opportunity. So the security guard licked his lips and said righteously, "The company has its own rules. Interviewers who are late must bear the corresponding consequences. You can't even abide by the time. How can we expect you to achieve anything else in the environment?" He completely ignored the confused looks on Guan Yuetong and Fang Chen's faces. The security guard said passionately, "Those who are late for the interview will be disqualified. This is the rule set by Mr. Fang Juran. So, even if you are Manager Guan's friend, I can't let you in. Sir, please go back." These words attracted a lot of people's attention. For a moment, some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures, intending to post this dedicated and positive security guard who strictly abided by the company's rules and regulations online. What positive energy! My friend, Tianding is indeed a large group. Even a security guard has learned the importance of keeping to time through what he has seen and heard. Yes, details determine success or failure. If an interviewer cannot even stick to the time, do you expect the busy interviewer to wait for you? The security guard said it well. It gave me positive energy early in the morning. There were constant cheers of support from all around, and some people even applauded the security guards. Fang Chen gave a helpless smile. There are mentally ill people every year, but there are especially many this year. He didn't know what was wrong with this security guy, or if he didn't take his medicine before going out in the morning. Why play come on, old gay, working people at this time? Fang Chen's face was full of black lines, and he wanted to stuff a mouthful of Lao Ba's secret hamburger into his mouth. Guan Yuetong rolled her eyes. This is? I don't need to know who he is, no matter how powerful his status and background are. The company's rules are my principles and cannot be broken. Interviewers who are late will not be allowed to enter. The security guard looked righteous. Well said, I give you a thumbs up. Damn, this is so touching. A security guard is so protective of the company. This company is worthy of being the subsidiary of my goddess, President Fang Juran. That's right, what's wrong with knowing the general manager? This is a company, we should treat everyone equally. The security guard is right. The onlookers on the side cheered for the security guard crazily. It even made the latter feel that he was right to jump out and criticize Guan Yuetong. Fang Chen really couldn't bear to hear this guy continue talking nonsense. Fuck you, I'm the chairman of the company. Let me in quickly, I need to go to a meeting. Fang Chen glanced at the time on his phone. He was already late, as the morning meeting had already started several minutes ago. The security guard looked at him with disdain. Who are you trying to scare? You're just a brat, you're a shitty chairman. How can you, a little kid, be the chairman? If you are the chairman, I am still the major shareholder of the company. The onlookers nearby also burst into laughter. Look at this kid. He was so angry because he failed to get in through the back door that he even swore at people. It would be a disaster if such a person was hired into the company. The onlookers were watching the fun with smiles on their faces. Everyone, I think you really misunderstood. Guan Yuetong rubbed her swollen temples, not knowing what was wrong with this stupid security guard. At this moment, several figures in suits walked out from a distance, and one of them happened to see the conflict happening here. I walked over subconsciously. Seeing this person, the security guard was immediately overjoyed. Wasn't this Manager Huang who introduced himself to Tianding Garment Company? With Manager Huang backing him up, he was even less afraid. No matter how I say it today, I am right, and I can also provide Manager Huang and other core employees with an opportunity to oppose Guan Yuetong. If Manager Huang and his people gain power and wrest some power back from Guan Yuetong, then he will be a great hero. There are bound to be benefits. Thinking of this, the security guard seemed to imagine his own days of success. As a group of people came over, the first person spoke. Manager Guan, the chairman has such a bad sense of time. He has made us wait for so long, and we all have things to do. Ha, you have to ask him about that. Guan Yuetong sneered. Manager Huang was slightly startled and winked at the security guard. What happened? The security guard cleared his throat and said proudly. This gentleman was late for the interview, but Manager Guan actually planned to help him get in through the back door. What's even more ridiculous is that he actually claimed that he was the chairman of the company. Ha ha, I was dying of laughter. The only sound in the corridor was the security guard's laughter. Clam? As soon as these words came out, all of the company's key personnel looked at Fong Chen with dull eyes. Everyone's face was filled with confusion, as if they had all understood it wrong. The chairman was not late, but was stopped at the door by a security guard. The security guard was still talking excitedly. Manager Guan's behavior is completely biased and corrupt, and I will not allow it to happen. But he didn't notice that his backer, Manager Huang, had a darkening expression on his face. Damn, this idiot, no wonder the chairman was late for the meeting. It turned out that I was stopped by this idiot. How is it? Uncle, did I do you proud this time? I have caught Guan Yuetong's handle, which is enough to give this woman a hard time. I'm afraid you will be promoted to director in the future. The security guard laughed triumphantly twice, his face full of flattery. Manager Huang and Guan Yuetong looked at each other, and he immediately felt a chill down his spine. Could it really be? Manager Huang pointed in the direction of Fong Chen. Guan Yuetong sneered and nodded yes, this is Mr. Fong's younger brother, the newly appointed chairman of Tianding Garment Company. After these words were spoken, the corridor became even quieter. After getting Guan Yuetong's confirmation, all the key members looked strange. Chapter 37, Go back to the meeting first update today. Fong Chen glanced at Manager Huang with a playful look. Fuck you. Manager Huang couldn't help but slap the security guard in the face. Originally, all the board members had unanimously planned to give the late chairman a warning today. It turns out that the chairman was late entirely because he had such an idiotic relative. Uncle, why did you hit me? The security guard covered his face with his hands, looking puzzled. You fucking bastard. This young man is the new chairman of the company. I have heard that the new chairman is Fong Jiran's younger brother, a young man less than 20 years old. This is exactly why these guys are so fearless. Reasons to teach the new chairman a lesson on the first day. What's the result? I was actually turned away by Manager Huang's relatives and was not even allowed to enter the company gate. Moreover, this idiot even revealed the conflicts between himself and Guan Yuetong. Isn't that seeking death? On the surface, everyone in the company is pretending to obey but secretly disobeying each other, but it is not yet time for a complete fallout. Today, let this bastard's words fall into the ears of the chairman. The incomplete result is that their core members are not united with their colleagues, and they are seeking independence and splitting into factions within the company. This is a big taboo. What? That's impossible. How can this boy look like a chairman at all? Uncle, don't be fooled by Guan Yuetong. Today is such a good opportunity, you must take advantage of it. The security guard's face was full of disbelief and he kept on talking. Manager Huang felt like he was going completely crazy. Is this guy an idiot? Fuck. We have received the notice a long time ago that the new chairman is a young man. Do you think Guan Yuetong will lie to you? Would I lie to you? Take the opportunity to cause trouble? When did we plan to take the opportunity to cause trouble? At times like this, the best option is to protect yourself. Manager Huang doesn't want to lose his job because of a security guard's outrageous behavior. Clam? Uncle, haven't you always told me privately that if Guan Yuetong didn't rely on Mr. Fang's support, she would have no ability at all? What's more, this woman is indeed from a hostile faction to you. As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen almost laughed out loud. Manager Huang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. You have a fucking mouth, can't you just say less? Get away, you bastard. Don't let me see you. Manager Huang kicked the security guard directly with both feet, causing him to scream in pain. The onlookers were unable to react for a while. Didn't this kid try to use the back door and get slapped in the face? How come a group of people who looked like company executives came, and the security guard's uncle beat him up? They were some distance away from the outside when they spoke. The interview next door was about to begin, and it was a mess over there, so the onlookers couldn't hear the conversation clearly. Guan Yuetong took 2 steps towards that direction. I'm sorry, everyone. I made you laugh. This is the newly appointed chairman of our Tianding Garment Company, Mr. Fang Jiran's younger brother. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. After saying this, the woman turned her head and glanced at Manager Huang. Just from this one glance, Manager Huang felt a chill that was enough to captivate his soul. Like a thorn in the back. Women are the most vengeful creatures in the world. Today, the security guard made it clear in a few words that there was a discord between them and Guan Yuetong. In a blink of an eye, a good hand of cards that was originally in an active state suddenly turned bad. If he wanted to act like a big shot to Fang Chen again, I'm afraid Fang Chen would definitely ask them to get out without hesitation. These people have also heard about what happened between Manager Che and Director Zhang. These 2 guys are a lesson for us. Even today, I thought about giving Fang Chen a warning. However, they had no intention of offending the latter. They just wanted to maintain their dignity and prevent their position in the company from being compressed. Gurgle. All the backbone members swallowed hard. At this time, if he still wanted to make trouble by taking advantage of the chairman's lateness and say that he was leaving early, he would put on airs in front of Fang Chen. Then they will not be far from the same fate as Manager Che and others. Fang Chen glanced at the board members in front of him with a smile. What are you guys planning to do now? Count me in. Fang Chen is not a fool. As soon as Guan Yuetong met them, she had a resentful expression on her face, obviously because Fang Chen didn't come, and the old guys on the board of directors were getting impatient waiting for an explanation. That's why women are put under pressure. What's more, even if Fang Chen didn't understand, he was not deaf. Why did the security guard offend Manager Huang and get beaten? It's because he spoke so brainlessly and disclosed the current situation of the entire board of directors. He didn't even realize that he was letting his teammates down, and he was so smug that he even wanted to take credit for it. Manager Huang coughed awkwardly, thinking that he should not have shown his head just now. As a result, he was betrayed by his own relative. Now, all the key members lowered their heads, pretending not to hear, and only responded to Fang Chen with dry laughter. At this time, whoever speaks will attract Fang Chen's attention. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. It just so happened that Manager Huang just showed up and no one paid any attention to Fang Chen. Manager Huang certainly wouldn't dare to ignore the latter. As expected, Fang Chen saw that no one responded. He exchanged a glance with Manager Huang with a sly smile. The latter immediately looked embarrassed and glanced at his old friends who had been on the same front with him for many years. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, what a disloyal person. However, no matter how madly he roared in his heart, at this moment he could only bite the bullet and sneer, and said to Fang Chen, Ahem, we haven't eaten yet, and we wanted to go out for something to eat. After these words came out, even Guan Yuetong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The rest of the board members also lowered their heads and covered their faces in embarrassment. I'm afraid even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe the lie that Manager Huang made up. It's fine if you don't have breakfast when you come to the meeting so early in the morning, but the meeting has just started and you plan to go downstairs to eat before coming back? Aren't you afraid of missing the board meeting? Fang Chen smiled slightly. Although there was a gentle smile on his face, the feeling he gave was indescribably eerie in the eyes of the board members. I'm too lazy to pursue what happened today. As for the so-called faction, just don't let me see it in the future. Otherwise, 2 have already been fired. If any of you want to be kicked out of the company with them, I don't mind helping out. Now, go back to the conference room for the meeting. Fang Chen said the first two sentences with a smile, but when he said the last sentence, the smile on Fang Chen's face suddenly disappeared. Instead, there is a touch of the sharpness of a young man who was as fearless as a newborn calf. Do you understand? P.S. Brothers, go, go, go. Starting from yesterday until next Tuesday, I will update 6,000 words 3 times a day. If you ask me to update more than 100 times, I will add an extra chapter. Brothers, go, go. I will never delay the manuscript. As long as the author sees your requests after get off work, I will add more chapters immediately. Chapter 38, What is his confidence? Part 2. Do you understand? The voice echoed in the corridor. Each board member had a different expression. Some looked surprised and confused, while others had faces that turned blue and red alternately, and finally a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in their eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that Fang Chen would speak last. They were totally caught off guard by the fact that he would utter such an unpleasant word. How could a little brat who was less than 20 years old have the confidence to say such a thing? Many board members in the company also hold a considerable proportion of shares. Even if Fang Jiran completely delegated power to Fang Chen. But if the latter really intends to completely tear his face off and offend everyone present, then the outcome will be. It will inevitably result in a lose-lose situation. The shares they hold are enough to become a threat to check the further development of Tianding Clothing Company and even maintain the status quo. Besides, those present here are all people who have experienced accompanying Fang Jiran in starting a business. When following a woman, what kind of storms have you not seen? How dare a boy who was less than 20 years old talk to them like this? For a moment, the scene fell silent. The young man's sharp words had apparently caused the atmosphere, which had been slightly relaxed, to freeze again. What confidence does Fang Chen have to say this? The board members probably couldn't figure it out even if they racked their brains. Fang Chen's confidence came from what Fang Jiran said to him: he would be in charge of all the company. This comes from Fang Jiran's trust. If you can't do something well, it's better not to do it. The same goes for the company. If it continues to have those bad problems, its development will be constrained everywhere. It would be better for it to go bankrupt. My seventh sister doesn't need this little money anyway. For Fang Jiran, how could a mere company compare to his own brother? With this mentality, Fang Chen has subconsciously adjusted his position in the company. The worst that could happen is a reshuffle, even if Tianding Clothing goes bankrupt. I can just use the 200 million pocket money given by seventh sister to make a comeback. At worst, I can just give seventh sister a new sub-industry chain. And Fang Chen always believed it. With his own abilities, maybe if he opens a new company, it may not be worse than the current Tianding Clothing. This is because the pattern is different and the starting point of thinking is different. Therefore, all the board members must have racked their brains to understand, where did this parachuted-in chairman get the confidence to challenge them? They never thought that Fang Chen didn't even care about the company's bankruptcy. However, in the bottom of their hearts, they began to vaguely doubt whether the chairman had other means to restrict the dividend rights brought by their shares. When they thought of this, the faces of the board members turned pale. If Fang Chen has a way to check and balance them, doesn't that mean that the latter's statement of letting manager Che serve as a lesson is not groundless? Wouldn't it be nice to kick them out of the company and buy back their shares at the original price? Could it be that for Chairman Fang, it actually has no impact at all whether we are there or not? If the prerequisites are met, perhaps it's not Fang Chen who should be worried. Rather, it is these guys who are spoiled and arrogant, and bully others in the company all day long. After all, the only means they can use to threaten Fang Chen are the shares in their hands. However, Fang Chen was appointed as the chairman by Fang Jiran and was qualified to manage all matters within the company. Fang Jiran completely delegates power to Fang Chen, and the former has the greatest power. To put it simply, Fang Chen is the boss of the entire Tianding Clothing Company. Then, once Fang Chen is confident that he can counterbalance the rights they bring with them through shares. These shareholders and board members have lost their last support. Everyone looked at each other, and a chill that made their scalps tingle rose in their hearts. For a while. Unable to figure out Fang Chen's confidence, Manager Huang and others began to speak cautiously. He swallowed hard and spoke immediately. Well, ahem, let's go. Chairman, you go first. Manager Huang's expression kept changing, and finally he showed an embarrassed smile. Walking in front of Fang Chen and leading the way. A man of insight is a wise man. He dare not gamble his entire fortune on Fong Chen's confidence. Seeing that manager Huang had given in, the other directors also changed their expressions. They suppressed their displeasure and followed the latter one by one, heading towards the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Guan Yuetong was a little surprised to see that these unruly old guys actually surrendered for a moment. She originally thought that after Fong Chen's harsh words just now, these old guys would be angered by the young man. Who would have thought that no one would stand up to oppose it? It was really unexpected. If she knew that these old guys subconsciously believed that Fong Chen had the means to balance their shares, so they became so obedient, I wonder what they would think? You guys have too much inner drama, don't you? Seeing that manager Huang was about to disappear from his sight, Fong Chen smiled slightly, took a step forward and followed him. First board meeting. Fong Chen is only responsible for presiding over the overall situation and being familiar with the internal affairs of the company. In fact, holding meetings is still Guan Yuetong's job. The entire meeting went very smoothly, without any of the depression that Guan Yuetong usually felt when she presided over meetings and gave speeches. The atmosphere was lively and all board members rushed to answer questions. Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes held a hint of smile. The reason these guys behaved like this was because they wanted to leave a good impression in front of the new chairman, right? At last, Guan Yuetong winked at him playfully on the podium. Fong Chen yawned. In this meeting, all the board members were active, but professional terms appeared endlessly. Fong Chen is a layman who has not studied professional management and finance. I felt so overwhelmed after listening to it. It was like I was being tortured. I couldn't listen at all. Fortunately, the meeting is finally coming to an end. Okay, in that case, thank you all for your hard work, and let's adjourn the meeting. Fong Chen slowly stood up and stretched his limbs, which had become stiff from sitting for so long. A group of key members happened to notice this scene at this time, and many of them suddenly twitched their mouths wildly. I guess the chairman didn't listen to what they were saying in the meeting just now? Fong Chen's indifferent expression made many people even more fearful. When the backbone members saw Fong Chen's expression, they all started to become wildly suspicious. It seems that the chairman is actually fully aware of all the internal affairs of the company and is secretly coordinating the overall situation, so he looks so absent-minded? How could they know that Fong Chen didn't care about this company? Since they don't care, they naturally won't pay too much attention to it. What the board of directors discusses will not affect the subsequent decisions on the company's internal development. A small board meeting can influence the direction of a company. Tianding Clothing changed its business a long time ago. Therefore, the result will only be that as the backbone members continue to speculate, Fong Chen's status in their hearts will become higher and higher. It even gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. After all, the unknown is what people fear the most. From the very beginning, when Fong Chen uttered harsh words and showed no concern for the feelings of these elders, he always left them with a feeling of being unfathomable. It was as if this parachuted brother Fong Jiran had already made plans. For a while, they even looked up to Fong Chen in their hearts. In their subjective subconscious, they had preconceived notions from the beginning that Fong Chen was someone who was here to manage the company seriously. Otherwise, Fong Jiran would not have placed the latter in such a position. After all, Fong Jiran wouldn't be a nepotist, right? Putting it in this position is definitely for the better development of the company. But, this starting point itself is wrong. First of all, Fong Jiran is really a nepotist woman. Secondly, after meeting these veteran backbones, Fong Chen was indeed a little disappointed with them. At one point, I even had the idea of not caring about the company anymore. But the starting point is wrong, and in the end, it can only create the illusion that Fong Chen is becoming more mysterious. Chapter 39, Listen to what people say. Thank you for your hard work, Chairman. Fong Chen rubbed his neck and walked towards the door. Manager Huang also made up his mind not to offend the latter anymore. He hurried over and offered to help Fong Chen organize the information. The latter glanced at him without saying anything. Manager Huang is quite hardworking. Aren't these things the secretary's job? What, Manager Huang is planning to be my secretary? Fong Chen smiled slightly and made a teasing remark. Manager Huang laughed bitterly and said, Hee, Chairman, you really like to joke. I'm in the Human Resources Department, and the work there is quite tight. Plus, after you fired Manager Che, all of his work fell on me. What he meant was that he was afraid that Fong Chen would really transfer him to be his secretary. The main source of income for these board members is not the tiny salary from their positions. Instead, it comes from dividends from shares within the company. It doesn't matter what position you do, as long as it's easy, it's best. But if you become Fong Chen's secretary, you will be busy every day. At the very least, it will definitely not be as comfortable as lying in the HR office and watching TV. Fong Chen smirked, glanced at Manager Huang, and said, Manager Huang, just do your own job well. There is no need to deliberately cater to or curry favor with others in the company because of my identity. I don't like this kind of work style of changing with the wind. The internal rules of the company remain unchanged. Rewards will be based on merit. If you make achievements in the future, you will naturally get the benefits. There is really not much meaning in trying to get close to me. Upon hearing this, Manager Huan was a little embarrassed. Guan Yuetong was watching this scene not far away and was slightly touched. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye who has really come into contact with Fong Chen can see that the latter knows almost nothing about management. But with what I just said, it was both a threat and an inducement. He is a master in using both the carrot and the stick, which is rare in a newcomer who has never managed a company. In fact, it is no different even in the business world. Only if you give me benefits or let me see benefits, will I work hard for you? Otherwise, should I just look at the pie in the sky you painted and work hard all day long? That person is either mentally retarded or a fool. It is absolutely useless to use big promises to deal with these old foxes in the company's board of directors. They will not be convinced. However, if you want to intimidate these guys, you need to use some tough measures. Of course, add some verbal praise as appropriate. Fong Chen had not promised Manager Huang any specific benefits just now, which did not meet the premise of making big promises. Coupled with the cold threat from the young man in the corridor before, it seemed like a kind of coercion and inducement in the eyes of others. As a side note, the same principle applies to a bad woman raising fish. Never promise any actual benefits, even if the suitor has some ulterior motives and deliberately chooses to watch a movie in the middle of the night. Even if you arrange everything well, the other party will not be fooled. The most I can do is find an excuse in advance, just when I need to leave after watching the movie. It's actually not difficult to find a sufficient excuse and reason. Once the pursuer becomes disappointed or even ready to let go, they pretend to be concerned and always give the other person a feeling that they are within their reach. But in fact, the relationship between the two parties is completely controlled by the scumbag woman. As the saying goes, the better to play, the more handsome guys there are in the fish pond. This kind of ambiguous feeling is heart-pounding, but it does not exist in the cliched scumbag. But there are always some young people who like to challenge high-scoring girls without knowing their own limitations, then. Don't blame the other person for throwing you into her fish pond. After all, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. You were the one who took the initiative first. Why do you say I am a scumbag? Young master really has some talent in being a leader. Guan Yuetong's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and there was a hint of appreciation in them. Chairman, would you like to go to the interview together later? Manager Huang glanced at Fong Chen cautiously, as if he was afraid that he would be remembered by the latter because of his previous behavior. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and his eyes fell on the door. He said softly, and Fong Chen saw a figure. With the meeting over, only Guan Yuetong, Fong Chen and Manager Huang were left in the conference room. Manager Huang looked in the direction of Fong Chen's gaze. Isn't that the queuing area for today's interviews for the position of Assistant General Manager? His eyes rolled around, wondering if young Master Fong saw friends or acquaintances among those people. What's wrong? Chairman? Manager Huang asked, pretending to be chatting. I saw someone I knew. Really? Fong Chen's answer immediately confirmed Manager Huang's guess, so he quickly said over there is the interview area for the general manager's assistant, but it seems that their HR has something going on, so it will be delayed. If I didn't have to go to the Human Resources Department to collect information later. Alas, it's been delayed for too long, and it may be too late. I don't even know who to ask for help with the interview. Fong Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this and said, won't it take a long time? A company's reputation is also very important. If it wastes too much of the interviewee's time, it can actually be considered a problem with its service. It is inevitable that people will gossip about you. Chairman, if you are not busy. Manager Huang pretended to be embarrassed. Ha? You mean let me interview them? That's possible, Fong Chen touched his nose in disappointment and said subconsciously. Although she took over the company completely, in fact, most of the affairs still had to be arranged by Guan Yuetong, a professional. Interviewing some newcomers is not a problem for Fangchen. There's nothing to do right now anyway. Manager Huan was secretly delighted when he saw his plan succeed. I thought to myself, I must pay more attention later to see which newcomer the chairman is focusing on. Maybe she is the latter's confidant. I must seize the opportunity and make friends with her as soon as possible. This is the thought. Manager Huang had also cleaned up the meeting room, so he spoke. Chairman, let's go out then. He handed all the documents he had sorted out to Fong Chen, and the young man nodded. The three of them filed out. Then I'll trouble you, Chairman, about the interview. Manager Huang greeted Fong Chen respectfully. He planned to go find his relative who was a security guard first. This bastard has really hurt himself today. If I hadn't been smart, I might have been accompanied by Manager Che and Mr. Zhang. It is not difficult for the Human Resources Department to pinch some of the illicit money. As Guan Yuetong said before, if we really investigate and hold accountable, few people on the board of directors are clean. If Fong Chen were to argue with him, it would be easy to send him to jail. Guan Yuetong followed behind Fong Chen until Manager Huang completely disappeared from their sight. Then the woman raised her red lips slightly and chuckled. Manager Huang is really good at changing his attitude according to the situation. Fong Chen laughed twice when he heard this. This was indeed true. At first, a large group of people came from the end of the corridor with great momentum. Fong Chen thought that these board members were going to rebel collectively. By the way, I don't know why these old guys who usually look down on others were actually shocked by you today. You know, this is the first time a board meeting has been held since I joined the company, and they will actively speak up. Under normal circumstances, I'm afraid they would wish they could tuck their heads into their necks like ostriches. Guan Yuetong said with a smile. Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. In the bottom of his heart, he seemed to have some vague guesses. However, he did not flatter himself, but said with a smile, who knows, maybe he was shocked by the domineering aura of the seventh sister? Guan Yuetong glanced in another direction with her bright eyes. Go, it's over there. The chairman is going to interview the new people in person. If it gets out, it will probably be on the news again. Fong Chen also scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, he didn't want to be reported in the newspapers as a so-called celebrity anymore. The last time was a small conflict at the Saipan International Shopping Center. I have become a hot topic on the front page of the newspaper. I don't know what is wrong with people nowadays. It's just spending some money to buy a jewelry store. Is it that big of a deal? If someone heard this, they would probably look at Fong Chen with disdain and curse him. Have you listened to what people say? P.S. Dear readers, please be active in the comments section. Let me see your suggestions for this book. I can also improve it if there are any deficiencies. Of course, on the other hand, I also want to select some guest supporting roles from readers. Please speak up and sign up. If you urge more than 100 chapters, add an extra chapter. Chapter 40, Your level is too low. First update. After saying goodbye to Guan Yuetong, Fong Chen went straight to the door of a glass room. This is the interview room. Judging from the scale of Tianding clothing, it is not comparable to that of ordinary small companies. What's more, Fong Jiran is a real estate professional, so it is normal for him to set aside a dedicated interview room. Fong Chen glanced at the long queue behind the door and subconsciously looked for a figure in the crowd. Unfortunately, Fong Chen did not see the person he was looking for among the people queuing outside the door. Taking a big step, the young man pushed open the glass door. Ha! Why is there a man here? Didn't you say you were interviewing for the assistant to the general manager? Is this man also here for an interview? That's impossible. The general manager is naturally Guan Yuetong, and this position is of course recruited for General Manager Guan, who was busy with all kinds of affairs. When it was made public, it was announced that only women would be recruited. The various standards were also clearly written down, and only if all of Guan Yuetong's requirements were met could one come to Tianding for an interview. Don't underestimate the general manager Guan Yuetong. On the surface, the girl is Fong Jiran's spokesperson, who appears on TV every few days. Thanks to the woman's stunning beauty, a lot of advertising costs for hiring celebrities were saved. Moreover, when introducing products and advertisements, it would be much more detailed if Manager Guan, who is personally involved in product research and market investigation, were asked to do so. It's better than hiring a popular artist who has to memorize the copy and may not even be able to answer the host's questions. For a while, Guan Yuetong became a little famous on the internet simply by virtue of a few advertisements and interviews. Such a capable career goddess. She can be said to be the perfect girlfriend in many people's minds. After all, there is never a shortage of beautiful women in the world. As the saying goes, beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. Although her fans are not quite sure whether Guan Yuetong has an interesting soul, she is a highly educated, intelligent, and emotionally intelligent working woman who holds a high position. In short, it will always be more charming than those vulgar rouge and powder. Many of the young girls who came to interview for the position of assistant to the general manager today regard Guan Yuetong as their idol. I selected them after careful selection on the internet. I had been thinking that even if I failed the interview, I would still have a chance to see my idol in person, but then, a man suddenly came in. Could this be our interviewer? He looks so young. Ah. I thought today's interview would be personally handled by Manager Guan. A girl sighed, looking slightly disappointed. However, there are also some girls who like to have evil thoughts. When they see that the interviewer is a man, they think that their chance may have come. They pull up their waistcoats imperceptibly, exposing their jade white arms perfectly to the air. Its purpose is naturally self-evident. Fong Chen glanced at it indifferently. He was not blind and he could see the actions of everyone in the field at the first sight. Everyone, I'm sorry to have wasted some of your valuable time due to another interviewer's personal issues. Fong Chen first opened his mouth to explain, calming the somewhat impetuous atmosphere in the crowd because the interviewer had not shown up yet. Then he continued, let's speed up the pace. Who will go first? Fong Chen leaned against the glass doorframe and looked around the crowd. Still not seeing the figure he wanted to find, Fong Chen couldn't help but wonder if he had seen it wrong. At this moment, a tall girl, about 1.7 meters tall, walked out in high heels. She had a haughty look on her face, and exuded a strong aura, and seemed to be extremely confident in herself. Fong Chen looked the latter up and down and said encouragingly, "You're quite brave. Let's go in first. Please wait outside for a while." As soon as he said that he was very brave, for some reason, the woman in front of Fong Chen frowned in disdain. Fong Chen originally thought that his encouragement would be able to warm up the atmosphere again. Who would have known that in the crowd not far away, there were actually a few people looking at him as if he were an idiot? Fong Chen felt a little creepy when he was stared at, and thought to himself, what did I say wrong? The tall woman walked straight past Fong Chen and entered the interview room. There was no intention of paying any attention to the interviewer Fong Chen. Fong Chen touched his nose helplessly and coughed twice. Ahem. I followed him in, still subconsciously complaining in my heart, is the status of the interviewer so humble now? I remember when I joined the big group Are You Full, I had to carefully explain to the customer service when I received complaints. Afraid of having their salary deducted or leaving a bad impression. Why did things change when I got to my own company? Are you still going to have the interview? There are many companies waiting for me to interview. Please tell me the result directly after the interview. Don't waste my time. My time is very precious. The tall woman saw Fong Chen hesitating and standing at the door in fear, and she scolded him coldly. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. The fact that he ignored him just now could be explained as the latter's cold personality, but now he spoke to him directly in a commanding tone. This was not just a personality problem, but a personality defect. Fong Chen didn't offend her, but there was absolutely no respect in this woman's words. Even a clayman has a temper, let alone Fong Chen, a young man. Fong Chen has the right to make decisions on all matters within the company. He fired 2 key members without even blinking an eye. What's more, does a woman who comes to the interview with such anger really think she is someone important? The woman ignored Fong Chen, who had a gloomy face, and sat directly on the chair, speaking calmly to herself. Let me make it clear in advance that my uncle is an accountant at the Guamao Finance Center and my parents both work in state-owned enterprises. I have also inquired about the job of the general manager's assistant. In the early days, I was considered to be someone who ran errands for the general manager. However, if you hire me, you will have to find someone else to do the errands. I studied for a bachelor's and master's degree at X University and was recommended to study abroad. My abilities in all aspects are no less than those of the top fashion designers. Market research and team formation tasks can be considered. The woman spoke quickly and finished a long string of words in one breath. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, his whole body was like a wooden chicken, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. I'm afraid you're not here for an interview? Is this girl here to interview me? What is the bottom line of my patience during the interview? Who would come in without giving their information to the HR or saying their name and just start talking to themselves? Also, no matter what position you are interviewing for, you should naturally do your own job. There is no one who would be so picky about the position of assistant and even dream of doing management work. If you are so capable, why don't you go and interview the chairman? Fang Chen was shocked by these words, but the woman frowned and glanced at him. Also, I want it to be written in the contract that if I have worked for 3 years, I must be given a certain amount of stock dividends. If I am fired before 3 years, I must be compensated with 1 million in unemployment benefits. Fang Chen's mouth opened wide, his face full of shock. Did you listen to what people say? Is this something a person with a normal mind would say? I know that you, a small interviewer, cannot make the decision. Go call your general manager. You are too low level and not qualified to interview someone like me. After she finished speaking, seeing Fang Chen frowning, the woman waved her hand and gave orders. Then, he looked at Fang Chen with displeasure. It seems to be saying that when interviewing an assistant for the general manager should come in person. What knowledge can a small HR have? Are you scared like this after just a few words? Fang Chen grinned and took a deep breath. He had a good temper, but even so, veins on his forehead were throbbing with anger. He suppressed the indignation in his heart. He. Chapter 41, Interview with Yi Qingcheng. He. With a gloomy face and 2 chuckles, Fang Chen shook his shoulders. I can still make the decision on such a small matter. You don't need to take the interview, just leave. Our Tianding temple is small and there is no room for you. Fang Chen finally uttered these words. He took several deep breaths back and forth, as if he wanted to take away all the anger in his lungs. Calm yourself down. Then, Fang Chen walked directly to the door, pushed it open for her, and made a gesture of invitation. The door opened less than a minute after the 2 of them entered, and the girls who were still queuing outside waiting for the interview were completely excited. There is nothing wrong with what this means. It naturally means that Sister Weiwei did not catch the interviewer's eye. Oh my god. The interview ended so quickly? The woman sitting on the chair with her legs crossed frowned and cursed coldly. You are just a small HR, but you speak so arrogantly. Do you mean that I failed the interview of your Tianding garment company? Let me tell you, this kind of thing is not something you can decide. If you offend me, believe it or not, I will make sure you can't stay in this company the next day. Threaten me? Can't stay? He. Please, or I'll call security. What? This guy actually wants to drive Sister Weiwei away? Fang Chen's expression remained unchanged. There was nothing more to say to this arrogant woman at this moment. He wanted to see who this woman was. How could you be so arrogant as to make such a statement that you could not even stay in Sister Chi's company? What on earth did this guy do to make the well-mannered Sister Weiwei so angry? Is this interviewer a fool? Sister Weiwei is one of the most famous internet celebrities in the live streaming industry in our capital. Yes, if Sister Weiwei joins, Tianding's e-commerce traffic will definitely be greater. There were bursts of discussions all around. Fang Chen had never thought that this tall woman would be so popular among the interviewees. Judging from their description, this woman might be a well-known internet celebrity? Poof. The tall girl named Sister Weiwei looked at Fang Chen disdainfully from her chair. Then he stood up slowly and proudly, his eyes cold. You wait. She maintained her pride and did not say a single word to Fang Chen, who regarded her as a small figure. She simply walked past him and left. Fang Chen glanced indifferently in the direction the woman left. I thought to myself, do you think I was brought up by being scared? Do you really think you are a big shot? She didn't even say her name right away. Did she really think she was some big shot? She had to be known by everyone? Just based on this attitude, there was no way Fang Chen would let her work next to Guan Yuetong. What's more, the latter's arrogant attitude and arrogant remarks made Fang Chen grit his teeth in anger. Not swearing was already giving face to this woman. The interview continues. Fang Chen glanced at the girls who were talking in the crowd, and then spoke. However, because Fang Chen drove away Sister Weiwei, the girls who came for the interview looked at each other for a while, and no one dared to walk in first. Fang Chen frowned, and at this moment, a voice sounded not far away. Sorry, interviewer, I was not feeling well and went to the bathroom just now. Fang Chen? Fang Chen turned his head and looked, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Did he finally see this person? I'm the interviewer for the position of assistant to the general manager. Since you're late, why don't we interview you first? Just now in the meeting room, Fang Chen caught a glimpse of Yi Qingcheng out of the corner of his eye and exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. Fang Chen glanced at the other girls waiting outside the door, then turned and walked into the interview room. Oh my god, isn't this interviewer so arrogant? He actually drove Sister Weiwei away. I guess Tianding has delayed Sister Weiwei for so long today, she will definitely not let it go. Hey, I thought the interviewer looked handsome and would be easy to talk to, but I didn't expect him to be so picky about Sister Weiwei. After entering the meeting room, Fang Chen took the initiative to pull out a chair for Yi Qingcheng and motioned for the girl to sit down. The woman actually saw Fang Chen in the interview room of Tianding Clothing Company. Obviously a little surprised. Speaking of Yi Qingcheng, her family has been wanting to arrange for her to return to the family during this period. But they were all rejected by the girl. She knew that if she didn't find a proper job, she would probably have to go back. She had finally managed to get out and away from that family full of intrigues and conflicts of interest, and she really didn't want to go back. Plus, all along, Yi Qingcheng also admires strong women like Guan Yuetong and Fang Jiran. Perhaps every independent and strong girl dreams of becoming such a person. Financial freedom and economic independence. It's easier said than done, but how many people can do it in their early 20s? So, when I saw the opportunity, I joined Tianding Clothing Company. And in order to become Guan Yuetong's assistant, the girl chose to sign up for the preliminary screening online without hesitation. The only unexpected point. Perhaps it was because the interviewer was Fang Chen, a man who left a deep impression on her. The two of them did have a past, but Yi Qingcheng seemed unwilling to face it or mention it at the moment. Well, let's get started. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. Facing this friend who might have once been his acquaintance, Fang Chen could not put on airs. Yi Qingcheng adjusted her emotions, organized the words in her mind, and spoke with her red lips slightly opened. Hello, interviewer. My name is Yi Qingcheng and I graduated from. So Yi Qingcheng began to give a brief self-introduction, but Fang Chen didn't even listen to the girl's educational background. Those who are able to come to the company for an interview have all participated in layers of selection online. The minimum standards in the columns of academic qualifications and work experience are definitely at the passing line. What's more, Fang Chen himself has lost his memory, so he doesn't care about other people's academic qualifications at all. Instead, personal ability is more important. In the subsequent self-introduction, Yi Qingcheng also answered several questions raised by Fang Chen one by one. At least Yi Qingcheng collected very detailed information about Tianding Clothing Company. Yi Qingcheng's voice was very nice the last time I spoke to her. Perhaps because Fang Chen's mind was completely focused on his amnesia, he didn't notice this at all. I just discovered this when I was interviewing the latter today. Yi Qingcheng's voice is very unique, the way she pronounces is very crisp, and there is an attractive magnetism to it. What is very interesting is that Yi Qingcheng actually summarized some things regarding the import and export channels and lessons learned from past experiences established overseas. It really sounds like something from an expert. Although the general manager's assistant's job in the early stage is just to serve tea and water, but after following the general manager and getting familiar with him, he will learn about the important matters of the company and can entrust them to handle. Judging from Yi Qingcheng's serious attitude, I think he will not be careless. For a moment, Fang Chen became more interested in this familiar stranger. Very good. Well, please wait for me outside for a while. The results of today's interview should be out this afternoon, Fang Chen said with a smile as he took the resume handed over by Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng had a lot of questions. But she still nodded and said, in that case, I'll wait outside first. P.S. You guys are really awesome. When I looked at my phone during lunch break, I found that there were over 100 urgings for updates. It seems that 5 updates today are a foregone conclusion. Please remember to leave a good review for this book. I am very grateful. I have no choice but to update. This is the second update. Chapter 42, Old Classmate. There is naturally surveillance in the interview room, and the images are very clear. At this moment, in the monitoring room, Manager Huan was staring at the two people having an awkward conversation on the screen without blinking. It seems that this person is the interviewee that the chairman is paying special attention to. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a seasoned man. Just looking at his decisive and fence-sitting character, you can see how shrewd this guy is. Although Fang Chen and Yi Qingcheng did not reveal much about their acquaintance through their behavior. But how could such subtle movements escape manager Huang's eyes? Including Fang Chen touching his nose, Yi Qingqing's stiff movement when handing over the document, and the subconscious surprise in the girl's eyes when she first saw that the interviewer was Fang Chen, all of these are enough to reflect a lot. Manager Huang smiled slightly and said, "It must be her." Immediately, the latter arranged someone to help him collect and investigate information about Yi Qingqing. As soon as Fang Chen went out, he saw a menacing man looking at him fiercely. "Who are you?" For a moment, the latter was somewhat confused. "Why do I always get into trouble for no apparent reason?" "Humph, this is my big brother." "Boy, you just realize you're in trouble now. Isn't it a little late?" The crowd dispersed, and Fang Chen saw the tall figure who spoke at first sight. "Isn't this the sister Weiwei who was kicked out of the interview room by me more than 10 minutes ago?" At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized Fang Chen. It was Su Chanxian, whom Fang Chen met by chance downstairs that morning. The girl had an impression of those rich second-generation young men. Definitely a memorable one. And yesterday, Fang Chen drove a Rolls-Royce with two beauties, and their departure figures have long been deeply imprinted in her mind. She had just been in the toilet for a while for some personal reasons. As soon as this came out, I heard that the interviewer for the position of assistant to the general manager seemed to have offended a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Women are all gossipy, and she subconsciously paid attention to this matter. Who knew that when the door opened, she was surprised to see that the person who came out was Fang Chen. It turns out that this person is from Tianding. But even with Tianding's background, it's impossible for everyone to be able to travel in a Rolls-Royce, right? I think the latter has a high status within Tianding. The other girls were unaware of this. They simply thought that Fang Chen was just an interviewer responsible for personnel recruitment and assessment. It looks like this person is in some trouble. Su Chanxian's mind moved, and she started to make some plans. You know, the fact that she can deal with a group of men and even play with the feelings of many rich second generations is enough to show that this woman has a high emotional intelligence. At this time, even if Fang Chen did not need the support of others, if he stood on his side and spoke for the latter in a situation where he was being criticized by thousands of people, it would definitely attract Fang Chen's attention. Even win someone's favor. Su Chanxian is a master in these little psychological tricks. But I know that this guy is said to be number one in Sister Weiwei's live broadcast room. He probably spent no less than 1 million on that live broadcast platform alone. Wow! 1 million? Yes. And I heard that he is a fanatical pursuer of Sister Weiwei. I'm not sure what's going on in his family, but he was able to give the anchor 1 million in tips online. You can imagine how well off his family is. There was a lot of discussion, and everyone seemed to be praising the man that Sister Weiwei had called over. It sounds like this man is not some unknown person, he also has some background. Fang Chen frowned and said, "The interview procedure is fair and impartial. Our company records the entire process. If you think there is any problem with me, you can complain." Does Weiwei dare to complain? Of course she didn't dare. Even if she complained, the people in the relevant department would not say a word other than thinking that she was mentally ill. After all, it was able to shock someone of Fang Chen's mental quality to the point of being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. I'm afraid that if it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to help but say a few words. However, Sister Weiwei never took Fang Chen, a small interviewer, seriously. If Guan Yuetong had interviewed her today, perhaps the same thing would have happened. She didn't dare to say a word. But it was because the other party was Fang Chen, an ordinary-looking young man, such a person. Why did he reject me? What right did he have to reject me? The man called by Sister Weiwei spoke directly. Our Weiwei is so outstanding, the reason she was not selected by you must be because of some shady manipulation in your interview selection. Then he glanced at Fang Chen with contempt, but at this moment, his expression changed slightly, and the next moment, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, I didn't expect that the one who vetoed our Weiwei was actually Fang Chen, you useless guy. Hey, the campus beauty Yi is here too." When these words came out, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. This man seemed to mean that he knew him and Yi Qingqing? Could it be an old friend or classmate? However, Fang Chen had not recovered much of his memory at the moment, and did not recognize the other person at all. He even subconsciously did not feel that he had any impression of this person. Maybe he is just a passerby in memory. Fang Chen did not have the same palpitating feeling as when he first faced Yi Qingqing. "Ahem, who are you?" Fang Chen said embarrassedly. "Me? Fang Chen, you're probably getting carried away being an interviewer at Tianding Clothing Company. You don't even remember me? The man laughed out loud twice, his smile full of indescribable contempt. His words were full of contempt, and he didn't take the interviewer seriously at all. He is your high school classmate Qi Shixian. I heard that his family is quite wealthy. Yi Qingqing poked Fang Chen from behind and whispered. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Didn't Yi Qingqing say last time that their acquaintance was just an accident? Could it be that they are classmates? Even a fool could see that when the two of them talked last time, Yi Qingqing clearly didn't want to pay any attention to Fang Chen. Fang Chen rubbed his swollen temples. At this moment, Qi Shixian glanced at Fang Chen and Yi Qingqing and then said, It seems that there is something fishy about the interview at Tianding Clothing. The campus beauty Yi was an old lover of this guy. As the words fell, the whole audience was shocked. The group of girls who were wondering why Sister Weiwei was not selected just now suddenly showed expressions of solidarity. They all prepared seriously for a long time before coming to Tianding for the interview. As a result, who knew that the interviewer's girlfriend was among the interviewees? So what else is there to say? Could it be that this isn't a shady deal? Isn't this some so-called behind-the-scenes operation? What? The interviewer is a couple with this girl? No wonder even someone as outstanding as Sister Weiwei was eliminated. It turns out it was because of this reason. Then why have we prepared for so long? For a moment, Fang Chen and Yi Qingqing were pushed to the center of criticism due to Qi Shixian's few words. P.S. Third update. Chapter 43, I want to see how you make me lose my job. As Qi Shixian finished his words, the whole place was filled with discussions. Fang Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy. Fang Chen himself lost his memory, but Qi Shixian didn't know this. The two of them had always been at odds when they were in high school. Of course, there are not many reasons for two boys to become enemies with each other during their ignorant adolescence. The relationship of being a love rival can be considered one. After all, there are the so-called hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife, and the grudges formed in middle school can continue until one enters society. Apart from fighting each other over the same goddess. I'm afraid there can't be too many other reasons, right? Yes, Qi Shixian was once one of Yi Qingqing's suitors. Speaking of the past between Yi Qingqing and Fang Chen, it was quite tortuous. However, it is obvious that the final winner belongs to Fang Chen. In order to win the favor of the goddess who is pursued by countless people, he can even break through the siege of the rich second generation. This is Fang Chen's personal charm. This is evident from the example. Yi Qingqing's appearance and beauty are extraordinary, although she is slightly inferior to Fang Chen's seventh sister Fang Zhuran or fourth sister Fang Shiyun. However, she is definitely the kind of person who would be the most beautiful girl in any university. Let me explain. Yi Qingqing's face didn't look very good either. She had never expected to meet her old classmate here. And he appeared in the same frame with Fang Chen. You know, Fang Chen had betrayed the relationship between them and he never came back to us again. At one point, she even thought Fang Chen had entered the gates of hell. Forget it. It seems that this guy is still somewhat hostile towards me. Besides, I also offended that Sister Weiwei, so I'll handle this matter myself. Fang Chen shook his head, rejecting Yi Qingqing's suggestion. He immediately took a step forward and said, Our company's recruitment is completely fair and just. If you insist on pursuing it, I can also attach the recordings of all the interviewees when I announce the results at the end. For me, there is absolutely no need to give the green light for my people to use the back door simply because of something else. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed directly on Sister Weiwei. Following Fang Chen's rebuttal, a burst of discussion arose. But the voice was not loud, and the core question seemed to be discussing what qualifications he, a small interviewer, had to speak so freely here. What's more, Sister Weiwei is in the hearts of all the girls. He is indeed a very popular person. Would the other party make trouble out of nothing and target a small interviewer like you? Although this is indeed the case, I really don't think so. Fang Chen is not red money, and he cannot make everyone like him. Do you mean that our Weiwei is not good enough? Qi Shixian and Fang Chen were not on good terms with each other, and he was called here by Sister Weiwei today just to pick trouble. The interviewer who was described by the woman as ignorant and arrogant turned out to be Fang Chen. Qi Shixian couldn't help sneering in his heart. When he was pursuing Yi Qingqing together with Fang Chen, Qi Shixian failed to become the girl's lover in the end, which became the biggest regret in his heart. Now, I have a chance to humiliate Fang Chen. Moreover, it happened in front of his goddess from his teenage years. If Qi Shixian didn't see such a good opportunity, he would feel a little sorry for himself. Indeed. Fang Chen didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. You. Sister Weiwei's pretty face was filled with anger. He didn't expect that even after the big brother on his backer list showed up, the interviewer would still be so unruly. Fang Chen doesn't like watching live broadcasts, and he doesn't have that much free time to watch them on weekdays. He used to be busy delivering takeout every day, and he was exhausted when he got home at night. He opened his mobile phone and clicked on a fantasy novel written by an author named Wen Xianjie. After reading a few chapters of Spirit King of the Top 10 list with great interest, I basically felt sleepy. I don't pay attention to any live streaming platform at all. As for those so-called internet celebrities, live streaming is of no interest to them at all. I wonder if this is a very normal thing for Sister Weiwei. Actually, I also think that we shouldn't be indiscriminately hostile to the interviewer. A weak voice sounded among the crowd. As a result, most eyes fell on the young girl, who looked timid and pitiful. Although Su Chanxian was supporting Fang Chen by posing like this, it would not cause too much criticism. Fang Chen just glanced at it indifferently and then looked away. She had seen this person before. Isn't she the gold digger Su Chanxian who humiliated me time and again that I met at the convenience store yesterday? I met her downstairs in the morning. I didn't expect that this girl also came to Tianding to interview for the position of Guan Yueton's assistant. Didn't you see what Sister Weiwei's top brother on the list said? The interviewer and the late girl are in the same group. That's right. Their relationship has been made clear. Since they are a couple, the interviewer will definitely give priority to his own people. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shixian sneered. Do you think our Weiwei is not good enough? How can a loser like you be worthy of it? Fang Chen, today either you call someone capable to come and interview our Weiwei again, or you should just leave Tianding. Fang Chen spoke directly and coldly. Don't threaten me. If I say no to this girl today, then I don't want her. From Qi Shixian's words just now, Fang Chen finally understood that even though they were classmates, Fang Chen could not see any friendliness in Qi Shixian's eyes. Fang Chen's brain is not broken, and he is not a fool either, so he can naturally think of it. I'm afraid that my relationship with Qi Shixian was not very friendly at the beginning. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene froze in vain, and Qi Shixian narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know who you are talking to? Have no idea. Fang Chen didn't give him any face or way out. It seems that you have done well after graduation. You even became an interviewer in Tianding. However, in my eyes, this position is still not good enough. Fang Chen, for someone like you, it's not easy to find a job these days. Don't lose your job just because you offend someone you can't afford to offend. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed in vain, and he sneered. I want to see how you made me lose my job. P.S. Today's 5th update has been uploaded. Our old rules remain unchanged, one update for every 100 requests. You decide how many updates to release tomorrow. Chapter 44, I dumped you? I want to see how you make me lose my job. Okay, you are so stubborn, but you are really brave. Qi Shixian said no more after hearing what Fang Chen said. He went straight outside to make a phone call. It seems that he does have some connections inside Tianding. Fang Chen glanced at it calmly. Is there anyone else who wants to continue the interview? All the interviewees had strange looks on their faces. At this moment, it seemed that the interviewer from Tianding was secretly manipulating something and was planning to arrange his own girlfriend for this position. Who else would take the initiative to come forward for an interview? They are not Sister Weiwei, who has a strong backing and a powerful background. If they are rejected by Fang Chen, they will have nowhere to complain. Hey, this guy is actually your interviewer today. In the morning, he looked like a sneaky guy and I didn't think he was a good person. Now it turns out to be true. Chanxian, you'd better stay away from such people. A tall man behind Su Chanxian patted the girl on the shoulder, handed her a glass of mineral water and said. In the morning, when he was downstairs, Fang Chen bumped into Su Chanxian. According to the latter's violent temper, he should have exploded, but unexpectedly, they seemed to know each other and just nodded and dispersed. This made the man feel unhappy for a moment, especially out of a man's intuition and sixth sense. He always felt that when Fang Chen left, there was something slightly wrong with the look that Su Chanxian gave the latter. It made him even more jealous. I remembered Fang Chen at once. If Fang Chen knew that he had done nothing but somehow ended up offending Su Chanxian's boyfriend, I wonder how he would feel. You're done, kid. Do you know who Qi Shixian is? He was the one who made the headlines in yesterday's newspapers. He was the super-rich second generation who spent a huge sum of money to buy Love Even. His financial resources are not inferior to even those of your chairman. How dare you provoke him? Humph, prepare to die. The person who spent a huge amount of money to buy Love Even? Isn't that me? Could it be just a coincidence that there are other Love Evens in the capital that were also sold on the same day? Wow! As Sister Weiwei's voice fell, there was a sudden uproar among the crowd. It turns out that the top brother on Sister Weiwei's list is that super rich young man. I also watched yesterday's news. It seemed that during the live broadcast at night, the number one brother on the list mentioned that he was the one who bought Love Even. I see. No wonder Sister Weiwei is so confident. It turns out it's because her top brother on the list is the legendary rich boss. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily, feeling as if someone had impersonated him. Are you talking about the one in the Saipan International Shopping Center in the imperial capital? Fang Chen said with a strange look in his eyes. On the other side, hearing this, Sister Weiwei raised the corners of her mouth proudly, glanced at Fang Chen with disdain and said, "It's that one. Otherwise, which other Love Even transfer in the imperial capital has been reported in the news?" Seeing that Fang Chen actually knew about this matter, Sister Weiwei was indescribably proud. Well, are you sure he bought it? Fang Chen asked tentatively. Nonsense, if it wasn't bought by Brother Qi, could it be that you, a worker, bought it? You bumpkin, judging from the way you dress, you look like a poor boy. I guess even Love Even has never been there? Thinking of this, Sister Weiwei snorted in her heart. Sister Weiwei just suffered a setback from Fang Chen, so she directly called Qi Shixian. She had interviews with several small companies waiting for her in the afternoon. But for her, she naturally prefers to stay in a large group or enterprise like Tianding. After all, if he got the interview and became the assistant to the general manager of Tianding, even if you go out and brag about it, it can still be considered as something to talk about, right? If her parents hadn't forced her to find a proper job, with the traffic from her live streaming, her monthly income from being a host would be enough for her to spend lavishly. Coincidentally, this Qi Shixian is her top brother on the list. Weiwei used to think that he was a greasy middle-aged uncle hiding behind the screen. Today was actually the first time they met. After calling him to help out, we found out that although Qi Shixian is not very good-looking, but he is so much better than the so-called greasy uncle. She was more convinced of what the latter said when he was commenting on the live broadcast room. You can easily buy the existence of Love Even. How rich is that? So what if Weiwei is studying for a bachelor's and a master's degree? So what if her parents work in a big company? In terms of financial resources, how can he compare with big brother Qi Shixian who spent 1 million RMB in the live broadcast room? Moreover, he was the one who spent a huge sum of money to buy Love Even yesterday. After figuring this out, Sister Weiwei has decided from the bottom of her heart to start accepting this top brother of her list. After all, who knows how many years of hard work this can save her? I am about to become a famous socialite. She has status, education, and background. Now her only shortcoming is made up for by Qi Shixian's support. What else does she have to be afraid of? A mere interviewer actually dared to drive me away. Soon, Qi Shixian came back after making a phone call, with an arrogant look on his face. Fang Chen, you will soon understand what the gap between people is. I have some relationship with Mr. Wang of your company. Since you are so stubborn, I have nothing to say. Just don't cry too ugly later. This was the first time that Qi Shixian showed off in front of Weiwei. And the person he stepped on was actually Fang Chen, who had once competed with him for the school Belle Yi Qingcheng. He felt so good. Kill two birds with one stone. Not only did he avenge his previous humiliation, he also showed off his strength in front of Yi Qingcheng and slapped Fang Chen in the face. He can also win the heart of Sister Weiwei, whom he has been pursuing for a long time. Today is Ji Se-hyun's lucky day. He can do two things at once, which means he is twice as happy. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. This guy sometimes likes to overestimate himself. No matter which big boss in the company Qi Shixian called, it is undoubtedly impossible for anyone to be so presumptuous in front of Fang Chen and think that he can beat others' royal flush just by holding a straight. This kind of person is so pathetic. Yi Qingcheng, who was standing behind Fang Chen, looked at the latter's calm expression, without much worry on her pretty face. Yi Qingcheng had no idea how many times she had seen this calm expression on Fang Chen's face before he lost his memory. And whenever the latter shows such an expression, it means that he is in control of the situation. It seems like we had a special relationship in the past. Fang Chen turned his head and subconsciously glanced at Yi Qingcheng behind him. The girl sighed. In fact, if she and Fang Chen continued to have deeper contact, he would definitely know about this matter. However, since the latter had lost his memory, Yi Qingcheng actually didn't intend to tell him some things. But fate is so wonderful. Just at the moment when she was in danger, Fang Chen happened to pass by and became her savior. As luck would have it, she came to Tianding for an interview, and Fang Chen became her interviewer. Yi Qingcheng was no longer trying to hide her feelings. Although her words were still as aloof as last time, she was no longer playing Tai Chi. Admitted generously. Fang Chen touched his face and smiled bitterly. Don't tell me that I dumped you back then, so you are so resistant to me? Fang Chen doesn't want to be an irresponsible liar in love before he lost his memory. In that case, isn't this plot too bloody? You. When Yi Qingcheng heard this, her earlobes turned red and a trace of shame and anger flashed across her pretty face. Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart, oh my gosh, could I be right? Holy shit. I used to be a wicked scumbag? Is this true? I was a scumbag to such a beautiful girlfriend? What a family. Not far away, Qi Shixian watched Fang Chen and Yi Qingcheng chatting leisurely, not taking him seriously at all. A hint of anger flashed across his brows. Humph, just keep pretending. There will be a time for you to cry. P.S. The 5th chapter is finished. Brothers, please take your time to appreciate it, read the comments, and feel free to raise any valuable suggestions and opinions. The author has to go out this afternoon. I originally planned to release 5 chapters before midnight, but now I have released them all at once, which will make it more enjoyable for you to read. Keep urging me. Tomorrow, after 200 words, I will directly release 10,000 words. Don't worry about my health, the editor said that if the grades are good, I will arrange for healthcare. Brothers, go, give good reviews, give good reviews. Chapter 45, Don't Call Me Uncle. First update. Just at this moment a middle-aged man in a tie walked over from not far away. He saw Qi Shixian at first sight and walked straight towards him. Ha! Here it comes. A hint of joy flashed across Qi Shixian's eyes. Many of the interviewing girls who were watching exclaimed. Oh my god, this seems to be a senior executive of Tianding Clothing Company? Judging from the name tag, he should be a member of the board of directors. Oh my god. This guy who's at the top of the list actually knows someone on the board of directors. As expected of being the top brother on Sister Weiwei's list, his connections are truly terrifying. Nephew Shixian, long time no see. What happened? Uncle, it's nothing. It's just that the interviewer in your company was corrupt and planned to arrange for his girlfriend to become the assistant to the general manager behind the scenes. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Wang frowned. Qi Shixian continued, by the way, uncle, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Weiwei. She studied abroad and has a master's degree. She is an internet celebrity with millions of fans. Such an outstanding talent was kicked out by the interviewer in just 1 minute. Hearing this, Mr. Wang was slightly stunned. Master's degree? Returned from overseas? Although these 2 points are not as popular nowadays as they were a decade ago, they are still definitely rare and outstanding among peers. This kind of people are rare even in Tianding Clothing Company. If you come across such talent, you must do your best to retain him. What's more, the other party seems to be an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Such internet celebrities do have considerable influence on the internet. If what Qi Shixian said is true, then, once this matter is exposed, it will cause immeasurable damage to the reputation of Tianding Clothing. For a moment, Director Wang also understood why Qi Shixian appeared here. It was obvious that this guy came here to ask for an explanation from his girlfriend. Director Wang and Qi Shixian can barely be considered as relatives. Since the latter has come to him, he certainly cannot sit idly by and watch what happened today. Qi Shixian's meaning is also very clear. The person who offended them was just a small interviewer. Mr. Wang could naturally make the clear decision on such a simple matter. So Mr. Wang immediately turned his head and looked at the crowd. This kid is finished. All the board members came out, and many of them subconsciously mourned for Fang Chen. Qi Shixian also sneered and said, "It's this kid. He is so arrogant and ruins the image of Fang Chen as a large group. We can't let him stay." Clam? Director Wang turned his head and saw the only man among the flowers at first sight. It's not that there is anything special about Fang Chen that is attractive. But if you want to find a man among a group of girls, unless you are blind, the latter will be as dazzling as a diamond in the Gobi Desert. It's hard not to see Fang Chen. Especially the young man had a playful smile on his face. Director Wang was immediately shocked. Isn't this the new chairman of the company? Fang Jiaran's younger brother Fang Chen. Why is he here to interview the assistant to the general manager? Shouldn't that be Manager Huang's job? How could Director Wang know that in order to please Fang Chen, Manager Huang simply handed the job to the chairman? Gurgle. Director Wang knows Fang Chen's style and methods of doing things. The latter fired 2 veterans in a fit of anger when he came to the company for the first time. This was no secret at all. What's more, Mr. Zhang is about to go in for tea. How could Mr. Wang and other fellow veterans not know about this? What will happen if you offend Fang Chen? Mr. Wang doesn't know, and he doesn't want to know at all. The interviewer you're talking about, isn't this the one? Director Wang asked with a lucky attitude. Yes. It's this guy. Damn it, uncle, to be honest, he is my classmate in high school. I have been annoyed with this bastard for a long time. Today, I'll give this idiot a good lesson. Let him understand his position and who he can afford to offend and who he cannot afford to offend. Puff. Director Wang's heart is bleeding. Damn it, who is the kind of person that Fang Jiaran's brother can't afford to offend? You kid, you are simply trying to trick me. Director Wang kept roaring crazily in his heart. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Didn't you say you wanted me to cry? I can't wait any longer. Come on, show me. Fang Chen took 2 steps forward with a calm look on his face. The other girls who were watching on the side all looked puzzled. Is this interviewer out of his mind? Didn't you see that the other party had already called Mr. Wang a member of the board of directors? In front of such a big shot, Fang Chen, a small interviewer, is really not good enough. Where does he get the confidence to dare to take the initiative to provoke at this moment? As expected, as Fang Chen finished speaking, Qi Shixian sneered directly. Fang Chen, I think you are really out of your mind. This is Mr. Wang from your Tianding Garment Company. I think, as a small interviewer like you don't have the chance to meet such an important figure on a normal day, right? You still dare to speak so arrogantly now, huh? Director Wang's forehead was suddenly covered with cold sweat, and he kept roaring in his heart, "You will die if you don't say a few words." At this moment, he thoroughly experienced the despair that Manager Huang had felt in the morning. Hey, Fang Chen, actually if you kneel down now and apologize to me sincerely, I can forgive you and let you go. Otherwise, today might be your last day in Tianding. He kept saying harsh words one after another. If he continued like this, Fang Chen would probably get really angry. With this thought in mind, Director Wang did not dare to neglect and spoke immediately. Say less. As a result, Qi Shixian thought that Director Wang was cooperating with him to show off. After hearing what he just said, Qi Shixian felt that he was a little bit elated. It feels so good to show off. So now when Director Wang's words came out and fell into his ears, it seemed to him that the latter was just cooperating with him to show off. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twisted. Fang Chen, you didn't expect that after so many years since graduation, the gap between you and me has become as huge as heaven and earth. And you, Yi Qingcheng, do you regret not choosing me but choosing this loser? Sister Weiwei watched as Qi Shixian, whom she had called over, finished his words. He became arrogant and domineering, and his entire body was filled with confidence. Suddenly, pink peach blossoms appeared in his eyes. Qi Shixian's originally ordinary appearance became inexplicably handsome at this moment. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Fang Chen, then at Qi Shixian. The next moment, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Although she was not very respected in the family she was born into could be considered a prominent family. You've seen a lot of big scenes since you were a child. Do you think you'll regret it just with a few words? Did you not take your medicine when you went out? What's more, Fang Chen is not necessarily inferior to this guy. You can easily drive a Lamborghini Sian on the road, which is worth tens of millions, is in short supply and has not even been released for sale. Is Fang Chen's background necessarily worse than Qi Shixian's? Not necessarily, right? I think maybe you should consider whether you can walk out of Tianding safely today, Fang Chen said with a thoughtful expression. Sister Wei Wei couldn't help sneering. Boy, do you really think you are a big shot? You are just a small interviewer. Do you know who you are? You are just a dog raised by Tianding clothing. In front of our Master Qi, you are not worth mentioning at all. At this time, Director Wang no longer cared about giving any face to Qi Shixian. If I let this bastard continue talking, I'm afraid I'll really disappear from the company like that Director Zhang. Shut up. Asshole, do you know who you are talking to? As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at Director Wang with some confusion. Why did Mr. Wang, who supported Qi Shixian, suddenly point the finger at Qi Shixian? The next moment, Su Chanqian's face showed horror. She had been watching for so long and suddenly noticed a point that had probably been overlooked by others. That's why no one mentioned it for a long time. But as she noticed this place, and Mr. Wang suddenly changed his attitude, a bold idea emerged from Su Chanqian's mind. And it is getting worse and worse uncontrollably. Combining all the signs, Su Chanqian even thought it was very likely. Fang Chen. Unlike all other employees in the company, he did not wear a corresponding badge or work ID. Could it be that this interviewer is actually the boss of Tianding Clothing Company? This is the thought. Su Chanqian felt more and more that she had guessed right on the point. After all, aren't there often news reports about bosses pretending to be interviewers to assess the qualities of the interviewees? Could it be that the young man in front of me is the same? You are not allowed to enter the company without your work ID. This is the rule of Tianding Garment Company. The only one who can enjoy privileges and not follow the rules is the founder of Tianding, the female president Fang Jiran, who is known to everyone. I'm afraid that only the chairman of the board has this qualification? Qi Shixian was a little frightened by Mr. Wang's shout. He immediately lost his arrogance and looked at Mr. Wang with a confused face. I don't know if what I said was wrong. Could it be that I accidentally touched Mr. Wang's heart? Uncle, what are you doing? Asshole, don't call me uncle. How could I have such an awesome nephew like you? Do you know who this person is? This is the new chairman of our Tianding Clothing Company. If he wants his girlfriend to join the company, does he need to do anything behind the scenes? For something like this, you can just give a greeting and they can arrange for someone else to be the manager. What? P.S. The author has to go out to substitute teach in the morning to earn extra money, so he has set a timer for release. If nothing goes wrong, this chapter should be uploaded at 12 o'clock. If it exceeds 200 words before 12 o'clock, today will be a big burst of 10,000 words. If it exceeds 100 words, I will add an extra chapter. Chapter 46, that store is really mine. What? Is he the chairman? All of a sudden, everyone in the audience looked at Fang Chen with an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? The chairman comes to be the interviewer? The tall young man next to Su Chanqian not far away also had an incredible expression on his face. This guy is actually the chairman? Originally, he was just there to watch the fun and act as a spectator. In his heart, he basically sentenced the interviewer Guan Chen to death, as he was the number one brother who offended Sister Wei Wei. It is difficult for this kid to walk out of Tianding safely today. What's the result? When Qi Shixian's backer arrived, he turned against him in an instant, and the words that came out of his mouth shocked the whole audience. Although Su Chanqian had guessed it in her heart, she was still a little shocked when this fact was revealed to her. Even Su Chanqian had thought of the possible identity of Fang Chen, who was so confident. They were all shocked into this state. What else more, those girls who were watching from the sidelines at the beginning? Their eyes were dull. Obviously, he was still immersed in what Director Wang had just said and hadn't come back to his senses for a long time. Uncle, are you kidding me? How could this guy be the chairman? Qi Shixian's face was filled with shock. He gritted his teeth, put on a wry smile and spoke. He didn't believe this result. How could it be possible? How could Fang Chen become the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company? When he was in school, he was always stepped on by Fang Chen, whether in academic performance or popularity among girls. Middle school students don't think that far ahead, nor do they tend to curry favor with the powerful like people who have entered society. Therefore, the family conditions that Qi Shixian has always been proud of are not enough to make him a celebrity among his classmates. Instead, it was Fang Chen, who had mediocre conditions. Whether in study or sports, she was far superior to him, which led to countless girls in the same class flirting with Fang Chen. Among them, there are even many high-scoring girls that Ji Se-hyun likes. He originally thought that when everyone left the campus and entered the society, these youthful memories would be deeply buried in the memory. And left the White Ivory Tower, surrounded by those people. I'm afraid you will understand that in this society, good looks alone are far from enough. By then, I will definitely be able to crush Fang Chen. However, he thought he was just here to support Sister Wei Wei today, but his enemy wanted to see him, so Qi Shixian humiliated Fang Chen again and again. He even threatened to stop Fang Chen from crying too miserably. But what about the ending? Fang Chen is the chairman? In other words, in terms of identity, background and family conditions that he has always been proud of, Fang Chen is not much inferior to him. It's just that he is a frog in a well and always thinks that he can step on Fang Chen's head as soon as he leaves the campus. Today's outcome will definitely be that Qi Shixian brought humiliation upon himself. Director Wang glanced at him coldly. After the board meeting just now, only manager Huang stayed to establish a relationship with Fang Chen. The rest of the sensible people basically left. Now the board members have reached a very unified opinion, before they figure out what kind of trump card Fang Chen has that can check and balance these veteran figures. I can't afford to offend the latter for the time being. In other words, these arrogant old guys were also implicitly acknowledging Fang Chen's status and position in their hearts. The latter is the actual chairman of Tianding Clothing Company. Today, no matter what, Fang Chen could not be annoyed because of Qi Shixian's matter. While changing his mind, Director Wang spoke directly. Do I need to joke with you about this kind of thing? Behind Qi Shixian, Sister Wei Wei's face was full of disbelief. This young man was the chairman, which meant the latter's status within the company was even higher than that of General Manager Guan Yuetong. During the interview just now, I actually spoke nonsense in front of him. He even challenged the latter several times, claiming that Fang Chen had no qualifications or rights to interview him. Isn't this seeking death? The chairman has no right or qualification to interview you? Then who else within the company has that right and qualification? Sister Wei Wei's pretty face had already turned pale and was filled with fear. Fang Chen glanced at Sister Wei Wei indifferently at this time. Now, do you still think I'm not qualified to interview you? Do you have a too good self-image? Do you think that just because you are an internet celebrity with millions of fans, you can ignore anyone? Don't you think the request you made at the beginning was excessive? Besides, I've never seen anyone in an interview who doesn't say their name or introduce themselves, but goes straight to the point and asks for benefits. Fang Chen was suppressing his anger because of the ridicule from Sister Wei Wei just now. Jumping out at this time can be regarded as an explanation to the rest of the onlookers. As each word was uttered, the faces of the girls who had been admiring Sister Wei Wei turned pale. The Sister Wei Wei they admire is not like that on social media. But he is the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company, such a big shot, how could he lie? Duplicity. These 4 words filled everyone's heart. That's true. Some influencers on social media want to retain their fans and facilitate subsequent live streaming sales. They all package themselves, some rely on a team and are given a fixed script. Some people package their own personalities through short videos. Regardless of the former or the latter, there will naturally be a huge gap between the internet celebrities created in this way in reality and on the internet. Apologize. Otherwise you will be banned and killed in the industry. Fang Chen finally stood firmly in front of Sister Wei Wei and Qi Shixian. Fang Chen didn't retain many memories of this old classmate. What's more, this kid has been making things difficult for me time and time again, which is enough to show their past relationship. Let Fang Chen give him face? He doesn't deserve it just based on their relationship as classmates. Especially this Sister Wei Wei, she is just a small anchor. So what if she is an internet celebrity with millions of fans? When Tianding comes forward, any live streaming platform will give it some face. It is easy for the industry to exclude her, a small anchor. Qi Shixian gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen, I admit that I have given up today, but don't be too proud. I am just the chairman of the Tianding Clothing Company. Sister Wei Wei's expression looked a little better. Yes. Although I, the top brother on the list, was unable to get my revenge in Tianding today. However, the other party is also a man of powerful status. He can easily buy a love even, and even the descendants of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families, cannot afford to offend him. It still cannot be said that he is much inferior to Fang Chen. Let me tell you, Brother Chi can easily buy a Love Even store. It doesn't mean he can't afford to offend you. So forgive him when you can. Don't underestimate our background. At that moment, Sister Weiwei and Qi Shixian were in the same boat. She didn't want to apologize and lose face, so she could only bring up Qi Shixian. As soon as these words came out, many people nodded subconsciously. It was true that the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company was very awesome. However, there are super rich young people who can make headlines. The guy who spent a huge amount of money to buy Love Even is not necessarily much inferior to him. Fang Chen looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Are you sure which Love Even store in Saipan you bought from? Qi Shixian's heart trembled, but his momentum must not be weak at this time. So what if Fang Chen is the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company? I just have to insist that I am a rich young man who spends money lavishly. His status is definitely no less than the latter, so Fang Chen would always be a little afraid, right? You won T lose face. Seeing Fang Chen asking the question, Qi Shixian said with a stiff face, of course I bought it. Could it be that you bought it too? Seeing this confident look, Fang Chen gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Is this boy addicted to acting? Is he too immersed in the role? Bro, you're an expert. I've seen a lot of impersonation in the news. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you who runs up to the real owner and swears so confidently. In the past, I often saw in the news some passers-by taking away huge lottery winnings. At that time, Fang Chen just treated it as a joke. Today, I finally got to see what it means to be too immersed in a role. This kid was so confident that Fang Chen almost thought he had remembered it wrong. I even began to doubt in my heart that Love Even was not mine. Well, sorry, that store is really mine. Chapter 47, throw it out, 4 more chapters to go. Well, sorry, that store is really mine. Clam? The breathing of everyone in the audience seemed to become heavier as Fang Chen uttered these calm words. The chairman of Tianding Clothing Company was actually the same person as the super rich young man who made the front page of the news yesterday? Sister Weiwei was stunned. How could it be possible? The number one brother on the list, Qi Shixian, personally admitted that he was the one who bought Love Even from the eldest son of the Lin family. Could it be that he is lying to himself? Compared to Qi Shixian, it is obvious that Fang Chen's voice carries more weight in the hearts of the vast majority of onlookers. After all, as the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company, with so many people watching, it is unlikely that he would brag. Otherwise, he would not only lose face for himself, but also for the entire Tianding Clothing Company and even President Fang Jiran. The chairman of the board of directors is the face of the company. Looking at Qi Shixian's face full of disbelief, Fang Chen said calmly, "What's the matter? Do you think that I won't need your apology today just because you brought up a false accusation? What's wrong with this?" Even if Qi Shixian is also a super rich man, today as long as it is inside Tianding Clothing Company, Fang Chen offended the latter on his own turf. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he will have to apologize. Are you trying to scare people with some unrealistic titles, thinking that Fang Chen will be afraid? Brother behavior. Qi Shixian's face turned pale, and he kept roaring in his heart. How is this possible? How could it be such a coincidence that this guy is the super rich man who spent a lot of money yesterday? He's trying to show off to the real person. This kind of thing is probably embarrassing enough just to think about it. Qi Shixian is certainly not a super rich man, but it is more appropriate to say that he can barely be considered a rich second generation. Principal Wang is not the only one who is generous in the live streaming industry. There are many people who are willing to spend a fortune in pursuit of a female anchor, but a mere 1 million yuan will not even make much of a splash in this industry. The total assets of Qi Shixian's family may barely be worth hundreds of millions. He is one of the lowest class of the rich second generation in the entire capital. I thought that with Sister Weiwei's network of contacts, I would probably never fail in my life. After all, when it comes down to it, Sister Weiwei's eloquence is beyond words. Their family conditions are obvious enough to see at a glance. It would be difficult for them to break into the second-generation circle in the capital. If not for this, her parents probably wouldn't force their daughter to find a proper job, but would just spend tens of millions to set up a company for her to start for fun. Isn't this very normal? Seeing that Qi Shixian remained silent, Sister Weiwei became anxious. This is impossible. How could he be the one who bought Love Even? Brother Qi, please say something. Silence often only represents one thing. Guilty. Apologize now, or I'll pretend I don't have a nephew like you. At this time, Director Wang saw that Qi Shixian's face was alternating between blue and red, and he still seemed to have no intention of giving in, so he jumped out and scolded him loudly. Sister Wei Wei's face turned pale. This is not true. No, I don't believe it. Didn't you say you bought that store? Sister Wei Wei kept roaring in her heart. Not only had she offended the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company, but she also thought she could rely on the thigh of this top brother on the list, but now she was slapped in the face. The other party was not who he claimed to be. That is not a big thick leg? It's just a small loach. What is Ji Se-hyun thinking? It's very simple. Looking at Sister Wei Wei's expression, Qi Shixian could guess what this woman was thinking. I'm afraid that the $1 million I spent on giving gifts to Sister Wei Wei's live broadcast room has been wasted. After all, I was showing off and ran into the real person. His so-called image as a wealthy man collapsed almost instantly. It is basically impossible to make this woman obey you and open her legs by spending money. But compared to this, he was more embarrassed about his face. But who can I blame for this? I was bewildered by the devil and was called by Sister Wei Wei to come here to support the party today. Seeing that the interviewer was his former rival in love, he subconsciously showed off his sense of superiority. It was precisely because of this pretense that Fang Chen was annoyed. If not, perhaps I could still save some face by relying on the relationship with former alumni. But who would have known that Fang Chen would transform himself so dramatically, and in just 2 years after graduation, he would be able to surpass everyone? In the final analysis, he is the only one who has to taste the bitter fruit. Apologize, you little brat, Director Wang said coldly. Qi Shixian's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. Impossible, no matter what he said today, I will never admit my mistake to Fang Chen. I don't know what kind of luck this kid has, I have never heard that he has a sister. He still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. He found it hard to accept and couldn't believe it. The super rich man that was being discussed in the entire second-generation circle of the imperial capital yesterday was Fang Chen. He even ran up to others and threatened them. Throw it away and don't let me see this person again. 2 tall and strong security guards came over immediately, holding Qi Shixian up on the left and right. Sister Wei Wei shouted fiercely. Don't touch me, if you dare to touch me, I will call the police. Sister Wei Wei was too embarrassed to stay any longer. His backer Qi Shixian has already been thrown out, and staying here would only bring humiliation upon himself. Such a farce ended with the two being kicked out of Tianding Garment Company, and Director Wan was sweating profusely afterwards. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do, and Fang Chen hasn't started yet. It seemed that all the old hands on the board were about to offend the young chairman because of nepotism. Isn't this an opportunity for others to find fault with you? Director Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, next time, I really can't just support others in the company casually, or I might offend the chairman. The interview is still going on. After interviewing a few more girls, Fang Chen felt more and more that Yi Qingchang had done a good job in preparation. Upon comparison, you can find that the girl is natural in her speech and behavior. As for Tianding Clothing Company's understanding and investigation of the current market, it can be said that they have been done in great detail. Occasionally, we can even list Tianding's competitors based on big data. The advantages and disadvantages of the company's development are clear at a glance. With such an assistant following General Manager Guan Yuetong, the latter must have reduced a lot of pressure. After wasting a whole morning, Fang Chen's interview finally ended before lunch. As soon as I walked out of the interview room, Manager Huang came up to me and said, "Chairman, would you like to have lunch together?" Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Could it be that Manager Huang was waiting for him outside the door? After a dry cough, Fang Chen frowned and said, "No need, I have something else to do. I just reminded this guy this morning that he didn't need to try too hard to please me, so why did he jump up again?" Hearing this, it seemed that this result had been anticipated. Manager Huang's expression did not change at all. He took out a cowhide bag from behind and said with a smile, "Chairman, this is the information of Miss Yi Qingcheng. The content is very detailed." Just now in the monitoring room, Manager Huang was confident in his heart. Yi Qingcheng is the interviewee that Fang Chen focuses on. Although he doesn't know what the relationship between the two is, this does not prevent him from seeing at a glance that Fang Chen seems to be particularly concerned about that girl. So Manager Huang immediately arranged for his subordinates to investigate Yi Qingcheng's information. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Manager Huang was really observant. Chapter 48, The Past. Deep down, Fang Chen was indeed particularly interested in Yi Qingcheng. After all, this was related to his past, and it was also described by Qi Shixian. The two seemed to have a romantic love story. Who says men don't gossip? Moreover, since it's about his former lover, Fang Chen will definitely take it very seriously. No one knew about this sign-in system that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No matter what happens in the end, and whether it can help me completely recover my memory, it is always good to know more about my past. So Fang Chen subconsciously reached out and took it. After a moment's silence, he said, "Thank you." Although he knew that manager Huang helped him investigate Yi Qingqing's information just to please him, but people are like this. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. You can't lose your temper with him and give him a cold face. There was a hint of joy in manager Huang's eyes. However, he was still very good at observing people's words and expressions. It was obvious that Fang Chen didn't want to have lunch with him at noon, so he didn't offend anyone and said, "Ahem, since there is nothing else, Chairman, I'll leave first." "Yeah." Fang Chen nodded, turned and walked into the meeting room. In fact, when Fang Chen saw Yi Qingqing's information, a strange idea came to his mind. He might as well find someone to investigate himself. Find out where you went to school, who you had close contact with, and what your social status was. But as soon as this thought came out, Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose with a wry smile. I always feel that asking someone to investigate me is a very strange thing. After locking the door of the interview room, Fang Chen slowly opened the cowhide bag. There were not many things inside. After a quick glance, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Oh my god. No way? The Yi family in Beijing? My ex-girlfriend is actually from a prominent family. After reading a little further, Fang Chen exclaimed in shock, I am such a scumbag? The information shows that Fang Chen was with Yi Qingcheng. Probably within a few months, there was a record of checking into a hotel. After that, it soon came to the end of 2019, which was the time when Fang Chen lost his memory for some unknown reason. During this period, it seemed that Yi Qingcheng suffered from depression, and there were many medical records in the file. I'm afraid it's all because of Fang Chen. After reading a little further, Fang Chen became more and more shocked. Yi Qingcheng, such an outstanding girl, was actually his girlfriend. Even now, it was a little hard to believe. Not long after they got together, he slept with her and then suddenly disappeared. It's not hard to understand Yi Qingcheng's attitude the last time they met. Fang Chen coughed dryly. What was going on? Judging from Yi Qingcheng's current attitude, it seems that she has no intention of letting Fang Chen take responsibility anymore. He'd better not go to her when the time comes, only to run into a wall and get embarrassed, and it would also make him appear to be being too sentimental. Besides, Fang Chen had investigated the matter of this information. Yi Qingcheng doesn't know this. Once I go and find her, isn't that equivalent to telling her in disguise that I have secretly investigated her background? This is a bit troublesome. Fang Chen rubbed his swollen temples with a wry smile. But right now, this information is in front of me. All the things that had happened before were like a collision between Mars and the Earth, causing 10,000 points of damage to a girl like Yi Qingcheng. Fang Chen sighed. This girl was so mature that it made people feel sorry for her. At least after realizing that he had become the chairman of Tianding Garment Company, he did not take the initiative to mention the past. Once these things are revealed, they can be used as a threat. It would be easy to extort money from Fang Chen, but the girl obviously didn't do that. She even seemed to want to keep a distance from Fang Chen at the first moment. At least, this can be seen from this point. When Yi Qingcheng and Fang Chen were together, there shouldn't be too many interests between them. It was just a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. He even gave his most precious thing to Fang Chen. But the ending is that love is full of scars. After getting him, the beloved person suddenly disappears, cuts off contact, and even seems to have evaporated from the face of the earth. When he thought of this, Fang Chen wanted to slap himself. After shredding all the information, Fang Chen walked downstairs. Just at this moment his phone rang. Hello, seventh sister? Brother, are you busy now? Seventh sister has a small matter that needs you to come over. Fang Joran's voice was a little irritable. Fang Chen was slightly stunned. This was the first time he saw seventh sister act like this. There should be nothing to do in the company in the afternoon. There is a housekeeper like Guan Yuetong to manage the internal affairs of the company. Fang Chen was like a completely hands-off boss, so he said, there is nothing to worry about. Then come to the company to find me now. After saying that, Fang Jiran hung up the phone. Fang Chen didn't know what had happened, so he walked out of the company and wanted to take a taxi. Just at this moment, Fang Chen saw a familiar figure. Yi Qingqing, hasn't he left yet? Beauty, let me take you there. No, thank you. In front of Yi Qingqing stood a frivolous-looking young man, who was leaning against a telephone pole with a smile on his face. From the looks of it, Yi Qingqing seemed to be being hit on. But the next moment, Fang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Why is this guy here too? Fang Chen actually knew that young man. Wasn't he Yu Mingyuan, the son of Yu Guohui, the head of the clan association sent by the Yu family to the imperial capital? As soon as Yi Qingqing came out, she was stopped by Yu Mingyuan. This guy asked for WeChat right away and was very blunt in chatting her up. This made Yi Qingqing feel upset. Meeting Fang Chen today was somewhat beyond her expectations, even though she appeared calm on the surface. In fact, I was already in a state of confusion, and my mind was almost a mess. Now she was suddenly approached by a stranger, which made her even more annoyed. Her voice had become a little colder. I told you, no need. Yu Mingyuan originally came to Tianding Garment Company with his father to do some business, but the boy did not go up and just waited for his father on the side of the road. I saw Yi Qingqing at first sight in the crowd just now. There are countless girls in Beijing who are interested in his power, and Yu Mingyuan is an expert at flirting with girls. He had ruined countless girls over the years, but when he saw Yi Qingqing for the first time, he was really moved. The woman's exquisite appearance is combined with her perfect temperament. She is the type who can secure the title of campus beauty no matter which university she is thrown into. I'm afraid most people would only dare to watch and admire from afar, and would not dare to make casual blasphemous remarks or approach them. This kind of stunning beauty would make even those veterans of the flower world feel ashamed when they see it. Yu Mingyuan hadn't seen such a beautiful passerby girl for a long time. Even many internet celebrities and small anchors probably don't look half as pretty as the girls in front of them after turning off the beauty filter. Beauty, my car is parked over there. Where are you going? Let me take you there. As he spoke, Yu Mingyuan pressed the car key in his hand, and the headlights of a cool dark green Lamborghini sports car parked on the side of the road not far away flashed instantly. Yi Qingqing was slightly stunned. Isn't this the car that Fang Chen had last time? Seeing that Yi Qingqing stopped talking and her beautiful eyes were slightly surprised, Yu Mingyuan secretly said with pride in his heart. Humph, it turns out that her noble attitude was all fake at the beginning. I thought she was a fairy who was untainted by the mud, but now it seems that she is nothing but a gold digger. Women, there is nothing that money can't get. Although he looked down on Yi Qingqing in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. Yu Mingyuan raised his chin towards the building of Tianding Clothing Company behind him. Seeing you coming out of Tianding Garment Company alone, I guess you work here, right? Yi Qingqing frowned slightly. It has nothing to do with you, please get out of the way. She really didn't want to waste any more time here with this strange man. Beauty, actually our family has some cooperation with Tianding Clothing Company. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if anything happens within the company. Yu Mingyuan just saw the surprise in Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes. I thought the latter were about to be conquered like those small internet celebrities who succumbed to his financial offensive. Who knew that Yi Qingqing suddenly adopted an indifferent attitude again? Could it be that he wants to put on airs and think he is superior in order to get more benefits? There is nothing wrong with this. After all, beauty is justice. Such a beautiful girl will definitely not spend a night casually with her. Thinking of this, Yu Mingyuan had no intention of giving way, but the smile on his face became even wider. Beauty, let's get to know each other. I think we are really destined to be together. Don't you feel it's a pity to miss it? Yi Qingqing really didn't expect that the person in front of her had such a good self-image. Her beauty had caused her a lot of trouble since she was a child. But it was the first time she encountered such a shameless person. Yu Mingyuan was still talking to himself. This car is a Lamborghini Sian. There are probably only a few of them in China. Come on, beautiful, I'll take you for a ride. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Yi Qingqing was about to get angry. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. No need, she doesn't need you to send her off. Chapter 49, Rich and Inhuman. No need, she doesn't need you to send her off. Yu Mingyuan was in the mood to show off when he suddenly saw a young man walking towards him. He actually failed to recognize Fang Chen at first. It took me a while to think about it before I remembered who this familiar-looking man in front of me was. Is it you? Yu Mingyuan frowned. Why did he meet this guy again at Tianding Clothing Company? The car isn't yours, isn't it inappropriate to use my car to chat up someone? Fang Chen said bluntly that he had initially thought that the Yu family, as a major family in the capital, might have to lower their posture and please Yu Guohui and his son in order to have a chance to help old Yu get admission to the clan meeting. After communicating with his seventh sister Fang Jiran, Fang Chen realized that the Yu family was not good enough in front of his seventh sister. People invite seventh sister every year, but Fang Jiran ignores them. For the seventh sister, it was a piece of cake to get 2 invitations for admission. Fang Chen was not at all surprised that Yu Mingyuan would come out and chat with Yi Qingcheng. After all, Yi Qingcheng's appearance is stunningly beautiful. Today, the girl dressed up carefully for the interview. I'm afraid her thoughts were similar to those of the other interviewees. They all thought that the person interviewing them today would be the general manager Guan Yuetong. Subconsciously, I want to show my best self. Who would have thought that I would actually run into Fang Chen? Yu Mingyuan's face suddenly darkened. He was driving Fang Chen's Lamborghini to flirt with a girl, but the owner of the car came over. Anyone would probably be embarrassed, right? Yi Qingcheng's eyebrows were always tightly knitted. If you have anything to say, just talk among yourselves. I'm leaving first. After saying that, the woman didn't even look at Fang Chen, she just walked past him and walked across the street. Although no one knew what the relationship was between Fang Chen and this guy who suddenly jumped out to chat with him, it was obvious that the two knew each other. Yi Qingcheng didn't want to get involved in Fang Chen's affairs. Because of Fang Chen's disruption, Yu Mingyuan was also afraid of causing great embarrassment. If the latter revealed the origin of the car, wouldn't it be embarrassing? At this time, he didn't bother Yi Qingcheng anymore. However, Yu Mingyuan felt unhappy that Fang Chen interrupted his flirting with girls. Boy, you didn't buy the car yourself, you rented it anyway, what does it have to do with you? Fang Chen smiled without saying anything. If you think it is rented, then it is rented. The first sentence is actually right. The car was indeed not bought by Fang Chen. But you drove the car that Sister Qi gave me and hooked up with my ex-girlfriend. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? When Yu Mingyuan saw Fang Chen remain silent and looked at him with an unfathomable smile on his face, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Why are you so arrogant? When the time comes, when Yu Qiushan wants to return to his ancestral home and join the clan meeting, he still need my father's approval? You still dare to act arrogantly in front of me? I think you don't want to be in this world anymore, right? What's more, at the moment, it's because of the female president of Tianding. The famous business goddess of one of the top forces in the imperial capital Star Enterprises, Fang Jiran, took the initiative to declare that she would participate in the Yu family's clan meeting. Even the entire upper-class society in the capital was in an uproar over this incident. Countless people who had no chance to curry favor with Fang Jiran but had always wanted to establish a relationship with him, racked their brains to get the invitation to the Yu family's clan meeting. Nowadays, the invitation letter to the Yu family club has even been sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan each. This was of course the work of Yu Guohui behind the scenes. There were no telling how many people in the Yu family were jealous of this piece of pie, but who could have imagined that it would be just an ordinary family meeting? It actually attracted Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group. For a time, the news that the Yu family had climbed up the social ladder and was about to become prosperous had already spread widely. How dare this kid show off in front of me? Yu Mingyuan looked embarrassed, and he dumped all his resentment for not being able to strike up a conversation on Fang Chen. He spoke directly. Boy, do you know how many people want to curry favor with my Yu family now? Even if you give me this car, I may not let Yu Qiushan into the clan meeting. After saying this, Yu Mingyuan thought he could still scare Fang Chen. The latter depends on whether Yu Qiushan, the guilty man, can enter the clan meeting. Then, he will definitely lower his posture and apologize to himself. If Yu Mingyuan could be satisfied, today's incident could be forgotten. However, what happened next surprised Yu Mingyuan greatly. Threat me? If you have the ability, you can try it. By the way, give the car back to me, I want to use it. After saying that, Fang Chen snatched the car keys from Yu Mingyuan's hand. He got into the Lamborghini and drove away without paying any attention to the latter, who was unable to react for a long time. Yu Mingyuan stood there in a daze for more than a minute. He slowly came back to his senses, his face full of disbelief. This kid actually left like that? Okay, you wait, kid. I was originally planning to give you, Yu Qiushan, a chance to return to your roots because of your attitude, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Yu Mingyuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. During this period, Yu Guohui and his son had been busy preparing for the next clan meeting. Today was actually the first time he finally took some time out of his busy schedule to drive his Lamborghini out to pick up girls. In the end, before he could succeed, his plan was ruined by Fong Chen, who also drove away the car. Now, how can Yu Mingyuan pick up girls? Fong Chen didn't have time to care about what Yu Mingyuan was thinking. After driving my car for a few days, do you really feel superior to me? Fong Chen was no longer afraid that Yu Guohui and his son would not allow him to bring old Yu into the venue. Regardless of whether Yu Guohui and his son believed that the contract was given to them because of him, once the father and son dare to show off in front of him, Fong Chen can terminate this cooperation in a blink of an eye. Although Tianding Clothing Company is many levels lower than Fong Joran's Tianding Group, but he is also the object of flattery by countless noble families who want to curry favor with him. It is easy to find a partner with overseas market resources. At the beginning, if it weren't for the fact that Yu Guohui and his son held the power of life and death over whether old Yu could enter the clan association, Fong Chen would not have indulged them. The Lamborghini Xi'an sped all the way towards the Tianding Group. Driving into the underground garage of Tianding Group, it was actually the first time for Fong Chen to come to Seventh Sister S Company. Tianding Group is simply a landmark building in the imperial capital. As a star enterprise that is given priority support by the entire imperial capital government, Tianding occupies almost half of the core business district of the imperial capital. Among a group of high-rise buildings, there is an extremely conspicuous building. It is a high-rise building adhering to the ancient Oriental architectural style. The giant bronze bell exposed outside shows the heritage of this ancient city. There are 4 big Chinese characters on it. Tianding Group, with its calligraphy moving like a dragon. I heard that this was personally proposed by Mr. Yu, a top leader in the business and political circles of the imperial capital. So basically everyone in the imperial capital is not blind. It is easy to find Tianding Group. This tall building is so conspicuous that it can serve as a city landmark. Fong Chen's car drove into the parking lot of Tianding Group. The security guard at the door was quite good at reading people's expressions, so there were no accidents. Fong Chen entered the company smoothly. Seventh Sister, I'm at your company. Okay, I'm in the office, just come up directly, it's on the 21st floor. Fong Chen pressed the elevator button. It turned out that Seventh Sister's office was on the top floor. Just hearing the number 21st floor was a little unexpected. Do you feel that this building is not as tall as you imagined? Then you are totally wrong. Fong Joran's company building has each floor over 6 meters high, which is completely different from ordinary residential buildings. The height of a building is enough to stand out from the crowd and become the most eye-catching presence in the entire business circle. After getting off the elevator, what comes into view is a crystal-like palace. Fong Chen's pupils almost suddenly contracted. Isn't this too exaggerated? He exclaimed subconsciously. Even though Fong Chen had prepared himself mentally in advance, he was still shocked by Fong Joran's generosity. The entire 21st floor is completely transparent, and as you step out of the elevator you feel as if your feet are suspended in mid-air. The clean glass reflects the sunlight. For people with acrophobia, this place may not be suitable for working. But Fong Chen is brave and not afraid. He was just shocked by the exaggerated decoration style in front of him. After walking a few steps forward, Fong Chen could see a small waterfall. A fresh and moist air blew over, and Fong Chen felt instantly refreshed. Seventh Sister actually installed a small waterfall in the office area? Looking at the fish swimming in the small pond, Fong Chen was speechless. Seventh Sister was so rich and inhumane. One could easily guess with his toes that she had built such an exaggerated and high-end crystal palace in such a high place. They even built a small waterfall on the side. How much did it cost? It must be worth a lot of money. Chapter 50. Do you want to take a shower together? Brother, what are you looking at? Come here. Just then, a clear female voice sounded. Fong Chen subconsciously looked in that direction. Fong Joran was wearing a white long dress. Her hot body was covered by the dress, but one could still see that she had a good figure. A pair of eyes as clear as autumn water stared at Fong Chen steadily. The moment her delicate face saw Fong Chen, she smiled sweetly like a blooming flower, her eyebrows were as thin as willow leaves, and her eyes were like affectionate autumn water. She leaned against the cottage beside the waterfall, and with the steaming water vapor, it was like the most beautiful painting. It was as if he was a banished immortal from the Moon Palace who had fallen into the mortal world, sacred and ethereal yet inviolable. Fang Chen swallowed hard, and was stunned when Fang Jiran appeared. Although after obtaining this god-level sign and system, Fang Chen meets his seventh sister Fang Jiran almost every day. His seventh sister's exquisite and beautiful facial features have long been imprinted in his mind. He even thinks that he must have developed a resistance to beautiful women. Until this moment, Fang Chen thought that he would never feel as amazed as he did when he first met his seventh sister Fang Jiran. Only then did he realize that this was just his naive wishful thinking. Fang Jiran's beauty is that kind of changeable and passionate beauty. Her every glance and smile contains a sense of maturity, and it seems that time cannot leave any trace on that angelic face that is so beautiful that it can overwhelm the whole country. What are you still standing there for? Are you stupid? Fang Jiran saw Fang Chen looking dazed and frightened, and smiled innocently. Then he walked over in small steps, grabbed Fang Chen and said, "Silly, what are you looking at?" The woman glanced at the latter with her charming eyes. Fang Chen felt as if his soul had been critically hit by 10,000 points. After a while, Fang Chen didn't even know how he got in, and he had already sat on the chair in Seventh Sister's office. Only then did he come to his senses, his face flushed, and he tried hard to restrain himself and lower his head so as not to look at his seventh sister. Even so, Fang Chen's heart felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer, and his heart was beating wildly. In the past, he really thought that only girls would have this strange feeling of fluttering hearts. Obviously, I am too ignorant. I didn't have this feeling, it was just that I didn't meet my seventh sister. Fang Chen believed that even if any other man were here today, anyone who sees seventh sister dressed like this would be unable to control themselves, let alone Fang Chen, a young man full of vigor and vitality. It's already good enough that I can resist the urge to bleed from my nose. Fang Jiran poured Fang Chen a cup of hot water and said with a sweet smile, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize your seventh sister after not seeing her for just one day?" Fang Chen quickly shook his head, his ears turning red. Fang Chen laughed dryly, changed the subject, and said, "By the way, seventh sister, it seems like you have something important to talk to me about? What's the matter?" Fang Chen took a sip of hot tea and barely suppressed his inner excitement. Seeing that seventh sister seemed to be dressed up carefully, it didn't look like she had anything urgent to discuss with him. Well, it is indeed a bit troublesome. Fang Jiran slowly sat down beside Fang Chen. Sniffing the faint fragrance on the woman, Fang Chen felt a little dizzy. Fang Jiran took the teacup from Fang Chen's hand, not caring that the latter had drunk it. Her bright red lips were directly imprinted on the water stains left by Fang Chen just now. She took a sip and then said, "There's an upper-class dinner going on in the capital tonight, and a very annoying guy is going too." Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. A very annoying guy? Given my seventh sister Fang Jiran's hot temper and personality, is there anyone who could cause trouble for her? Oh, it's one of my suitors, a very annoying guy. Pursuer? Fang Chen opened his mouth wide, his eyes dull. When Fang Jiran saw this expression, her eyebrows raised, and she stretched out her jade hand and pinched Fang Chen's ear hard. "You little rascal, your seventh sister is extremely beautiful, or real beauty." What? You can't have a suitor? Fang Jiran was not being conceited when he said this. With seventh sister's level of beauty, there are few rivals even in the entertainment industry who can match her. Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled bitterly. His reaction just now seemed to be a bit too much, but he immediately felt a little jealous. If it's a suitor, just reject him. As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen immediately realized that something was wrong, but Fang Jiran's beautiful eyes had already fallen on Fang Chen. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at the latter, making Fang Chen feel a little scared. The air seemed to become a little stagnant as the office fell silent. Sudden. Fang Jiran's soft laugh broke the silence between the two. "Little guy, are you jealous?" Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. Fang Jiran's serious expression just now really scared Fang Chen. He rolled his eyes and ignored his seventh sister. Fang Jiran pursed her red lips and continued, "Alas, my lovely brother doesn't want his sister anymore, so I might as well obey him." The woman had a melancholy expression, even though she knew Fang Jiran was joking. Fang Chen said reflexively, "No." Fang Jiran's pretty face immediately revealed a sly smile, as if she had succeeded in her evil plan, just like a primary school student who had successfully played a prank. "Since you don't want your seventh sister to be taken away by others, you have to behave well this afternoon." Clam? Fang Chen was completely confused. "What do you mean I don't want to?" How could I know this if you didn't tell me? And isn't the key issue that you look down on others and find them annoying? Seventh sister, why do you make me sound like a bad person? Break up your marriage? You can't play like this. Fong Chen kept roaring in his heart. Fang Jiran didn't care about him at all and directly stretched out her slender jade hand to hold the latter's arm. Fang Chen suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Seventh sister, stop making trouble. The woman spoke. Dress up nicely today and accompany me to the party in the evening. In fact, Fang Jiran would occasionally attend such high society gatherings on weekdays, but she usually did not bring a male companion. Even if it was an invitation from a powerful person who was secretly admired by countless people in the venue, Fang Jiran would always refuse calmly. If he pursued her too hard, he would even be scolded mercilessly by the woman and criticized. Therefore, in the celebrity circle of the imperial capital, except for a few rich young men who are still struggling, the rest have basically gone to look for other beauties. Fang Jiran originally thought that by doing so she could keep herself clean and further establish herself as a strong woman and a star in the enterprise. As a result, this led many celebrities to believe that no one wanted Fang Jiran, the female Tyrannosaurus. Even in the mouths of some people who maliciously slander women. Fang Jiran even became a lesbian. Fang Jiran heard all these rumors, but given her nature as a woman, she would not tolerate them in silence. She was going to prove it to everyone tonight. It's not that she's self-righteous, nor is it that she's a lesbian. It's because none of these wealthy suitors from the capital's upper class are her type. In addition, Lu Changqing from the Lu family has been attacking more and more fiercely recently. Fang Jiran was really annoyed, so it was not a bad idea to let her beloved brother play the role of boyfriend for once. At least she could have some peace and quiet for a while. Is that okay? Fang Jiran stretched out her jade hand and held Fang Chen's hand. Her soft little hand was like the finest silk, making the latter feel itchy as if being scratched by a cat. But this is his seventh sister, Fang Chen has no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, Fang Chen smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Seventh sister, I promise you." Boo. The next moment, a red lip mark suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's left cheek. The latter was stunned by Fang Jiran's sudden kiss. Fang Jiran said with a sweet smile, "Hee, I knew that my beloved brother would not abandon his sister. Go take a shower and change into clean and handsome clothes." Fang Chen touched the slightly hot spot on his face, felt his throat a little dry, and nodded. But there was no movement for a long time. It was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the sweet kiss from his seventh sister. Fang Jiran said with a sweet giggle, "What's wrong? Do you want seventh sister to take a bath with you?" As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen's face was filled with horror, and he waved his hands repeatedly. He quickly rushed out of Fang Jiran's office as if escaping. The woman stood there in a daze, looking at Fang Chen's departing back. After a while, she chuckled and a smile spread across her pretty face. The flowers are swaying and dancing. For a moment, also began to shake. But there was no one else here, so no one could enjoy the beautiful scene. I don't know why this little guy's face is so soft. As she spoke, Fang Jiran touched her beautiful face, which was lightly made up, then turned around and closed the curtains. Which outfit should I wear when giving a speech? Fang Jiran's beautiful eyes looked around her closet. Seventh sister, where is the bathroom? Fang Chen, who had just escaped, suddenly ran back at this time. Fang Jiran usually has a rest area in his office, and most of the time, he often does not go home because of overtime work. So there are also a lot of underwear in the closet. Fang Chen rushed in at this moment, and the first thing that caught his eye was the open wardrobe. Puff, 2 streams of blood spurted out of the nose. Please use your imagination to fill in the following picture. Fourth update. Chapter 51, Boyfriend. Fifth update completed. About an hour later, Fang Chen and Fang Jiran were ready to set off together. By the way, seventh sister, where is fourth sister? Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. Even now his nose still felt sore and painful, and it felt like his nose was bleeding all over the floor. How could anyone feel this way? Fang Jiran covered her mouth and chuckled, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy with your seventh sister? Are you going to complain to your fourth sister so soon?" Fang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. "How dare I? Your fourth sister doesn't like the troubles in the world of fame and fortune. She is resting at home today. She just came back from the army and she is very tired." Oh, Fang Chen nodded. That's true. As the only female warrior guarding the border of China, Fang Shiyun must be under a lot of pressure. She finally came back, so naturally she needs to have a good rest. Fang Chen changed into the suit that Fang Jiran had prepared for him. Naturally, the things the woman arranged for him were the most fitted and personal. No one knew what material this suit was made of, but it was very light when worn. The clean white shirt perfectly highlights Fang Chen's slender figure and is very suitable. Being together with Fang Jiran, they can be considered a perfect match. It's just that the seventh sister Fang Jiran is too beautiful, and has an angelic appearance and a devilish figure. They don't even know how many men's dream lover she is. Not to mention Fang Chen, even if a young and handsome star walked with her, he would probably feel inferior. The two walked out of the company and stood at the door waiting for Xiao Bai to drive over to pick them up. Naturally, many employees passing by recognized the female president at the first opportunity. Who is this person? He is walking so closely with Mr. Fang. Some male employees said so with a sour look on their faces. Although they also knew that Fang Jiran would never look down on them given his level and character, they were still surprised to see a handsome pretty boy getting so close to the goddess in their minds. It is still easy to feel jealous subconsciously and feel unhappy. However, some female employees secretly looked at Fang Chen. The guy next to Mr. Fang is actually quite handsome. Indeed. Fang Chen's appearance was already quite good, and as the saying goes, clothes make the man. Paired with this suit that Fang Jiran carefully selected. Fang Chen's temperament is also somewhat ethereal and otherworldly, and his facial features, although not very handsome, are very attractive. It can also cause considerable visual impact to people. Fang Jiran nodded in satisfaction and said with a sweet smile, "My brother is so handsome. Let him hug me, I don't know which girl he will marry in the future." Before Fang Chen could speak, a charming body fragrance filled Fang Chen's nostrils, making him breathless again. Damn! This hug killing comes again. Fang Chen didn't know what was wrong with Fang Jiran, as he suddenly stood at the company door and asked for a hug. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if he had a cold gaze like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Fang Chen subconsciously shuddered and quickly came to his senses and looked in that direction. Outside the gate of Tianding Group, a Bentley Bentayga was parked quietly on the roadside. Leaning against the car, a handsome man in a gray and black suit. There was a bodyguard in black standing beside him like a little follower. This guy's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. His eyes could not move away from his seventh sister after Fang Jiran appeared. He knew with a simple guess that this guy must be one of his seventh sister's suitors. That's right, the person next to the Bentley Bentayga is none other than the four great families of the imperial capital. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Chongqing. No wonder seventh sister suddenly gave me an inexplicable hug. Fang Chen thought that it was his seventh sister who wanted to murder him. Smelling the woman's body fragrance, Fang Chen also knew his mission. Fang Jiran winked at him playfully, and Fang Chen immediately understood what she meant and put his arms around Fang Jiran's slender waist. Lu Chongqing took a deep breath and controlled his facial expression. Lu Chongqing was still quite shrewd and did not react immediately. Otherwise, he would not have been given high hopes by the Lu family and trained as the first heir. He still walked slowly towards this direction. "Mr. Fang, my car is over there, let's go together today?" Fang Jiran raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. No. Lu Chongqing actually knew that he would be rejected, but he glanced at Fang Chen inconspicuously, then pretended to have just noticed the latter and said, "Who is this?" Based on his understanding of Fang Jiran, the woman looked very charming. But in fact, he is the type who is hot on the outside but cold on the inside, and seems very approachable on the surface. But in fact, if there has been a survey on women, it can be found that over the years, no man has been able to get within 1 meter of her. This woman has a very arrogant vision. This is also the reason why Lu Chongqing fell in love at first sight and was unable to extricate himself. She is completely different from those vulgar people with rouge and powder. Conquering such a woman will give you a sense of accomplishment. Over the years, there has never been any scandal about Fang Jiran. How come Fang Jiran suddenly has a male companion today? And looking at the relationship and intimacy, it doesn't seem like they are pretending at all. This one? I forgot to introduce him to you. He is my boyfriend. Fang Jiran smiled politely. Although he was clearly smiling, that smile made Lu Chongqing's heart sink. That smile was mixed with a bit of coldness that kept people at a distance. Especially the last word, boyfriend. When Fang Chen saw Lu Chongqing's deeply hostile gaze, he sighed inwardly. I really underestimated the charm of seventh sister. I wonder how many young girls in love think that this kind of rich kid is their golden son-in-law. When it comes to seventh sister, he becomes a very annoying piece of sticky candy. Lu Changqing's eyelids twitched when he saw Fang Chen's hand on Fang Jiran's waist. He wished he could pick up a kitchen knife and chop it off with Fang Chen. He forced a smile. I've known Zhou Ran for such a long time, but I really didn't know when she started dating a boyfriend. Meet Lu Changqing. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lu Changqing. A strong force came, and a hint of gloating flashed across Lu Changqing's eyes. I am a black belt in Taekwondo and my arm strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even compared with those muscular men who have been exercising in the gym all year round, he is not much inferior. This time, Fang Chen will definitely suffer a loss and make a fool of himself. Feeling the force from the other party's fingers, Fang Chen looked at Lu Changqing with a strange look. He really wanted to say, "Brother, haven't you eaten?" Since you took the initiative, I want to be polite. Fang Chen raised a sly smile. The next moment, Fang Chen lowered his wrist and began to exert force. As Fang Chen began to exert his strength, Lu Changqing on the opposite side froze in vain. P.S. I was really busy all day yesterday and owed 2 updates, but I have made up for it today. Thank you all for your support, I am very grateful. Today I will update 5 updates in a burst, and we will continue to urge for more updates. As usual, if I exceed 100 words, I will add 1 more update. If I reach 200 words, I will update 10,000 words the next day. If I exceed 200 before 12 o'clock today, I will update 3 regular updates tomorrow plus 3 burst updates. Chapter 52, Sihai Chamber of Commerce 4th update today. How does Lu Changqing feel? He only felt a huge force that seemed to be about to tear his palm apart, and the expression on his face collapsed almost instantly. The scene in which Fang Chen would make a fool of himself as imagined did not occur. On the contrary, his facial features were completely distorted in almost the blink of an eye. If Fang Jiran had not been standing here, he would have almost shouted out. Fang Chen's palms were like a pair of iron clamps, so powerful that he was completely unable to move. No matter how he struggled, Fang Chen's palms always exerted firm force. Even when the latter saw the embarrassment on his face, he gave a wicked smile and shook his arm affectionately a few times. Finally, Lu Changqing's palms were making crackling sounds. Fang Chen slowly loosened his hand and smiled. "Oh, I'm really sorry. I was distracted while thinking about something just now." The 2 grown men shook hands for so long. You have to give an excuse or reason, right? Anyway, it was Lu Changqing who shook hands first, so it was difficult for him to get angry after Fang Chen said this. Lu Changqing's face turned pale, and he glanced at Fang Chen with a gloomy look, then he forced a forced smile and said, "Ha, brother, your arm strength is indeed extraordinary." Lu Changqing coughed twice awkwardly, which was considered to be the end of the matter. He looked at Fang Jiran deeply and said, "Brother Chen, Mr. Fang, I'll take my leave first." After saying this, Lu Changqing did not stay any longer. He had originally wanted to give Chen Fang a warning today, but he ended up losing all face right from the start. Seeing that Fang Jiran was unwilling to talk any more nonsense with him, Lu Changqing turned around and left, feeling bored. Fang Chen stared at the guy slightly embarrassed back and almost laughed out loud several times. Especially when he saw the car door being opened, Lu Changqing raised his right hand imperceptibly, for fear of being hit by the car door. Fang Chen almost laughed to tears. Fang Jiran's jade hand gently pinched Fang Chen's waist. "You. So bad, But well done, this guy comes to the company to find me every day, and always has some serious reasons to talk about it. One moment they say they want to cooperate with Tianding, and the next moment they invite a new media planning team for our real estate industry to promote it. It's so boring that I have to come out." After hearing this, Fang Chen felt a little sympathy for Lu Changqing. However, the latter is deeply in love with the 7th sister, and is even willing to use his family connections and cooperate in order to pursue Fang Jiran. It's a pity that my 7th sister is not interested in him at all. Even as Lu Changqing pursued her relentlessly, the woman became annoyed with him. If Lu Changqing knew Fang Jiran's true thoughts, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. "7th sister, since you hate him so much, why is this guy still pestering you?" Fang Jiran glanced at Fang Chen with a smile in her beautiful eyes and said, "Do you think he is stupid? How could he not know my attitude? That's why this guy has never confessed to me directly, and I am too embarrassed to reject him openly. Moreover, this kid's family is the Lu family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital." The 4 great families in the imperial capital? Didn't the Lin family's 7th sister, Lin Shangxiao, offend someone just because she said she would? Although the Liu family is just one of the 4 great families, what makes it different from the other 3 great families in the imperial capital is that behind the Liu family there is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. You may not have heard of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, but, to be honest, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is not a separate enterprise. Xiaobai took quite a while to get the car and hasn't arrived yet. So Feng Jiuran had the opportunity to briefly introduce to Feng Chen some major forces in the imperial capital. Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Feng Chen repeated the name once. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce composed of 4 extraordinary business giants. Perhaps if any one of them is taken out individually, its scale is even smaller than that of the Tianding Group. But these 4 companies had an agreement back then. In order to quickly seize the northern market, they jointly established the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, which then quickly became the leader of the northern business community. The emerging forces that will emerge include the internet and real estate. Most of the other businesses have to survive under the protection of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. With this explanation, you can probably understand the strength of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, right? After Feng Jiuran finished speaking, Feng Chen showed a thoughtful expression. Although Seventh Sister's explanation was easy to understand and her tone was very calm, Feng Chen still heard a hint of fear in her voice. Obviously, the power of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce even exceeds that of Tianding. This is actually understandable. After all, Tianding is just a group that focuses solely on the real estate industry. How wide is the range of business a Chamber of Commerce can cover? It's easy to guess that both the connections and the power behind them are absolutely impossible to be matched by Tianding Group, which is only involved in the real estate industry. Even so, according to Seventh Sister, Tianding Group is still no less powerful than any of the separate Sihai Chambers of Commerce, which indirectly shows that Tianding is at the top of the pyramid in China. A true pioneer in the real estate industry. Just relying on one industrial chain field, Tianding is able to be comparable to a chamber of commerce with a long history. This is already very awesome. Feng Chen is like a curious baby. If the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is so powerful, why would it deal with a mere aristocratic family like the Liu family? That's true. Although according to Feng Chen's current level, he is not yet able to ignore the aristocratic families, but based on Feng Chen's understanding, the average family's assets are barely worth a few hundred million, and most of them are real estate waiting to appreciate in value. If Tianding removes the company's market value and only considers the properties, Feng Jiuran is almost a super rich man who can be compared with Principal Wang. Even so, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce makes Seventh Sister extremely wary. It is conceivable how terrifying the other party's background is. Therefore, it is really unbelievable that a small family that is not worth mentioning at all in front of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce can actually rely on this big tree. There are some complicated interests involved here. It's hard to explain it to you in a short period of time. You will understand it yourself when you have the chance. Although Tianding Group will not deal with Sihai Chamber of Commerce. But this does not mean that the Tianding clothing company currently headed by Feng Chen will not deal with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Feng Chen will have many opportunities to come into contact with this level in the future. There was absolutely no need for Feng Jiuran to tell everything in one breath. If he did, Feng Chen would probably be confused after talking for 3 days and 3 nights. Coincidentally, Feng Jiuran's Rolls-Royce also arrived at this time. The two got in the car and headed towards the dinner venue. Xiaobai, the first secretary, once again acted as the driver. Many cars drove into a magnificently decorated building. The bright moon from heaven? Feng Chen was slightly stunned. He had only seen this place in newspapers before. He heard that this was a famous den of money in the imperial capital. Any dish costs half a month's salary for an average person. Moreover, the requirements for booking seats are ridiculously strict. First of all, you must meet a certain amount of assets to be eligible to register and apply to become a member here. Only by becoming a member are you eligible to enter and dine. This place is a holy place where countless celebrities are trying their best to take photos and check in to post them on their moments. For some people, just one visit may be enough for them to brag about it for a whole year. P.S. Brothers, if you like this book, please support it. Seven Sisters is like a flower in bud, and it still needs your support to urge it to be updated. Chapter 53, Second Generation Circle. After parking the car, Feng Jiuran said to Feng Chen, "Sister Qi, please recite the script for a while. You will be giving a speech as a celebrity corporate leader later. If you feel bored staying in the car, then go out for a walk." Feng Jiuran said as he took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. There were a lot of data on it that made Fong Chen feel dizzy just by looking at it. Fong Chen smiled bitterly. Seventh Sister was much more dedicated than he thought. If I stay in the car alone, Seventh Sister will definitely be distracted. With this thought in mind, Fong Chen pushed open the car door. Seventh Sister, I'll go out for a walk first. The dinner starts at 8:30. It's not even 7 o'clock now. After getting out of the car, Fong Chen walked directly towards the magnificently decorated building, with a bit of amazement in his mouth. This is the bright moon sent by heaven. Hey, Master Fong, what a coincidence. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Fong Chen. Fong Chen subconsciously turned his head and took a look. It turned out to be Wang Jinda. What a coincidence, why are you here too? Wang Jinda scratched the back of his head angrily and said, Hee, I spent some money and bought an invitation letter. I want to meet some powerful guys and see if I can try my luck and find an opportunity for myself to rise to prominence. After Wang Jinda's house was demolished, he opened a jewelry store. The business is sparse and average, but it's barely acceptable given his level if he doesn't use some connections. I'm really not qualified to attend an upper-class dinner of this level. Fong Chen nodded upon hearing this. Wang Jinda smiled awkwardly. After helping Fong Chen deal with the two members of the Black Dragon Society last time, the relationship between Wang Jinda and Fong Chen had eased a lot, and they could barely chat for a few words after meeting. Wang Jinda's purpose of attending this dinner today was very clear, which was to curry favor with someone powerful. Even if young Master Fong was thrown into the second-generation circle, he would still be among the top ones. After all, according to Fong Jiran's influence in this imperial capital, Fong Chen is worth this. However, the several industries that Tianding is involved in have nothing to do with Wang Jinda's business. He can't force Fong Chen to have a relationship with him, right? Wang Jinda's face was full of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Fong Chen spoke directly and pointed out, what's the matter? Wang Jinda scratched his head. By the way, can I ask you a favor? After you go in, please introduce me to some big guys in the second-generation circle. Second-generation circle? What is the second-generation circle? Fong Chen was completely confused. This is the first time I have heard of this term. How can I introduce someone to you, Wang Jinda? When Wang Jinda saw that Fong Chen's expression did not seem fake, he was also slightly stunned. Could it be that young Master Fong is not close to the second-generation circle in the imperial capital? It is true. According to young Master Fong's level, even the fathers of those so-called rich second-generation rich young men in the imperial capital would probably be attracted by him after meeting him. Be humble and respectfully call him young Master Fong. Young Master Fong might really disdain to integrate into this circle of second-generation rich young men who are considered high and mighty by ordinary people. Thinking of this, Wang Jinda felt a little disappointed. Fong Chen himself was completely confused. You asked me a favor, but why did you only say half of the sentence? What kind of second-generation circle are you? Wang Jinda saw that Fong Chen's eyes were still on him, and he smiled awkwardly. I thought young Master Fong was closer to those second-generation people. I was hoping you could introduce him to some big guys. Fong Chen heard this and asked subconsciously. Well, can you first explain to me what the second-generation circle is? As soon as these words came out, Wang Jinda felt like he was struck by lightning. He stood still in place for a long time, unable to react. Who is young Master Fong? The younger brother of Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding. Have you never heard of the second-generation circle in the capital? After pondering for a moment, Wang Jinda suddenly slapped his head, as if he suddenly realized something. That's right, young Master Fong's level might be even higher than he imagined. It is normal that you have never understood or come into contact with the circle of these rich second generations. I actually underestimated Fong Chen. Wang Jinda saw that Fong Chen seemed to want to help him, so he quickly spoke. The second-generation circle in the imperial capital consists of the descendants of the major chambers of commerce, companies, and groups. They are not the idle rich second generations, but their fathers have some power. I originally thought that you, Master Fong, were also one of them. It was I, Wang Jinda, who was blind and underestimated young Master Fong. But it's true. Your vision is naturally not comparable to those ordinary rich second generations. I guess you don't really like dealing with them. Rich second generation? Fong Chen was a little surprised. How could I be considered a rich second generation? I have only signed in and received the seventh sister for a few days, and I have never had any dealings with people from the upper class. How can I get into the so-called second-generation circle? What Wang Jinda said about his own level of knowledge being too high was completely groundless, but Fang Chen was too lazy to explain it to him. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly received a friend request on WeChat. Verified message: a madman driving a Pagani. When Fang Chen saw this ID, the corners of his mouth twitched. Who is this guy? I took a look at the profile picture and it seemed to be a handsome young man, leaning against a cool supercar. It should be the Pagani, right? Fang Chen didn't know much about supercars, so when he saw this person, he subconsciously clicked pass. Inside the venue of Tianxi Mingyue, a handsome guy dressed in trendy brands took a look at the message pop up on his phone and was immediately stunned. Oh my god. It was approved in just 1 second. A group of people dressed like rich young men also gathered around him. Brother Tang is really powerful. He even got young Master Fang's WeChat. Brother Tang is the madman who drives a Pagani. They are all the best in the second-generation circle in the capital. I had never heard much about Fang Jiran's brother as deeds before, until Fang Chen made the front page of the newspaper yesterday. For this matter, perhaps ordinary people are just watching the show. But it's different for these rich second generations. These guys are right in the Saipan International Shopping Center where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. He wanted to buy love even from the eldest son of the Lin family and slapped the latter in the face. What kind of strength and financial resources were needed to even make Lin Shengshao afraid to retaliate? Through a simple investigation, they knew the latter's identity. Fang Chen, Fang Jiran's younger brother. When this news came out, the entire second-generation circle in the capital was shocked. Fang Jiran is a star entrepreneur in the imperial capital's business community. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the real estate leader in the entire China. Fang Jiran's younger brother. The top second generation who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths are definitely the kings in their circle. Everyone wants to get acquainted. But unfortunately, young Master Fang did not seem to have lived a very ostentatious life in the past. Even with their extensive connections, they were unable to find Fang Chen's contact information. Only this Mr. Tang somehow got Fang Chen's WeChat account. And Fang Chen passed it surprisingly quickly. Tang Xiao's hands were shaking slightly as he held the pool cue. Normally at home, his father would scold him all day long for being uneducated and having a bunch of bad friends. If they could get to know young Master Fang now, they would be connected to Fang Jiran, which would definitely be of great help to their family's business. Young Master Fang, I am Tang Wangliang from the Tang family. Will you attend the dinner tonight? On the other end, Fang Chen's phone vibrated. When I saw the message, I was slightly stunned. Tang Wangliang? Fang Chen didn't know Tang Wangliang, but Wang Jinda's eyes lit up almost instantly. He knew who this Tang Wangliang was. This guy is one of the most powerful rich young men in the second-generation circle of the entire imperial capital. Wang Jinda swallowed hard and said with awe on his face. Fang Chen did not avoid him when chatting with Tang Wangliang, and Wang Jinda could see clearly the attitude of the young master of the Tang family on the mobile phone screen. He knew what kind of character young Master Tang had. According to rumors from outside, this guy is arrogant and domineering, relying on his family background and power. He is also an arrogant person. He is fearless. This was the first time she had seen someone speaking to someone so respectfully and politely. Obviously, it was easy to understand. It was simply that Fang Chen was more awesome than her. Is this guy the so-called second-generation circle you mentioned? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Hello. Fang Chen looked at Wang Jinda, who was looking at him eagerly, smiled slightly, and casually sent a message to Tang Wangliang. Less than half a minute later, Fang Chen's phone vibrated again. Young Master Fang, I wonder if you are interested in my Tang family's business? The second-generation circle in the entire imperial capital actually wants to get to know you. Get to know me? Fang Chen touched his nose in dismay when he saw Tang Jiaming's message. Yes, we have our own group, and I happen to be the group owner. If you don't mind, I can add you to the group. Oh, okay. Fang Chen replied to the message, and within a dozen seconds, Fang Chen was pulled into a chat group. The comments in the group seemed to be all XXX who runs XXX or the eldest son of XXX company or the second son and so on. Fang Chen even thought he had joined a pyramid scheme. That's it? The second generation circle? I guess these people don't know what it means to keep wealth within reach. P.S. There is still some distance to reach the small goal of 200. Brothers, please support me. The author is very grateful here. Chapter 54, Joining the Group. As Fang Chen joined the group chat, the entire second generation circle was boiling. After all, Tang Wangliang specially edited a copy to welcome Fang Chen. This is the younger brother of female President Fang Jiran, Master Fang Chen. All of a sudden, the entire second generation circle in the imperial capital was in an uproar. Fuck. Young Master Fang actually agreed to join our group chat. Oh my god, hello, Master Fang. My family is in the business of downtown decoration. I was wondering if it would be possible for me to get to know you. Master Fang, do you have any ideas about the anchor industry? Tang Wangliang glanced at the 99+ that refreshed almost immediately in the group, and said with an unhappy expression. Okay, all of you, stop embarrassing yourself. If young Master Fang is scared away by you again, it will be a waste of time and effort. The second generation around him immediately restrained themselves. Welcome, Master Fang. Welcome, Master Fang. Group leader, please give out red envelopes. Tang Wangliang watched as young Master Fang joined the group, and the entire group chat of the second generation circle in the imperial capital became lively. I didn't refuse. How much is such a small red envelope? He wouldn't even blink even if I sent more than a dozen at a time. Congratulations on your prosperity and good luck. Congratulations on your prosperity and good luck. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen's phone was shaking wildly. Aren't these people in the second generation circle of the imperial capital too enthusiastic? From the time Fang Chen joined the group to now, he has received no less than 15 friend requests. He was forced to change the stranger verification method. Fang Chen glanced at the phone screen helplessly. These guys are too exaggerated, aren't they? Even though he had already overestimated the so-called younger brother Fang Jiran, this halo, and his status in their second generation circle. But even so, Fang Chen seemed to underestimate the influence of the seventh sister. The second generation rich people in the group are so enthusiastic that they are like hungry wolves who have never seen the world. As Tang Wangliang sent out several red envelopes, Fang Chen also grabbed a few. Young Master Fang is also interacting. He is so approachable. I must have a couple of drinks with young Master Fang at tonight's dinner. No problem, Fang Chen replied with 3 words. Wang Jinda watched the scene eagerly from the sidelines, rubbing his hands excitedly. Well, Master Fang, can you help me find out if there is any big boss in the jewelry or gold shop business? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen directly sent a message in the group. Friends, is there anyone running a gold jewelry business? I'm asking on behalf of a friend. Young Master Fang, please chat privately. Soon, a group member named I bought a 24K pure gold masa last year requested to add Fang Chen as a friend. Oh my god. Lao Jin has tricked young Master Fang into becoming his friend. I'm so envious. Why doesn't my family run a gold shop? A group of friends beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they had missed out on 100 million by missing out on a chance to add Fang Chen as a friend. Fang Chen smiled without saying anything and sent an emoticon. The group members were all quite interesting. At least they didn't have the arrogant and domineering attitude of the rich second generation that he had imagined. Instead, they are all very approachable, even a little silly. It's quite fun. Fang Chen approved the item. I bought a 24K pure gold Maserati last year in the list. Young Master Fang, my name is Lan Buchang. I have 15 gold shops at home, and I am involved in some simple gold mine development. I wonder what young Master Fang needs. Push what a friend needs to him. Then he pushed this man directly to Wang Jinda. The last time, Wang Jinda helped him deal with the robbers from the Black Dragon Society. Before leaving, Fang Chen also added the latter's contact information. Look, the boss you are looking for should probably be a very reliable guy. After saying that, he put the phone directly into his pocket. When Wang Jinda saw the ID and the 3 words Lan Baichang on the WeChat business card, his face was immediately filled with excitement. Fang Chen may not know what this person represents. But as they are all in the same gold shop business, Wang Jinda knows clearly that this is the leader in the industry in the capital. His family has been doing this business for generations, and he is one of the few authorities in the jewelry industry. If I had the opportunity to cooperate with Lan Buchang, I would be close to taking off. The excitement on Wang Jinda's face gradually faded. Yes. He was a little too complacent at this moment. Don't forget who introduced Lan Bochang, the second-generation circle, to him. As the saying goes, when you drink water, you should remember the person who dug the well. Master Fong, I am grateful for your kindness. If you need my help in the future, please let me know. So, Wang Jinda spoke to Fong Chen respectfully. The latter didn't feel anything. It was just a piece of cake and he was inexplicably added as a WeChat friend by a Tang Wangliang. Then I was pulled into the other person's chat group. It's just posting an ad to help find someone, it's a small matter, there's no need for Wang Jinda to thank him profusely, Fong Chen said. Okay, I didn't do anything, you don't have to thank me. You can thank me when you really get someone powerful enough. After Fong Chen finished speaking, his words were natural, just like he was talking to a friend. This humble attitude made Wang Jinda burst into tears. It's not that he had never thought about finding connections to get into the second-generation circle and asking someone to introduce him to the leader. But in fact, after actual contact, you will find that none of the rich and powerful children in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital look up to him at all. Even if Wang Jinda approached him on his own initiative, people would not look down on him at all. Not to mention, building relationships or making connections, which is a very normal thing, after all, they are people from two different worlds. An ordinary second-generation demolition tycoon like Wang Jinda. There are at least several thousand of them in the entire imperial capital, and you can easily grab a lot of them. If every one of them can get into the circle of top rich young men by relying on their status as demolition households, then this second-generation circle would seem too cheap, wouldn't it? But what about Fong Chen? The two of them first met because of a coincidence in a car accident, and at that time Wang Jinda had offended Fong Chen thoroughly. After all, Fong Chen was wearing a light blue "Are you full?" signature takeaway employee uniform. Who would have thought that this person was Fong Jiran's younger brother? The first impression he left on Fong Chen was obviously not a good one. However, later on, it was only because he helped Fong Chen with a small favor that even he himself felt was so small that it could not be any smaller and was insignificant. He was actually worthy of being acknowledged as a friend by Fong Chen himself. What does it mean? This means that from beginning to end, Fong Chen had no grudge against him, and he never even held a grudge against him at all. Of course, he never took advantage of his power to bully others or look down on Wang Jinda. Compared to those second-generation circles who claim to be geniuses. In fact, Fong Chen is really low-key. He not only experiences life by delivering food, but also remains calm and broad-minded. This is the real top rich boy. This is the style of a rich family's son. Wang Jinda's gratitude and admiration for Fong Chen in his heart are like the endless torrent of a river. With Fong Chen's introduction today, Lan Bochang would probably not adopt such a cold and distant attitude for the sake of young Master Fong. There are still a lot of messages on the phone. When Lan Bochang heard that it was young Master Fong's friend, he immediately became very concerned about this matter and chatted enthusiastically with Wang Jinda. It seems that they are planning to come for an on-site inspection in a couple of days to discuss cooperation matters. Before they knew it, Fong Chen and Wang Jinda had already arrived at the gate of the Tianxi Mingyue venue. Master Fong, do you want to go in now? Fong Chen waved his hand. No, I have to wait for someone. Wang Jinda understood what he meant. Who else could Master Fong be waiting for? It was naturally Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group. For a moment, Wang Jinda nodded, and he was not in a hurry to go in. There weren't many people in the venue at first, and he seldom interacted with people in this upper-class circle, so he didn't know many people there. Even if we go in now, we can just find a place to sit and kill time while waiting for the dinner to begin. Wang Jinda handed a cigarette to Fong Chen, who took it subconsciously. Fong Chen seldom smokes, but not smoking does not mean not smoking. As the saying goes, a man who does not smoke or drink is worse than a dog. It is also common to smoke cigarettes to build relationships in social situations. Fong Chen and Wang Jinda were squatting on the roadside, smoking like two gangsters. Just then, a Lamborghini Huracan rushed over from the side of the road at a very fast speed. The car was about to hit Fong Chen and the other two, but it showed no intention of slowing down. Fong Chen had noticed the car a long time ago. He frowned and quickly stood up. He took the opportunity to pull Wang Jinda, who was looking down at his phone. Sizzle! A shrill sound was heard, and the Lamborghini Huracan stopped directly on the side of the road. A man in formal attire got out of the car. He had his black hair combed back, and he glanced at Fong Chen and the other man with a cold sneer of disdain. Wang Jinda's temper immediately flared up. Can you drive? Chapter 55, Chen Yadong. Wang Jinda's temper immediately flared up. Can you drive? A Lamborghini Huracan is definitely considered a low-end car among all the second-generation cars at tonight's dinner. Even Wang Jinda himself owns a Ferrari Roma. The price is actually comparable to that of this Huracan. This guy is so arrogant and awesome driving a Lamborghini Huracan, which simply ignited the anger in Wang Jinda's heart. What's more, who is around you? This is Fong Jiran's younger brother, Fong Chen, young Master Fong. He is the one that the entire second-generation circle of the imperial capital's upper class wants to please. No matter who you are, if you provoke young Master Fong, isn't that courting death? The young man with slicked back hair who got off the car looked a little cynical in his appearance and attire. As Wang Jinda finished speaking, the latter raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. You guys don't have eyes, how can you blame me? Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. What this guy said was simply far-fetched. He was not a troublemaker, but Fong Chen was definitely not afraid of trouble. Two security guards, are you qualified to tell me how to drive? Security guard? Who told you I was a security guard? Fong Chen looked at this guy with a puzzled look on his face. As the Lamborghini Huracan stopped, the security guard who had been waiting to receive them in Tianxi Mingyue came over quickly. Sir, can I park the car for you? With the appearance of the security guard, Fong Chen's face was filled with surprise. He opened his mouth wide with a strange look on his face. What the hell is this? The security guard's clothes were almost identical to Fong Chen's, except for the tag hanging around their necks. There was no difference at all. However, the clothes that Fong Chen wore were personally selected and arranged by Fong Jiran. What Fong Chen didn't know was that the cost of this dress was staggeringly high, otherwise it wouldn't have had that light and airy feel when worn. But, this dress seems to be the same as the one worn by the security guys at the banquet venue tonight. No wonder the young man mistook him for a security guard. Hey, the security guards here really have tempers and personalities. The man with the slicked back hair obviously had no intention of letting Fong Chen go. He was already in a bad mood today, so this was a good opportunity to find someone to step on and show off. From the beginning, he had an attitude of coming to challenge the culprit. He was just giving me instructions about how to drive, just looking for trouble. The security captain who came over was slightly stunned and looked at Fong Chen and the others. He was not sure whether Wang Jinda was a security guard. However, Fong Chen's outfit is exactly the same as that of their security team. No one believed him if he said he was not a security guard. Is this boy so tactless? Naturally, he didn't dare to offend the young man with a slicked back hair. Seeing that the other party showed no intention of giving in, he naturally wanted to make trouble for Fong Chen. The security captain directly opened his mouth and scolded. Hello, which team are you from? Doesn't this mean this is Master Chen Yaodong from Huamei Entertainment Media? I demand that you apologize to young Master Chen Yaodong now. Otherwise, you can quit your job. The one called young Master Chen Yaodong seemed to be the man with slicked back hair. The latter had an arrogant look and a sneer on his face. A small security guard was pointing fingers at him. What was going on in this world? Damn it, I just happened to be in a bad mood, so I'm taking it out on you. Boy, did you see that? There are differences between people. You are about to lose your job because of a casual word I said. A rich second generation like me is not someone that a small security guard like you can offend. The security captain finished speaking. Fong Chen's face twitched. Did he really think of himself as a member of their security team? Ha, you're just a small security guard working there, jumping up and down and yelling in front of me. I don't know who gave you the courage. Is it Fish Liang? Young Master Chen Yaodong from Huamei Entertainment Media pointed at Fong Chen's nose and sneered. Wang Jinda immediately retorted, it was obviously you who drove without looking at the road. Bang! Chen Yaodong was sure that Fong Chen and the other two were just workers, so he slapped Wang Jinda in the face. The latter was hit so hard that he staggered. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Chen, otherwise you two will not be allowed to enter the venue today. The security captain quickly came to help Chen Yaodong. Wanting to calm things down, Fong Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. After beating someone up, you want us to apologize? Fong Chen stood in front of Chen Yaodong and said in a deep voice, you don't have to leave today, I said so. After saying that, Fong Chen looked at the latter deeply. Chen Yaodong was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. What the hell? What did I hear? A security guard actually told me not to leave? Come on, I want to know, why do you want me not to leave? Fang Chen glanced at him calmly and sent a message directly to the second-generation circle group. Does anyone know Chen Yaodong? Come and help me show off. As soon as the news came out. Soon, the second-generation group exploded. What's wrong? Chen Yaodong, isn't that the son of a shareholder of Huamei Entertainment Media? Did this kid offend young Master Fong? Young Master Fong, I'll be at the entrance of Tianxi Mingyue right away. How dare a mere son of a shareholder of Huamei Entertainment Media provoke young Master Fong? You don't know what's good for you. Young Master Fong, please wait a moment, we will be there in 2 minutes. Group leader Tang Wangliang watched young Master Fong speak, and it seemed that he had some conflict with Chen Yaodong. His eyes suddenly lit up, as he was worried that he had no chance to curry favor with Fang Chen. Just when he was feeling sleepy, someone offered him a pillow. Tang Wangliang would not miss such a good opportunity and drove out in his Pagani. Let us talk about two things separately, on the roadside. Chen Yaodong glanced at Fang Chen and the other man with contempt. Don't waste too much of my time, I want to see what kind of big shot you, a small security guard, can call over. The bright red slap mark on Wang Jinda's face had not yet disappeared. It really looks miserable. Fang Chen's eyes were cold towards this guy who came to his door looking for trouble. Fang Chen didn't mind crushing his so-called sense of superiority into pieces. Just wait. Fang Chen glanced at him indifferently. Chen Yaodong sneered. A mere watchdog dared to talk to him like that. He was simply courting death. Today he wanted to see what this young security guard relied on. You're showing off in front of me, and you dare to challenge Chen Yaodong? Act recklessly. There were indeed many people in the venue whom Chen Yaodong could not afford to offend, but they definitely did not include this guy who was wearing a security uniform and whom he had never seen in the upper class. When he thought of this, Chen Yaodong felt more relieved. At this moment, a sudden loud roar of a sports car sounded not far away. Boom! 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 The next moment, it seemed as if a chain reaction was triggered. I don't know when, but there were more than a dozen cool supercars around. The roar of large displacement naturally aspirated engines such as V8, V10, and V12 is so earth-shaking that even the ground is trembling slightly. The security captain's expression changed slightly. Why are these rich young men gathering together? He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and wanted to call a few security guards to come and help park the car. I called them. Fang Chen glanced at the security captain and signaled him not to act rashly. The security captain was stunned. What? All these rich kids were called by this guy? You are lying with your eyes open. Do you know whose car that Pagani belongs to? How dare you say that you called these rich young men here? That car belongs to Tang Wangliang, a leader and figure in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital. Boy, you should stop bragging, right? Ha ha. Chen Yaodong sneered and said sarcastically that the young security guard was really living in a dream. The car of the eldest son of the Tang family appeared here to support him? Is it possible? Can a small security guard get the young master of the Tang family to respond? Fang Chen looked at Chen Yaodong meaningfully. At the same time, the doors of more than a dozen sports cars opened at the same time, and a group of handsomely dressed rich second generations got off the field. Chen Yaodong saw that there were many familiar faces. He immediately took the initiative to greet him. These are all big shots in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital. Chen Yaodong had only just barely touched the threshold of the second-generation circle in the imperial capital, and could be considered the lowest person in this circle. When you see these big guys, you naturally have to take the initiative to say hello. Brother Bai, Brother Tang, Brother Qian, what a coincidence. Chapter 56, Even I Can't Afford to Offend You. First update. A young man dressed in trendy brand clothes got out of the Pagani. He was handsome with a burgundy crew cut. This style is quite individual. The rest of the young men who got off the supercars seemed to be led by this man, and they all gathered in front of him. Fang Chen glanced at the young man with a buzz cut. Even if you use your toes to guess, you can probably guess that this person should be the one with the WeChat ID, the crazy guy driving Pagani. He is also the group leader of the second-generation circle in the imperial capital, Tang Wangliang. As soon as Chen Yaodong walked in front of him, Tang Wangliang gave him a cold look. I think you don't want to mix with this anymore. Clam? Tang Wangliang's cold words dealt a heavy blow to Chen Yaodong, who was completely stunned. What's going on? What is going on? Chen Yaodong looked confused. Tang Wangliang had no conflict with him, so why did he come up with an attitude of accusing him? Could it be that I have offended him in some way? Seeing that Chen Yaodong was still at a loss, Tang Wangliang became impatient. With a wave of his hand, two young men came up directly. They were both very muscular and looked like the kind of guys who often went to the gym. The two people stood in front of Chen Yaodong, like a human wall, blocking the latter directly. Chen Yaodong swallowed hard, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on? I just came up to say hello, how can I offend anyone? Tang Wangliang had no idea what Chen Yaodong was thinking. He only knew that this boy had offended young Master Fong. So he said calmly, do you think that being the son of a shareholder of Huamei Entertainment Media is impressive? No. No. Chen Yaodong subconsciously took a step back. The aura emanating from Tang Wanliang's body almost made him unable to breathe, especially under the cold gazes of the two burly men. Chen Yaodong felt guilty for no reason. He took another step back in panic. Until now, he has been wondering whether he had somehow offended this person at the top of the pyramid of the second-generation circle in the imperial capital. It was because Tang Wangliang suddenly came up to question him, and it was inexplicable. Chen Yaodong didn't know when, where, and how he had offended the leader of the second-generation group. However, this guy never connected this matter with Fong Chen at all. It's really because in his eyes, Fong Chen was just a young boy with no background, wearing ordinary security uniform. His temperament is also mediocre, except that he looks a little handsome. He has absolutely no special features. One could say that he is nothing but ordinary and mediocre. Such people say that he can call on a rich young man like Tang Wangliang to support him. How is that possible? Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand in the imperial capital just because you are dressed like a decent person? Tang Wangliang pressed forward step by step. He looked at Chen Yaodong in front of him with cold eyes. This kid was so blind that he actually dared to offend young Master Fong, who he had just invited into the group. What kind of person is young Master Fong? He is the person at the top of the pyramid of the entire imperial capital's upper-class society. Not to mention, throwing him into the second-generation circle would be an even greater blow. Anyone present would be only 20% or 30% less valuable and less prestigious than young Master Fong. You have to know that young Master Fong was very generous. Just because of some verbal disputes, he spent a huge amount of money to buy a jewelry store, and it was in a place like Saipan International Shopping Center where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It's so inhumane. Is there anyone among the second generation present who can do such a grand thing? Moreover, he slapped the eldest son of the Lin family in the face. As one of the four major families in the imperial capital, the Lin family didn't dare to say a word. Who else can do this? You, Chen Yaodong, are just the son of a shareholder of Huamei Entertainment Media Company. Not to mention you, even if it was your father who came. No one dared to put on airs in front of young Master Fong and had to respectfully call him young Master Fong. What as more, it's you, Chen Yaodong. If you offend young Master Fong, isn't that an act of seeking death? Feeling the eager gazes of the second generation, Chen Yaodong was almost frightened to pee his pants. When had he ever seen such a scene? It seemed like I got into trouble for no apparent reason. The key issue is that he still doesn't know how he offended Tang Wangliang, the top rich boy in the second generation circle. His legs went limp and Chen Yaodong almost knelt down. He no longer had time to bother with Fong Chen. His upper and lower lips trembled. Master Tang, I don't think I have ever offended you. The words fell. Tang Wangliang sneered, and his momentum became even stronger. Indeed, you didn't provoke me. Hearing this, Chen Yaodong's heart, which had been stuck in his throat, suddenly contracted violently, and he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, Tang Wangliang continued to speak and said, "But, the person you offended is someone even I can't afford to offend." When these words came out, Chen Yaodong felt like he was struck by lightning. What kind of terrifying identity and background must be possessed by someone that even young Master Tang cannot afford to offend? When did I offend a big shot of this level? There was horror in his eyes. Tang Wangliang ignored him and walked straight towards Fong Chen. Everyone's eyes were on him. Tang Wangliang had already noticed this side when he was driving just now. Apart from Chen Yaodong, there were only Wang Jinda and Fong Chen standing in this direction, and young Master Fong Chen was naturally one of these two people. Chen Yaodong's mouth opened wide, and he muttered to himself, "No way?" His face was full of disbelief. Could it be that this guy in security uniform had actually called Tang Wangliang and his people? But, how is this possible? Noticing Chen Yaodong's surprised and doubtful expression, even Fong Chen's eyes flashed with pride. The security captain who had just scolded Fong Chen also looked horrified. At this moment, Fong Chen was enjoying the gazes of everyone in the audience, as if there was an aura of dominance surrounding him. As long as one is a human being, he or she will have some vanity to a certain extent. What's more, Fong Chen, a young man full of vigor and vitality, had just been provoked by Chen Yaodong. Now that the situation was restored, naturally there was an inexplicable sense of superiority arising from the bottom of my heart. However, Fong Chen would not take the initiative to argue with Chen Yaodong, otherwise it would seem that he has a very low level of character. Tang Wangliang must speak first to highlight his status. If he took the initiative to slap Chen Yaodong in the face, wouldn't it make Master Fong seem too narrow-minded? This is completely different from doing it through someone else's hand. If you brag about it yourself, it's called forced pretense. You don't believe me when I tell you this, and you continue to pretend to be cool in front of me, but end up getting slapped in the face by others. This is called invisible pretending. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. You must be very experienced. You must be steady when you act cool. Fong Chen felt like he was the protagonist in a novel, with an invisible halo shrouding him. Pretending to be cool is like the wind and always accompanies me. However, the plot did not seem to develop as Fong Chen expected, and it always liked to have some unexpected twists. For example, now. Tang Wangliang passed Fong Chen and walked forward. Then, behind Fong Chen, Tang Wanliang's respectful voice sounded. Master Fong, am I not late? Fong Chen turned his head with a confused look on his face. He complained in his heart, young Master Fong is right in front of you, who are you calling young Master Fong? Only behind me. Tang Wangliang stood in front of Wang Jinda, who was also confused, and knelt down, and reached out his hand to the latter very respectfully. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen's face suddenly became dark. I'll give you a goose liver lung. I am the young Master Fong who called you over, okay? Master Fong, you can kill or chop up Chen Yaodong today. You can do whatever you want with him. Wipe. Chen Yaodong stood not far away, feeling filled with regret, and of course, more shock. Is this guy the famous young Master Fong? Fong Chen's extravagant deeds have long spread throughout the second-generation circle of the imperial capital. I didn't know Fong Jiran had a younger brother before. Seeing is believing. After witnessing the latter's deeds, all the rich young men present were in awe of the other young master. He bought a jewelry store simply to slap a kid from a rich family in the face. How luxurious is this? Chen Yaodong's face was pale, and his lips were trembling constantly. This person is actually young Master Fong. When Chen Yaodong thought about how he had just slapped young Master Fong in the face, he wanted to commit suicide on the spot. This is absolutely a taboo. Tang Wangliang was right. If he offended young Master Tang, perhaps he could still protect him with the help of his father's connections. But he offended the younger brother of the female president of Tianding Group. In the imperial capital, absolutely no one would care about his affairs. At this moment, Wang Jinda said with a smile that, Young Master Tang, you are wrong, this is Fong Chen, young Master Fong. After saying that, Wang Jinda pouted at Fong Chen, who had a gloomy face in front of him. His voice was quite loud, and the scene was already frozen and very quiet, so his voice reached everyone's ears directly. This plain-looking guy in security uniform is actually young Master Fong? The whole audience was stunned. P.S. It seems that the small goal cannot be completed, but there will be 6 updates today as usual. Don't worry, brothers. The weather in the north has cooled down recently, so please keep warm. Chapter 57, Lessons. The whole audience was stunned. Wang Jinda was confused. Tang Wangliang was confused. Chen Yaodong was confused. All the rich young men present were also stunned. Of course, as the protagonist, Fong Chen, the focus of everyone's attention, had a very dark face. Tang Wangliang looked puzzled. Is this young Master Fong? He looked Fong Chen up and down, and to be honest, he didn't look like him. The first impression Fong Chen gives people is that there is nothing special about him except that he looks a little handsome. And the latter's clothes do look somewhat familiar. Isn't this the uniform worn by all security personnel in the Tianxi Mingyue venue today? Young Master Fong went to work as a security guard for no reason? Experience life? But the next moment, something came to Chen Guanliang's mind. He wanted to slap himself twice. Yes. This should be Master Fong. Don't forget, these members of the second generation of the Imperial Capital Group all knew about Fong Chen's previous slap in the face of Lin Shengxiao at the Saipan International Center. Of course, it is clear what the reason is. The main reason was that Fong Chen was wearing a delivery rider's outfit that said "Are you full?" at the beginning, so Lin Shengxiao never regarded him as a big shot. He even made provocative remarks repeatedly. Eventually, a huge mistake was made, and love even was forcibly acquired by Fong Jiran, without even daring to say a word. Master Fong likes to keep a low profile and experience life. In this case, it is not surprising that Fong Chen is wearing security uniform. If Fong Chen knew his inner thoughts, he would probably be so angry that he would jump to his feet. You have no right to pretend to be a security guard and experience life at such a serious banquet. Isn't that poisonous? This is the outfit that my seventh sister carefully prepared. Who knew that I would wear the same outfit as the security brothers from Tianxi Mingyue tonight? Ahem, Master Fong, I'm so sorry. You hid your rich temperament so well that I didn't recognize you for a moment. As he spoke, Tang Guangliang awkwardly extended his right hand towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook hands with him with a serious face. In order to avoid further embarrassment, Tang Jiaming quickly changed the subject. Young Master Fong, this kid Chen Yaodong offended you today, you see. Tang Guangliang's attitude was sincere, and he seemed to be following Fong Chen's lead. It was possible that the latter would ask them to beat Chen Yaodong up today. I'm afraid that these second-generation rich people who are usually proud of their status will rush forward and act like street thugs, disregarding their image. He pressed Chen Yaodong hard to the ground. Fong Chen turned his head and looked at Chen Yaodong, who was shaking madly not far away. It didn't matter to Chen Yaodong which one was young Master Fong. The key was, I have indeed provoked young Master Fong today. If Fong Chen wanted to deal with him, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for Fong Chen to do it. Chen Yaodong was almost frightened to the point of peeing his pants. Facing Fong Chen's cold gaze, he almost felt as if the god of death was waving his scythe over his head. Young Master Fong, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I was blind and didn't know my place. I shouldn't look down on you, I shouldn't drive without looking at the road. When Fong Chen saw the latter's expression, he felt no sympathy at all. This kind of person was not worthy of sympathy at all. If I hadn't provoked Fong Chen today, I'm afraid that next time this guy drives, he will still like to take turns. This driving habit is very bad and he completely disregards other people's lives. Especially since the field of vision in sports cars is poor, no one can say whether they can react in time in an emergency. What's more, according to Chen Yaodong's attitude, if the person opposite him today was not Fong Chen, even if he bumped into someone, he would probably leave with an arrogant attitude, leave a large sum of money and leave. Fong Chen would not tolerate this kind of bad habit. Then, Fong Chen said calmly, if apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? If the person you almost hit today was not me, but a child, an elderly person, an ordinary person with no background, are you not going to apologize? Are you not going to admit your mistake? Are you still planning to bully others by taking advantage of your power like you did just now? At the end of his words, Fong Chen had an intimidating aura. Chen Yaodong's body was shaking, he was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. Moreover, it was just as Fong Chen said, perhaps if it was someone else today, this matter would not even be Chen Yaodong's fault. There is absolutely no way he would take the initiative to bow his head and apologize. Go and get your driver's license revoked. A road killer like you should stay away from cars. After Fong Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Jinda on the other side. He just hit you, you can deal with it yourself. Fong Chen raised his chin towards Wang Jinda, who immediately understood and flexed his arms. Chen Yaodong is also an adult man, and that slap was quite powerful. Until now, the mark of the slap on Wang Jinda's face has not disappeared. He already has resentment in his heart. Now that he has Fong Chen's support, can he let this matter go so easily? He, Wang Jinda, is not so broad-minded. Bang! 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 3 consecutive slaps were delivered directly to Chen Yaodong's face. All the resentment in Wang Jinda's heart seemed to be completely vented out with these slaps. It's so enjoyable. Under normal circumstances, let alone making friends with rich second generations like Tang Guangliang and the others present, he would not be qualified to climb up the social ladder even if it was a second generation like Chen Yaodong. People just look down on him. Naturally, there would be no conflicts or contradictions. Even if there were, Wang Jinda would usually admit defeat and endure it. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend these second-generation people who relied on big names. But today, with Fang Chen's support, Wang Jinda was able to hold his head high. Fang Chen looked at Chen Yaodong's miserable appearance with blood on the corners of his mouth. He withdrew his gaze indifferently. He was too lazy to continue wasting time arguing with this guy. Young Master Fang, then there is nothing for us to do now, right? We'll go in first, and see you at the dinner later. Tang Guangliang saw that there was nothing for him to do at the moment. Without causing any annoyance, he took the initiative to jump out and speak to Fang Chen. The latter nodded, but the next moment, as if he remembered something, Fang Chen pulled Tang Guangliang. Oh, by the way, that eldest son of the Lu family, does any of you know this guy? The eldest son of the Lu family? Lu Changcheng? Tang Guangliang was slightly stunned. The moment he heard the name, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. When Fang Chen saw the scene, he couldn't help but look up to Lu Changcheng in his heart. He really thought too simply of these children from powerful families. He just stepped on Lin Shengxiao casually before. Fang Chen thought that this kind of wealthy family in the imperial capital was just like this. But now that I think about it, the Lu family, who was able to make seventh sister worry and even unwilling to offend them, must be a little bit unusual. Could it be that young Master Fang has some grudge against Lu Changqing? Tang Guangliang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Logically speaking, the descendants of aristocratic families of this level are actually a level higher than these second-generation guys in the imperial capital. However, Fang Chen's background is obviously more impressive. So they were very puzzled. Could it be that some short-sighted young man from a noble family had also offended Fang Chen? It's okay, just asking casually. At the dinner tonight, I'm going to play the role of my seventh sister's boyfriend. Please don't let me know. Just call me Chen Fang in the meeting. The name Chen Fang was something Fang Chen had discussed with Fang Jiran before coming here, as long as Lu Changqing didn't want to know his real name. Even with the help of his Lu family's connections, it would still take a lot of time to investigate who Fang Chen is. And in the meantime, seventh sister can finally have some peace and quiet for a while. After the words fell, Tang Guangliang nodded thoughtfully and said, I see. I've heard before that the eldest son of the Lu family was pursuing Mr. Fang. I didn't expect this guy to be so persistent and persist for such a long time. Don't worry, young Master Fang. Our second-generation circle seldom interacts with those children of aristocratic families. We also belong to our own social circles, and we will not disrupt the plans of you and Mr. Fang. After hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. At this moment, a woman's cry suddenly came from not far behind. Here in front, what are you guys doing there? Fang Chen and the other second generations all turned their heads and saw a girl in sportswear looking at them seriously. The moment he saw this girl, Fang Chen was truly amazed. Her slender figure was perfectly set off by the sportswear. Her long hair was tied up high in a lively ponytail and she wore a white baseball cap on her head. The youthful and beautiful breath comes to your face, giving people a very energetic feeling. Anyone who sees such a young and beautiful girl will probably be dazzled. However, Tang Guangliang and others looked unhappy. Why is this girl here? Will President Chu not show up at the dinner today? Young Master Fang, we brothers will leave first. Chapter 58, Xu Linger Third Update. Young Master Fang, we brothers will leave first. Tang Guangliang and others simply lowered their heads and stammered goodbye to Fang Chen. Before leaving, they gave the latter a look of wishing him well, then fled one by one and hid in their own cars. The curb, which was originally crowded with people, suddenly became empty. Fang Chen was slightly stunned. What the hell? Why do these guys act like they've seen the god of plague when they see such a beautiful woman? Could it be that there is something wrong with my aesthetic sense, and the girl in front of me is actually an extremely ugly and greasy old lady? Her Highness Qiao Biluo? Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose. This is not scientific. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Gathering together some evil forces? Fighting? The girl had walked in front of Fang Chen without him noticing. She was not tall, probably only reaching Fang Chen's chest. But her figure is quite good, definitely not inferior to that of her seventh sister Fang Jiran. I couldn't see clearly because I was far away. This would be a rough estimate, at least an E. I guess she is the goddess in the eyes of many otakus. After all, she has a baby face. The girl raised her little head, stared at Fang Chen with a pair of unfriendly eyes, and said, Where are you looking? Don't you want your eyeballs anymore? Fang Chen felt guilty and coughed dryly. The main reason was that the girl was not tall and was so close, so Fang Chen's eyes would of course be focused on the most protruding part first. If a man can control his hands, can he also control his eyes? Then how much fun would be missing in life? Fang Chen's face turned red. His expression just now was indeed a little impolite. He touched the tip of his nose in dissatisfaction and said subconsciously, "Little sister, is there anything wrong?" Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wangliang, who was sitting in the pagani not far away, had a dry cough. The girl just gave him a cold look. Tang Wangliang was startled and didn't dare to continue watching the show. He quickly started the car. The next moment, Pagani sped away. In less than 10 breaths, Fang Chen couldn't even see his taillights. What's wrong with this guy? Did he take the wrong medicine? Fang Chen looked speechlessly at the row of sports cars leaving in an orderly manner, full of doubts. Hey, can you be a little more polite when someone talks to you? The next moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt a chill on his waist, and a jade-like little hand pinched his waist hard. Instantly, he felt a tearing pain and took a deep breath. Hiss. Little girl, why are you pinching me? I'm asking you, what were you guys planning to do gathering here just now? You ignored me for a long time. What's wrong? I saw you staying here alone facing me just now, and I thought you were quite brave. Are you so cowardly now? The girl pouted her lips, her face frosty. Clam? Fang Chen was confused. What the hell? What does it have to do with courage for me to stay here alone and face you? The line of sports cars parked on the roadside just now scared passers-by. If I didn't know, I would have really thought that the evil forces in the second-generation circle had taken action. Shouldn't it be commendable that a little girl like you is brave enough to run over here? Aren't you afraid that the two of us will sell you to the mountains? But the next moment, Fang Chen's waist tightened again. He felt that the soft flesh on his waist was rotated 180 degrees, and he grimaced in pain. The girl looked short and petite. I don't know why his hands are so strong, but they're frightening. Let go, please let go. Judging from your appearance, you should be the security guard of Tianxi Minuet today, right? Isn't it your duty to protect the safety of the guests? Why are you sticking around with Tang Wangliang and the others? The girl looked like she was going to accuse someone of something. Fang Chen's face was full of black lines, but fortunately the little girl let go. Even so, Fang Chen dared to guarantee that his waist was definitely pinched red by her. Little girl, you are unreasonable. He launched a surprise attack right from the start, and I was careless and didn't dodge. Fang Chen's face trembled when he heard the girl's words. Why did everyone think that he was a security guard right from the start? However, he was too lazy to explain to a little girl. Looking at the girl's fierce eyes, Fang Chen took a step back and kept some distance to make sure that she would not launch a sneak attack. Then he slowly spoke. I had some personal grudges that needed to be resolved just now, so there was a small conflict, but it's all right now. Wang Jinda, who was standing aside, looked thoughtful after the girl appeared. It seemed as if he was searching his mind for memories of the girl. After a long while, he finally spoke. I recognized you. You are the one from Truman, Chu Linger? The girl nodded slightly, acknowledging her identity, and then looked at Fang Chen with pride. It seems to be saying, look how discerning the person next to you is, he recognized me at first sight, unlike you, who are so blind. Seeing Fang Chen's dull eyes, the girl thought that the latter was intimidated by her reputation. But the next moment, Fang Chen on the side said in a daze. What the hell is Truman? As soon as the words fell, the girl was stunned and felt her cheeks burning. Just now I was feeling smug in my heart, thinking that this kid finally got it and recognized me. As a result, the next sentence came out like this. Chu Linger suddenly felt as if Fang Chen had slapped her in the face. Wang Jinda's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. It was understandable that Fang Chen didn't know that there was a circle of rich second generations in the capital before. But today's dinner was organized by Truman, and you don't even know the person who invited you. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Forehead. Fang Chen was stunned for a while and seemed to realize that he seemed to have said something wrong. Then he changed his tone and asked Truman, are you very powerful? Wang Jinda was stunned, and Chu Linger was even more shocked. In Chu Linger's eyes, Fang Chen's expression was like someone who had been defeated by her, and he asked back arrogantly. Chu Linger didn't have a good impression of Fang Chen in the first place, and now she was even more unhappy when she saw the latter's provocative face. She snorted and said, Truman is nothing, but he is qualified to supervise all normal commercial and trade activities in the entire Northwest. Behind him, Wang Jinda also quickly reached out and pulled Fong Chen, whispering, "Master Fong, this person is no ordinary character. Her status is definitely no less than yours. She is the apple of Mr. Truman's eye. On the surface, if nothing unexpected happens, she will be the next leader of Truman." Chapter 59, If I Am Guilty. Also, I heard that she has a quirky personality. All the second generations in the entire imperial capital who wanted to get close to her were basically made to flee in panic. With her father protecting her, there are really few people in the imperial capital who can afford to offend this little girl. Hearing this, Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose in dismay. Just now, Chu Linger had actually roughly explained what Truman does. In Fong Chen's understanding, it should be equivalent to an official organization that regulates and supervises the market. Although I have never heard of this Truman's name. However, this did not prevent Fong Chen from understanding what Wang Jinda said. Indeed, if Truman really has the ability to supervise all commercial and trade activities in the Northwest, then it does not matter whether it is an individual enterprise or an official organization. It is enough to make anyone feel daunted by the power behind it. "Oomph, what are you doing again? Tell me, let me hear it. Don't think I didn't see what you were doing just now." Chu Linger snorted and said, "All the business celebrities in the imperial capital will attend this dinner tonight. Beating the invited guests at the door of Tianxi Mingyue, do you know that this is equivalent to slapping me, Truman, in the face?" The little girl seemed to be very angry about Fong Chen's attitude just now, and she became more and more angry as she spoke. "If you don't explain it to me clearly, today I will accuse you of bullying others, and tomorrow I will put you on the front page of the newspaper. I've already thought of a title for you. It's called Tianxi Mingyue Security Guards Formed Gangs and Called on the Second Generation Rich to Bully Business Celebrities." Humph. At the end of her words, the girl shrugged her delicate little nose. When Fong Chen saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This little girl, he didn't offend her. It's impossible to reason with a woman. Doesn't he just want to know what happened just now? That's easy. Fong Chen waved to Chen Yaodong, who was not far away. "Come on, show it." Chen Yaodong was not deaf, so he naturally heard clearly what Chu Linger had asked Fong Chen and the others just now. Fong Chen was obviously too lazy to waste any more words with Chu Linger. Chen Yaodong walked up to Fong Chen with a slight trembling voice, looked at Fong Chen with fear on his face, and then looked at Chu Linger. These two people are nightmares to him. One is a long-standing nightmare in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital. One of them was a wealthy man who had just given himself a good beating. Both of them are big guys, and he can't afford to offend either of them, especially the latter Fong Chen, and other members of the second-generation circle, even those like Tang Guangliang who stand at the top of the pyramid of the second-generation circle. They were all afraid of Chu Linger, but young Master Fong was chatting and laughing freely. You know, even if Lin Shengxiao, Yang Di and other young men from aristocratic families were here, they would probably be a little restrained. After all, Chu Linger's father has the real power of life and death over business people like them. The control of the market is always in the hands of supervisors. But Fong Chen didn't care about Chu Linger at all. Young Master Fong is awesome. Thinking of this, Chen Yaodong once again felt a little more afraid of Fong Chen, and Fong Chen's status in the latter's heart also rose to a higher level. Compare Fong Chen's act of spending a huge sum of money to buy a store with his current attitude of not taking Chu Linger seriously. The former is totally not worth mentioning, and it is obviously the latter that makes Chen Yaodong feel even more awesome. Chen Yaodong was a little nervous when he spoke in front of Fong Chen, and he began to stutter and speak incoherently. Chu Linger frowned and said, "Don't be afraid, he is the abuser. Tell me, what was the contradiction or conflict between you that made him beat you up? In a civilized society, is there anything that cannot be solved? Why does he have to use fists and feet?" Chu Linger said this entirely for Fong Chen to hear. Fong Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Who did I offend? If Chen Yaodong hadn't insisted on showing off in front of him today, why would he have been beaten up? And it wasn't me who did it. Hey, sister, which eye of yours saw me, Fong Chen, beating someone? Damn. Fong Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger ignored him. The little girl was still angry at the moment. She had rarely seen anyone who dared not take her seriously. You know, in fact, from the very beginning when she talked to Fong Chen, the latter ignored her, and she was a little unhappy. Until later, Fang Chen's behavior seemed to be provocative in her eyes, which continued to ignite the woman's anger. What's more, based on Chu Linger's usual personality, when has she ever explained reason to anyone? Today she was determined to teach this guy who didn't take her intruders seriously a lesson. So, at this moment, he asked Chen Yaodong to explain with a righteous attitude, which was just to pave the way for his excuse to deal with Fang Chen next. Regardless, beating is a fact. It is also a fact that someone was beaten at the gate of Tianxi Mingyue. Why did the second-generation members all look as if they had seen the King of Hell when they saw Chu Linger? They panicked and fled. That's because, to them, Chu Linger is simply the living devil of the world. The little girl has endless ways of playing tricks on people. The key is that you can't afford to offend her. If you really provoke Chu Linger, then you can just wait for Chu Men's revenge. When has the little witch ever explained reason to anyone? Not to mention Chu Linger, how many women in this world can be reasonable? Logically, is she still a woman? Well, the cause of the incident is this. So, under Chu Linger's gaze, Chen Yaodong obediently told the cause and effect of the incident. However, he also saw that Chu Linger was planning to make trouble for young Master Fang. Both sides are people whom I cannot afford to offend. It's like a fight between gods, so I should just stick to the facts. Therefore, I took full responsibility for the whole thing. Basically, Fang Chen was completely cleared of all responsibility. Of course, it was not wrong to say so. This matter had little to do with Fang Chen. In order to deal with Chen Yaodong later, Fang Chen called in members of the second-generation circle in the imperial capital in anger. Chu Linger pretended not to hear Chen Yaodong's other explanations, and insisted on talking about the fact that Chen Yaodong was beaten. So, they beat you after all? Sister, can I call you sister? Neither of us has said anything, why are you still holding on to it? Fang Chen looked at Chen Yaodong, who was looking at him eagerly, so he waved his hand and said calmly. Okay, there's nothing for you to do here, just go back. Chen Yaodong felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly fled from this place of trouble. Who told you to let him go? This guy is a key witness who can prove that you beat someone up. Normally, whoever sees Chu Linger would always try to please her. This little girl had long been given an air of superiority, and she was already embarrassed that Fang Chen didn't recognize her. What a surprise! This guy didn't even know the famous Truman. This action completely shattered Chu Linger's sense of superiority and made the girl feel ashamed. Fang Chen felt a headache, but he had done nothing wrong, so he could speak without any scruples. Beauty, everything has been explained to you clearly, what else do you want to do? If I am guilty, please let the law punish me instead of giving me a loli with a baby face and big breasts to nag me. You have to know that girls who talk too much are annoying, and no man will like them no matter how beautiful they are. Chapter 60, My Little Man. Beauty, everything has been explained to you clearly, what else do you want to do? If I am guilty, please let the law punish me instead of giving me a loli with a baby face and big breasts to nag me. You have to know that girls who talk too much are annoying, and no man will like them no matter how beautiful they are. Wipe. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jinda secretly gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. You Fang Chen's words completely hit Chu Linger's sore spot. Originally, there were some men with ulterior motives in the upper class of the imperial capital who contacted her. Although they were all tortured terribly in the end. This little girl is great at playing tricks on people. For example, she told her suitor that she wanted to eat takeout from a barbecue stand in the north of the city even though she had just finished lunch. So, in order to express their love, those suitors all turned into delivery boys, running back and forth just to make a beautiful woman smile. What was the result? After buying the barbecue, Chu Linger said, I don't feel like eating it now. It made me want to vomit blood several times. What else? She agreed to watch a late-night movie with others in the middle of the night, and even a second-generation man booked the entire cinema to create an atmosphere, but Chu Linger ended up sleeping soundly at home. When she woke up, it was already the next day. The second generation had long been disheartened, and these old stories had spread throughout the circle of rich second generation in the entire imperial capital. It makes those guys who still have some ideas about Chu Linger feel daunted. Up to now, no second-generation rich man dared to take advantage of Chu Linger. Fang Chen's words, no man will like you, no matter how beautiful you are, undoubtedly hit the mark. I see my best friends around me all living together and watching other people's love. But she was still alone, and the girl began to envy him for some reason. Don't think that those beautiful, spoiled goddesses who have been living a life of luxury since childhood don't have sexual thoughts. Those who have never been in a relationship only have too many suitors around them. As the saying goes, so many flowers that one can hardly see the eye, how can such a large number of weeds not dazzle the eye? Often some goddesses have too many suitors, so they look around and always feel that everyone has something shining. Everyone has some shortcomings. So, it was slowly dragged down. But because they have no shortage of suitors, they naturally have no shortage of love and care, so it is possible for them to be the kind of person who is the center of attention. But she has never looked a man in the eye. The goddess is also a human being, and she is just a god because humans have given her too much hope and expectation. Chu Linger regretted her past behavior, but unfortunately, now she was a notorious little witch in the imperial capital. How could there be a man of equal status willing to pursue her? This has become a pain in my heart for a long time. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen, who had only met for less than 10 minutes, revealed her scars in just a few words. Suddenly, the girl felt an inexplicable pain in her chest, and her eyes became blurry with tears. You bastard. I will never forgive you. What are you doing? At this moment, suddenly another pleasant female voice sounded slowly behind Fang Chen. The next moment, a charming figure appeared in the sight of the three people. Fang Chen saw Fang Jiran and smiled bitterly. Sister Jiran? Chu Linger saw who it was and her pretty face immediately blushed. He hurriedly touched the little face, trying to hide the traces of tears, but Fang Jiran was a shrewd man and could tell at a glance that the little girl must have cried. Chu Linger seemed to have a very good relationship with Fang Jiran. The girl pouted and came over to hold Fang Jiran's arm and said, Sister Jiran, I've been bullied. Whom? Fang Jiran glanced at Fang Chen strangely. There is no one else here. Who else could have been bullied except Fang Chen and Wang Jinda? Fang Jiran has completely lost any impression of Wang Jinda. Fang Jiran patted Chu Linger's little head. It was really pleasing to the eyes to see these two pretty beauties, one big and one small, standing together. Even if someone said they were real sisters, Fang Chen would believe it. Who bullied you? It's him, this guy. He is shameless and vulgar. He said that no man likes me anymore. Sister Jiran, please help me deal with him. You must help me get justice. Fang Chen's old face turned red and he coughed twice. Cough. Being seen by his seventh sister arguing with a little girl was a bit embarrassing, but Fang Chen still subconsciously complained in his heart. You are already an adult, why are you still complaining? I originally thought that this big sister who doted on me so much would definitely help me get revenge and give the little security guard who bullied me a good beating. As a result, the next moment, something happened that surprised Chu Linger. Fang Jiran opened her red lips, spoke slowly, and said in a sweet voice, There's nothing I can do about it. The woman spread her hands, looking helpless. Then she took 2 steps forward, took Fang Chen's hand and turned to look at Chu Linger because he is the apple of my sister's eye. Boom! What does it mean to be struck by lightning and have your worldview shattered? This is how Chu Linger feels now. What has she seen? It is the goddess in her mind, Sister Fang Jiran, who has always loved her very much. He is actually in cahoots with that damn security guard. How could this guy deserve the favor of Sister Jiran? Even a fool can see it from Fang Jiran's words and actions. Fang Chen's relationship with women was not ordinary, and as far as Chu Linger knew, Fang Jiran was usually very self-disciplined. She was even once mistaken for a lesbian by socialites in the upper class. It is conceivable that women will control the scale of contact with men very appropriately. And now, what did she see? Sister Fang Jiran actually took the initiative to hold the security guard's hand. Then isn't their relationship self-evident? Chu Linger opened her red lips, her face full of disbelief. He is your boyfriend? Well, sort of, my little man. Fang Jiran smiled slightly. This was a double entendre. A younger brother can also be his sister's little man. However, Chu Linger had never thought about it in this direction. She stared straight at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through him with just a glance, to see how this guy could have conquered the powerful woman in the imperial capital's upper-class society. It's a pity that you can see through others at a glance. Then Chu Linger would become an immortal. Okay, Xiaolinger, be obedient and stop crying. Sister will buy you a bag later. Fang Jiran smiled and touched Chu Linger's little head, then pulled Fang Chen's arm, and the seventh sister just pulled Fang Chen directly towards the Tianxi Mingyue venue. Chu Linger was left alone, disheveled in the wind. The girl stared at the backs of Fang Chen and Fang Jiran, who were arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder in the sunset. At this moment, the sunlight stretched their shadows very long, shining on the ground, and they were so surprisingly a perfect match. The girl was stunned for a moment. Chapter 61, I dare to wear the same style as so many people. 6th update already posted. Fang Joran was wearing a black dress, which was not the one she wore when she met at Tianding Group in the morning. It seemed that she had changed into another one. After all, Fang Joran will give a speech before the banquet begins. Of course, she has to wear a skirt that is a little more professional, so as to show her dignity. You! How did you end up offending Mr. Chu's daughter? Fang Joran stretched out her slender hand and poked Fang Chen on the forehead. The latter felt pain, gave a helpless smile and said, 7th sister, do you think I wanted to argue with her on my own initiative? I don't know what's wrong with this little girl. She came up with an attitude of accusing others of something and she hasn't figured out the whole story at all. There was a hint of grievance in Fang Chen's words. Why do I always get caught in the crossfire for no reason? After these words came out, Fang Joran chuckled and said, what you said is not empty talk. 7th sister, believe it, because Chu Linger and I have known each other for quite some years. Don't be fooled by this lovely little sister's pure appearance. In fact, I don't know how those second-generation people in the imperial capital call her behind the scenes. Fang Chen nodded with a strange expression on his face. He could probably guess that Chu Linger's nickname was nothing more than something like sinister lowly. Fang Joran glanced down at Fang Chen's clothes, and a trace of helplessness flashed across the delicate face of the woman, and said, this dress of yours is very valuable. I asked a good friend to custom make it for me. I didn't expect such a coincidence that the first time I wore this, I would actually wear the same clothes as the security officer at today's banquet. Fang Joran even once suspected that his brother was born with bad luck. Fang Chen was speechless for a while. Wang Jinda followed the brother and sister like a follower. Arriving at the gate of Tianxi Mingyue, Fang Joran cleared his throat. She slowly put her cherry lips close to Fang Chen's ear and whispered, my dear brother. Today, it all depends on your performance. Whether your sister can live a comfortable life in the future depends on your performance today. Fang Chen nodded, then took a deep breath. Isn't it just pretending to be 7th sister's boyfriend? What's so difficult about this? Haven't I faced enough ridicule and sarcasm? Tonight, 7th sister is your girlfriend, hee hee. Fang Joran chuckled twice, and finally kissed Fang Chen lightly on the earlobe, making the latter feel itchy. 7th sister, we are serious people. Stop it. Many guests were already waiting at the entrance of Tianxi Mingyue with their acquaintances to enter together. Of course, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Changqing, was also here at this moment. However, he was not waiting for anyone, but was attending the reception as another initiator of tonight's dinner. Don't underestimate the doorman, you have to know that he is here today. But they are all big names in the imperial capital's upper-class society. As the initiators of this dinner, the Lu family and Truman themselves occupy a dominant position tonight. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the protagonists, and Lu Changqing is standing here. He received guests one by one, and everyone had the opportunity to get acquainted with him, which showed the good intentions of the elders of the Lu family. It's all just to pave the way for this guy to inherit the Lu family in the future. Coincidentally, Lu Changqing suddenly saw a young man and woman coming towards him, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Who else could be walking over at this moment except Fang Chen and his sister? Fang Joran was wearing a black dress, looking noble and charming. Fang Chen was dressed in formal attire and looked handsome. From a distance, there was an inexplicable feeling that they were a perfect match made in heaven. Upon realizing this, Lu Changqing felt an inexplicable fire boiling in his heart. He disliked Fang Chen more and more. Ha! It was only then that Lu Changqing suddenly noticed that the suit on Fang Chen was exactly the same as the one worn by the hotel security guard. He sneered immediately. He certainly wouldn't be as naive as Chu Linger and think that Fang Chen was a security guard working here. Even if this boy was really a gigolo, it was impossible for Fang Joran not to give him a proper and decent outfit for such an important occasion. So it was simply a matter of wearing the same clothes. However, this is an opportunity to make some satire. With this thought in mind, Lu Changqing winked at one of his men, who immediately understood what he meant. Mr. Fang is here, please come in. Fang Chen and his sister had almost 1 foot in the door. Suddenly, the field staff stood between the siblings again. Sir, our security personnel are all patrolling outside today and cannot come in. This stage manager is a very smart guy. With Lu Changqing backing him up, all he had to do was cooperate. Fong Chen curled his lips in disdain. He had seen Lu Changqing not far away just now. This guy looked very sanctimonious. But in fact, in real life, most of these people are full of bad intentions. His eyes fell on Lu Changqing. As expected, Lu Changqing quickly shouted, "Staff, what are you doing? This person is brought by Mr. Fong, why are you stopping him?" This was a loud noise, and Lu Changqing was the protagonist of tonight's banquet, so his every move attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, most people turned their eyes over. "Isn't this our security officer?" The staff had a look of loyalty to their duties on their faces. Fong Chen's face twitched. This kid is really good at acting. He pretends to be real. "I was walking towards you arm in arm with Seventh Sister, and you were pretending not to see? Can I be your staff? I'll trap you, you monkey. I will surrender to you if you can put the blame on others with your eyes open." Lu Changqing pretended to be disciplining his subordinates and said, "I'm sorry, you too. It's because Mr. Chen's uniform is too similar to our security staff's, so the groundskeeper made a mistake." "Damn, you are showing off to me. Don't I know what your wishful thinking is? Aren't you just trying to imply that I'm a security guard and am marrying up to my status as Seventh Sister? Aren't you just trying to find out my background and identity?" Lu Changqing said hypocritically, "Brother Chen, why don't you introduce yourself now and let the doorman know about it, then you won't encounter this embarrassing situation again later." "You little bastard. Are you trying to trick me?" Fong Chen spoke directly. "What's embarrassing? It's not scary to wear the same clothes as others. Whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. I dare to wear the same clothes as so many people, and what do you care about me?" PS 6 more chapters uploaded. I really don't have any more drafts saved. I'll be writing all night tonight. Brothers, please give me more support. Yayin will be very grateful. Chapter 62. You are making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger. Clam? For a moment, the scene froze. A few socialites with low sense of humor even chuckled softly behind their hands. Lu Changqing would never have guessed, even if he racked his brains, that Fong Chen's lines would be so sharp. "Well, after all, it would be inconvenient if you wore the same clothes as the staff, so if we inform them, it might help you solve the problem. Otherwise, it would not be good for you, Mr. Chen, to be mistaken for a security guard." Lu Changqing was very well-mannered. He got to the bottom of the matter and avoided Fong Chen's counterattack again. His purpose was to find out who this guy was. "You little bastard, are you threatening me in disguise by saying something like this?" The next moment, Fong Chen said calmly, "Oh, in that case, then have all your security personnel change their clothes tonight." Fuck. Who is this guy? How dare he talk to Lu Changqing like that? I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Who does he think he is? He even orders young Master Lu around. It looks like he came here with Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong? Where is my goddess? I want to see her. The celebrities who were watching on the sidelines were talking about it, and it was obvious that they were all speaking in favor of Lu Changqing. After all, in their eyes, Fong Chen is just an unknown boy. The tone is really a bit arrogant. Lu Changqing suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a smile on his face and said, "But we have only prepared this set of uniforms today. Even if we go to order it now, it's too late." This statement is very perfect. Perfectly resolved Fong Chen's counterattack. And it was impeccable. Even a fool could see that what Fong Chen said just now was completely unreasonable. How could they ask all the security staff of Tianxi Mingyue to change their clothes together? After hearing these words, Fong Chen finally realized how cunning this guy was. Fong Jiuran looked at Fong Chen with loving eyes. It was quite a pleasure to watch the latter arguing with Lu Changqing. Fong Jiuran didn't dare to push this guy too hard and offend him. This is because in the business world, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce does have some power, and it would be absolutely easy for them to secretly target her Tianding group. Of course, unless Lu Changqing is pushed to the edge of a corner, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will basically not intervene. But once Fong Jiuran completely drew a line, who can guarantee that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will not cooperate with the Lu family to secretly target Fong Jiuran? After all, a big tree attracts the wind, and the woman has a big cake in her hand. There is no telling how many people in China want to get a piece of the pie. So, don't think that Fong Chen is arguing with Lu Changqing now. Even if Fong Chen beat up Lu Changqing today, I'm afraid the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind him would not take any action, because this matter is between the two of them. The forces behind both parties are not involved at all, so why does Lu Changqing dare to pursue Fang Jiran madly? This is because the Lu family and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind him have maintained a supportive attitude. That's why this guy is so confident. The scale of Tianding Group is not even inferior to any of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce taken out separately, maybe even larger. If these two people were to marry, it would naturally only benefit their Sihai Chamber of Commerce, with no disadvantages. But what if Fang Chen had any conflict with Lu Changqing? Why should the Sihai Chamber of Commerce stand up? Business and interpersonal relationships are independent in nature. What's more, Fang Chen has no dealings with their Sihai Chamber of Commerce, so what is there to be afraid of? To put it in the worst-case scenario, Fang Chen offended Lu Changqing to death. There is no need to worry about the latter's crazy plan for revenge, because isn't their fourth sister Fang Shiyun watching from behind? No matter how powerful the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is, can it dare to go against the Xianyuan god of war? To sum up, Fang Chen has no reason to be afraid of Lu Changqing at all. How about this, Mr. Chen, you should go change your clothes. Seeing that Fang Chen had been silent for a long time, the stage manager spoke with a smile. Lu Changqing suddenly lost his temper. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. Can't you see that Mr. Chen likes this clothes very much? Isn't it too much to ask him to change clothes now? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into laughter. Even a fool could understand Lu Changqing's metaphor. Wasn't the implication that Fang Chen liked the security guard's clothes? Isn't that still indirectly belittling Fang Chen? Moreover, the latter was reluctant to introduce himself for a long time. Who knows if he is really a security guard? Did you hear that? Your master said you have no right to speak here, so talk less. Fang Chen glanced at the scene indifferently. This guy and Lu Changqing, one playing the villain and the other playing the hero, work in perfect harmony with each other. They have truly mastered the essence of Chinese culture, Peking opera. It would be a waste if we don't inherit the national quintessence. After being scolded by Fang Chen, the staff member looked a little embarrassed. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Lu Changqing. Well, actually, I can help you solve the problem you mentioned. Ha! Lu Changqing was slightly stunned. Hello, Sister Xiaotong, does our company have that kind of uniform suits? Yes, we want ready-made ones, yes. Amidst everyone's stunned expressions, Fang Chen directly dialed Guan Yuetong's phone number. Fang Chen gave a wicked smile and said, I'm going to make things difficult for you today. Master Lu, everything has been arranged for you. How many pieces do you want to order today? Clam? Lu Changqing's expression fell. He wanted to slap himself in the face. How could he forget about Fang Jiran's sideline business, Tianding Clothing Company? This is a bit inappropriate. I'm going to fight you. I said there was no need to report it. You said that I asked all of your staff to change clothes to make it easier for me. You said it was too late. I arranged everything for you. Now you suddenly say it's not appropriate? Are you trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger? Fang Chen spoke in a loud voice. After he finished speaking, it was obvious that this kid was always being unreasonable, but he didn't know why. The group of celebrities who were talking and laughing just now fell silent. The scene fell silent. For some reason, most people subconsciously felt that what Fang Chen said actually made some damn sense. When the clerk saw his master was defeated, he quickly responded in a hurry, saying, Nonsense, young Master Lu is of such high status, would he embarrass an unknown boy like you? Do you dare to introduce yourself? Bang! The next moment, Fang Chen slapped the guy in the face. The latter fell to the ground after being beaten. Fang Chen looked at the scene with a cold gaze and said, You don't know how much it hurts unless I slap you in the face. Didn't I just warn you to stop fucking talking? As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen's whole body seemed to have a bit more imposing aura. Your master hasn't spoken yet. What do you mean by rushing to speak now? Do you still have young Master Lu in your eyes? After being slapped, the whole person was a little confused. Suddenly he heard Fang Chen blurt out these words. I was stunned for a moment. Why did it suddenly involve young Master Lu? Fang Chen raised the corners of his lips, sneering uncontrollably. Do you think you can speak for young Master Lu? Do you think you can bully young Master Lu? Fang Chen had been unhappy with this stage manager for a long time. This will directly open the mouth. Are you planning to rebel? Stealing young Master Lu's lines and guessing what young Master Lu meant. Do you still want to replace young Master Lu? I strongly suspect that your purpose in contacting young Master Lu is impure, is that right? Oh shit. The staff were all thinking Chow Nima in their hearts. What was going on? I just said one extra word, how come I am now considered a rebel? PS first update today. Chapter 63, Lu Chongqing is defeated second update. The next moment, Fang Chen put on an apologetic expression and said to Lu Chongqing, Master Lu, I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. Some people are born rebellious and despicable. If you ignore them, you don't know how much they deserve to be punished. Fang Chen was actually mocking Lu Chongqing when he said this. He has clearly been rejected by his seventh sister, but he didn't expect that the more you forbade him to pursue him, the more he thought he had a chance. If this isn't something shameless, what is it? Then, Fang Chen glared at the servant angrily and said, Young Master Lu has told you not to speak, but I didn't expect this guy to still speak. He simply doesn't give young Master Lu any face. I suggest you never keep this kind of person around you, otherwise in the future, TSK. Damn, that's complete bullshit. Fang Chen's words were pure slander and defamation. The stagehand wanted to say that he was loyal to the Lu family, so when did he ever mean to look down on young Master Lu? But his behavior just now was seen by others. Isn't it just that he doesn't take his master seriously? What would outsiders think of this? What would Master Lu think of this? For a moment, the field clerk was sweating profusely on his forehead. He glanced at Lu Chongqing, who had a gloomy face. The latter's eyes were filled with a bit of indifference. It's over. The stagehand's heart skipped a beat. Fang Chen looked at Lu Chongqing and the stage manager with pride and asked, I asked you to mess with me? Ha, trying to compete with the delivery guy in eloquence? You are still too naive. You know, it's not groundless that the delivery guys are called super beast armed. The takeaway team is full of talented people. Some of them are retired professional esports players. Some of them are national level athletes. What's worse, there are civil servants who gave up their iron rice bowls and chose to work in the food delivery industry, which is a job that strives hard to feed everyone. What a great and selfless spirit. Food is the first necessity of the people. In order to get a 5-star review, Fang Chen would sometimes talk so hard that his lips were worn out and he would have to spend an entire afternoon talking to the customer before he could get what he wanted. Of course, in this process, it also thoroughly cultivated Fang Chen's outstanding eloquence. When it comes to talking nonsense, Fang Chen dares to say that he is more capable than Deadpool. Lu Chongqing and that attendant thought that they could make things difficult for the other young master just by cooperating well with each other? It was simply a pipe dream. Under Fang Chen's sarcastic instigation, Lu Chongqing felt very dissatisfied with the field staff. Finally, he took a deep breath, and his face, which was filled with gloom, looked so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Lu Chongqing's words determined the outcome of the incident. This little conflict made countless onlookers remember Fang Chen in their hearts. Ms. Fang's new boyfriend seems to be a little unusual. What's the point of having the power of words? I'm just a man who was good at talking. In my heart, young Master Lu is still my Prince Charming. After all, Lu Chongqing has accumulated popularity over many years. Although the secret confrontation could be regarded as Lu Chongqing being pinned to the ground and rubbed by Fang Chen, there were still many socialites who felt that Fang Chen's bickering behavior was not appropriate. Fang Chen glanced at the ashen-faced field manager and Lu Chongqing, who was standing beside him with a livid face, and then spoke calmly. There's nothing more for me to do now, right? I'll leave first. After that, Fang Chen and Fang Jiuran, brother and sister, walked into the venue arm in arm, looking very intimate, without paying any attention to Lu Chongqing. At this moment, a petite figure came skipping over from a distance. Pfft, ha ha, Lu Chongqing, there will also be a day when you will be humiliated. Many people were curious about who was talking to Lu Chongqing like that. This person was the eldest son of the Lu family and a big shot who had the support of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind him. Lu Chongqing is even one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs in the province. Although he may have obtained this title with the secret help of the Lu family, it is enough to show that this man is not simple. However, after seeing the face of the person who spoke, many people secretly said, no wonder. He immediately withdrew his gaze. During the entire dinner, there were no more than a handful of people who were qualified to speak to Lu Chongqing in this way, but what a coincidence. The girl who happened to appear at this moment was one of them. Lu Chongqing forced an ugly smile. Sisterlinger is here. Stop, I'm not your sister. Yes, who else but Chu Linger could jump out to tease Lu Changqing at this moment? This girl was the only one in the audience who dared to speak to the latter in such a tone. Lu Changqing's gloomy face showed even more embarrassment. Fang Chen didn't give him face, but he might be able to get back at her later. But Chu Linger didn't give him face, so he could only endure it obediently. He had to swallow his anger and endure it. Even the Lu family behind him would never go against Chu Linger for him. Because behind the girl is Truman. As the supervisor and manager of all commercial and trade activities in the entire Northwest, Truman controls the market, which leads to the current prosperous business environment. It can be said that even the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind him cannot afford to offend Truman. What's more, he was just the eldest son of the Lu family who had not yet ascended to power, so Lu Changqing just laughed dryly twice and didn't know what to say. Chu Linger murmured to herself, serves him right. Even though this little security guard is quite annoying, it's more satisfying to see Lu Changqing, the smiling tiger, get humiliated. Chu Linger and Lu Changqing actually have no grudge against each other. It was simply that during an auction, this guy heard that Chu Linger was learning the piano, so in order to please Mr. Chu, he directly bought a valuable piano and gave it to Chu Linger. I thought I could build some relationship with her this way, but who knew I would offend the girl unintentionally. Speaking of which, Lu Changqing's misfortune was indeed an unprovoked one. A girl with a personality similar to Chu Linger. Even an idiot knows that she can't sit still, it's just like she has ADHD, but since she was born into a prominent family, Mr. Chu was very strict with her. He is good at almost all arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Once, Chu Linger finally persuaded her father to stop learning the violin. As a result, the next day, Lu Changqing's piano arrived. So, the girl's nightmare began again. Who can endure this? In order not to waste the piano at home, Mr. Chu hired a piano teacher for Chu Linger. Chapter 64, Fang Chen's Doubts. 3 more chapters have been posted. The little girl was talking to herself in a loud voice. Lu Changqing heard it all clearly, and for a moment the veins on his forehead bulged, but this guy could be called a smiling tiger for a reason. He clenched his fists, his face expressionless. Since Miss Linger is here, please come in. Our banquet is about to begin. Lu Changqing threw out these words and turned around and walked into the meeting room. Basically all the celebrities who should be present have arrived at this moment. Just now, they were first ignored by Fang Chen, and then ridiculed by Chu Linger. Lu Changqing didn't want to stand at the door any longer. It's so fucking embarrassing. The decoration inside the venue also follows the style of Tianxi Mingyue, and as expected, it is extremely luxurious. Fang Jiran laughed so hard that her body shook. Who did you learn the sharp tongue from? She's almost as good as your second sister. Just now at the door, it was naturally inappropriate for Fang Jiran to laugh in front of Lu Changqing. The woman was really upset. As soon as she entered the venue, she threw herself into Fang Chen's arms, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Come on, seventh sister, is it that funny? Fang Chen glanced at seventh sister helplessly. He really didn't think there was any meaning in the previous quarrel. It was just that Lu Changqing put his face close to him and let him slap him. What's so interesting about this? But he forgot that for Fang Jiran, Lu Changqing caused so much trouble to the woman, but in the end he was defeated by his own brother at the first encounter. The woman naturally felt relieved. Coincidentally, Fang Chen saw a few familiar figures. They were the guys in the Imperial Capital's second-generation group who had just helped him support the group. Tang Wangliang had been in the venue the entire time and had no idea what was happening outside. Now that he saw Fang Chen coming in, his mind was still on the time when Chu Linger had taken the initiative to greet Fang Chen. He hurried over, his expression slightly embarrassed, and Tang Wangliang said angrily, Young Master Fang, the little witch didn't make things difficult for you just now, did she? When Fang Chen saw this disloyal guy, he snorted coldly, What's the problem? It's not difficult. Hee, young Master Fang, it's not that we are disloyal, it's just that none of us can afford to offend this little witch. What this means is that they also have their own difficulties. Fang Chen said helplessly, Okay, it's nothing. She's just a little girl. I don't understand why she scared you guys like this. Tang Wangliang broke out in a sweat. He was indeed worthy of being young Master Fang. They even looked down on the notorious little witch in the imperial capital. You know, the combined wealth of all of them may not be as strong as Chu Linger alone. Yes, you heard it right, she is not as strong as Chu Linger alone. Not to mention her background, Truman. Over the years, countless people have spent a lot of money to please young girls. After all, Mr. Chu himself is a big shot of his generation and holds a high position. Countless people are vying for him, but it is difficult for them to reach him. What's more, Mr. Chu holds an important official position in public. Giving gifts or anything else might result in you being accused of a crime. It is extremely difficult to please Mr. Chu, so most people focus their attention on Chu Linger. Isn't trying to please the girl a disguised way of getting close to Mr. Chu himself? As a result, Chu Linger would always receive some inexplicable gifts. Of course, what was even more exaggerated were the things given by those people. Some people give luxury cars, famous watches, and aristocratic pets as gifts. So, in fact, the girl's movable assets added up may not be inferior to those of the rich second generations. Who is this? Fong Jiaran watched Fong Chen and Tang Wangliang chatting and spoke subconsciously. The reason why Tang Wangliang came over on his own initiative was because he saw the woman, so he quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Fong, I am Tang Wangliang from the Tang family." He scratched his head angrily. Fong Jiaran's beautiful eyes showed a thoughtful gleam. After pondering for a moment, she slowly said, "Oh, I remember now. It's the Tang family that runs a hot pot restaurant, right?" "Yes, Mr. Fong, ahem, I wonder if you are interested in our business? We can discuss it later." Tang Wangliang was a little excited. He didn't expect that Fong Jiaran actually knew their family. Fong Jiaran smiled. Since the latter knew Fong Chen, the woman naturally couldn't put on a cold face and said politely, "Well, a hot pot restaurant? You can give it a try." Tang Wangliang excitedly picked up the red wine glass in his hand and said, "Mr. Fong, it would be great if you are really willing to cooperate with our family." After bidding farewell to Tang Wangliang, Fong Chen looked at Seventh Sister doubtfully and said, "Does this guy want someone to open a shop for him?" "What? The Tang family runs a chain of hot pot restaurants. They are just attracting investment. The current housing prices are so outrageous that not all of the Tang family's stores are making money. Renting is the biggest operating cost. If they could get in touch with me, they would save a lot on renting costs." Hearing this, Fong Chen suddenly realized that it was because of this reason. Fong Jiaran smiled and nodded, glanced down at the watch on Jia Baihao's wrist, and murmured to himself, "It's almost time, Seventh Sister is going to go on stage to give a speech." After saying this, the woman looked at Fong Chen tenderly. "Just eat something here first. After the dinner is over, Seventh Sister will take you to a big meal." "Yeah," Fong Chen nodded with a smile. He was indeed a little hungry at the moment, but at the dinner, the food provided were all some delicate little cakes or milk tea and the like. How much would he have to eat to be full? Fong Chen just took some food to fill his stomach and felt bored. At that moment, the entire venue was already filled with guests and all seats were occupied. Fong Chen asked Wang Jinda for a cigarette and went into the toilet. As someone who had little contact with the upper class, he found it difficult to understand why the Liu family and Truman would spend so much money to host a dinner of such scale. The key is that if it is a bidding for a commercial project, then it is easy to deal with. But this dinner was simply a gathering of celebrities without any purpose. To put it bluntly, it was just a friendship party for the rich. It even gives some people who are desperate to enter the upper class an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Come and get to know the so-called big shots in the eyes of ordinary people. What exactly is the purpose of this kind of banquet? P.S. Today's third update has been posted. I stayed up all night writing the book and I feel a little overwhelmed. Let us continue to urge for updates tomorrow. Chapter 65, I'm craving for cigarettes. What exactly is the purpose of this kind of banquet? A murmur echoed in the empty toilet, followed by a click sound and sparks flying. Fong Chen was playing with Wang Jinda's Zippo lighter in his hand. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Hey, young man, I'm craving for a cigarette, can you give me a puff?" At this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded behind Fong Chen. He turned his head and saw a fat man in casual clothes staring at the cigarette in his hand. Fong Chen was slightly stunned. The man noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he laughed dryly and explained. "Hee, the tigress in my family is really too strict. Every time I go out, she checks me like a prisoner, from head to toe. There is no chance for me to hide cigarettes. Today, I was picked up by a special driver when I came to the dinner venue. I didn't even have the chance to sneak out to buy a pack of cigarettes. Man, that pot-bellied look does make him look a little greasy." However, Fong Chen did not dislike it and smiled. The uncle's words were quite interesting. Is this the married life of middle-aged people? Scheming against his wife? Fang Chen found it a little funny when he thought of that scene. Ball. He directly handed over the cigarette in his hand. In order to enter the venue today and curry favor with the big guys in the second generation circle, Wang Jinda specially bought a box of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. This cigarette, which costs hundreds of dollars, has a soft and delicate taste. Fang Chen had never tasted it before when he was delivering takeout. The uncle took it angrily, and then took a big puff. A large puff of white smoke came out of his mouth. Looking at his intoxicated and enjoying expression, Fang Chen even wanted to laugh. It's just a cigarette, is it that serious? Come to think of it, I don't really like attending this kind of banquet. The uncle seemed to have heard Fang Chen's mumbling just now, and he brought up a new topic and spoke. Fang Chen smiled slightly when he heard this. I thought everyone attending this dinner today would be very happy, but I am the only exception. As of now, among the few people Fang Chen has contacted tonight, Wang Jinda, Tang Wangliang and the others, who were not excited and well prepared. Wang Jinda wanted to cling to a big boss who was also in the gold shop and jewelry business. And isn't Tang Wangliang's purpose to get to know me? Well, that's not the case. What you see may not be what you see. Let me give you an example, like Lu Changqing, the eldest son of the Lu family, you know him, right? When I heard the uncle speak, he actually wanted to use Lu Changqing as an example. Fang Chen nodded. I've heard of it. The uncle adjusted his black-framed glasses, and for some reason, the small eyes under the glasses gave Fang Chen an inexplicably vulgar aura. He took another deep puff of his cigarette and spoke slowly. Then let me use this as an example. Everyone else thinks that this dinner party hosted by the Lu family and Truman will definitely bring them some substantial benefits. But that's not the case. To be honest, Truman's role in this dinner is just that of a financier and initiator. With the help of Truman's name, so many celebrities from the imperial capital will come here tonight. And what is the purpose of the Lu family paying for this dinner? It's actually very simple. Perhaps for the time being, there really isn't any substantial benefit, but people in the business world always take a long-term view. They like to play the long game and catch the big fish. Don't look at Lu Changqing's seemingly glorious appearance. In fact, in the Lu family, his cousin is also very wary of him, so intrigue is inevitable. The Lu family put him in this position tonight not only to help him expand his network and get in touch with the elites from all walks of life in the upper class of the imperial capital. It can also be regarded as a disguised test for Lu Changqing, to see whether this kid can remain calm and make arrangements calmly in this position, and whether he can coordinate the overall situation. It is definitely not easy for the Lu family, a noble family, to cling to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. It is absolutely impossible to arrange the heirs directly based on blood relationship. Otherwise, it would seem too pedantic and vulgar. If Lu Changqing handles this dinner well, he may get more attention and more resources from the family after he returns. The foundation in his hands will also be stronger. However, if this kid fails to host this dinner today, I'm afraid that after I go back, although I won't be immediately turned into a useless person, the resources I can mobilize will definitely be greatly reduced. It's like the other descendants and heirs of a family. Each person is a cup, and the big family is a bucket. The water in it is the family's connections, resources, and money. At the beginning, each cup can get basically the same amount of water, but later, perhaps as the cups are used, some are of poor quality, not heat resistant, and not resistant to falling. They may break when they are used to collect boiling water. Then, they can only be thrown away. As for some, if they can continue to receive water, it is conceivable that this cup will eventually become a new bucket. When the uncle finished saying these words, he had already finished half of his cigarette. There was a hint of thoughtfulness in Fang Chen's eyes. Since Lu Changqing's current focus and attention are mainly on the struggle within the family, why is he making such a fuss about pursuing Fang Jiran? Shouldn't now be the time to secretly accumulate strength, waiting for a sudden burst of strength to ensure the conquest of the Lu family? At a time like this, is it really appropriate to distract yourself and pursue Seventh Sister? He also mobilized a lot of resources within the family, but ended up with nothing. Wouldn't those in power in the family be disappointed in him? The uncle smiled slightly, his wretched little eyes rolled around, and said, "You don't understand this. Have you ever seen those little internet celebrities or stars trying to get attention after encountering some sudden hot topics? I have seen it. Fang Chen sometimes sees some interesting plots when he watches The Rise of the Abandoned Young Master in the City by Wen Xianjiayin. For example, some very interesting focus points, the law of true fragrance, and what else, Master Ma's lightning 5 whips, and so on. It is very likely that riding on the popularity will attract traffic, and then you can make money. This is Fong Chen's understanding. The uncle took another deep puff of his cigarette, and then smacked his lips twice in ecstasy. It's the same principle. Fong Joran is a star entrepreneur, while Lu Changqing is just a young man with the aura of a super rich young man. No matter what, the outside world will always look at him with some tinted glasses. But it would be different if he pursued Fong Joran. For a super wealthy young man like Lu Changqing, there are countless women who can throw themselves into his arms with just a wave of his hand. She pursues Fong Joran. First of all, it can indirectly represent that he and the woman are the same type of people. We are both young entrepreneurs. You are very motivated, and I am also very hardworking. We can establish a public image for ourselves. Others would naturally think that the eldest young master of the Lu family could have lived a life of luxury and debauchery, and that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he did not forget to struggle, and even pursued the goddess in the eyes of countless people. This is the first point, changing my personality. Then comes the second point. Fong Joran himself is much more famous than the eldest son of the Lu family. Because he is the key support target, Tianding is very famous not only in the imperial capital, but also in the whole of China. And he, the eldest son of the Lu family, is at most a little famous in the northwest. He pursued Fong Joran. Many people who were interested in Fong Joran would link the two together and even make comparisons. This is also a good way to indirectly increase his popularity. And you haven't seen him use any special tough measures in the process of pursuing Fong Joran, right? Isn't that how his image of being more courageous in the face of setbacks emerged? The third point is actually very easy to understand. No matter whether Lu Changqing can catch up with Fong Joran for the Lu family, or the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind them, once Fong Joran agrees to the marriage, it will bring endless benefits. So naturally they will continue to support him. Lu Changqing can also use this opportunity to continuously borrow some strength from the Lu family as the foundation and capital to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fong Joran. So, gradually, Lu Changqing can also gradually take over some of the Lu family's industries in the process of pursuing Fong Joran. Therefore, pursuing Fong Joran will bring 100 benefits and no harm to Lu Changqing. This kid is very smart. While he is whitewashing his halo as a rich young man, he is also creating a lot of positive images for himself, and he is simply relying on Fong Joran's popularity. Finally, a cigarette gradually burned out. The uncle patted the ashes on his body and smiled nonchalantly. That's how he plays this hand. Fong Chen's face was filled with shock. This unprepossessing old man in front of him actually saw things so clearly. At first, Fong Chen naively thought that Lu Changqing was just a suitor obsessed with Seventh Sister's beauty. Now it seems that this guy played this hand perfectly. Not only can you leverage the power of your family, you can also secretly accumulate your own power and establish a good public image. He could even use the opportunity of pursuing Fong Joran to get the Lu family and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to give him key support. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The uncle finished smoking a cigarette and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. By the way, let me ask you an interesting question. What do you think of the current business and trade economy in the imperial capital? Aren't we just chatting? Why are you suddenly asking me such a profound question? P.S. Today is still the regular 3 updates, brothers, come on, urge for more updates, keep on updating and don't miss it. Chapter 66, Is he Mr. Chu? Fong Chen was stunned. However, he had never thought about this question before, so he pondered for a moment and slowly said, I think it should still be in the starting stage, right? A hint of surprise flashed across the uncle's brows. Oh? Why? Tell me about it. Well, how should I put it? I worked as a delivery man for a year, so I know many places in the capital city very well. On the surface, the real estate industry and business circle in the capital city have gradually taken shape, but in my opinion, there are also many shortcomings. The level of consumption seems to have risen on the surface, but it is mainly due to residents being relocated for urban reconstruction. If there is no policy of urban reconstruction and replanning, it will be difficult to achieve complete poverty alleviation. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He nodded subconsciously and said, Go on. Although it is a little one-sided, it does make sense. Fong Chen scratched the back of his head in dismay. He didn't know why this old man suddenly became serious, which made Fong Chen a little overwhelmed. My personal opinion is that we need to speed up the pace of import and export trade activities and support some street stall economies. After all, the previous changes caused many businesses to go bankrupt, and the capital's already developing situation has suffered another blow. The uncle asked with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. So do you think there is any way to change the current situation? If you are Mr. Chu from Truman, what should you do next to revive the street stall economy and promote the further development of urban commercial trade activities? Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose and spoke. As for reviving the street stall economy, I think it's very simple. The cost of setting up a street stall is very low, and the risk of losing money is much smaller than opening a store to do business. The impact of the incident may have seriously damaged many shops and merchants, but for some small vendors, it does not have much impact. So we just need to plan their mobile stalls well and open up the city's characteristics. The most important thing is the management level. Although this incident is a bad thing, in disguise, it also gives us a reminder. It is a good opportunity to help street stalls transform, contract mobile stalls in fixed places, lease them on a time-sharing basis, and rent and sell them according to traffic. Set up more stations without affecting traffic. The uncle's face was full of smiles, and there was even an expression of appreciation on his face, as if he was particularly satisfied with Fong Chen's words. Fong Chen smiled and said, "Uncle, what I said is purely my personal opinion, please don't take it seriously. What you said makes a lot of sense and is a very interesting point of view." The uncle smiled. Normally, when normal people talked to him, he would just laugh it off when he asked the first question. He would then praise the capital's economy and then praise Truman's wise guidance. Few people would be as blunt as Fong Chen in stating that the capital's economy is in recession. Looking at Fong Chen with a look of appreciation, the uncle pondered for a moment and handed Fong Chen a small silver card. "I seem to get along well with you. Let's have dinner together later." Chu Xinghe? Fong Chen looked down at the name on the business card. He was slightly stunned, but at this time, the uncle had already pushed open the door of the bathroom and turned to go out. Fong Chen scratched his hair. It was inexplicable that he was talking about the development status of the imperial capital with others in the bathroom. This style of work was a bit wrong. With this thought in mind, Fong Chen subconsciously walked out of the bathroom. Just at this moment, he saw his seventh sister Fong Jiran coming out of the women's restroom opposite. Sister Seven changed into the white dress she wore when we met in the office this morning. The moment he saw Fong Chen, Fong Jiran was slightly stunned, then he smiled and said, "I was wondering where you were going. It turns out you went to the bathroom." "Ahem." Fong Chen laughed dryly. The woman noticed the small silver card in the latter's hand and uttered a light "eh." "What's this?" Fong Chen shrugged and handed it over. Fong Jiran looked down, and her pretty face was suddenly filled with surprise. "Chu Xinghe's brand name card? Did you meet Mr. Chu just now?" "Mr. Chu?" "Yes. He is Chu Linger's father, the leader of the Chu family." "What? That ugly, shabby old man was Mr. Chu? Is this greasy middle-aged man the supervisor and manager of all commercial and trade activities in the entire imperial capital? Are you kidding? This kind of big shot has to hold his own cigarette but when he wants to smoke? Damn it!" Puff. Fong Chen almost vomited blood. After he knew about Truman's existence, he had a good impression of Mr. Chu in his mind. However, the image that existed only in imagination suddenly collapsed at this moment. He is the supervisor and manager of all commercial and trade activities in the Northwest and a big boss. The person who holds a high position in an official position is actually a wretched, greasy, fat uncle? Fong Chen felt that his three views were all rubbed to the ground by Mr. Chu. "You are a big shot, why do you pretend to be a newbie for no reason? Are you pretending like you can't even afford to smoke? A box of Pandang cigarettes that costs 100 yuan is the best cigarette for others, but I don't believe you can't get it. Especially when I think of the intoxicated expression on that fat uncle's face when he was smoking just now." The corners of Fong Chen's mouth twitched violently. Fong Jiran's words to Mr. Chu were similar to the respect others showed when they heard this name. Yes. Mr. Chu's full name is Chu Xinghe. He has gained some weight and looks a little out of shape. He has a noble look and wears black framed glasses. He looks very elegant. Elegant? Elegant at all. When you can be related to that greasy fat uncle? Seventh sister, please stop making me laugh. Noble? Have you ever seen a noble person who can't even afford a cigarette? Mr. Chu is simply destroying my worldview. This style and image were so eye-catching that he couldn't bear to look at it. If Fong Chen hadn't always judged people by their appearance, he would have even thought that he was dressed casually at first. I thought the latter was a beggar who sneaked in to get free food and drink. Hey, you must keep this card well. It's not just a business card of Mr. Chu. This card means you are Mr. Chu's guest of honor. As far as I know, there are no more than 5 people in the entire imperial capital who own this Chu Xinghe brand card. Fong Chen was stunned. He never thought that the small silver card that Mr. Chu casually gave him was so valuable. When Fong Chen took it from Chu Xinghe's hand for the first time, he almost thought it was one of those small cards for learning about swimming and fitness. P.S. It's the second update, brothers. Although our test is over, we still have to keep urging for updates. Go, 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 readers who like the book Seven Sisters, don't forget to click in every day to read it. After all, there is a failed author who is updating it every day. Love you guys. Chapter 67, The Deserving Little Girl. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth twitched wildly. The woman looked at Fong Chen's face full of MMP expression, pinched the soft flesh on his arm, and smiled tenderly. It's a good thing that you can get to know Mr. Chu. Why do you have that expression? It's okay. By the way, seventh sister, which one is more powerful, Truman or the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Fong Jiran glanced at Fong Chen with doubt in his eyes. In fact, Fong Chen knew in his heart that asking this question was a very stupid thing, but he couldn't figure out what kind of person Mr. Chu was for a while. Naturally, Truman's family is more wealthy. After all, Truman is in the management level, and no matter how powerful the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is, they are still businessmen no matter how well connected they are. Isn't it obvious who is more powerful, a businessman or a manager? Fong Chen nodded indeed. Since Truman is so powerful, why doesn't Mr. Chu impose sanctions on the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Didn't you say that most of the emerging industries even have to follow the lead of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Doesn't this already create an environment that disrupts business harmony? Fong Jiran was stunned. He didn't expect Fong Chen to ask such a question. This question really hit the point. For a moment, Fong Jiran felt a little happy. My younger brother seems to be interested in business. Fong Jiran said with a smile, this is easy to understand. After all, although the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has already covered the vast majority of industries in the Northwest, if you want to touch them, it will definitely impact the rest of the businesses in the entire Northwest. Of course, everything is done to drive economic development. You have to understand that the world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Even if you are in Mr. Chu's position, sometimes you may not be able to do things properly. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce connects many ancillary industrial chains, and once the latter are suppressed, it is very likely to cause a chain reaction, which will then be counterproductive and may even cause the entire imperial capital and even the entire Northwest economy to regress, which would be a total loss. Fong Jiran smiled and explained patiently after hearing what seventh sister said. Fong Chen also realized that his previous understanding was a bit superficial. Indeed, although because of the existence of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, many emerging industries have been constrained. But it is precisely because of the existence of such a big tree as the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Only those industrial chains that depend on the latter can develop stably. As expected, I am still too naive. Let's go. Can you dance? Come dance with seventh sister later and play the role of your boyfriend well. Fong Jiran looked at Fong Chen's absent-minded expression and pinched his face with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen immediately came back to his senses. There is no point in thinking about these things now. The current conflict between him and Lu Chongqing has not escalated to the point where both sides need to fight to the death. But we still need to prepare for a rainy day. After all, the feeling Lu Chongqing gave Fong Chen was like a king cobra hiding in the dark, ready to open its fangs and bite anyone at any time. Walking towards the banquet hall, Fong Chen looked around but couldn't find the fat figure of Mr. Chu. He wondered if this guy had hidden somewhere. During the first speech at today's banquet, the seats are arranged according to assets, and the first ones are Fong Jiran and others. After all, as a star entrepreneur in the province, even some veteran entrepreneurs dare not take advantage of their seniority in front of Fong Jiran. It was an honor to follow a woman. You know, the seats in the first row were reserved for people with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan. Lu Chongqing was still giving a speech on the stage, and the entire hall was silent. It seems very quiet. Fong Jiran and Fong Chen walked back quietly. As soon as they sat down, Fong Chen felt an unfriendly gaze staring at him and quickly turned his head to look. Why are you next to me? Chu Linger pouted her lips with an unhappy expression on her face. I wanted to ask you, why are you sitting here? Jiran and I came in, and she asked me to sit here. Fong Chen blurted out subconsciously and almost let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Chu Linger felt contempt in her heart, although now she understood that Fang Chen was indeed not Tianxi Mingyue's security guard, it was just an accident that they wore the same clothes. But it still couldn't wash away the disgust she felt for this guy. Fang Chen glanced at the seventh sister on his right who was looking at him with a wicked smile, and he knew that this must be the work of the seventh sister. Fang Joran lip-synced to Fang Chen. You and Mr. Chu are acquainted now, so there is no need to argue with a little girl like Xiao Linger. She just has a childish temper. After all, you are a grown man. Find an opportunity to make peace. Fang Joran's red lips opened and closed, and Fang Chen didn't know why he could understand the woman's lip language. He smiled bitterly. Seventh sister, don't you think this little girl has a deep hostility towards me? I feel like she doesn't want to make peace with me at all. But Fang Chen didn't know how he made the lip shape, and Fang Joran saw it. Fang Joran's face was full of black lines. He sighed, turned his head away, and pretended not to see Fang Chen complaining to him. Fang Chen suddenly felt like crying but had no tears left, and he didn't know what his seventh sister was thinking. Now on Fang Chen's left is Chu Linger, and on his right is Fang Joran. There was a Fang Chen stuck between the two women. On the left is a lively, cute, and pure little beauty. On the right is a mature and charming goddess. Fang Chen could feel the envious gazes of others when they looked at him. Especially the faint body fragrance of the two beauties. Fang Chen felt a little elated, but he did not forget that Chu Linger looked pure and cute on the surface, but in fact, this little girl was a little witch who was feared by everyone and made the entire second-generation circle in the imperial capital full of chaos. It's better not to provoke her, but sometimes people are just like that. The more you don't want to pay attention to the other person, the more he or she may like to make trouble. Chu Linger poked Fang Chen with her elbow. Hey, it's your honor to sit with this beautiful lady, so why do you look so reluctant? Ahem, yes, you are right, Mississippi. Fang Chen pursed his lips and said helplessly. Seeing that Fang Chen actually had an unwilling expression, Chu Linger snorted coldly, I took the initiative to talk to you, and you just treat me perfunctorily like this? You bastard, I'll crush you to death. The next moment, someone who had been sitting quietly in his seat suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The scream was breathtaking. Ah! What are you doing? In the originally quiet hall, the only sound could be heard, Lu Changqing's smiling speech. But now, Fang Chen's wailing directly drowned out the sound of the microphone. The whole audience's attention was drawn to it. Ha! Who is this guy? Why have I never seen him before? Oh, I remember. He is the guy who argued with young Master Lu at the door just now. He seems to be the person brought in by Mr. Fang from Tianding. Brought in by Mr. Fang from Tianding? Could he be your boyfriend? How is that possible? Isn't Fang Joran a lesbian? Nonsense, my goddess is a lesbian, how could I not know that? This guy looks like a pretty boy, I'm afraid he is Mr. Fang's little man? I feel like. +1. +1 here too. If Fang Joran knew that she brought Fang Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend today and that others would think she was a man-teasing person, I wonder if she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Lu Changqing's face on the stage fell almost the moment Fang Chen spoke. Fang Chen suddenly jumped up, completely ignoring the strange looks from others, and jumped around while holding his feet. It hurt. Chu Linger kicked Fang Chen right on the fingernail. Yes, that's right, it's off the place where people usually bump into the table leg by accident. Fang Chen was in so much pain that he almost cried. Damn, this little bitch deserves a beating. Chapter 68, Are you qualified? Fang Chen gritted his teeth and glanced at Chu Linger. Who would have thought that the little girl would actually make a face at him? Lu, now you know how powerful I am? Aren't you good at talking? Fuck. Fang Chen's face flushed red. Seeing that Chu Linger was about to step on him again, Fang Chen quickly dodged. For a moment, the first row of the audience was in chaos. Lu Changqing's speech had no choice but to be interrupted. The latter had a gloomy face and cursed angrily in his heart, Chen Fang, you are so good, I didn't take the initiative to cause trouble to you, but now you dare to disrupt the order of the scene when I am speaking. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? Lu Changqing walked down from the stage with a menacing look on his face. Just now, he was arguing with Fang Chen at the door, which was just a meaningless quarrel between children. But now Fang Chen was disrespecting all the celebrities present and disrupting the order of the venue. He had every reason to kick him out. Security guard. Lu Changqing waved directly to the place not far behind him. When many people saw this, they began to pray secretly for Fang Chen in their hearts. Disrupting the order of a meeting can be a big deal or a small one, however. They were all discerning people, and they could all see that Fang Chen and Fang Jiran had an extraordinary relationship. Who didn't know what the eldest son of the Lu family was thinking about Fang Jiran? As a result, the woman actually found a male companion for today's dinner. Isn't this a slap in the face of Lu Changqing? According to Lu Changqing's personality, it would be a miracle if he could easily spare Fang Chen now that he has the chance. Even the members of the second-generation circle in the imperial capital were looking eagerly at the first row. Everyone couldn't help but subconsciously start to worry about young Master Fang in their hearts. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Lu Changqing must have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing an opportunity to make trouble for himself, Lu Changqing would not let it go. Fang Jiran stood up suddenly, stared at Lu Changqing with his bright eyes, and said, "What do you want to do?" "What?" Lu Changqing raised the corner of his mouth. "I have been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally I found an opportunity to make things difficult for this kid. What do you think I should do?" "Mr. Chen, if I remember correctly, you were brought in by Mr. Fang. You should not have an invitation to our banquet, right? Do you know who are the people sitting in the first row?" Fang Chen was slightly stunned. He thought that Lu Changqing would use the charge of disturbing the order of the meeting to kick him out. "Mr. Chen, can he only stand behind women?" Fang Jiran's pretty face was filled with anger, and she was about to explode. Fang Chen pulled Fang Jiran. "I'll do it." Fang Chen smiled slightly. "Tell me, who are the people sitting in the first row?" Lu Changqing said in a deep voice, "The seats at our dinner party tonight are not just arranged based on seniority. The current seats are arranged based on the amount of assets. There are many business pioneers in this venue, and none of them are sitting in the first row. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to sit directly in this position. After all, you were brought in by Mr. Fang." The implication seems to be a disguised version of what he said. Some business tycoons who are worth tens of millions or just over 100 million are not qualified to sit here. An unknown person actually cut in line and stood in front of those people. Why? Fang Jiran's face darkened. After Lu Changqing finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became slightly tense. Killing people and destroying their hearts is nothing more than this. Originally, it was just a conflict between Fang Chen and the other two. His act of creating hatred directly made the other celebrities feel a little unhappy with Fang Chen for a while. There was a lot of discussion. "Yeah. This guy just came in with Mr. Fang, so why is he sitting in the first row? You know, even for a company as big as Huahai Bank, President Hua is not qualified to sit in the front row. Isn't this guy really ignorant of his own limitations?" That's indeed true. Even though Fang Jiran is powerful, she can't just disregard the rules at will, right? Rules are rules. It is obvious that only those tycoons with assets exceeding 10 billion are qualified to sit in the first row. I don't believe that this young guy brought by Fang Jiran is a tycoon with assets exceeding 10 billion. Obviously, Lu Changqing did not immediately criticize Fang Chen for disrupting the order of the meeting. Instead, he aroused a wave of hatred through the latter's seat. Many well-known entrepreneurs in the imperial capital are not qualified to sit in the first row. Why should you, a nobody, have such qualifications? Could it be that the people Fang Jiran brought in could look down on all the celebrities present? Who gave you a sense of superiority? Fang Jiran? Even if you are Fang Jiran's man, can you just ignore the rest of us? Does that mean we can just not follow the rules? Even the celebrities who were also sitting in the first row looked at Fang Chen with a little displeasure. How can a mere young boy be qualified to sit at the same table with us? Are you worthy? Noticing that the atmosphere was heating up, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Then what?" Lu Changqing looked at the reactions of the others in the field with satisfaction. "Then? Mr. Chen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but sitting in the first row is an honor in itself, but this honor, maybe it's a little bit out of your reach now. After all, a pheasant is still a pheasant, and it can't become a phoenix even if it flies onto a branch." Lu Changqing suddenly changed the subject, and his words became sharper. His words were meant to mock Fang Chen for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and sitting leisurely in the first row. But this kid, even though he sits in this position, is still not worthy of it. Fang Chen had a sneer on his face. "Are you saying that I'm not qualified?" "Indeed." Lu Changqing took 2 steps forward, and their eyes met in the air. It seemed that an invisible smell of gunpowder began to spread. Since you said so. Fong Chen sneered and shook his wrist. Bang! He threw out a silver card and it landed on the table. Lu Changqing wanted to see what Fong Chen could come up with to prove himself. Fong Chen snorted coldly. Then take a look at this and see if I am qualified to sit in the first row. However, as he looked over, Lu Changqing's expression changed drastically the next moment. Chu Xinghe's brand name card? Truman's guest of honor? Lu Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you to Mr. Chu?" As far as he knew, there were no more than a handful of people in the entire imperial capital who owned this Chu Xinghe brand name card. Fong Chen sneered and then turned his head slightly. "I don't know. Now, do I have the qualifications to sit in the first row?" P.S. Yesterday was supposed to be 3 chapters, and it was uploaded at 12 noon, but the backend may not have been able to fetch the chapters. Last night, I specifically harassed the editor who was still working overtime because of this matter. In the morning, it was successfully fetched to the backend. I apologize to those who were waiting for updates yesterday. Sorry, I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Today is the 4th chapter. Chapter 69, Dare to Question Mr. Chu's Vision. I don't know. Now, am I qualified to sit in the first row? Fong Chen's calm voice echoed throughout the venue. What did he take out? I don't know, it looks like a card. Could it be a bank card? Idiot, even if it's Huaxia Bank's super black card, it can only hold a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Does this guy think that he is eligible to sit in the first row with a bank card? But why does Lu Changqing's expression seem a little off? Someone noticed that Lu Changqing's expression completely froze after Fong Chen threw out the silver card. Lu Changqing's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Where did you get this thing? Fong Chen glanced at him indifferently. Why do you care where it came from? Could it be stolen? Chu Linger, who was standing next to Fong Chen, also became nervous after seeing the silver brand name card, and her little face was full of disbelief. She is Mr. Chu's biological daughter, so naturally she knows him very well. There are not many of these Chu Xinghe brand cards. Including the one in Fong Chen's hand, there are less than a handful of people in the entire imperial capital who can own this card. What's more, which of the others who possess Chu Xinghe's brand name card is not a prestigious figure? And who is Fong Chen? In Chu Linger's impression, Fong Chen is just Fong Jiran's boyfriend. Even Sister Jiran, whom he admires very much, failed to get this brand name card from her father. In fact, it is enough to imagine how valuable this thing is. Veins on Lu Changqing's forehead were throbbing and he was unable to speak for a long time. What this card represents is self-evident. It is the recognition from Chu Xinghe. And now that he is mocking Fong Chen, isn't he mocking the person recognized by Chu Xinghe? In other words, isn't this just a slap in Mr. Chu's face? Chu Linger finally couldn't help it, she said subconsciously. Why do you have my father's name card? The girl did not try to suppress her voice, and so all the celebrities in the first row heard her words. Chu Xinghe's brand name card? Most of the celebrities in the field have heard of this thing, but they have only heard of it and have never seen anyone possess it with their own eyes. What is the identity of this kid that Fong Jiran brought in? How could he have a brand name card of Mr. Truman Chu? Fong Chen glanced at Chu Linger and said nothing. If it weren't for this beautiful girl stepping on him for no reason, how would Lu Changqing have the opportunity to catch him and jump out to attack him? Although Fong Chen was still too disdainful to bother with a little girl. But he was inevitably a little angry at this moment, so he ignored Chu Linger at all. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lu Changqing and said, "What's wrong? Master Lu, why aren't you talking?" Lu Changqing's face turned pale and he blurted out subconsciously, You, even if you have this card, it doesn't mean anything. Bastard, he looks like a villain who has succeeded. Damn him. Lu Changqing had already cursed Fong Chen in his heart, but what puzzled him the most was why the latter had a brand name card of Chu Xinghe in his hand. A hint of joy flashed across Fong Jiran's beautiful eyes. She had actually forgotten that Fong Chen still had a Mr. Chu's brand name card. She almost thought that Fong Chen was going to suffer a loss at the hands of Lu Changqing. A trace of coldness flashed across the woman's delicate face. Lu Changqing, is tonight's dinner hosted by your Lu family and Truman? Answer yes or no. Yes. Lu Changqing looked embarrassed. Chen Fong holding this card means that he is Mr. Chu's guest of honor and is recognized by Mr. Chu. Even if someone recognized by Mr. Chu is here, he still does not have the qualifications to sit in the first row. Does it mean that those of us who have not been recognized by Mr. Chu are also not qualified to sit in the first row? This. Lu Changqing clenched his fists and his face was pale. He had just said the wrong thing in a hurry, which gave Fang Zheran the opportunity to take advantage of and make trouble. Fang Zheran said calmly. Or are you simply targeting Chen Fang and think he is not qualified to sit in the first row? Aren't you questioning Mr. Chu's vision? In other words, aren't you slapping Mr. Chu in the face? Do you, Lu Changqing, think you can bully Mr. Chu? At the dinner hosted by Chu Men, even Mr. Chu's guests are not qualified to sit in the first row. This matter is at most a dispute between Fang Chen and Lu Changqing. Moreover, Mr. Chu is involved behind the scenes. Even if Lu Changqing wants to use the power of Sihai Chamber of Commerce to retaliate, he has to weigh the cost. After all, although Fang Zheran was afraid of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce behind Lu Changqing, with regard to this kind of conflict, even the Sihai Chamber of Commerce would not jump out to support Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if someone could stop him from dripping water. At this time, as Fang Zheran's voice fell, the whole place fell silent, and even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Fang Zheran's words were sharp and his words were perfect. When Lu Changqing questioned whether Fang Chen, who held Chu Xing his brand name card, was qualified to sit in the first row, wasn't he questioning Mr. Chu's vision and slapping Mr. Chu in the face? Even Chu Linger's expression looked a little ugly. After all, isn't Lu Changqing's questioning of Fang Chen's behavior actually questioning her father? Cold sweat broke out on Lu Changqing's forehead. If he said something wrong again at this moment, it would probably have an irreversible impact on the reputation he had worked so hard to build. Lu Changqing was indeed a rare talent. Finally, he slowly adjusted his facial expression and took a deep breath. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Lu Changqing doesn't have the ability to touch the people Mr. Chu likes, especially at a dinner party jointly hosted by the Chu family and the Lu family. Fang Chen looked at this guy deeply inside in his heart. This guy could remain calm even when facing such a scene. As expected, he is the guy that the Lu family is training to be the next heir. He is indeed very cunning. It is outrageous that he can have such endurance at this age. If the latter wasn't so narrow-minded, Fang Chen wouldn't mind making friends with such a person. Unfortunately, perhaps it was destined that these two people were at odds with each other. Sorry, everyone, a small incident. I am not feeling well at the moment, so I will stop speaking here and take my leave first. Even if Lu Changqing could control his emotions, he would lose face if he continued to stay here. So, this guy finally said this and turned to go into the backcourt. At the same time, a gentle music sounded. Fang Zheran and Fang Chen looked at each other, and the seventh sister spoke, saying, "Come on, warm up and dance the first dance with seventh sister." Fang Chen nodded okay. The original purpose of tonight was to pretend to be seventh sister's boyfriend, so dancing was naturally part of the plan. However, Fang Chen had not learned dancing professionally, so his dancing skills were not particularly outstanding. The atmosphere in the city gradually heated up with the departure of Lu Changqing. After being silent for a while, it slowly became lively again. However, many people looked at Fang Chen with awe on their faces. The latter almost stole the limelight tonight. Not only did the quarrel with Lu Changqing at the door of Tianxi Mingyue at the beginning leave a deep impression on many celebrities in the upper society. He even disrupted the order in the meeting place, and Lu Changqing took the opportunity to attack him, questioning whether he was qualified to sit in the front row. All the problems were resolved smoothly. For a time, Fang Zheran's boyfriend became famous and left a deep impression on many bigwigs in the celebrity circle. Being able to get Chu Xingha's brand name card is itself a kind of recognition. What's more, Tang Guangliang and others who had known Fang Chen a little before entering the venue felt proud. They thought that they were right in wanting to make friends with young Master Fang. The latter actually ignored Lu Changqing's face and even forced Lu Changqing to lose face in public. A brand name card made them realize that young Master Fang was not a simple person. Tang Guangliang spoke subconsciously. Actually, when I first met young Master Fang, I felt that he was not simple. Moreover, I had a vague premonition that the future young Master Fang would stand at a height that we all look up to. After the words fell, the eldest son of the Qian family beside him stammered. "Brother Tang, you originally thought that young Master Fang was a security guard." Someone's face suddenly turned red. UTM. Ah. Chapter 70, I'm waiting. The light in the venue gradually dimmed. Fang Zheran's soft little hand grasped Fang Chen and led him directly to the center of the dance floor. The spotlight shone down, and against the backdrop of the deep and dim light, Fang Zheran's exquisite and beautiful face looked even more beautiful in a different way. Fang Chen's eyes were intoxicated for a moment. His seventh sister was too beautiful. It would be easy for him to not be able to find a girlfriend. The woman stared at Fong Chen with her bright eyes for a long while. Finally, she could no longer bear it and said with a strange look on her face, "Idiot, you stepped on me again." "Ah. Sorry." Throughout the dance, Fong Chen was enjoying the woman's soft and delicate body. The touch was so good, just like he was holding a large piece of unpolished jade in his arms. Unfortunately, Fong Jiaran suffered because of this guy Fong Chen. Don't even mention whether he dances well or not, this dear brother of mine simply can't dance. Fong Jiaran stared at Fong Chen with resentment throughout the whole process, making the latter look guilty. Finally, the song ended and Fong Jiaran was free. Fong Jiaran glanced at Fong Chen, who was scratching his head awkwardly, and a look of helplessness flashed across his beautiful eyes. "Brother, I think I need to find a professional dance teacher to teach you how to dance." Ahem. Fong Chen laughed dryly twice. In fact, he was not very good at dancing. Fong Jiaran rubbed his swollen eyebrows and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the toilet. Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose in disappointment. Seventh sister was staggering when she walked. It seemed that he was not very careful with his steps. "Hello." Fong Chen was just about to find something to fill his stomach when a petite figure appeared behind him. It was Chu Linger. The little girl pouted her rosy musky lips and stared at Fong Chen with her bright eyes. She said, "How do you have my father's brand name card?" Just now, after Lu Changqing left with a sullen face, Chu Linger was unable to recover for a long time. This annoying and irritating guy in front of her actually made the smiling tiger Lu Changqing suffer twice in a row. This alone is surprising enough. There are not many people in the conference hall who can afford to offend Lu Changqing. This guy actually dared to challenge the latter openly. Although on the surface it was indeed Lu Changqing who suffered a loss and left in anger, those who were familiar with the latter knew that Lu Changqing's personality was like that of a vicious and cold poisonous snake, and today's feud was settled. Given Lu Changqing's character, he will definitely not let it go. He will definitely find a chance to get back the face he lost at the hands of Fong Chen today. What's more, what made the girl feel even more incredible was that Fong Chen actually took out a brand name card of his father. You know, Zhu Xinghe looks like an ordinary greasy middle-aged uncle on the surface, but being able to sit in the position of the head of Truman, how could he be as simple as he seems? The big boss of a region usually hides himself very deeply. Similarly, Mr. Chu, who is regarded as a big shot by countless people, is naturally a proud and arrogant person. As her father's daughter, Chu Linger knew best how arrogant her father was. It is not easy to gain the recognition of your father and get this identity card. Moreover, this simple brand name card is not as simple as it seems. This small card represents the person recognized by Mr. Chu. In other words, holding such a Chu Xinghe brand card. No matter where Fong Chen goes, he is qualified to be treated as a guest of honor by any business tycoon. After all, the latter is someone recognized even by Mr. Chu from Truman. As far as Chu Linger knew, even Mr. Fong and Fong Jiaran had always been under her father's investigation. Mr. Chu has never given Fong Jiaran such a Chu Xinghe brand card until now. You know, among the young entrepreneurs, Fong Jiaran is a well-known figure even in the whole of China. At such a young age, he has assets worth tens of billions, and has even solved the employment problems of countless people in the entire imperial capital. In other words, it is not an exaggeration to say that Tianding has driven the development of the local economy of the imperial capital. He is such a successful young entrepreneur. None of them are eligible to get this Chu Xinghe brand name card, which is enough to imagine what kind of people others who hold this card are. Fong Chen glanced at Chu Linger calmly. Of course it was given to me by Mr. Chu himself. Huh, how is that possible? My father only issued 4 Chu Xinghe brand name cards in total. You hadn't even heard of Chu Men before the banquet started. In just half an hour, you actually got a brand name card. If this isn't what you stole, then what is it? Let me tell you, this thing is not as simple as you think. As the saying goes, a man is innocent until he is guilty of possessing a treasure. You are not qualified to hold this card, and holding this brand name card will only cause trouble for yourself. Chu Linger said seriously, with a rare solemn expression on her face. Fong Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. This little girl was really nosy. At the beginning, she jumped out to interfere in the feud between Fong Chen and Chen Yaodong, and now she even wanted to meddle in the small silver card in his hand. According to what she meant, wasn't she indirectly saying that Fong Chen was not qualified to hold Chu Xinghe's brand name card? A trace of speechlessness flashed through Fong Chen's heart. You gave the card to me yourself. I didn't say anything, but my daughter jumped out and questioned and obstructed me again and again. It seems that I really look like a soft persimmon. Okay, have fun by yourself, I don't have time to deal with you. Fang Chen didn't want to say another word to this little loli with a baby face and big breasts. This girl's sense of superiority meant that they were not the same kind of people. Fang Chen also doesn't like girls speaking in an overly assertive manner. That would give him a feeling that they were unable to communicate. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen turned around and walked out the door. Chu Linger was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of anger flashed across her delicate face. Stop. This girl is kindly reminding you, what's your attitude? She thought she had been very friendly in giving a kind reminder to Sister Jiu Ran's boyfriend. As a result, my kindness was taken for granted. Why is this guy so stubborn? The little girl stomped her feet in anger. Actually, it was not Fang Chen's fault that he was ungrateful. When they first met, Chu Linger did not leave a good impression on Fang Chen. And I heard that this little girl is actually the top figure in the imperial capital. In order to avoid conflict, Fang Chen didn't want to provoke her, lest he get into any inexplicable trouble. As the saying goes, beauty is a disaster. Who knows what kind of trouble this little girl will make her suitors do to make trouble for him. Although Fang Chen is not afraid of trouble, he hates trouble. If you can hide, you should hide. Fang Chen pretended not to hear the girl's voice behind him and walked straight towards the door. You. When has Chu Linger ever been ignored like this? Even those suitors who had been pranked by me would basically respond to my requests when they met me afterwards. And his words and attitude were also extremely respectful. How could he be as contemptuous as Fang Chen? He even seemed to be an unforgivable evil being and wanted to avoid him as much as possible. Stop, Chen Fang, if you don't explain clearly today, I will tell my dad when I get home tonight that you bullied me. You just wait for my father to find you. Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Chu's invitation. Chapter 71, The Little Girl is Really Cruel. Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Chu's invitation. Fang Chen waved his hand with his back to her, looking indifferent. When Mr. Chu was chatting with him, Fang Chen could feel the latter's erudition and experience. How come Chu Linger didn't have the down-to-earth feeling that Mr. Chu had? Instead, he had an attitude that was condescending, which was a bit too ostentatious. Compared with Mr. Chu's low-key style, they are completely two extremes. Moreover, in Fang Chen's opinion, Mr. Chu hit the nail on the head on many issues, and his explanations were extremely clear. It is easy to understand what he said, and it is obvious that he has a deep understanding of the entire Chinese business landscape. I was able to learn a lot from chatting with Mr. Chu. If Mr. Chu came to see Fang Chen, the latter would be eager to have a chance to chat with this business tycoon who has all the power in the northwest region. The people around cast strange glances over here, and many people still had a deep impression of the male companion that Fang Jiran brought with him. After all, Fang Chen didn't even bother with Lu Changqing's face just now. Even a Chu Xingha brand name card was revealed. As Mr. Chu's guest of honor, the aura of this identity is so dazzling that it cannot be ignored. Those who initially regarded the latter as Fang Jiran's kept gigolo now clearly understood that anyone who could get Mr. Chu's brand name card was fully qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fang Jiran. Only an idiot would continue to think that the latter was just a little man found by Fang Jiran. However, the scene that happened now made many people feel even more shocked. Who doesn't know Chu Linger? This is Mr. Chu's darling, the famous little witch in the capital. Even Wang Jinda, who had never been exposed to this upper-class circle, could recognize the girl at a glance. It is conceivable how well-known and famous Chu Linger is in the imperial capital. But now, what do they see? Chu Linger was pestering Fang Jiran's male companion, and the latter seemed unwilling to pay attention to Chu Linger. Isn't this kid too awesome? Not only did he not give in at all to Lu Changqing, he even refused to give face to Chu Xingha's precious daughter. By the way, what do you think is the relationship between Chu Linger and this Mr. Chen? Someone gossiped subconsciously. The next moment, there were bursts of discussions. After all, no matter how unruly Chu Linger was, she would not make a noise in public. Her tutor wouldn't allow it. Except for the last sentence that Chu Linger uttered, which seemed to be true but was not, no one could hear the rest of the conversation. It seems that if you don't explain it clearly, my father will come to find you at night. What do you mean? Is it possible that the little witch Linger is having an affair with Mr. Chen? Otherwise, why would she ask Mr. Chu to go find Chen Fang at night? Many people noticed something strange about the girl and began to speculate about the relationship between the two. That does make sense. Hey, have you heard it? The venue was so huge that it was impossible for everyone to hear what Chu Linger just said, but they were the two focus figures of the whole audience. What happened between them naturally attracted the attention of countless eager spectators. So word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Eventually, the words became, "I never thought that Chu Linger had been captured by someone." Ah? Don't you know? Chu Linger ran to find Mr. Chen brought by Fang Jiran and asked him to be responsible for herself. Guess what Chen Fang's attitude was? He actually left the little witch aside and ignored her at all. What the hell? What's the relationship between the little witch and this Mr. Chen? What do you think? Someone said with a wink. No. That's impossible. Why is this impossible? Think about it. Chu Linger's original words were, "If you don't take responsibility for me, I will tell my dad about us tonight." Look, how would you understand this? Oh my god. I didn't expect Chu Linger to be having an affair with Mr. Fang's man. Speaking of which, Chu Linger, a little girl, can say such words in such a public occasion. Mr. Chen is quite good at controlling women. Otherwise, how could the little witch be so obsessed with him? I guess the two of them probably had that kind of relationship a long time ago, but today when Chu Linger saw Chen Fang and Mr. Fang walk in together, she couldn't hold it back. Just think about it, given Chu Linger's strict family education, you can imagine how much of a shock this incident brought to him. A little girl could disregard her face in question in such a public occasion. Wow, this Chen Fang is really a character. I didn't expect that he not only won over Fang Jiran, the business goddess of our imperial capital's upper class, but also conquered this little witch that no one can control. Awesome. Yeah. If I had half his ability to seduce girls, I wouldn't be single until now. Many people secretly shook their heads, as if they were watching flowers stuck in cow dung, and felt a little regretful. I just feel a little sorry for my goddess. She actually met a scumbag. I have also stepped half a foot into the top power in the imperial capital. It would be great if my goddess could wait for me a little longer. When many people heard this, they immediately looked at the person who spoke with contempt, and some people secretly thought in their hearts, "With your status as a jerk, you want to seduce our goddess? And you have 1 foot in the top power of the imperial capital. I think you have 1 foot in the coffin." As the saying goes, people's words are scary. This is probably what it means. Through word of mouth, something that was actually very ordinary became complicated due to everyone's analysis. Some even believed that the fact that Fang Chen was able to gain Chu Xinghe's recognition at such a young age and hold a Mr. Chu's name card might be because of Chu Linger. After all, they both said they had already had sex. Fang Chen walked straight out the door. Chu Linger's beautiful eyes were fixed on his back, her delicate and beautiful face turning alternately blue and red. Tears inexplicably began to well up in my eyes. In the girl's subconscious mind, she had never had any direct conflict with Chen Fang. She didn't know why this guy hated her so much. She has been a pampered girl since she was a child, and no one has ever spoken to her in such an attitude, which led to her spoiled and unruly personality. But she just took the initiative to find Fang Chen and say those words. I really want to warn Sister Jiu Ran's boyfriend from the bottom of my heart. She had no ill intentions, she just wanted to find out why the latter had a Chu Xinghe brand name card sent by her father. They are clearly doing this for your own good, why don't you appreciate it? Bastard, bastard. The more Chu Linger thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. I also recalled what Fang Chen had said before, girls who talk too much are annoying, and no man would like them no matter how beautiful they are. Yes. It seems that no one has ever really liked me. Even those pursuers tend to curry favor with one's superiors in order to please oneself. Who can't see that? Isn't it because his father is the head of Truman, who holds a high position? For a moment, Chu Linger's mind suddenly emerged the expression on Fang Jiran's face when he left with Fang Chen's arm around his. That kind of deep affection that includes doting and love, I seem to have only seen it in the eyes of my relatives. Then, will it be? If Chu Linger was born in an ordinary family, it would be just as Fang Chen said, no one would like her. Love that comes from the heart is really touching, really, so enviable. Fang Chen had disappeared from his sight. Chu Linger followed him subconsciously for some unknown reason. Fang Chen walked to the door and sighed helplessly. This little girl is just a child at heart. She is always being treated like a star. I guess her tail must have already been up in the sky. Without having lived a hard life, the world in the girl's eyes is nothing but beautiful and peaceful. Even if the sky falls, Mr. Chu will hold it up. Fang Chen couldn't find any common topics with this kind of person. Also, I have absolutely no intention of dealing with her. At this moment, Fang Chan's wrist suddenly tightened, and his palm felt painful. He turned his head subconsciously and cried out in surprise. Hey, are you born in the year of the dog? Chu Linger was petite and lovely to begin with. She followed him, but Fang Chen didn't even notice that her cherry-colored mouth, which exuded musky scent, bit Fang Chen's wrist directly, exposing a row of white teeth. Fang Chen could feel that the girl seemed to be serious about it. It was as if it was trying to bite off a piece of my own flesh. The little girl's face flushed red. Chu Linger herself didn't know why she had such a reaction. It seemed that she just wanted to take revenge on Fang Chen. Aren't you a very cool guy? Are you not pretending anymore? Humph. She had never considered the cost of angering Fang Chen. Of course, perhaps she had never thought that Fang Chen was not an ordinary second-generation person in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital, and would not hypocritically pretend to be a gentleman in front of her. Fang Chen is fearless. Naturally, he didn't have too much fear towards her, which was clearly evident from the conversation between the two of them just now. A tearing pain came from the wrist, but the soft little mouth did not give up at all. Fang Chen struggled for a while but failed to push the girl away. For a moment, I got so angry that I said, I respect you as Mr. Chu's daughter, so I've been speaking to you in a nice way. Do you really think I have to spoil you? Do I owe you something? The next moment, Fang Chen slapped the girl on the arm. There was a pop sound, and Chu Linger's pupils widened instantly. In that moment of stagnation, she did not react to let go. Seeing that the little girl had no reaction, Fang Chen raised his hand again. Bang! Another slap. It has to be said that even Fang Chen, who was filled with anger, was distracted for a moment. I subconsciously slowed down my strength. However, Fang Chen's mind was still firm, and he realized the next moment that something was wrong. Because Chu Linger in front of him had already let go, and Fang Chen saw a row of clear teeth marks on his arm, and there were even faint water stains on it. The wound was slightly red and swollen, which was enough to show that the little girl had used quite a bit of force when she bit it. Woo woo woo. However, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. Because Chu Linger had already squatted on the ground, crying loudly, her eyes were full of tears, and she looked extremely lovable. Boom! Fang Chen just felt his head buzzing for a while. It's over, it seems. I've won big. Chapter 72, It seems to be a misunderstanding. Following 2 slaps. For a while. The heat in Fang Chen's mind completely faded, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness. Woo woo woo. Chu Linger just squatted on the ground and cried loudly. Her crying was shocking. He didn't care about his image at all. This really made Fang Chen panic. There was no way he could not panic. With such a big commotion here, I'm afraid everyone in the venue will be attracted out soon. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and quickly squatted down that. Get lost. Chu Linger shouted, her face flushed. This guy actually dared to hit her. It's so embarrassing. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. So I really leave? There was a sense of amnesty in his words, as if he really intended to leave. Chu Linger suddenly raised her little head that was lying on her knees, and her beautiful watery eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? He has put himself in such a state, but he is still thinking about severing his ties and walking away. This man is so shameless. Fang Chen gave a helpless bitter smile and said, Miss, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I was impulsive just now. You can kill me or chop me up, it's up to you. But could you please stop crying? Those people will come out soon. Ahem, if someone sees you like this, I won't be able to clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. When Chu Linger heard Fang Chen's words, her crying stopped abruptly. Her pretty face fell instantly. She still cared about her image in the eyes of the upper class. What's more, is Fang Chen speaking human language? What do you mean you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River? I am a girl, and I didn't say anything. How dare you, a grown man, say such things? It was clearly you who hit the other person and took advantage of me. Why are you acting like you suffered a huge loss? Woo woo, you bastard, shut up. What do you mean you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River? Chu Linger rolled her eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, but now she was no longer as arrogant as before, instead giving people a delicate and weak feeling. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose in dismay. Actually, if you keep being like this, you'll be quite likable. What do you mean? Do you mean I have to cry like this all day long? Chu Linger squatted on the ground, her eyes filled with shame and anger. Cough cough. Fang Chen coughed twice and realized the grammatical error in his words just now. Fang Chen rubbed his swollen brows helplessly. You should get up first. What should we do if someone sees us? Do you think I don't want to get up? You dead man, you actually hit me. You hit me there with such force, how could I have the strength to stand up? Fang Chen was sweating profusely. Did I use any strength just now? It seems like I've put in some effort. He doesn't have much impression now, he just feels like there is a ball of fire in his palm. His gaze subconsciously fell on Chu Linger again. Seeing that Fang Chen ignored her, the girl raised her head and glanced at him. This guy's eyes were still on her. Her pretty face immediately turned red and she said in shame and anger. You are shameless, you are vulgar. You damn bastard, I won't let you go. Fang Chen was slightly stunned and shook his head to get rid of the dirty thoughts in his mind. I don't know what happened today. I have to argue with a little girl again and again. When his eyes fell on Chu Linger, Fang Chen could feel a fire boiling in his stomach. He was speechless. He quickly swallowed and suppressed the evil thoughts. He reached out and pulled Chu Linger, helping her up. Chu Linger bit Fang Chen's arm again. This time, Fang Chen did not resist. After all, he had spanked her little butt, so what was wrong with letting her bite it? Why would a grown man bother to haggle with a little girl? Just bite it. Anyway, Chu Linger has become much more obedient now after being slapped twice. I bit him just to vent my shame and anger, but I didn't dare to use too much force. The little girl was also afraid of angering the pervert in front of her again. If he slapped her twice more, she would really want to die. Of course, don't think that Fang Chen's 2 slaps were really light. After those 2 blows, Chu Linger felt a numbness on her buttocks and her body felt weak, as if she had a bad cold and had no strength. Fang Chen supported the latter and said with a wry smile, I've bitten you and scolded you. Are you done venting your anger? The innocent girl was spanked by him. If anyone told others about it, no matter what the reason was, Fang Chen would not be in the right. So this time Fang Chen's attitude was a little better. Chu Linger looked at Fang Chen aggrievedly. No, I can't finish telling lies. When I go home today, I will tell my dad that you bullied me. I'll let my dad find you tomorrow and beat you up. After all, Chu Linger is a child at heart, and she speaks without restraint, which makes Mr. Chu, a grown man, really run over and grab Fang Chen. Ahem, you can imagine the scene of a greasy middle-aged uncle grabbing a young man and spanking him. Not to mention whether Chu Xinghe would maintain his status, even if he really wanted to find a way to give Chu Linger a fight, the latter would not come over and spank Fang Chen. Isn't that too stupid? Fang Chen shook off the image in his mind and chuckled subconsciously. Seeing this dead man still laughing, Chu Linger glared at him fiercely and said, You're still smiling here. Fang Chen quickly shut up, corrected his attitude, and actively admitted his mistake. After sitting quietly for a while, the tear marks on the little girl's face faded away. The 2 were silent for a long time and no one spoke first. Fang Chen didn't know how to coax a woman, and Chu Linger was angry. If Fang Chen said the wrong thing or had the wrong expression, he would probably be scolded. It would be better for him to keep silent. Hello, I'm a little cold. The temperature inside the venue was high, but it was much lower outside. What's more, Chu Linger was picked up by a special car when she attended the dinner. I only brought 1 set of clothes with me. It was a sunny day and I didn't feel cold when I wore them. It was already almost evening and we had been sitting outside for so long. Of course she was too cold, Fang Chen sighed. The little girl no longer had the arrogance and stubbornness in her words. Fang Chen didn't bother with her. He took off his jacket, which was the same as the one worn by the security guards, and put it on the little girl's shoulders. Feeling the residual warmth of Chen's body above her coat, Chu Linger spoke subconsciously. You are an ungrateful person. I am giving you a good warning, but you bully me. When my driver comes later, I will ask him to help me deal with you. Humph. Fang Chen was slightly stunned, and suddenly remembered that in Chu Linger's previous words, except for her slightly unpleasant attitude, it seemed that she was indeed considering things from his own perspective. In this case, I misunderstood her. P.S. Today is the first update. In the previous test, I was just a little bit away from getting a better score, but I missed by 2 decimal points. Brothers who clicked on the collection, if it doesn't work, you can come in and take a look. After all, to be honest, the author's update is not slow. Since I am not a full-time worker, it is not easy to insist on updating 4,000 to 12,000 words every day. I hope everyone can help. Chapter 73, I'm afraid he has just a little bottom. Does it still hurt? Fang Chen took a look at the miserable appearance of the little girl shivering against the wall, and his heart softened. I got myself into such a mess today. I'm afraid this is the first time in the life of this little girl who has been spoiled since childhood. It hurts a little. Chu Linger glanced at Fang Chen with her big watery eyes and said aggrievely. Fang Chen fell silent for a moment. Chu Linger seemed to be afraid of the dark. As the sky gradually darkened, it got dark very quickly in the north. By 8 o'clock, it was almost pitch dark. Fang Chen, can you talk to me? I'm a little scared. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. What do you want to say? Chu Linger sobbed twice, her voice filled with fear. You spanked someone's butt and made me afraid to see people. Now you don't want to talk to me. I'm afraid of the dark. I don't even have a friend to talk to usually. You've treated me like this, can't you just chat with me? Chu Linger's aggrieved voice was heard. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and sighed. He sent a message to Seventh Sister, telling her to wait for a moment, then squatted beside Chu Linger and spoke for the first time. Don't act fearless when you meet anyone in the future. Even Mr. Chu can't do whatever he wants in the imperial capital. Just be polite when talking to others and be kind to others. No one will dislike you. Chu Linger's beautiful eyes froze. She didn't expect Fang Chen to say such a thing in his first sentence. I didn't do anything bad. But when I saw other girlfriends were in pairs, I became alone for no reason. No one has chatted with me for a long time. Fang Chen was slightly stunned. He had never thought that this stubborn little girl would have such a side. Being in a high position, Mr. Chu must be very busy on weekdays. With so many things to do, I don't have time to care about my daughter's feelings. Most of the little girl's friends probably approached Chu Linger just to curry favor with Mr. Chu and get close to him. Except on campus, where else can you find so much pure friendship and love in society? Chen Fang, are you alone at home? Chu Linger asked subconsciously when she saw Fang Chen was silent again. Fang Chen glanced at her and asked, how many people are there in her family? She probably wanted to ask Fang Chen if he had any brothers or sisters. If I count the 7 beautiful sisters that this magical sign and system that fell from the sky brought me, then perhaps I do have 7 sisters. But based on the memories restored from signing in during these 3 days in the past 18 years, Fang Chen boldly guessed that he should also be an only child. So Fang Chen said, that's about the same. I have always wanted an older sister, like Sister Jiran, who is gentle and beautiful. I was very happy every time I was with Sister Jiran. But later, Sister Jiran became a celebrity entrepreneur in the capital and became very busy. To be honest, we haven't seen each other for a long time. There was a hint of yearning in Chu Linger's voice. As an only child, although she has been surrounded by countless halos since childhood, she has very few close friends. Fang Jiran might be considered one, but later Tianding became a giant and Fang Jiran also became busy. Naturally, I also spent less time with Chu Linger. It would be great if Sister Jiran was my biological sister, Chu Linger said with a sigh. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. His thoughts in his heart were exactly the opposite of Chu Linger's. Obviously, Chu Linger likes Fang Jiran very much in her heart. Perhaps it is because Fang Jiran is one of the few people who really cares about the little girl from the bottom of his heart, cares about her feelings and thoughts, and takes the initiative to get close to and understand the latter. Fang Chen thought to himself, 7th sister is really charming. She appeals to all ages and genders. So after I saw today that Sister Jiran actually had a boyfriend who looked very ordinary, I subconsciously tried to kindly remind you. But you, a dead man, not only didn't appreciate it, you even hit me. Fang Chen was sweating profusely and coughed twice. Chen Fang, are we friends? Forget it. In Fang Chen's concept, his brothers are those who have carried guns together, studied together, and visited prostitutes together. But if it's a friend of the opposite sex, I can't explain it. Since Chu Linger asked this, just follow her wishes. The little girl was silent for a moment, then stretched out her jade-like slender little hand and tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve, then spoke. That. Can you please not tell anyone about the spanking you gave me tonight? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. If my father knew about this, he would definitely not let you off easily. And if Sister Joran knew that you treated me like this, she might not care about you anymore. Since Sister Joran chose you, it must mean that you have outstanding qualities. I was short-sighted. However, if my father knew about this, he might do something bad to you. I find it easy to talk to you. I don't have the disgusting feeling that I get when chatting with those rich second generations. Chu Linger pouted shyly and said, I also consider you a friend. Can we just keep today's events as a little secret between us? Fong Chen was stunned. You think it's so easy to talk to me? What did I tell you? Arguing? Fighting each other? Spanking? You think this is easy? Is this little girl probably a masochist? I've bullied you like this, and you still think I'm your friend? Could it be that I have some kind of domineering aura? Has this little girl become so obsessed with me that she can't help herself? Is that okay? Chu Linger shook Fong Chen's arm, and the latter nodded helplessly. You are the person involved. Since you said you want me to keep it to myself, I naturally won't have nothing better to do than run out and advertise on the streets. It's not a good thing that a grown man would argue with a little girl and even spank her. What's more, the person he beat was the apple of Mr. Truman Chu's eye. God knows if that greasy middle-aged man really knew about this, would he jump out with a 40-meter-long machete to chase Fong Chen? It is better to have less trouble than more. Chu Linger is willing to turn hostility into friendship. Fong Chen is of course happy to have some free time and naturally has no objection. Good. When Chu Linger heard this, she giggled twice in a naive way. Fong Chen looked at her strangely and said, I spanked your butt, and you still want to be friends with me, especially when you look so stupid. Are you a little bottom? Chu Linger then said, hee, but I have a request. When Fong Chen heard this, he shook his head and refused. Forget it then. Fong Chen would not dare to agree to any request, especially one from a woman. Who knows what kind of requests this clever little girl will make of me. Anyway, Fong Chen's attitude is very clear now. It's right that I spanked you. If you want to hit me back, go ahead, hit me as you like. But if you want to use this as a threat, that's absolutely not possible. I haven't even made any requests yet, but you're so eager to refuse. It's obvious that you don't consider me a friend. Chu Linger began to use women's usual tricks and act unreasonably. Fong Chen was speechless and could only say, then you tell me first, I'll think about it. In the future, when you are free, can you come and talk to me? Wipe. My dear lady, don't you really know what it means that men and women should not touch each other? Just now you were afraid that because I spanked you, you would break up me and seventh sister. This makes me come to chat with you again. Do you know that a baby face and big breasts like yours are very attractive to men? What's more, you seem to be a little bottom, little girl. Damn, isn't this inducing crime? If Mr. Chu finds out, he will think that I am trying to use you to get close to him. Wouldn't that ruin the good first impression that I left on Mr. Chu as tall and majestic? Fong Chen waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. No. You dead man, I just asked you to talk to me and chat, why did you refuse me? I didn't make any excessive demands. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen sighed helplessly. Miss. I'm very busy every day, how can I have so much time to accompany you? Chu Linger raised her big watery eyes and looked at Fong Chen, saying, I'm not telling you to look for me when you're busy. If you have nothing to do, you can come and chat with me. It doesn't have to be too frequent. Are you going to reject me even after this? Am I so annoying? Chapter 74, It Still Hurts. Seeing the moisture gathering in her eyes again, Fong Chen surrendered. Okay. Stop it. I hate to see women cry. Okay, isn't it enough that I promise you? Chu Linger waved her little fist excitedly. Very good. In the blink of an eye, the aggrieved look on his face was gone. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen had several black lines on his forehead. It seems like I have been tricked. However, perhaps because she was too excited about her evil plan succeeding, Chu Linger's movements were a little exaggerated, instantly affecting the wound. Hiss. He took another breath of cold air. Okay, there's nothing to do tonight, so you should go home early. I'm going to find Jiu Ran too. After finally coaxing the little girl, Fong Chen just wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Chu Linger rubbed her swollen butt, rolled her eyes at Fong Chen, and said, Then you should at least leave me a contact method, otherwise how can I find you when the time comes? After giving his cell phone number to the little girl, Fang Chen felt as if he had been granted amnesty and fled away from here. Fang Joran waited in the car for about an hour before he saw his beloved brother arriving. She usually has a lot of things to do, even now she is dealing with the documents at hand in Chennai. Seeing Fang Chen get in the car, the woman glanced at her brother with a smile, and then said, "Did you go to see Xiaolinger just now?" Fang Chen was stunned. How did seventh sister know? I just sent a text message to my seventh sister, asking her to wait for a while. How come seventh sister seems to have the ability to see and hear from afar, and even knows who I am looking for? Fang Jiran saw the doubt in Fang Chen's heart, smiled tenderly and said, "I just walked around the venue and didn't see you. I just heard that you seemed to have a conflict with Xiaolinger at the door, and then you and the little girl disappeared together. I thought you two must be together." A hint of relief flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. "So that's how it is. What's your impression of Xiaolinger?" At this moment, Fang Jiran suddenly put down the documents in his hand. Her red lips slightly raised and she came closer. A pair of bright eyes like scissors stared straight into Fang Chen's eyes, and the latter could even see his own reflection in the woman's bright pupils. What followed was the faint body fragrance of Fang Jiran. Fang Chen coughed dryly. "Seventh sister, why are you suddenly getting so close to me?" Fang Jiran's delicate and tall nose twitched, and the smile on his face became even wider. "My brother is really amazing. He conquered the little witch from the upper class of the imperial capital so quickly?" "What? Seventh sister, what are you talking about? That's great. Brother, I know Xiaolinger. She is definitely a pure and innocent girl. Why are you shy? You are at the age to get married, so why are you still so embarrassed in front of seventh sister?" Fang Jiran was holding onto the storage box inside the car. Under the dim light in the car, her snow-white swan neck, faintly visible through her thin dress, was very suggestive. "Stop pretending. You still smell like Xiaolinger's perfume. And, look what this is?" Fang Jiran said as he pulled out a long hair from Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's eyes showed horror. "What kind of vision is this, seventh sister? Can you see this?" "Seventh sister, you misunderstood." "It's okay, sister won't misunderstand. I will go to Mr. Chu's house to propose marriage later. By the way, Mr. Chu should have a good impression of you, otherwise he would not have given you that very precious Chu Xinghe brand card." Fang Jiran's words became more and more outrageous, with a look of joy on her sexy face. "Come to think of it, you have already met my father-in-law." Fang Chen looked helpless. He had just promised Xiaolinger to spank her and not tell anyone, but now his seventh sister was about to come and propose marriage. If he didn't explain it properly, he was afraid that he would really be arranged for her. Given seventh sister's decisive and hot-tempered personality, who knows, she might actually go to Mr. Chu to propose marriage. "Seventh sister, can you please let me explain?" Fang Jiran pouted her lips and said. "Then I'd like to hear what you have to say. Remember, don't lie to seventh sister. Although I'll feel a little uncomfortable because you're in love, I sincerely hope you'll be happy." Fang Chen was about to speak with a wry smile. At this moment, Fang Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. He gave a helpless smile and gestured to his seventh sister to wait. I saw it was an unfamiliar number and answered it casually. "Chen Fong, there is a car show at the Capital International Convention and Exhibition Center tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" "Damn. Why is it this girl? Isn't it Xiaolinger?" It's like speaking of Chow Chow and Chow Chow appears. Fang Chen sighed helplessly. He knew long ago that he should not have given her his cell phone number. It hasn't been that long and she has already started harassing herself. "My dear aunt, I may not have time tomorrow. Please let me go home and take a breath, and see what plans I have for tomorrow." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Fang Jiran's beautiful eyes widened. She obviously didn't expect that her brother would talk to the little witch like this. The car was very quiet and Fang Chen's phone was at a high volume. As long as Fang Jiran was not deaf, he would have definitely heard Xiaolinger's voice. Tomorrow is the weekend. Even Sister Jiu Ran's Tianding group is not working. Are you busier than Sister Jiu Ran? Fang Chen's face darkened. If you continue to act unreasonably like this, I will hang up the phone. This little girl, you shine when you are given some sunshine. It's only been a short while and already you're trying to take advantage of others and arrange your own affairs. Hearing this, Xiaolinger on the other end of the phone seemed to realize that her tone was wrong, and quickly softened and said, Chen Fong, just go with them. It still hurts there. Didn't you say you would stay with me as long as you were okay? Just this time, okay? Next time I will definitely give you a heads up in advance. Oh. My eldest daughter. Could you please not talk in such a way that makes people think so? I wonder if people will think I did something to you. He is a person who is soft-hearted and does not respond to harshness. When he saw the little girl acting coquettishly, he could no longer put on a stern face. I could only say helplessly, "Okay, just this time, it won't happen again." It just so happened that Fong Chen also wanted to sell a car to Mr. Yu, so he might as well go to the auto show with Chu Linger tomorrow and get this done. Yeah. Thank you, Chen Fong. Hee, I'll hang up first, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Fong Chen turned his head and glanced at his seventh sister. At this moment, Fong Jiran's pair of bright eyes widened wide, and the air here seemed to freeze. Fong Jiran stared at Fong Chen with a teasing look on his face. Chapter 75, Mr. Yu, Chinese Medicine? Brother! You are not honest. You even started lying in front of your seventh sister. Oh, what did I do again? Fong Jiran then spoke. But my brother is really amazing. Not only did he capture the little witch in just one day, but he also got the job done. It seems like there's hope for him to continue the family line. Ohu Fong Jiran laughed unrestrainedly. But you're really something. Xiao Linger is a girl after all. Can't you be a little gentler to her? Although I know that you men like to be rough, it's her first time. Fong Jiran would not stop until his words shocked the world. His two consecutive sentences left Fong Chen speechless. Suddenly, the latter didn't know how to start explaining to seventh sister. Finally, it was Fong Jiran who said, I know you feel that things are moving too fast, and you feel a little embarrassed to tell seventh sister, but seventh sister doesn't mind. As long as my brother is happy, that's all. Tell me if there is any progress later. Humming a little tune, Fong Jiran asked Xiao Bai to start the car. Obviously, the woman seemed to be very happy to hear that Fong Chen and Chu Linger were having an affair. Fong Chen's face was full of black lines. Seventh sister. Now you think I have done Chu Linger, what further progress can there be? Do you still want to hear me tell you that Chu Linger is pregnant in a few days? However, it is hard to start explaining this kind of thing now. The more you explain, the worse it gets. Fong Chen might as well wait for a while and find a chance to explain it all to Fong Jiran. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Fong Chen finally returned to Mr. Yu's house. After chatting with Old Yu for a few words, the old man also knew that Fong Chen was no longer an ordinary person. He had a lot of things to do every day, so it was naturally impossible for him to run to Chaoyang Vegetable Market with him all day to continue setting up a stall. At this moment, Yu Lao suddenly noticed the redness and swelling on Fong Chen's wrist and subconsciously asked, How did this happen? Fong Chen smiled and said, I had a little conflict with a little girl, and she kept biting me twice. The relationship between Mr. Yu and him has long been like that of family members. Fong Chen was quite frank in his words and did not hide the true situation of Mr. Yu at all. After Fong Chen came back, he explained to Old Yu the relationship between himself and his seventh sister Fong Jiran. Of course, it was impossible for Fong Chen to say that he had obtained a magical system that fell from the sky. Otherwise, even if Mr. Yu didn't think he was crazy, he would definitely not treat him as a normal person anymore. What he said was naturally to tell Mr. Yu that Fong Jiran was just a distant relative of his. The old man didn't suspect anything. After all, when he picked up Fong Chen, the latter had lost his memory. Even now Fong Chen's memory has not been restored. So it is normal not to remember that you have a relative. After briefly talking about the conflict he had with Xiao Linger at the dinner, Old Yu immediately gave the latter a strange look. You kid! You are so lucky. According to what you said, even the children of wealthy families can't afford to offend her. The background of that girl must be not simple. Fong Chen smiled bitterly and nodded yes. You may have heard of her father. He is one of the top celebrities in the imperial capital. Oh? Who is it? Old Yu asked subconsciously. Fong Chen had lost his memories of the previous 18 years, so he was not very clear about the distribution of power in the imperial capital. But Mr. Yu has been in the imperial capital for who knows how many years. He should know the name of Mr. Chu, the head of the Chu men, not to mention that Mr. Yu is from the Yu family, a prominent family in Beijing. So Fong Chen smiled and said, Mr. Chu, the one from Truman. But the next moment, as Fong Chen's voice fell, Old Yu's expression suddenly changed. Chu Xingha? Yes, you do know him. Fang Chen glanced at Mr. Yu in confusion. He didn't know why the latter had such an expression when he heard the name Mr. Chu. What's wrong? Do you know Mr. Chu? Fang Chen asked subconsciously, but the next moment, he rejected his own idea in his heart. Even Lu Changqing from the Lu family tried his best to find ways to establish a relationship with Mr. Chu. Naturally, the Yu family in Beijing would also want to get to know Mr. Chu. If Mr. Yu and Mr. Chu were old acquaintances, I think no matter how big the mistake they made was. Thanks to this relationship, after all these years, the Yu family should have allowed old Yu to return to the family and recognize his ancestral roots. How could it be as miserable as it is now? However, the next moment, old Yu took a deep breath and said helplessly, Mr. Chu. We are really old friends. Boom. The moment Fang Chen was stunned, his mind instantly exploded. Mr. Yu's casual words left Fang Chen stunned. Mr. Yu knew Mr. Chu? Forget it, they are all old things. There is no fun in talking about them. Don't give me, a middle-aged man, internet depression tonight. That would be bad. Mr. Yu smiled and changed the subject. Although Fang Chen had a lot of questions, seeing that old Yu was unwilling to talk to him, he could only touch the tip of his nose in dismay and said, Okay, then I'll go and rest first, Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu said, Wait a moment. After saying that, old Yu directly pulled Fang Chen's arm and said, Your wound needs to be treated simply. Well, it's nothing serious actually, it's just a little unsightly. Just cover it up and it should go away after a while. Chu Linger used almost all of her strength in the first bite, biting Fang Chen's wrist hard. It's a little painful now, probably due to blood stasis. Mr. Yu said, It's okay. I can handle this small problem for you. It will probably be fixed tomorrow. As he spoke, old Yu slowly reached out and began massaging Fang Chen's wrist. Suddenly, the latter felt a warm current passing through the surface of his skin. Originally, when Fang Chen heard old Yu say that he would probably be fine tomorrow, he still had some doubts. After all, this is a blood clot, how can it go away so quickly? As a result, the moment Master Yu started to work, Fang Chen felt the mystery of this magical massage technique. Mr. Yu, what kind of massage technique is this? It feels so comfortable. He even felt that his wrist was no longer painful, and there seemed to be a strange numbness. Old Yu smiled slightly, with an inexplicable air of confidence. Traditional Chinese Medicine, 36 Free Hand Massage. Chapter 76, I am willing to shorten my life by 30 years. The third update today. Traditional Chinese Medicine, 36 Free Hand Massage. As soon as he finished speaking, an air of majestic aura emanated from old Yu's frail body, like a giant dragon that had been dormant in the mountains for who knows how many years and had suddenly awakened. Fang Chen was so shocked that he didn't say anything for a long time. This was the first time he had seen the old man look like this. Traditional Chinese medicine? Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. He didn't know that old Yu had such an identity. You know, old Yu usually makes a living by picking up rotten leaves. It was only recently that I opened a shop and started doing business. If the old man knew medical skills, there would be no need for him to just be a vegetable vendor. It is always faster to make money by treating patients than by buying groceries. Elder Yu did not respond, but slowly withdrew his hand. How is it? Are you feeling better? Fang Chen moved his wrist. Before Master Yu started massaging him, Fang Chen still felt some pain in his wrist when he applied a little force. But at this moment, he only felt countless warm currents seeping into his wrist. It was as if it had never been injured, and apart from a slight redness, there were no other signs. Fang Chen was shocked and glanced at old Yu, who was calm and collected as he finished his practice. He laughed dryly. Mr. Yu, are you a hidden martial arts master? This is what is written in novels. For a moment, Fang Chen was shocked by the sudden display of this skill by Mr. Yu. What are you thinking about? There are not so many martial arts masters in this world. Go to bed quickly. Old Yu smiled unhappily, turned around and left. Fang Chen stared at the old man's back, and for no reason he felt a sense of awe from the bottom of his heart. It seems that Mr. Yu was not a simple character in the past. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose in disappointment. Turning around and walking towards his room, Fang Chen yawned. He didn't know yet that he had quarreled with Lu Changqing twice tonight. This guy was simply crazy. He went back and investigated Fang Chen's background. However, the names were all fake, so it would be a miracle if he could find anything useful. The next day, Fang Chen got up at about 10 o'clock in the morning and simply washed up. Today was the weekend, so he didn't have to go to work. Not to mention, currently within Tianding Garment Company, Guan Yuetong is the housekeeper who handles all affairs. On the other hand, Chairman Fang Chen seems to be relaxed and at ease every day, like a hands-off boss. But this doesn't mean that Fang Chen is not serious about his career. Management and professional knowledge need to be learned bit by bit, and there is no need to rush. Guan Yuetong can only bear the brunt of the work for the time being. He stretched and washed up simply, and then Chu Linger called. "Chen Feng, are you up?" "It's just been a while since I woke up," Fang Chen said in a vague voice with foam in his mouth. Chu Linger's voice sounded very excited. "Hey, then I'll come to you right now, just send me your address." "Well, then you can wait for me at the Chaoyang District subway station." After Fang Chen finished packing and dressed neatly, he walked towards the Chaoyang District subway station. I arrived at the subway station and bought 2 buns and a cup of hot milk. Fang Chen ate while waiting for Chu Linger to come over. After waiting for less than 20 minutes, a Bentley Spur slowly drove by and stopped not far from where Fang Chen was standing. A pair of beautiful sisters got off the car. In a subway station like this where the flow of people is so exaggerated, the appearance of a luxury car is still very eye-catching. What's more, beautiful women have an eye-catching aura no matter where they appear. For a while, this place became the focus near the subway station. People were coming and going, and many of them subconsciously cast their eyes over here. The 2 beautiful girls, as pretty as flowers, stood there slenderly and were very dazzling. Fang Chen even heard the sound of an uncle next to him swallowing his saliva subconsciously. "Come on, have you never seen a woman? Why make it so exaggerated?" Thinking like this, Fang Chen walked towards that direction with the milk. After Chu Linger got out of the car, she looked around with her beautiful eyes, obviously looking for someone. At this moment, a slightly teasing voice sounded behind Fang Chen. "Hey, Fang Chen, I heard that you crashed a Ferrari last time. Are you hiding from your debts now and not even going to work all day?" Turning his head, he saw a man in a light blue or full rider's suit standing behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen was slightly stunned and frowned subconsciously. Brother Lei? Brother Lei had had several minor conflicts with Fang Chen before. Speaking of which, their relationship was quite ordinary. Lei Guan looked Fang Chen up and down with a slightly teasing look. "Hey, where are you working now? It has nothing to do with you, right?" Fang Chen glanced at him indifferently. He then waved in the direction of Chu Linger, because he saw the girl's eyes were looking towards him. The little girl looked at Fang Chen, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. He pulled his companions and walked towards Fang Chen. Brother Lei snorted coldly, and he also noticed the 2 beauties who suddenly appeared over there. "Fang Chen, you are not so naive, are you? Do you really think you are so charming? Those 2 beauties just got out of the Bentley. Do you think we can reach such level?" Brother Lei obviously thought Fang Chen was someone he wanted to chat up. You know, on weekdays, Chaoyang District is considered to be one of the relatively economically backward places in the capital. Basically, they are all villages in the city. Most of the people living here are migrant workers, so the appearance of a Bentley is definitely a rare sight. Fang Chen said. "Okay, the person I'm waiting for is here, I'll leave first." Puff. Brother Lei sneered, "Boy, if you keep pretending, according to what you said, those 2 beautiful girls who are the focus of the whole audience may be the ones you are waiting for?" The man still bears a grudge against Fang Chen for his previous conflict. He had wanted to find opportunities to retaliate secretly several times. He was not unaware of Fang Chen's background and had asked people about it before. Fang Chen is just a worker. Mr. Yu, who depends on his family for support, is still an elderly man selling vegetables at a stall in Chaoyang Vegetable Market. These 2 guys have no background at all. How can he get in touch with this young lady who is obviously from a wealthy family? Ridiculous. Seeing Fang Chen actually raised his legs and walked in that direction, Brother Lei spoke directly behind him. "Boy, if you apologize to me and give in, I can introduce you to a job. Although the salary is not as good as our delivery jobs, at least I can earn 2,000 yuan a month as a living allowance." Fang Chen said, "Oh, then I thank you, but no need, bye." After saying that, Fang Chen stopped wasting time talking to Brother Lei. Over there, Chu Linger quickly came towards Fang Chen. The little girl was wearing a black pleated skirt today. She was wearing a pair of boots, although her legs were not very slender. But her leg shape is also highlighted, and she has a baby face and a big body. If she dresses up a little, how bad can it be? What's more, Chu Linger herself is also extremely beautiful. Apart from her slightly eccentric personality, she is definitely the dream lover of many otakus. Brother Lei had a sneer on his face. He wanted to see how long this kid could continue to pretend to be cool. But the next moment, something happened that completely surprised him. I saw the charming and cute little loli running to Fong Chen, and then she smiled. At that moment, it was like the arrival of spring with flowers blooming. The faint smile showing the little canine teeth was so refreshing that Brother Lei was stunned for a moment, but the next scene was shocking. Because the little loli actually pulled Fong Chen's hand. Fuck! Is this kid hooking up with a rich woman? I would be willing to shorten my life by 30 years to marry such a beautiful rich woman. Brother Lei felt his face burning. What virtue did Fong Chen have to do? How can I be with such a beautiful girl? P.S. Today's update is a little later than usual. I am a little sorry for everyone. I stayed up all night to write the book last night. I couldn't hold on this morning and fell asleep. I forgot to set the schedule update. I apologize to the friends who are waiting for the update. Today is the third update. This book will be in the channel Battle PK in a while. I hope you can support it. I have been accumulating manuscripts for the previous PK every day recently. Hot go would go. The weather is getting colder. Everyone remember to wear long underwear. Chapter 77. It is better to talk to an older man than to accompany a boy to grow up. On the other side, Fong Chen was also shocked by Chu Linger's actions. He subconsciously shook off the girl's jade-like hand and frowned. What are you doing? I just want to see if your wound has healed. Where is it? I remember it was on the wrist. Chu Linger rolled up Fong Chen's sleeves, her little face full of guilt. It's okay. Fong Chen waved his hands, looking as if nothing had happened. When Mr. Yu used that magical massage technique last night, Fong Chen was completely shocked. When I woke up in the morning, there was only a faint mark left from the bruise on my wrist. I think it will be almost healed by tomorrow and there won't even be any trace left. Chu Linger glanced at Brother Lei, who was not far away. He kept winking at her and said in confusion, Is this guy your friend? I saw you two were talking to each other just now. A previous colleague of mine is not very smart, he is a psychopath, just ignore him. Chu Linger took a deep look in the direction of Brother Lei. Is this person Fong Chen's former colleague? Doesn't that mean Fong Chen had delivered takeout before? For a moment, the little girl became more interested in Fong Chen. However, as soon as these words came out, a look of disdain appeared on the face of the girl next to Chu Linger. Fong Chen saw Chu Linger pointing at her companions and introducing them. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is my best friend, Yang Chanqian. Hello. Fong Chen nodded at the other party subconsciously. The young girl following Chu Linger was dressed more boldly than the little girl, wearing a sexy and provocative belly-bearing outfit. In this kind of weather, he is definitely an outstanding representative who prefers style over temperature. But maybe the girls themselves are already used to it. Seeing Fong Chen greeting her, Yang Chanqian looked Fong Chen up and down, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Fong Chen's current look is holding a cup of hot milk and a few buns. He looks just like a wage earner who gets up early and rushes to work. There is nothing special about him at all. Suddenly, the woman lost interest in the latter. She looked arrogant and greeted Fong Chen indifferently, as if she had met him before. Hello. Chu Linger seemed unaware of her best friend's disdain for Fong Chen. Chen Fong, how do we get to the convention and exhibition center? Well, let's take the subway. It's a good opportunity to walk and exercise. I've been wanting to get a car for transportation recently. If it's suitable, I'll pick one up today. I had planned to buy a car for Mr. Yu before, as it was too hard for him to set up a stall in the wind and sun every day. Now I have 200 million yuan in my hands, but I haven't spent it yet. Alas, it's really too difficult to spend some money, right? Yang Chanqian exclaimed with a look of disdain on her face. Take the subway? You want me to take the subway with you? Are you sure? Linger, who is this friend of yours? Doesn't he know that today's auto show is hosted by Capital Auto King? Where are the cars for transportation? In women's minds, a means of transportation is a car that costs hundreds of thousands, or even millions of yuan. This kind of car doesn't even have a chance to appear at today's auto show. After all, this is a vehicle trade show for high-end models. As soon as these two sentences came out, Fong Chen frowned slightly. When he greeted her just now, he noticed that this woman didn't seem to be very interested in him. However, he had never expected that this person had such a good sense of superiority and started to argue right away. and the difference of opinion was just because he said he took the subway. What's wrong with taking the subway? I am now worth hundreds of millions. Don't you still like taking the subway? The subway is fast and convenient for going to some major roads in the city. Fong Chen prefers taking the subway to driving. What's more, the cost of building a subway is hundreds of billions. Is there any car that can be as expensive as a subway? Fong Chen took a deep look at young Qianqian and thought to himself, I am too lazy to argue with others so early in the morning, otherwise I will scold you until you become autistic. Fong Chen withdrew his gaze indifferently, glanced at Chu Linger, and said, What do you think? Chu Linger was in a dilemma. She actually thought that taking the subway was nothing big, but her best friend didn't seem to like it. Although I felt that young Qianqian was making a big deal out of nothing and even started with personal attacks right from the start. But he is still my friend after all. Caught in the middle, I don't know how to make a decision. But the next moment, he saw Fong Chen's gaze without any emotion. She still smiled bitterly, and said, Support the right, not the relatives. She subconsciously pulled her best friend's shoulder and immediately said, It's okay, just take the subway. I haven't taken the subway for a long time anyway. But Yang Qianqian didn't expect that Chu Linger actually agreed with Fong Chen's suggestion. He suddenly looked embarrassed and glared at Fong Chen fiercely. Shut up and said nothing. She didn't have much to say, as she had come to accompany Chu Linger to look at cars. Yang Qianqian's family can barely be considered a wealthy family. But compared to Chu Linger, the difference is not just a little bit. She became best friends with Chu Linger not to gain any benefits from the little girl, but because she had so many suitors around her. There will always be some people who, after their pursuit has failed, settle for the next best thing, right? Doesn't that mean that since I'm the closest to the girl, I'll have more opportunities? You have to know what kind of people are pursuing Chu Linger. He is a truly top-notch rich young man. If he comes up to a young girl without any family background, wouldn't that be humiliating himself? With such a huge difference in status, who would dare to come out and confess their love? Therefore, Yang Qianqian's purpose was actually just to marry a rich husband. She had been successful a few times, but those rich young men were only with her for fun. Yang Qianqian's vision is too low to be with people of that level. It's also not a good match. At most, you can get a few more benefits than dating a poor loser. But having this sweetness is enough. As many gold diggers often say, it is better to talk to an older man about your true feelings than to grow up with a boy. Although some of those young masters from wealthy families do have looks that are not presentable enough. But all in all, I don't know how many times better it is than a greasy middle-aged man. It is also for this reason that Yang Qianqian always likes to use preconceived notions to label people and give them a subjective impression when she looks at them. She didn't have any plans for Chu Linger. So Chu Linger always felt that Yang Qianqian didn't have too many utilitarian intentions when she was with her. That's why I brought her out today. Okay, since we are out shopping anyway, just think of it as taking a walk with me. Seeing that Yang Qianqian still looked unhappy, Chu Linger took the girl's arm and said with a smile. After hearing this, Yang Qianqian nodded stiffly. Okay, let's take the subway. Fong Chen saw the displeasure in the girl's eyes. Apart from the dress that his seventh sister Fong Jiran bought for him, Fong Chen didn't even have any clothes worth more than 100 yuan in his own wardrobe. A socialite like Yang Qianqian naturally looked down on him. But Fong Chen didn't care. This Yang Qianqian was basically the same as Su Qianqian, whom he had met twice last time. We are used to giving a score based on the first impression. This kind of people are not the same kind as Fong Chen. Fong Chen naturally will not be like those licking dogs who are usually played around by others and lick their hands, wagging his tail and actively kneeling down to lick them. They all entered the subway station, and along the way, Yang Qianqian didn't say another word to Fong Chen. Even because of the two sarcasm at the beginning, Yang Qianqian stood far away to avoid physical contact with Fong Chen. Fong Chen sighed, oh, girls nowadays. Chapter 78, is he a ruthless person? Chen Fong, are you also planning to buy a car? Do you have any favorite model? Chu Linger poked Fong Chen's arm. Fong Chen smiled. This little girl's actions, words, and expressions all revealed a sense of childishness. My first impression yesterday was not very good. That's why Fong Chen got angry in the end and things became unpleasant. Otherwise, they could have gotten along as friends. There was no need for a grown man to argue with a little girl. An entire night had passed and Fong Chen's anger had long since subsided. What's more, I was the one who took advantage of others last night. Fortunately, no one knew what Chu Linger was thinking about this matter in the end, and it did not reach Mr. Chu's ears. Otherwise, the good first impression I left on Mr. Chu would be completely ruined. Probably. Several car models flashed through Fong Chen's mind. His ideal brand is Volvo. First of all, its well-known safety makes Fong Chen feel that it is very suitable as a car for commuting. Come down, Ideal 1, or Mercedes-Benz V-Class. Fong Chen is also very interested in some of the household cars that can often be seen on short video platforms. But he still planned to go to the venue and take a look first. In fact, there is another reason, which is that Fong Chen doesn't know much about cars. He didn't know if there were any other cars that were both comfortable and safe, so he could only wait and see when he arrived at the venue. Chu Linger smiled. Actually, I don't know much about cars. I brought you along because I hope you can give me some advice. Then you will probably be disappointed. I don't actually know much about cars. Fong Chen touched the tip of his nose and said angrily. This is also the truth, so there is no hesitation in saying it. Pretending to know something when you don't is the most stupid thing, right? Fong Chen has barely driven many cars, so how much can he know? Chu Linger was slightly stunned. Fong Joran was a well-known luxury car enthusiast. He had countless supercars and various top-level sedans at home. Her boyfriend doesn't like cars? On the side, Yang Chanxian, who heard the conversation between the two, immediately spoke sarcastically. Pfft, Linger, have you forgotten that today's auto show is organized by the king of cars, and all the cars on the show are worth more than $500,000? I guess this guy has never even touched the steering wheel of such an expensive car? How could such a person possibly understand? Chaoyang Metro Station is the first station of the Imperial Capital Metro. Those who can live in this area are basically migrant workers coming to the capital from other places. Naturally, Yang Chanxian would not think that Fong Chen's family is very wealthy. Not to mention, Fong Chen had previously personally admitted that a delivery boy was his colleague. Doesn't that mean that this guy is also just a delivery boy? In other words, even if you are not a delivery man now and have changed your career, how great can that be? How could such a person be qualified to be friends with Chu Linger? Funny, right? Chanshan Chu Linger frowned slightly. My best friend does sometimes speak in a way that is a bit contemptuous. Although Chu Linger has only known Fong Chen for a short time, how could she say that the latter could not afford the car at today's trade show? That's really a joke. Fong Jiran himself has countless luxury cars. His boyfriend got his father Chu Xing his brand name card, which means he was recognized by Truman in disguise. Can't you even come up with enough money to buy a car? Wouldn't that make my father's approval seem too cheap? Fong Chen shrugged indifferently. Perhaps he had not left any deep impression on Yang Chanxian since they first met. It's normal to look down on yourself. Oof. Yang Chanxian looked at Fong Chen and turned her head away with disdain. Obviously, he is still unhappy about the initial disagreement. Fong Chen was too lazy to argue with her and never showed off his wealth. He didn't want to be like Tang Guangliang and his group of second-generation rich kids in the capital, who would write about how rich they were on their online names for no reason. Speaking of which, there should be someone among Tang Guangliang's second generation who knows a lot about cars. Thinking of this, Fong Chen took out his phone and subconsciously sent a message to the Imperial Capital's second-generation group. Is anyone at the auto show today? I don't know much about cars. I hope a friend who knows about cars can introduce them to me later. Fong Chen had almost just sent the message. There are several replies. A guy named Qin Yu sent a message directly. Young Master Fong, I am the organizer of today's auto show. I'll add you on WeChat, please approve it for me. Except for the 3 top luxury cars in today's auto show, you can drive away any car you like. Giving face like this? Just drive away something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? After Qin Yu passed the test, Fong Chen felt more confident, so he subconsciously said to Chu Linger. I just added a friend who should know a lot about cars. I'll introduce him to you later. Yang Chanxian turned her head and glanced at Fong Chen, smiling contemptuously, but did not mock him again. In her opinion, Fong Chen's so-called friends who understand cars are just a group of keyboard car gurus who are not presentable. What does this kind of person know about cars? Just then, the subway slowly drove into KG Road. Large stations like this have a large flow of people. A large number of passengers crowded in at once. The space for Fong Chen to stand was greatly reduced. Xiao Linger was petite and could easily be stepped on because of the crowd. The girl pouted her lips and looked distressed. Fang Chen saw the scene and smiled slightly. Stand here. Fang Chen put his hands on the corner of the subway and squeezed out a small triangular space. Chu Linger's little face suddenly lit up with a smile. Hey, thank you Chen Feng. The subway started again, and the next stop was their destination. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out, directly attracting the attention of most of the passengers in the entire car. Ah! Catch the thief! Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this voice. This sounds like the voice of your best friend. When I got on the subway just now, I kept my distance from Fang Chen in order to draw a clear line between myself and him. Yang Qianxian didn't stand too close to the two of them. As many passengers squeezed in from the previous stop, even Fang Chen couldn't see Yang Qianxian because of his height. Looking back, I could just barely see the crowds of people. A trace of worry flashed across Chu Linger's delicate little face, and she subconsciously said, "It seems so. Has she encountered some danger? I'll go and take a look." Fang Chen spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. On the other side, Yang Qianxian stared at a short man with an angry face. People around her were pointing and talking, making Yang Qianxian's face turn red and she wanted to crawl into the ground. "Little girl, please don't slander me." The short and wretched man's gaze fell on Yang Qianxian's voluptuous chest, and his eyes were slightly heated as he looked at the latter's sexy outfit. This look made Yang Qianxian very uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth and said, "You clearly stole my phone, why are you slandering me? You followed me as soon as I got in the car, so my phone must have been taken by you." Puff. The short, wretched man sneered and said, "Ha, you said I stole your phone, you should provide evidence. Since you insist on saying that I stole your phone, then you should produce evidence. Otherwise, we brothers will not just let it go like this." As soon as he finished speaking, several other men around him also gathered around. Obviously they were in the same group. Gang crime? This scared Yang Qianxian to death. She had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment she cursed Fang Chen in her heart. If Fang Chen hadn't insisted on taking the subway, how could she have encountered such bad luck? A voice suddenly sounded. "Hello, what's your cell phone number?" The short, wretched man obviously didn't expect someone to meddle in other people's business. He was immediately unhappy and turned his head to glance at the person who came and threatened. "Boy, I advise you not to get involved in this matter, otherwise, you will suffer the consequences." As soon as Yang Qianxian saw Fang Chen, her expression suddenly became even uglier. In her heart, she now completely attributed the bad luck she had encountered to Fang Chen. She was full of fear towards the thieves and resentment towards Fang Chen. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Fang Chen could also sense that Yang Qianxian disliked him. But if it weren't for the fact that they all came out together, Fang Chen wouldn't bother to take care of her mess. "Damn it, you don't understand what I'm saying to you, right?" When the short and wretched man heard what Fang Chen meant, he seemed determined to take care of the matter to the end, and he immediately threatened him twice in displeasure. Fang Chen glanced at the latter indifferently. "Who are you thinking of as your father?" "Shut up. They are a group of people. Why are you yelling at them? Do you have a brain?" Yang Qianxian saw that Fang Chen actually started to argue with this group of thugs. Suddenly, an unknown fire arose in my heart. If it weren't for this bastard, would my phone have been stolen? If it weren't for this bastard, would I be threatened? As long as I didn't take the subway in the first place, wouldn't there be no problem? It's all this guy's fault. Yang Qianxian was filled with resentment towards Fang Chen. Now, seeing that the latter was actually fighting with a group of thugs, she was afraid that Fang Chen's few words would anger this group of people. "Get yourself into more trouble. You little bastard, do you believe that I can destroy you?" Fang Chen glanced at the short man expressionlessly. "Then you can come and try it." Yang Qianxian's face turned pale. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Can't you see the situation clearly? The other side has a large group of people, can you afford to provoke them alone? Now, it seems that this group of people has been completely enraged. As Fang Chen finished speaking, the next moment, a yellow-haired man turned his head and looked while cursing. "Damn it, you deserve to be chopped off. I want to see who is so arrogant. Ah, it's you." However, the moment he saw Fang Chen's appearance clearly, the expression on his face suddenly froze. There was a hint of a smile on Fang Chen's lips. This yellow-haired man had met Fang Chen once before. This guy was present when Lin Ranran cruelly kidnapped Xiu Yueping. Fang Chen saw that there was an old acquaintance, and his smile became even wider. Oh, you can't do robbery anymore, so you switched to stealing? Huang Mao's face looked gloomy. This person is someone that even the Black Dragon Society's Prince Lu cannot afford to offend. How come stealing a cell phone could implicate him? Fuck you, what are you talking about? You little bastard, do you believe that I will not make sure you see the sun tomorrow? The short man rolled up his sleeves, and it looked like he was ready to fight with Fang Chen. Yang Qianqian gritted her teeth and glanced at Fang Chen sarcastically. I told you to act cool, now you're done for, right? You're done for. These people don't look like good people, they definitely won't let it go. Idiot. Reckless man. However, the development of the plot obviously did not go in the direction that Yang Qianqian expected. The short man had just finished speaking. Fuck, the yellow-haired man cursed angrily. Bang! He flipped his hand and slapped him in the face. Shut up! The slap stunned the short and wretched man. Brother Huang Mao, why are you hitting me? Yang Qianqian was also stunned. Why did this group of thugs suddenly start an internal conflict? The yellow-haired man glared at him coldly and said, if you say one more word of nonsense, I will throw you directly onto the Lijiang Bridge to feed the fish. Do you believe it? After saying that, he turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a flattering manner. Brother, I didn't know this was your friend's cell phone, hurry up and take it out. The short man took out Yang Qianqian's iPhone 12 with a confused look on his face. Fang Chen glanced at the short man with a playful look. Facing Fang Chen's gaze, the latter was very unhappy, but he had to obey the orders of the yellow-haired brother. Yang Qianqian took back her phone, her pretty face full of surprise and confusion. Could this kid be some ruthless person? Otherwise, how could the yellow-haired guy, who obviously didn't seem to be a good person, be made to surrender? Chapter 79, Chen Yaoxing. Chen Feng, let's get off the car. Chu Linger also walked towards this direction at this time. Just now, Yang Qianqian's cell phone was stolen. This place seems a bit empty. Huang Mao was even more surprised when he saw Chu Linger. Chu, Miss Chu? Hello, I met our Prince Lu at your birthday party last year. Although Huang Mao is just a small follower, he is deeply liked by Lu Mingqi. He also accompanied Prince Lu to meet some big shots in upper society. Prince Lu? The one from the Black Dragon Society? A hint of confusion crossed Chu Linger's face, and it took her a while to remember who Prince Lu was. Yang Qianqian saw this scene. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and then he seemed to have figured out his previous doubts, and looked at Fang Chen with contempt. In her opinion, the fact that the yellow-haired guy returned his phone obediently had nothing to do with Fang Chen. The reason was that this guy recognized Chu Linger. This is not difficult to understand. As the manager of commercial activities, Truman is qualified to control all forces, big and small, in the entire imperial capital. Who knows, maybe someone could know the girl. It must be because this yellow-haired guy recognized Chu Linger just now, so he obediently returned his phone. I almost thought that this kid had some background. When Yang Qianqian thought of this, she looked down on Fang Chen even more, thinking that he was pretending to be so arrogant by relying on Chu Linger's name. He is just taking advantage of the tiger's might. Seeing that Chu Linger actually still remembered Prince Lu, Huang Mao nodded with joy on his face and said, Yes, it is Prince Lu of the Black Dragon Society. Then, the yellow-haired man glanced at Fang Chen and Chu Linger with a look of awe on his face. He didn't expect that going out on the subway to steal a cell phone would lead to the appearance of two big shots, Master Fang and Miss Chu. Are all the big guys nowadays so low-key? Why don't you take your luxury car and instead take the subway? Huang Mao was shocked, but secretly made up his mind. I must not steal on the subway in the future, otherwise if I provoke someone I can't afford to offend, it will cause a lot of trouble for the Black Dragon Society. Before, it was because he colluded with Lin Ranran to kidnap Xiao Yueping. Prince Lu was furious afterwards and turned him from a popular figure into an ordinary henchman. Otherwise, he would not have done such a shameless thing as stealing. Fang Chen glanced at Huang Mao and the others calmly and said, Okay, get out of here now, and don't let me see you doing bad things again, otherwise I will definitely send you to jail for tea next time. The yellow-haired man nodded and bowed quickly in response. Yang Qianqian had a bit of contempt in her eyes, and thought to herself, You are pretending to be cool under the name of Xiao Linger, and you still have the nerve to say such harsh words? If Xiao Linger hadn't been here today, not only would I not be able to get my phone back, I'm afraid you're going to get a severe beating. How dare you be so arrogant and talk nonsense? Shameless. Yang Qianxian's impression of Fang Chen plummeted again, and she looked down on the ladder even more. Fang Chen had no idea what young Qianxian was thinking, otherwise he would have just said, "You are indeed a dog that looks down on people." I looked down at my phone and saw a message. It was Qin Yu. "Young Master Fang, will you come alone later? I will arrange someone to welcome you." No need? Fang Chen didn't want to make it so exaggerated, so he sent someone to welcome him? "I'm just going to look at a car, is there any need to make such a big fuss about it?" "It's okay. You still have to give me face. Just send me a message when you come." "Okay then, but I guess you haven't seen me. Chu Linger and I came here together. When the time comes, you can just ask your people to find this little girl." Fang Chen replied and put the phone in his pocket. After exiting the subway station, Chu Linger pulled Fang Chen straight towards the Imperial Capital International Convention and Exhibition Center. Along the way, the little girl kept making sweet sounds in his ears. Yang Qianxian lowered her head to look at her phone, apparently texting someone. When they were almost at the exhibition center, Yang Qianxian's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "Linger, wait for me, a friend of mine happens to be here, let's go in and have a look together." Chu Linger was slightly stunned, and first glanced at Fang Chen, who nodded indifferently. After obtaining Fang Chen's consent, the girl said, "All right." A moment later, a handsome man walked over to Yang Qianxian. He was wearing all designer clothes, with his Versace belt sticking out. A pair of Armani leather shoes shows luxury, and a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. But the next moment, the corners of Fang Chen's mouth twitched wildly. This guy had 3 car keys on his waist. Fang Chen recognized 2 of them. At first glance, Fang Chen could naturally recognize the Mercedes-Benz car keys. The other one seems to be a BMW car key. Fang Chen didn't recognize the last car, but he thought it wasn't a cheap car. Do rich people these days like to have the word rich written on their faces? The man walked in front of Chu Linger, and Yang Qianxian hurriedly pulled Chu Linger to introduce him. "Linger, I think you must have heard of this person, he is Chen Yaoxing from Huamei Entertainment Media." Huamei Entertainment Media? Chen Yaoxing? Why does this guy's name sound so familiar? Fang Chen was slightly stunned, and then he remembered the guy named Chen Yaodong whom he met outside the banquet venue last night. I guess these 2 people must be related by blood, right? Chen Yaoxing smiled and greeted Chu Linger. "Hello, Miss Chu. I've long heard of you." Although Chu Linger also hated dealing with those rich second-generation young men who liked to flatter and please, she still had to save face. So I said hello. Yang Qianxian began to introduce Chen Yaoxing with all her might. "Linger, you may not know this Chen Yaoxing. He had been studying abroad before and actually just came back recently. Do you know the recent popular movie produced by Huamei Entertainment Media? It was produced by him. Clam? A filmmaker? A director, perhaps? Director?" Chu Linger seemed to be interested in this profession as well, and glanced up and down at Chen Yaoxing with her bright eyes. Chen Yaoxing said modestly, No, it's not as exaggerated as Miss Qianxian said. I just participated in the filming of the recently popular You Are My Heart. I am responsible for the directing and script, and the rest is the credit of my colleagues. Oh. By the way, who is this brother? Chen Yaoxing noticed Fang Chen at first sight, but there was nothing else to talk about at the moment, so he waited for Yang Qianxian to introduce the latter to him. Yang Qianxian glanced at Fang Chen with contempt, and then said indifferently, "Him. A friend brought by Linger, just ignore him." The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up wildly. "I guess you, little girl, don't even know my name? At least you should let Xiao Linger introduce it to me. Otherwise, where would I put my fucking face? Do you really think our young master is just a passerby?" Chu Linger noticed Fang Chen's embarrassed expression and covered her mouth with her hands. Could this bad guy also behave like this? Pfft, he chuckled. Chu Linger still introduced Chen Yaoxing a few words. "This is my friend, Chen Fang." Chu Linger had no idea where Fang Chen worked or what he did. All she knew was that he was Fang Jiran's boyfriend. So it is not that I deliberately downplay the latter. However, this simple introduction seemed a little insignificant in the eyes of others. So Chen Yaoxing also ignored Fang Chen. He also met Yang Qianxian through a friend's introduction. He knew that this girl had a good relationship with Chu Linger, so he was able to get in touch with the little girl. Only then did I contact the former. I just came back from abroad and I feel like my horizons have been broadened a lot. Originally, he just wanted to get close to Chu Linger. After all, she was a little cash cow. If he got close to the latter, it was unknown whether Chen Yaoxing would get any benefits. Even the entire Huamei entertainment media will benefit greatly. As a result, when we met for the first time just now, Chu Ling's childish face was matched with her pure and lovely delicate face. It made Chen Yaoxing's eyes light up. He felt his heart moved. At that moment, I made up my mind to take this opportunity to perform well today. So, throughout the rest of the journey, Chen Yaoxing kept chatting, with Yang Chanxian cooperating with him. To outsiders, it seemed that the three of them were chatting enthusiastically, while Fang Chen was neglected. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you don't know about cars. I joined a group for the second generation of the capital these 2 days. It's full of men from the capital's upper society. I heard that today's organizer, Che Huang, seems to be a member of the group. At that time we can ask the king of cars to come out and introduce to us the performance and price of each car. I believe it should be very comprehensive. Chen Yaodong said with a proud look on his face. P.S. We will continue to urge for more chapters this month. If there are more than 200 words, we will add one more chapter. There will be 2 chapters every day. We have promised the editor that we will update 200,000 words this month. It depends on how hard you urge. Chapter 80, benefiting from his help? With Yang Chanxian's level, she couldn't get involved in this kind of high-end circle. When the girl heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up with stars. Wow! I've heard about the second-generation circle in the capital before, but Mr. Chen, you've just returned and you've already mingled with the capital's upper class. Your network is really extensive, isn't it? Although the second-generation circle including Tang Guangliang and others are extremely afraid of Chu Linger. But that was just because he was afraid of Mr. Chu behind him. Chu Linger has considerable personal assets, but to be honest, she doesn't have many friends in the second-generation circle whom she really knows well. She turned her head and glanced at Fang Chen beside her. This guy should be from the second-generation circle of the imperial capital, right? I just don't know how it's going. I think, as Jiu Ran's sister's boyfriend, his status in the second-generation circle of the capital must be quite high, right? After all, Chu Linger saw it with her own eyes yesterday. Fang Chen called Tang Guangliang and others to personally help him deal with Chen Yaodong. When he was about to reach the entrance of the venue, Chen Yaoxing looked down at his mobile phone and said, "Hey, young Master Fang is here too." The next moment, Fang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated, and Fang Chen was at Ed in the group. When I clicked on it, I saw a guy named the second young master of the Chen family. Young Master Fang, I'm at the entrance of the auto show, do you want to come with me? Brother Yaoxing, who are you messaging? Yang Chanxian asked subconsciously. Chen Yaoxing shook his phone, looking very proud and pretending to be calm and nonchalant. Oh, a friend in the imperial capital second-generation group, seems to be Fang Jiran's younger brother, the young master of the Fang family. I saw that he seemed to be also at the auto show, so I was thinking of finding an opportunity to get to know him. Fang Chen immediately looked at Chen Yaoxing beside him with a strange look on his face. This guy was fiddling with his mobile phone at the moment. Damn, are you chatting in the group? His Fang Chen took a breath of cold air. Damn, it's confirmed. It seems that the second young master of the Chen family who is sending me messages in this group is Chen Yaoxing. Young Master Fang? Yang Chanxian had obviously also heard of young Master Fang's heroic deeds. Spend a fortune to buy love even, giving the eldest son of the Lin family a slap in the face. The Lin family, one of the 4 great families, doesn't even dare to fart. Yang Chanxian immediately revealed an expression of admiration. Fang Jiran's younger brother. Someone of young Master Fang's level should have already reached the pinnacle of the imperial capital's wealthy circle, right? I didn't expect that young Master Fang would also attend the auto show today. Chu Linger was slightly stunned when she heard the words young Master Fang. She thought she had a very good relationship with Fang Jiran. But why have I never heard of a person like young Master Fang? With a look of surprise on her face, she poked Fang Chen who was standing beside her and said, "Hey, does Sister Jiran have a younger brother?" Fang Chen gave her a strange look. I was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to explain it to her. Do I have to tell you that young Master Fang is right in front of you? When Yang Chanxian saw this scene, a look of disdain appeared on her face. Looking at Fang Chen's dumbfounded expression, he subconsciously thought that this kid must have never heard of young Master Fang. Humph, I think so. This guy is just a worker who lives near Chaoyang subway station. although I don't know why I became Xiao Linger as friend. But Yang Chanxian is well aware of her best friend's carefree personality, and perhaps cross-level socializing is unlikely to happen to other people. But if it happened to Xiao Linger, it would be a very normal thing, so he said. Linger, why are you asking him? How could he know about young Master Fong? Then, Yang Chanxian showed off her knowledge. He introduced Fong Chen's deeds to Chu Linger with some exaggeration. The real person is right here. Listening to others introducing their own stories, Fong Chen's old face suddenly turned red, and he felt inexplicably embarrassed. Especially when Yang Chanxian actually showed an expression of admiration. It seems that he particularly appreciates the legendary young master Zhong Fong's lavish spending and high-spirited behavior. In fact, when I do many things, I don't think too much about them. Sometimes it is just for the sake of pride. But in the eyes of others, a lot of theories were analyzed out. So, in order to let Lin Shengxiao see what it means to look down on others, I directly made a generous move and bought Lin Shengxiao's store. Fong Chen himself couldn't bear to listen to it anymore. I have so much inner drama? Isn't it just buying a jewelry store? Why are you making such a fuss about it? Interesting. I always feel that Sister Jiran's brother is a very interesting person. A hint of interest flashed across Chu Linger's face. Ahem. Fong Chen coughed twice and touched his nose angrily. The young Master Fong you are talking about is right in front of you. At this time, Chen Yaoxing suddenly jumped out and said pretentiously. It's okay, young Master Fong and I are in the same group. I can introduce you to each other later. Anyway, young Master Fong happens to be at the auto show today. He had also heard about Fong Chen's heroic deeds, in which he slapped the faces of the direct descendants of the 4 great families. How much energy does that require? They are definitely the few people standing at the top of the circle of wealthy young men in the entire imperial capital. After hearing what Chen Yaoxing said, Yang Chanxian said excitedly. That's great. When I was about to enter the venue, a salesman in a suit suddenly walked towards me. Hello, are you Miss Chu? The salesperson smiled politely and asked Chu Linger. Seeing the girl nodded with confusion on her face, the salesperson continued directly. Please confirm your identity. Next, I will accompany you throughout the whole process of looking at cars, selecting cars, and test driving them. The King of Cars has already informed us. Today, if you or your friends need to order a car, you can pick it up directly without paying any money, except for the 3 great cars that have already been reserved. When the salesperson finished speaking, except Fong Chen, the other 3 were all slightly stunned. Chu Linger was even more confused. Can I take it away without paying? But I don't know your boss. It's okay, our boss has already said hello, come with me. The salesperson smiled slightly. Although he didn't know why the boss said that, his task was just to serve the 4 people in front of him well. The task that Che Huang gave him was very simple. The original words were, do you know Miss Chu Linger, the apple of Mr. Chu's eye? When you see Miss Chu Linger later, tell her that whatever car they like today is on my head. I gave it to them, and you don't have to worry about the rest. In order to make friends with young Master Fong, Che Huang spent a lot of money. Yang Chanxian saw that the surprised expression on Chu Linger's face did not seem fake, and asked doubtfully. Linger, could it be that your father has greeted their boss? Otherwise, why would this salesperson be so enthusiastic? I don't know either. But it shouldn't be my father. He never accepts gifts from anyone. If he had informed me in advance, he would definitely tell me. Chu Linger's face was also filled with doubt. The next moment, Yang Chanxian showed a look of relief and slapped her thigh violently. It must be like this. Ah. I understand. It seems that this must be the person arranged by Mr. Chen Yaoxing. In Yang Chanxian's heart, Chen Yaoxing is also a young master from a wealthy family. What's more, we are all members of the 2nd generation circle in the capital. Isn't it a piece of cake to take care of this kind of thing? He himself just mentioned that he could ask the King of Cars to come out and introduce the cost-effectiveness of each car. So subconsciously, I blamed all this on Chen Yaoxing. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yaoxing was slightly stunned and said to himself, could it be that the King of Cars already knew in advance that I would come to the auto show? Otherwise, why would this guy be so enthusiastic in arranging people to receive us? He naively thought that he could make Che Huang work hard to please him by relying on his identity as the young master of Huamei Entertainment Media. For a moment, I was filled with pride. I didn't expect that I had become so famous among the 2nd generation circles in the imperial capital. Chu Linger said directly with a smile. Mr. Chen is worthy of being a returnee. He has a great network of contacts. Hearing Chu Linger's words, Chen Yaoxing controlled his facial expression, pretending to be calm and waved his hand. It's just a small matter, don't be polite to me. I felt extremely proud in my heart. It seems that because Che Huang called a salesperson to arrange for himself and others, he actually left a good impression on Chu Linger. Suddenly he felt that he had hope in pursuing the girl. Originally, he came here to buy a car today, and asked his family for enough capital, with a bank card containing 20 million yuan. As a result, God knows what went wrong with the king of cars? He actually wanted to give his group a car for free? Anyway, you might as well take it. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you'd be a bastard. I can still save the 20 million. Fang Chen watched coldly from the side, and when he saw Chen Yaoxing agreed shamelessly, a half smile appeared on his face. Yang Qianqian actually has several favorite car models. However, the budget was not sufficient. However, because young Master Chen Yaoxing had informed the Car King in advance, his group could drive away a car each without spending any money. Thinking of this, Yang Qianqian's heart was filled with joy. She blamed everything entirely on Chen Yaoxing, and secretly decided to help Chen Yaoxing bring him together with Chu Linger. But when she saw Fang Chen's weird expression, she snorted subconsciously. What are you laughing at? Why don't you thank Mr. Chen Yaoxing? Today, because of Mr. Chen's companionship, you can also pick up a car from the venue and take it back. Chen Yaoxing glanced at Fang Chen and smiled. It's okay, we all came here together. There's no need to be too grateful to me. After all, it's just a car and it's not worth much money. Fang Chen almost laughed to death. I told you you're fat and you're still panting. You don't even know how to agree to it. The king of cars probably doesn't even know who you, Chen Yaoxing, are. Fang Chen could naturally see that the king of cars was trying to make friends with him, but since he had to take advantage of others, he would be indebted to them, so Fang Chen had no intention of getting anything for free. Otherwise, I will inevitably owe Che Huang a favor. No need, it's the car I like, so I can just pay for it myself. Tisk. Yang Qianqian was furious when she saw Fang Chen's indifferent expression. Look at you, it's okay for you to let a woman back you up and go and show off with those gangsters. Now that he has clearly gained such a huge advantage, he still doesn't know how to be grateful and is still bragging here. There wasn't even a car under $500,000 at the auto show today. I want to see how a plain-looking guy living in a village in the city can pick up a car here. Chapter 81, Car Model Su Qianqian. Chu Linger tried to smooth things over. Okay, let's go. Will Chen Fang be short of money? How is that possible? But Chu Linger didn't know how to explain it to her best friend, so she just kept silent. I followed the salesperson into the venue. Coincidentally, at this moment, Fang Chen's phone vibrated again. He looked down and saw that it was Qin Yu who sent him a message. Young Master Fang, has the person I arranged picked you up? Got it. That's good. Fang Chen is not a stupid man. He immediately figured it out. This Qin Yu should be the car king that Yang Qianqian and the others mentioned. We also chatted a bit on the way to the sales. Does anyone have an ideal car model that you like? Chen Yaoxing was already feeling a little proud, not to mention Chu Linger was beside him, so he wanted to show off his strength. I heard that you were going to exhibit 3 great cars at your auto show today? I feel good about the Ferrari LaFerrari. Cough cough, the salesperson coughed twice awkwardly. I'm sorry, sir. These 3 amazing cars have actually been reserved. To reserve one of these amazing cars, you need to pay a large deposit to our boss in advance. This Ferrari LaFerrari that you like is actually a car that our boss intends to give away. So I'm really a little embarrassed. Chen Yaoxing is just talking. Although the magic car is good, you have to be able to afford it. This kind of car is generally difficult to get in China. The king of cars is worthy of being called the king of cars. They even have channels for discontinued legendary cars like the Ferrari LaFerrari. If it were an ordinary car dealer, it would probably be difficult to get a 918. All right. Ferrari LaFerrari? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. He remembered that when he first met his 7th sister Fang Jiran, the woman seemed to have crashed a LaFerrari just to support him. This magical car can be used as a bumper car. I'm afraid only my 7th sister is so generous. Chu Linger seemed very interested in the magical cars. Can I go and see those magical cars? Sure. The salesperson smiled slightly and said that the 3 cars that had been reserved today could be displayed here for exhibition, and the consent of the prospective owners had also been obtained. You can visit it, of course. After entering the exhibition hall, Fangchen felt truly dazzled. All kinds of luxury cars are displayed in the Imperial City Exhibition Center. Although the decoration of this venue is not as luxurious as the Tianxi Mingyue that I saw yesterday, Tianxi Mingyue is a consumption and dining place for the upper class. The decoration is more upscale, naturally to enhance the level of luxury. There are also some other exhibitions in the Convention and Exhibition Center on weekdays. It is impossible that it is only open to the upper class. It is normal for the decoration to be simple. After all, the protagonists of the auto show are those famous cars and car models. Along the way, the sales guy tried his best to introduce the advantages and disadvantages of each car, as well as the cost-effectiveness to the 4 people. Do your job conscientiously. At this time, Fangchen and his friends passed by a Mercedes-Benz exhibition area, and suddenly saw a familiar person. Is it her? Fangchen spoke subconsciously, and saw Fangchen staring straight at a car model. This immediately attracted the contemptuous looks of the 2 people next to him, especially Yang Qianqian, who had a sarcastic look on her face. Are you here to see the cars or the car models? Fangchen frowned. My looking at the car models doesn't seem to affect your looking at the cars, right? Yang Qianqian's repeated provocations made Fangchen very angry. Chen Yaoxing patted Fangchen on the shoulder. My brother, at least you came in with me, and I am considered a figure in the upper class of the imperial capital. Your behavior is not only embarrassing yourself, but also discrediting me and Miss Chu Linger in disguise. After all, outsiders don't know you, but they may recognize me and Miss Chu. When that happens, they will definitely involve us in their pointing and talking. He. Lose your people? Fangchen was confused. I'm going to slap you in the face so you can face reality. If it weren't for the fact that the King of Cars is trying to curry favor with me, who would care about you? Suddenly, a young car model with a nice figure came forward. Chen Yaoxing originally wanted to teach Fangchen a lesson. I saw a good-looking car model walking over. I was stunned for a moment, and a smile broke out on the car model's face with delicate light makeup. What a coincidence! Chen Yaoxing was stunned. Could it be that this girl recognized him? For a moment, his self-confidence swelled, and he glanced at Fangchen with contempt. Just now, along the way, Chu Linger had intentionally or unintentionally taken the initiative to talk to Fangchen. This made young Master Chen extremely unhappy. He even went so far as to secretly find young Qianqian and ask about Fangchen's background. When I heard that the latter used to be a delivery man and currently lives in Chaoyang district, where migrant workers gather. The latter are classified as a group of people who want to climb up the social ladder and curry favor with Chu Linger to get some benefits. This car model was the girl who made Fangchen stop and stare in amazement just now. Chen Yaoxing couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Did you see that? Boy, the girl who made you crazy is now actively chatting with me. You didn't expect that, haha. He subconsciously raised his hand towards the car model girl, and Fangchen looked at the latter speechlessly. Doesn't this guy have a very good opinion of himself? The next moment, something embarrassing happened. Chen Yaoxing raised his hands in the air, but the car model girl ignored him and walked straight past him. After taking 2 steps towards Fangchen, the car model waved her hand. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. With Chen Yaoxing's confused expression, the car model girl stopped in front of Fangchen and said, After the last interview, I also stayed in your company, he. Stayed in our company? When Fangchen heard the girl's words, he was slightly stunned. Su Qianqian nodded. Yes, I think I do have some problems understanding the position of assistant to the general manager, so I interviewed for the assistant position in the marketing department. Congratulations. It looked like Su Qianqian was obviously pleased. However, the 2 of them were not very familiar with each other, especially the first impression that Su Qianqian gave Fangchen was not very good. Fangchen said a few words casually and ended the topic. Turning his head, he saw Chen Yaoxing snorting with displeasure on his face. Obviously, he thought Su Qianqian came to chat with him. It turned out that the other person came to look for Fangchen, which made him very embarrassed. Isn't it just knowing a car model? What's the big deal? Yang Qianqian had always been trying to please Chen Yaoxing in her words, and now seeing that the latter was unhappy, she immediately spoke up to help him. Hearing this, Chen Yaoxing's embarrassed expression eased a little. Fangchen looked innocent. I didn't say anything great about knowing a car model. Besides, it is you, Chen Yaoxing, who feels good about yourself. If I tell you now, the sales guy in front of you is so respectful to you entirely because of me. Wouldn't your jaw drop? Fang Chen was too lazy to bother with Chen Yaoxing. Instead, Zhu Linger waved her little fist at Fang Chen with a half smile and mouthed, "I'm going to tell Sister Jiran about your philandering." Fang Chen burst out laughing, this little girl. If Zhu Linger told Seventh Sister that she was having an affair, who knows how happy Fang Jiran would be. After all, the latter seemed eager to hold his nephew. Chapter 82, Bugatti Qilong. Just then, a cool sports car caught Fang Chen's attention. This is the Bugatti Chiron, one of the 3 legendary cars on display today. When the sales guy saw Fang Chen's expression, he immediately smiled and introduced him. Zhu Linger also showed great interest in the Red Dragon. "Can I take it for a test drive?" "Sure." The sales guy received instructions from the car king today. He just needed to serve the 4 people in front of him well. Zhu Linger just wanted to give it a try anyway. The cars are exhibited for people to appreciate. Although test driving is a bit troublesome, the car king can promise to give them the car. I guess there shouldn't be any problem in letting them test drive the car. So the sales guy took Zhu Linger and the others to the side to start the test drive procedures. Of course, they had to print out their driver's license first. Although Zhu Linger looked cute and lovely, the little girl was actually over 18 years old. With a driver's license, of course. "Okay, Miss Chu, come here." The sales guy went through the paperwork for Zhu Linger, asked for the car keys, and took the girl into the Bugatti Chiron. He planned to drive the car himself first and then give it to the girl to experience. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly came over. A group of people were arrogant and aggressive. "Hey, let my brother test drive this car first." Zhu Linger immediately became unhappy when she sat in the car. "Who are you? Don't you know you have to queue? Who are we?" "Ha ha." The leading man in sunglasses sneered disdainfully. "Have you heard of the Long family in Beijing?" One of the men sneered and spoke. Suddenly, the atmosphere froze. The Long family in the capital was in existence superior to ordinary aristocratic families. Even the 4 great families in Beijing, the Yu family, the Li family. Compared with the Long family in Beijing, they are not even a little bit inferior. Once the name came out, even Yang Qianqian, who had been pretending to be cool, fell silent. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly spoke lightly. "Hey, is the Long family in Beijing so awesome? Make way quickly and line up, don't force me to cut you down. What the hell is this Beijing Long family? No matter how awesome you are, can you be more awesome than Mr. Chu?" If this group of people recognized Zhu Linger, they would definitely not dare to speak like this in front of the girl. Although, for many people, Zhu Linger is just a stepping stone for them to take the opportunity to please Mr. Chu. The little girl herself is not enough evidence. However, if the latter is really provoked, would Mr. Chu, as a father, just stand by and watch? Fang Chen's rogue-like attitude immediately made Zhu Linger burst out laughing. Puff. Doesn't this guy know the background of the Long family in Beijing? That's a background that is no less than that of the smiling tiger Lu Changqing. But Zhu Linger changed her mind and realized that Chen Fang didn't even give face to Lu Changqing, so what were a few side branches of the Long family in Beijing? Yes, Zhu Linger recognized at a glance that the people in front of her were not direct descendants of the Long family. The reason for this judgment is actually very simple. Zhu Linger herself has followed her father and witnessed many big scenes. The direct bloodline descendants of the so-called 4 major families in the capital have basically met each other once. Maybe the girl doesn't have to remember them. But there is absolutely no way that the other party does not know the precious daughter of this tycoon who has a huge influence in the Northwest business world. Thinking about it this way, the other party was able to jump out and take the initiative to provoke obviously because he didn't know Zhu Linger. Then, if they were placed in the Long family, they would naturally not be considered as any great people. Chen Yaoxing also didn't know the background of the Long family in Beijing. However, when he saw Zhu Linger burst into laughter because of Fang Chen's simple 2 words, he immediately felt that a good opportunity for him to show off had come, so he quickly spoke. "What a bullshit Beijing Long family, I'm still from Huamei Entertainment Media." His words were insulting in nature, and he even named Huamei Entertainment Media as his own company. It seems that he wants to threaten the other party through his own background. The group of people were already unhappy with what Fang Chen had just said. Now I heard that a small person from Huamei Entertainment Media had just provoked me. Suddenly he was furious. You know, compared with transcendent forces like the Truman family or the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the Long family in the capital is not a behemoth. But if it is placed in front of a small company like Huame Entertainment Media, it is still a bird's eye view. A small person like Huame Entertainment Media dares to provoke us? Maybe you don't know how to write the word death? The leading man in sunglasses didn't tolerate Chen Yaoxing at all and slapped him in the face. Snap. This slap stunned Chen Yaoxing. What the hell, you idiot? Do you think a mere Huame Entertainment Media can protect you? Damn it, you dare to insult our Beijing Long family. I think you are tired of living, right? After being slapped, Chen Yaoxing immediately became much more obedient. This kid is just a useless piece of shit, good looking but useless. If he were to fight with a group of people on the other side, he would definitely not dare to do it. The leading man then noticed the two women in front of Fang Chen and Chen Yaoxing. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Fuck. One is mature and charming, the other has a baby face and a huge dick, they are simply the best. His eyeballs rolled around under his sunglasses. If these two women stay and sleep with us today, then the matter will be over. Otherwise, I will blame you two for insulting my Long family. There is no way this matter can be resolved peacefully. The leading man in sunglasses snorted coldly and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fang Chen frowned. Are these guys going to get serious right away? Why are you so arrogant in your words? The forces from the capital city are just like dragons crossing the river when they come to the imperial capital. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Is it really okay to be so arrogant in this small piece of land in the imperial capital? The leading man in sunglasses glanced at the sexy young Qianqian with a lewd smile, not hiding the greed in his eyes. Chen Yaoxing gritted his teeth. What a bunch of bastards. After being slapped, his mind became clearer. The other party can be so arrogant and domineering, obviously he has a powerful backer. Everyone, don't think that no one in the imperial capital can afford to provoke you. Give me, Chen Yaoxing, some face. This person is? Chen Yaoxing originally wanted to bring up Chu Linger's background to intimidate them. In the end, the words were not finished yet. Bang! I'm not giving you any face. I've never given face to anyone in the capital. We came here today at the invitation of the King of Cars. I want to see if there is anyone here that I can't afford to offend. Seeing Chen Yaoxing suffer losses twice in a row, Fang Chen was speechless. You don't have the ability to jump out and pretend to be cool. Face is never given by others, but by yourself. Fang Chen took out his phone and sent a message directly to Che Huang. Emperor of Cars, the Long family of Beijing threatened Chu Linger in front of your Bugatti booth. Do you want to do anything about it? If you don't care, I will. Seeing that the man in sunglasses was walking towards the Bugatti, he reached out to touch Chu Linger's delicate little face. Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. He was too lazy to wait for news from the King of Cars and took action immediately. He kicked the man in sunglasses away and slapped him in the face with his backhand. Bang! The power is as heavy as a rock. Fang Chen did not hold back at all this time. With one slap, the man in sunglasses lost several teeth. One can imagine how ruthless Fang Chen was. Immediately, there was a young man's faint voice coming out. Now you see the person you can't afford to mess with. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice spread faintly. Chapter 83, I didn't lie to you, did I? Additional Chapter 1. Now you see the person you can't afford to mess with. After he finished speaking, the young man stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced indifferently at the man in sunglasses who had been slapped to the ground and had not gotten up for a long time. Yang Qianqian's eyes were stunned. That person is from the Long family in Beijing. I don't know how much trouble this kid will cause if he slaps him. Is he a greenhorn? Yang Qianqian gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, You're finished, you've provoked the Long family. If you don't bring up Mr. Chu, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved peacefully. Always causing trouble. Yang Qianqian glared at Fang Chen fiercely. The latter had a blank expression on his face. What the hell is this Beijing Long family? What can you do to me, even though you are so awesome? Kill him. The man in sunglasses had blood on the corner of his mouth and looked very embarrassed. He suddenly shouted loudly. A group of people from the Long family behind him were planning to fight in the venue. Chu Linger suddenly became a little worried about Fang Chen's safety. No matter how good a fighter he was, he couldn't defeat 100 people alone. If Fang Chen were to fight with the other party in the venue right now, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Stop, kid from the Long family, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have received an invitation from the king of cars. You are causing trouble in the exhibition hall. Even if your father comes, you have to consider whether you can afford to offend the boss of the exhibition hall. Just then, a man who looked like a manager came over. Although he didn't know Fong Chen, he saw that there was a salesperson specifically receiving Fong Chen in his group, so he was obviously a distinguished guest of Car King. So he jumped out and said this, fearing that Fong Chen would suffer a loss. The man in sunglasses who was slapped by Fong Chen obviously didn't want to let the matter go quietly, and immediately said with an angry face, "Good boy, if you have guts and ability, come out with me and don't cause trouble in the convention and exhibition center." The face of the king of cars may not be enough to intimidate the Long family. However, the owner of the exhibition hall, as a big boss, would never let the other party off easily if he knew that someone was causing trouble on his territory. Moreover, this big guy is indeed someone that Long Kaiga cannot afford to offend. Don't go. Seeing Long Kaiga's provocation, Chu Linger pulled Fong Chen's sleeve with worry on her face. It's okay, just a clown. Seeing that Fong Chen didn't take the other party seriously and walked towards the door with an indifferent expression, the manager who had just appeared didn't know what to say. I have done my best anyway, it was he who wanted to go out. Even if the king of cars blamed him, he would have reasons to excuse himself. Under Chu Linger's nervous gaze, Fong Chen left them his back and walked straight out the door. Many of the onlookers secretly sighed at Fong Chen's youthful vigor. If they stayed inside the venue, the Long family would definitely be afraid of the owner of the convention center and would not dare to do anything excessive. If Fong Chen goes out with them now, isn't he just seeking his own death? Does he really think that he is the legendary Superman who can defeat dozens of people alone? No, I have to go out and take a look. Chu Linger's brows were filled with worry. Yang Qianqian hurriedly stopped the girl. Hey, why do you care about him? He was the one who insisted on going out to challenge others. If you go out with him now, you will put yourself in danger. But Chu Linger's pretty face tightened. Chen Yaoxing was slapped twice and was filled with resentment towards the Long family in Beijing. However, at this time, he also mocked Fong Chen's foolish behavior in his heart. He said to Chu Linger with concern, "Don't worry, I will never let them go. Don't worry, I will find a way. Miss Chu, your safety is the most important." Qin Yu had just received an important client and had just finished his work when he glanced at the messages on his mobile phone. He was so frightened that his body trembled. Shit. The people from the Long family actually had a conflict with the little girl Chu Linger. Damn, these bastards. For a moment, even the king of Che was so angry that he was shaking all over. If something happens to Fong Chen here, and Fong Zhuran blames him, then he's really doomed. Security. Security. Come here, mobilize all the security guards in the entire venue. I'm going to close the door and beat the dog today. What a blind thing, damn Long family kid. Long Kaiga's face was swollen and he took off his sunglasses. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely embarrassed. I'm missing a few teeth and I can't even speak clearly. A group of thugs behind him pulled out weapons. These guys were just like street thugs, carrying weapons with them. Fong Chen sighed secretly when he saw this young people. They have no martial ethics, more than a dozen people are beating up me, and they even draw their weapons. If I really intend to fight you, I'm afraid I will really fall into your hands. I have to tell you, you are the first person in the imperial capital who dares to provoke me. You should know that even the most top-notch rich young men in the second-generation circle in your imperial capital can't afford to provoke me. I want to see who you are. If you are capable, tell me your name. Long Kaiga stammered intermittently. Fong Chen's eyelids twitched when he heard this. You can't even speak clearly, and you're still pretending to be cool? What is wrong with this? Will you die if you don't pretend? I am just a nobody. Those who are against me usually like to call me dad affectionately. Ha! Long Kaiga was slightly stunned. Immediately, a surge of anger rose in my heart. Bastard, kid, you're finished. If I let you walk out of the Imperial City Exhibition Center safely today, I will take your last name from now on. Holy shit! Is this guy an idiot? Can't you see that I'm just stalling for time? I don't know if you have heard a saying. Fong Chen glanced at him indifferently and then said, "It's called, villains usually die because they talk too much." Fuck you, cut him. More than a dozen people jumped up. I want to see who dares to touch my brother. Suddenly, a military green SUV stopped and a beautiful girl got out of the car. Although Fang Chen appears calm on the surface, he is actually quite shaky inside. Fortunately, my fourth sister arrived just in time. Just before leaving the house, Fang Chen had secretly sent a message to his fourth sister, otherwise he would not have walked out with Long Kaiga and his group like a fool. Girl, who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs between me and this boy? Let me tell you, if you offend my Long family in Beijing, believe it or not, I will have people rape you tonight. Hiss. Fang Chen looked at Long Kaiga with a strange expression on his face. I silently prayed for this kid in my heart, hoping that his death would not be too ugly. Fang Shiyun glanced at Long Kaiga coldly. Long family? Ha, it seems you have heard of my Long family. Fang Shiyun simply dialed a number and said, hello, cut off all cooperation with the Long family in Beijing. There was no nonsense on the other end of the phone. After receiving Fang Shiyun's instructions, he immediately arranged it. The reason why the Long family is more powerful than other aristocratic families in the capital. The reason is that most of the industries under the Long family are mainly engaged in the production of military supplies and are backed by the army. Naturally, his background is stronger than that of a pure businessman. When Long Kaiga heard Fang Shiyun's words, he immediately laughed out loud. Fuck. I'm dying of laughter. Did you hear that? This girl actually said she wanted to cut off all cooperation with our Long family. Excuse me, miss, what kind of cooperation do you have with our Long family? Is it a pimp business? The group of followers behind him also laughed wildly, but the next moment, the laughter stopped abruptly. How dare you insult the god of war Xian Yuan? Behind the SUV driven by Fang Shiyun, there was a special vehicle with a white license plate parked. 6 girls with neat short hair and wearing military uniforms walked down directly. Loaded. Bang. The sound of mechanical loading of guns was heard, and as the Long family members looked terrified, 6 dark gun muzzles were pointed directly at them. Gun. Long Kaiga's face turned pale instantly, and a puddle of water appeared underneath. Oh shit. Even Fang Chen, who was standing by, was slightly shocked. Fourth sister's personal guards actually carried guns with them? Long Kaiga was so scared that he quickly raised his hands. Gurgle. He swallowed hard, feeling the inexplicable chill in the air. He was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels and bladder, leaving behind a mess. Everyone, dear commanders, what is going on? I am a good citizen, you must not shake your hands. Long Kaiga was so frightened by this scene that he started trembling. Fang Chen said calmly. Haha, a good citizen? A good citizen would flirt with a girl in front of others for no reason? A good citizen would always talk about wanting to kill others? Fang Shiyun's eyes turned cold. This kid actually dared to threaten her own brother? Unforgivable. Coincidentally, at this moment, Long Kaiga's cell phone suddenly rang, and the BGM sounded several times. Long Kaiga did not dare to act rashly. Cold sweat was running down his forehead. Within a dozen seconds, the cell phones of all his followers rang at the same time. Answer it. Fang Shiyun glanced at this good citizen indifferently. Long Kaiga hurriedly and tremblingly answered the phone. He saw that it was the head of the Long family calling. His expression changed slightly. As soon as the call was connected, there was a roar directly from the other end of the phone. Long Kaiga. What the hell are you doing? Do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Now the entire industrial chain of the Long family has been blocked by the Huaxia Yanhuang department. Do you fucking know who you have offended? Long Kaiga's pupils suddenly contracted. All the industrial chains of my family in China were blocked, killed in one go? Why did the Yanhuang tribe seal off their family's industries? Didn't you cooperate well before? How come in the blink of an eye, the huge Long family in Beijing is facing bankruptcy? And in just a few minutes? Gurgle. Long Kaiga swallowed hard. He looked at the girl not far in front of him with horror. Who is that girl across from me? She actually has such a horrible hand. Let me tell you, the person you fucking offended today was the god of war Xian Yuan. Do you know what kind of person the god of war Xian Yuan is? If they stamp their feet, the whole capital city will shake. I'm telling you, the family has completely given up on you. If you don't make war god Xian Yuan vent his anger about this matter today, then I'll make him vent his anger on you. After he finished speaking, a loud noise came from the Long family's patriarch's side. Then, there was no sound on the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The call had already been hung up, and the usually calm and experienced head of the household was so angry that he even smashed his phone. Long Kaiga looked ashen. There is no doubt what the 4 words Xian Yuan God of War represent. He is the patron saint of the entire China. Every Xian Yuan God of War is the ruler of the Yinhuang tribe. What is the Yinhuang tribe? Those are the war gods who protect Dahua and enable it to resist foreign invasions. Just by stepping on a poor boy, I actually provoked the god of war Xian Yuan? My dear leaders, I didn't know. I didn't know you were the Xian Yuan god of war, and I didn't know this person was your relative or friend. Otherwise, I would not have challenged you even if I had 10 more courage. Fang Shiyun stood with her hands behind her back and glanced at the servile Long Kaiga. Didn't you say it was my turn? What should be done if someone insults the god of war Xian Yuan? Those who plot treason and insult China will be punished. The god of war Xian Yuan is the one who protects China. The Yinhuang tribe under her are warriors who shed blood and sweat for the peace and prosperity of China. They are a group of people who are silently contributing to the motherland. The 4 words Xian Yuan God of War represent not only Fang Shiyun, but also the entire Yinhuang tribe, and even all the soldiers in the entire China. Insulting the god of war Xian Yuan. Isn't that an insult to those soldiers who sacrificed their lives and shed blood and sweat for their motherland? Plop. Fang Shiyun pressed forward and walked towards Long Kaiga. The guy's legs went limp and he fell to his knees in fear, his upper and lower lips trembling madly. God of war, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I really know I was wrong. Slap in the face. Fang Shiyun spoke lightly. The 2 girls who looked like officers behind him strode forward and slapped Long Kaiga in the face with 2 slaps on his left and right sides. The latter was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. Bang! Ah! Bang! I heard that you also want to kill my brother? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. You still dare to quibble? Fang Shiyun's eyes narrowed, and her cold gaze made Long Kaiga's heart tremble. Bang! Bang! The female officer next to him slapped him twice in the face. The latter didn't dare to talk any more nonsense and looked at Fang Chen and his sister with fear on his face. Fang Shiyun's beautiful eyes were filled with indifference. Brother, how to deal with this guy is left to you. According to the charge that Long Kaiga insulted the god of war Xian Yuan, it is probably enough to kill the latter 10 times. Fang Chen glanced at the madly shaking Long Kaiga. So I didn't lie to you, right? Didn't it make you see what it means to be someone you can't afford to offend? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the Long family looked at each other, all of them feeling like crying but without the tears. P.S. Yesterday everyone was really awesome. I took a break from my busy schedule and took a look at my phone. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet and we had already received more than 200 requests. According to this trend, we are likely to reach 300 requests before the next big push. I will add another chapter today. Thank you for your kindness. I am very grateful. Chapter 84, Donate to the Military Region. The words fell. Everyone from the Long family looked ashen. How could they have thought that they had just provoked a random passerby? It actually led to the emergence of a being of the level of Xian Yuan God of War. Fang Chen asked directly, do you know you are wrong? Long Kaiga nodded repeatedly, I was wrong, brother, I really know I was wrong. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth slightly raised, and his smile was a little cold. Could it be that Long Kaiga thought that he could settle the matter peacefully after being slapped a few times? After insulting my 4th sister, you expect to leave safely like this? Isn't that a bit unrealistic? I am willing to compensate. In that case, why donate all your assets to the military district? Is that okay with you? When these words were spoken, the female officers around Fang Shiyun were slightly stunned. They obviously didn't expect that Fang Chen's punishment conditions would end up saying something like this. Donate to the military district? The moment Long Kaiga was stunned, Fang Chen frowned unhappily. What? You don't want to? No, it's all up to you, brother. I'll give you 1 day. If my 4th sister hasn't found out that you donated to the military region, or if you only donated a small amount and left some assets for yourself, then it won't just be you who will suffer. Fang Chen spoke calmly. After saying this, Long Kaiga stood up from the ground, rolling and crawling. His humble appearance was no longer the rebellious look he had at the beginning. I understand. Since you agree with my suggestion, it depends on your subsequent performance. Fang Chen spoke lightly, and after he finished speaking, he looked at Fang Shiyun's fourth sister. Do you want to go in and see the auto show together? No need to go to the auto show. I don't want to disturb your date. Fang Shiyun smiled with a playful expression on her pretty face. Fang Chen was embarrassed. Looking at the expression on his fourth sister's face, she definitely knew about his date with Chu Linger today. It must have been the gossipy seventh sister who told her. Alas! Fang Chen sighed in his heart, my clean reputation. After a while, Fang Shiyun took his people away. Just then, a team of security guards walked towards this direction from not far away, led by a handsome and tall young man. Behind the tall young man, one could vaguely see Chu Linger and the others surrounded like the moon surrounded by stars, and the little girl had a worried look on her face. Damn it! Long Kaiga, I think you are tired of living. The leader's heart trembled when he saw Long Kaiga not far away for the first time. Xin Yu trotted over and shouted angrily. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my distinguished guest here today, I will never reconcile with you. Long Kaiga finally recovered his breath. Fang Shiyun's aura was too strong just now, especially those gleaming black hole gun muzzles. It's simply shocking. I'm afraid that if anyone were to encounter such a situation, it would take them a while to recover, right? When he saw the man leading a team of security guards not far away, he was slightly stunned. Long Kaiga said subconsciously, the king of cars? Xin Yu's face was filled with anger. When he came in front of Long Kaiga, he kicked the latter down with one kick. Xin Yu sneered, surround them. No one from the Long family will be able to escape today. Then he turned his head and his eyes fell on Fang Chen. At this moment, Chu Linger and others also surrounded him. Chen Fang, are you okay? Fang Chen smiled, it's okay, what can happen to me? Yang Shanshan frowned slightly. Humph, it's a good thing that Che Huang's people arrived in time, otherwise, I'm afraid you would be skinned alive today even if you don't die. You just know how to cause trouble for others, why don't you thank brother Yaoxing quickly? Chen Yaoxing had an arrogant look on his face, but his swollen face had actually become much smaller. Thank you, Chen Yaoxing? Why should I thank him? Fang Chen was completely confused. What did this kid do that I should thank him profusely? Just now in the venue, Xin Yu led people into the venue as soon as he saw the phone. Fortunately, nothing happened when I met Chu Linger. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally slowed down. When he asked where young Master Fang was, Chu Linger was completely confused. Master Fang? What does Fang Jiran's brother have to do with us? We don't even know him, so how do we know where he is? Suddenly, the king of cars was also confused. After telling them about the conflict that Fang Chen had sent them in the message, they realized that Chen Yaoxing was probably the only one among the three who could barely establish a relationship with young Master Fang. After all, in Yang Shanshan's mind, Chen Yaoxing had previously mentioned that he wanted to introduce young Master Fang to them. So, Yang Shanshan directly told Che Huang that Chen Yaoxing was young Master Fang's friend. Upon hearing this, Che Huang became respectful towards Chen Yaoxing. Then, the king of Che had no doubts. Subconsciously, he thought that it must be Chen Yaoxing who informed young Master Fang, so Fang Chen sent him a message. As for why young Master Fang was not with Chu Linger and others, he couldn't care about these things for a moment. When he heard that they had a companion outside facing the Long family alone, Che Huang quickly led his men out. All the credit was attributed to Chen Yaoxing. After all, the latter is young Master Fang's friend. If Chen Yaoxing hadn't notified young Master Fang in time, how could Che Huang's people arrive so quickly? In Yang Shanshan's heart, Chen Yaoxing's figure at this moment seemed taller and more majestic. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chen Yaoxing. Why should I thank him? You are such an ungrateful person. If Chen Yaoxing hadn't informed young Master Fang, and young Master Fang hadn't told Che Huang what happened here, do you think you could be standing here safely? Clam? Did Chen Yaoxing inform young Master Fang? Young Master Fang is me. How did Chen Yaoxing inform me? Yang Shanshan frowned slightly and rolled her eyes at Fang Chen. Her impression of Fang Chen in her heart reached the lowest point. He is a guy who always causes trouble and doesn't know what's good for him. A man who always provokes people he can't afford to offend and then lets others clean up his mess is really a coward. Compared with Chen Yaoxing next to him, there is a huge difference. Young Master Chen is a real man. Thinking of this, Yang Shanshan looked at Chen Yaoxing with more admiration, and subconsciously reached out to hold Chen Yaoxing's arm, saying in a flattering way, Brother Yaoxing, thanks to you. If you didn't know young Master Fang, we would all be in danger today. Puff. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen almost vomited blood. Thanks to him for what he did. What did Chen Yaoxing do? You are so grateful to him. It was clearly me who lured the people from the Long family out. What does today's incident have to do with him? All the people from the Long family came out with me. As long as you stay in the venue, what danger can there be? Is it still dangerous? Damn it. Chapter 85, Forgive Others When You Can. However, Fong Chen really couldn't come out and introduce himself to them at this moment and tell them that he was the legendary young Master Fong. If I don't say this, it might seem like I'm trying to show off. First of all, Chu Linger didn't know Fong Chen's true identity. If this little girl who treated her as a friend knew it, Fong Chen had never even told her his real name. I guess Chu Linger would be so angry that she would cry. He could only find another opportunity to tell Chu Linger his true identity, but the credit was immediately taken away by Chen Yaoxing. Fong Chen had no way of making a big fuss about it, so he just robbed it. I didn't lose any weight, I just felt a little unhappy. Chen Yaoxing looked at Fong Chen with disdain. In his eyes, Fong Chen was just a nobody. If it weren't for his face, this guy would have been stuck in Longkai Singer long ago. Chen Yaoxing always remembered the 2 slaps he received. Hey, from the Long family, weren't you very arrogant? How come you have become a stray dog now? He walked towards Long Kaiga with a sneer. A group of security guards surrounded the group of people from the Long family. Long Kaiga looked at Chen Yaoxing with a grim face. I complained in my heart, idiot, do you really think you can be called the king of high-speed trains with just Huamei Entertainment Media? Although I don't know why the brother of the god of war Xin Yuan did not reveal his identity, but how dare you jump out and provoke me now? I remember you. Chen Yaoxing thought that it was his own domineering aura that frightened Long Kaiga, and he laughed proudly twice. I told you not to slap me in the face. Although Che Huang didn't know Fong Chen, he always felt that something was slightly wrong. When I arrived, Long Kaiga looked like he had been beaten up by someone. His nose and face were swollen and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. Where is the arrogant and domineering look of a rich young man? He rolled his eyes, as if some unbelievable thoughts emerged in his mind, and then he looked in Fong Chen's direction without daring to confirm. Meeting Fong Chen's gaze, the young man just nodded slightly at him. Pointed to the phone. Then, Xinyu, the king of cars, saw a message from young Master Fong on WeChat. I am using a pseudonym in front of Chu Linger, please don't reveal my identity. His Qinyu's heart was shocked. Such as being struck by lightning. He is indeed young Master Fong. But the next moment, he changed his mind and wondered why young Master Fong would use a pseudonym in front of Chu Linger. Could it be that he wanted to pick up girls? As the saying goes, if you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. If you want to be a sea king, use a small account to save your life. This must be the case. It seems that young Master Fong is a man of temperament. Awesome, he actually planned to use his secondary account to hook up with Mr. Chu's precious daughter. Could it be that the rumors I heard last night were true? Last night, rumors were spreading among the upper class in the capital that Fong Jiran's male companion was having an affair with Chu Linger. Except for Lu Changqing, this idiot was still kept in the dark. Everyone in the second-generation circle knows that who else could Fong Jiran's male companion be other than Fong Chen? I understand. Che Huang directly classified Fong Chen as a high-level scumbag. Fortunately, neither Mr. Fong nor Ms. Chu, the 2 big shots, suffered any damage at their own auto show, otherwise Mr. Chu and Fong Jiran would hold them accountable. The king of Che really didn't know how to explain it. Long Kaiga can admit defeat in front of Fong Chen, but how can he possibly surrender to a mere Chen Yaoxing? I'm in trouble today, but if you, a small guy from Huamei Entertainment Media, dare to touch me, I guarantee that you will suffer the consequences. Hey, you still dare to be stubborn? Fong Chen frowned when he saw that Chen Yaoxing was still making things difficult for Long Kaiga. I'm going to kill you. Chen Yaoxing sneered and slapped him. However, his hand was stopped by Fong Chen in mid-air. Forgive others when you can, Long Kaiga, just don't forget what you promised. You. Chen Yaoxing was about to explode when his hand was stopped by Fong Chen. But the next moment, after he tried twice, he was surprised to find that Fong Chen's hands were like a pair of iron clamps, tightly fixing his arms. The power is as heavy as a rock. Okay, today's matter has been almost dealt with. Please come this way, 3 distinguished guests. Let's go back to the venue to look at the cars. Che Huan also stepped out to smooth things over. Young Master Fong didn't even bother with Long Kaiga, so how could you, a small person from Huamei Entertainment Media, jump out and show off? Snort. Chen Yaoxing snorted coldly. He originally wanted to slap Long Kaiga twice, but since the King of Cars said so, I could only give up in disappointment. Chu Linger, on the other hand, had a concerned look in her eyes and followed Fang Chen the whole time, making the latter feel a little embarrassed. I'm really fine. I have to say, you looked pretty handsome from behind when you just stood there. Chu Linger smiled foolishly, and seemed to have skipped over the scene of Fang Chen walking out the door alone in her mind. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. Is it handsome? I think so. But I definitely don't seem to be showing off. No. But I can be considered a hero saving the beauty, right? We should be even now, right? If I wasn't worried that you, a little girl, would be bullied by that Long Kaiga, I wouldn't bother with such things. What Fang Chen said now was the truth. What does the fact that Chen Yaoxing was slapped twice by Long Kaiga have to do with Fang Chen? The latter was not so kind as to help him vent his anger. What's more, Chen Yaoxing and Yang Qianqian seemed to be in the same group. They repeatedly pretended to be powerful in front of Chu Linger and stole the credit from Fang Chen. If Fang Chen hadn't been too lazy to care, these two people would have been kicked away by Fang Chen long ago. Clear? Chu Linger's bright eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this. Immediately, mist gathered in his eyes. Do you mean to go back on our agreement last night and not talk to me anymore? As she spoke, Chu Linger also stopped. The group was walking peacefully when Chu Linger suddenly stopped, which immediately attracted the attention of Chen Yaoxing and Yang Qianqian. Chen Yaoxing himself had that kind of intention towards Chu Linger. As a result, the girl kept pestering Fang Chen, both before entering the convention and exhibition center and now, making him extremely unhappy. How can I be inferior to this poor boy who lives in the village in the city? After all, I am also a rich man. Didn't you see that young Master Fang called the King of Cars to help me support the show? Chen Yaoxing said with a gloomy face. Chen Fang, what are you doing? Don't think that just because I helped you, you have the ability to bully Miss Chu in front of me. Do you think I'm really easy to talk to? You can't touch a genius like Miss Chu Linger. No matter what you said just now, you made Miss Chu unhappy. Now I order you to apologize to Miss Chu quickly. Puff. How did you help me? Damn, did I give you face? Fang Chen glanced at Chen Yaoxing indifferently. Chu Linger actually wasn't very fond of Chen Yaoxing at the beginning. This guy always had a very good self-image. And Chu Linger could also detect the inconsistencies in his words. Before they came in, they threatened to let the Car King take them to understand the cost-effectiveness of the car. He spoke as if he had a deep friendship with the King of Cars. As a result, when the King of Cars Qin Yu came, this guy couldn't even recognize him at first. Obviously, he was bragging before. There is a saying that goes using a tiger's skin to make a coat, and it is probably referring to Chen Yaoxing. Did he think that by joining a group of the second generation of the imperial capital, he would be able to become friends with everyone in the group? Therefore, Chu Linger didn't have a good impression of this guy. Especially since he was still looking for trouble with Fang Chen, Chu Linger felt a little confused. Do I know you well? He is talking to Chen Fang. What does it have to do with you? Hey, I'm talking to Chen Fang. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 86, Tonight is the Yu family meeting. Hey, I'm talking to Chen Fang. What does it have to do with you? Clam? For a moment, Chen Yaoxing was shocked by Chu Linger's ignorant look. Am I not speaking for you? Didn't I say this because I was afraid that you would be bullied by Chen Fang? Chu Linger's words made it seem as if the second young master of the Chen family was being a little too self-indulgent. Linger, young Master Chen is also concerned about you. He is afraid that you will be bullied by Chen Fang. Yang Qianqian quickly jumped out and took Chu Linger's arm to smooth things over. Chu Linger is the nightmare of the second generation of the imperial capital's upper class and a well-known little witch. Once she gets angry, no one can reason with her. I heard that Yang Qianqian was actually speaking in support of Chen Yaodong. Chu Linger suddenly felt annoyed. Who wants him to care? Am I very familiar with him? Fang Chen looked at Chen Yaoxing with sympathy. Chen Yaoxing was extremely annoyed that his kindness was taken for granted, but he did not dare to lose his temper with Chu Linger. He directly put all the blame on Fang Chen. Poor boy, you dare to go against me and pick up the girl I like? I will make you look bad later. Having made up his mind secretly, Chen Yaoxing adjusted his facial expression and gave Chu Linger two awkward smiles. Sorry. Miss Chu, I was too talkative. Snort. Chu Linger snorted coldly and turned her head away. After entering the exhibition hall, Chu Linger's mood improved a little. She had always shown a very high quality towards the Bugatti Chibi. At this time, the car king personally accompanied them to choose the car. It is even easier to make an appointment for a test drive. The king of cars directly ordered someone to help Chu Linger drive the car out. Ms. Chu, the test drive venue has been arranged for you. The king of cars Qin Yu said to Chu Linger with a smile. In fact, he is a few years older than Tang Guangliang and others, and is long past the age of driving luxury cars all day to show off his wealth. Compared with Tang Guangliang and others, he is more calm. Therefore, on weekdays, Che Huang seldom interacts with the little witch Chu Linger in the imperial capital. However, this did not affect his clear understanding of the girl's personality. Young Master Fong was able to conquer this little girl, which was a great relief for their group of second-generation friends in the imperial capital. After all, to be honest, there were quite a few guys who had coveted Chu Linger and suffered a lot at the hands of this little girl. And, in the end, I returned empty-handed. As Chu Linger went for the test drive, the atmosphere between the three of them became a little weird. Naturally, Yang Qianqian tried her best to please you, Chen Yaoxing. From the beginning to now, she has never had a good impression of Fong Chen. Hey, boy, stop. Seeing that Chu Linger was not following Fong Chen, Yang Qianqian finally couldn't help but call out to Fong Chen. Fong Chen turned his head and glanced at her calmly. What's the matter? You. Yang Qianqian was very upset by Fong Chen's attitude, especially his indifferent expression, which made her so angry that her teeth itched. So, Yang Qianqian continued to speak. I don't know how you and Xiao Linger met, but I've seen a lot of guys like you who want to get close to Xiao Linger and climb up the social ladder. She is my best friend, and I will never agree with the two of you being together. Fong Chen glanced at her and was speechless. May I ask, how can you tell that I am the kind of person who dreams of climbing up the social ladder? Oh. Fong Chen didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Yang Qianqian, so he walked past her who was blocking his way and walked towards the Volvo booth. Just at this time, Su Qianqian also saw Fong Chen and took the initiative to greet him. Fong Chen frowned. He had not had a very good impression of this girl after meeting her twice. Yang Qianqian was so angry that she almost bit her teeth off. Asshole. He stomped his feet. This kid is really too arrogant, Chen Yaoxing said as he looked deeply at Fong Chen's back. I just can't stand this guy always having an unfathomable expression. Young Master Yang, you don't know, on the way here, this kid took advantage of Xiao Linger's support with us and went to provoke other gangsters. Even so, Xiao Linger seems to be unable to see through this kid's true face and thinks he is responsible. It was clearly you, young Master Yang, who called the king of cars just now, but this kid is still ungrateful and always has an expression of self-centeredness. It's really too much. Yang Qianqian stubbornly believed that Fong Chen was just a poor boy with no background. The reason why he was able to slap Huang Mao and others on the subway in the face was only because the latter recognized Xiao Linger, the apple of Mr. Chu's eye. It has nothing to do with Fong Chen. As for the fact that Fong Chen was able to confront Long Kaiga and others from the Long family safely just now, it was also because Chen Yaoxing called Che Huang in time. It has to be said that the preconceived impression is deeply rooted in this woman's heart. Su Qianqian came up to Fong Chen and said with a smile, "You grown man are not still angry with me, are you? I was blind and didn't recognize you before. You won't bother with a little girl like me, right?" Su Qianqian's words were very meaningful. Suddenly, Fong Chen had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, "That's not the case. I remember the last time I bought something, passers-by said that Su Qianqian was the third most beautiful girl at some P university. In fact, I have to say that this woman is indeed quite pretty. Although she is not as good as her seventh sister Fong Jiran or fourth sister Fong Shiyun, she is still a very dazzling presence among passers-by." That's good. I thought that Chairman Fong would argue with a little girl like me, Su Qianqian giggled. Fong Chen is different from those rich second generations or bootlickers that she used to toy with and applaud. This kind of man, who is in a high position, definitely has no shortage of women. If she wants to conquer them, she must satisfy men's vanity. Just now, she had been observing Fong Chen as a person. When Su Qianqian saw Fong Chen and his men getting into conflict with the Long family, she did not worry about Fong Chen's safety at all. What a joke, Fong Jiran's younger brother. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the local tyrant in the imperial capital. Could it be that the people of the Long family, who are like a dragon crossing the river, can also ride on young Master Fong's head and pee and shit on him? Are you dreaming? In particular, after observing for a while, she finally discovered that Yang Qianqian and Chen Yaoxing didn't seem to be interested in Fong Chen. Women's sixth sense is very accurate. Su Qianqian could tell at first sight that young Qianqian was the same type of person as her. Are those two people over there your friends? Su Qianqian glanced at Fangchen, who was frowning, and casually found a topic to talk about. She did not deliberately create physical contact with Fangchen. If she meets some boys of lower level, she might take the initiative to approach them and use physical contact to do some ambiguous little moves. Increase the other party's favorability, but for someone at Fangchen's level. If Su Qianqian dared to have such a little idea, I'm afraid the latter would be able to see through her wishful thinking at a glance. Fangchen opened the door of a Volvo XC90 and got in. He placed his hands on the square plate, touched it, and said lightly, "Not really." This car is equipped with Bowers-Wilkins audio system and a 2.0T supercharged engine. The mid-range model can produce 256 horsepower, which is definitely enough for use in the city. And as a 5-door, 7-seater SUV, I think you are also considering home use, right? Su Qianqian then sat in the passenger seat and introduced with a smile. Hearing this, Fangchen was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Su Qianqian was just working here part-time as a car model. After all, the income from being a car model is not bad. However, the woman also said that she had interviewed for a position in the sales department of Tianding Garment Company and would start work on Monday. I should report to the company soon. Being a car model is naturally a part-time job. But for a part-time car model, it turns out that she knows so much about cars that she can tell the detailed configuration parameters of the vehicle as soon as she opens her mouth. Others may not be able to do this. Do you know a lot about cars? Fangchen asked subconsciously. It's okay, my family is in the automotive media business, so I do know a little about vehicles in a small, enclosed space. Fangchen could clearly smell the perfume on Su Qianqian. Although it is not pungent, it lacks the pure scent compared to the subtle fragrance of a young girl's virgin body. Since you have been accepted by our company through the interview, just work hard and don't have any other ulterior motives. Fangchen spoke calmly. He could see that Su Qianqian seemed to have that intention. Ever since they met by chance today, the woman's eyes had been fixed on him. But Fangchen doesn't want to be a fish in the pond of the female sea king. Although Fangchen might be a behemoth compared to Su Qianqian's other suitors. But once Fangchen falls in love with this woman, he will still be in a passive situation. If you take it seriously, you lose. Su Qianqian had never thought that her extremely confident charm would not have any appeal at all to Fangchen. Chairman Fang, there is a grand ceremony in the evening. I heard that your sister will also be there. The imperial capital now may be full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and many big shots are ready to make a move. Fangchen nodded slightly. Yes, tonight is the day of the Yu family meeting. Chapter 87, Yi Family, Yi Chendong 4th Update. Do you have permission to sell cars? Fangchen glanced at Su Qianqian, who was slightly stunned at first, then said, yes. I want this car. Swipe the card. Fangchen directly handed over a bank card, which was the pocket money Fang Jiran had given him before. There are 200 million yuan deposited in this card, but Fangchen has not been able to spend it until now. Today, it is going to open. Su Qianqian can also get commissions from selling cars. In fact, this woman just wanted to get close to Fangchen at the beginning to see if there was a chance to take down this big shot. But now it seems that Fangchen has no interest in her at all for the time being. But she was not in a hurry. Only by playing the long game can she catch the big fish, especially for a big shot like young Master Fang. If she could play with such a man at her fingertips, then she would have truly reached the pinnacle of her life. I wonder what Fangchen would feel if he knew that this woman had such terrifying ambitions. Watching Su Qianqian go to handle the formalities, Fangchen walked around the venue casually again, and at this moment, he received a friend request on WeChat. Fangchen took a look and asked, why would this idiot Chen Yaoxing add me? New friends, there are messages below. Hello, Mr. Fang, I am Chen Yaoxing from Daido Huame Entertainment Media. I have heard of your name for a long time and would like to make friends with you. What's the matter? After adding Chen Yaoxing, Fangchen simply threw 2 words over. Not long after, the latter replied, Master Fang, thank you for what you did just now. If you hadn't informed Che Huang, I'm afraid Miss Chu would have been bullied today. Fangchen glanced at the message calmly and thought to himself, what does Chu Linger being bullied have to do with you? What's more, this little girl came with me. Although Fangchen is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, he will definitely not let Chu Linger be bullied in front of him. Oh. So Fangchen replied with an oh very coldly. On the other side, when Chen Yaoxing saw that Fangchen actually accepted his friend request, he felt even more proud. Ha, I can find a way to get to know young Master Fong today. Thinking this in his heart, Chen Yaoxing couldn't help but suppress the ecstasy on his face. If he knew that he had spent the entire afternoon with young Master Fong and had mocked him time and again. I don't know how I would feel. There will be a clan meeting of the Yu family tonight. I heard that Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group, will also be there. Do you want to come with me to see the world? Chen Yaoxing said to Yang Chanxian beside him in a very pretentious manner. The girl was delighted when she heard that. Can I go too? Yeah. Chen Yaoxing was not interested in this gold digger, but if Yang Chanxian was traveling with him, he could take the opportunity to invite Chu Linger. I will attend the event with Miss Truman Chu at that time. Whether it is seen by relatives and friends, or by other members of the second-generation circle, it can invisibly increase Chen Yaoxing's value. That's great, I also want to go and see it. Yang Chanxian echoed excitedly. With this thought in mind, Chen Yaoxing also sent a message to Fong Chen. Master Fong, will you attend the Yu family meeting tonight? That's great, then we can go together then. Random. On the other side, Fong Chen replied with 2 words lightly, with a playful smile on his lips, go with me? I hope you don't scare the kid into getting cataracts. Chairman Fong, the car has been prepared and you can drive away today. At this moment, Su Chanxian came over to Fong Chen with a smile and respectfully handed the car keys and documents to Fong Chen. Well, thank you very much. Coincidentally, at this time, Fong Chen also noticed that Chu Linger had returned from a test drive with the car King Qinyu. Qinyu immediately began to look for Fong Chen in the venue. Chu Linger had sharp eyes and saw Fong Chen beside Su Chanxian at first sight. She immediately frowned and ran over with an unhappy look on her face. Hey, if you secretly have an affair, I will definitely tell Sister Jiran, humph. Fong Chen gave a helpless smile. What's the connection? I just picked up a car. Su Chanxian was not a troublemaker. She helped Fong Chen finish the formalities, and when she saw Che Huang and the others coming, she left. She always keeps in mind a saying, only by casting a long line can you catch a big fish. For her, being able to talk to Fong Chen for a few words today was already very satisfying. Yang Chanxian and Chen Yaoxing also came over. Seeing that Fong Chen had picked up the car himself, Che Huang didn't know what to say. Since Fong Chen had no intention of taking advantage of him, Che Huang couldn't force his car on him, right? Chu Linger took a test drive and liked the Bugatti Qilong very much. Although she knew that the car had been reserved, she still subconsciously said, Brother Che Huang, I'd like to raise the price of this red dragon by 100,000. Can you give it to me first? This. The king of Che was really in a dilemma. Chu Linger has a strong background and she can't afford to offend him, but the person who took away the Bugatti Qilong is not a simple character either. Both sides are ruthless people, and Qinyu is caught in the middle and it is a bit difficult to talk to them. The person who reserved this Bugatti Chiron is from the Yi family in Beijing. Miss Chu, you also know how important integrity is when I run a business. Che Huang hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak out his difficulties. After all, the people here can more or less touch upon the upper class. The Yi family in the capital is very famous, and they must be able to understand the latter's difficulties. The Yi family in Beijing? Fong Chen's eyes narrowed. The information on Yi Qingqing's background that manager Huang had given him previously showed that the girl was from the Yi family in Beijing. I didn't expect to hear the name of the Yi family from someone else for the first time. It was actually at the auto show. The Yi family? Aren't the Yi family from Beijing? Wouldn't it be troublesome to run to our imperial capital to pick up the car and tow it back? Chu Linger spoke subconsciously. The king of cars smiled bitterly and said, Miss Chu, this car was not given by the Yi family for their own use. Have you forgotten that the Yu family will hold a clan meeting in the imperial capital tonight? This car was given by the Yi family to the old lady of the Yu family. Suddenly, a group of people walked towards the direction of the Bugatti Chiron. A wild laugh rang out. Who wants my car? Emperor Che, you are so mean. Just because the other party is Mr. Chu's daughter, you can forget about the face of our Yi family. Ms. Chu, for this car today, let alone raising the price by 100,000, even if you raise the price by 1 million, I will not give it up. After all, this is related to the development of my Yi family. Even if Mr. Chu comes, he will not say much. The leader was a young man with long hair tied back at the back of his head, revealing his pale face that looked as if hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Chu Linger was slightly startled, and when she saw the person coming, she immediately exclaimed, Yi Chandong? As a business tycoon, Mr. Chu is in charge of the commercial and political development of the entire Northwest region, and he knows the background of those families very well. He once reminded the girl that there was a family which was not very rich or powerful among the noble families. But the other families were unwilling to provoke each other. That is the Yi family. Seeing this group of people, Fang Chen's gaze suddenly focused on a beautiful figure, that was Yi Qingcheng. Chapter 88, Restoring the Memory Fragments of the Designated Person. She's here too? For a moment, Fang Chen inexplicably had an ominous premonition in his heart. Facing Fang Chen's gaze, Yi Qingcheng's body trembled. But the next moment, the girl quickly lowered her head, but her strange expression still caught Yi Chendong's attention. The latter looked in that direction, and the next moment, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, isn't this our top player who is a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Sensing this person's hostility, Fang Chen's hair stood on end. For some reason, Yi Chendong gave him such a dangerous feeling. Judging from the appearance, this person from the Yi family should know me. Long time no see, toad classmate. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. Car King, it seems that you have a low level of vision. How come all kinds of people can sneak into your car show? Yi Qingcheng, why don't you come out and say hello to your old lover? Yi Chendong had a playful smile on his face. He waved directly at the girl behind him. Yi Qingcheng's face looked a little embarrassed, and she didn't move for a long time. Ding, special scene triggered, rewarding the host with memory about the designated person. In my mind, quite abruptly, the electronic prompt sound of the system rang out. Fang Chen took a deep look at Yi Qingcheng and felt that the girl today seemed a little different from the previous 2 times they met. Her eyes were filled with deathly gray, and only when she saw Fang Chen did she see a hint of spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt inexplicably distressed. She must have been very important to me. If that's the case. System, I choose to restore all memories about Yi Qingcheng. Received. The host has chosen to restore the memory of Yi Qingcheng to the designated person. Progress is 10%. 60%. 80%. 100. At this moment, Fang Chen felt as if his head was about to explode, and countless scenes and images flashed by. There was no romance in his love with Yi Qingcheng. Yes, just bits and pieces. There is no sweetness after bitterness, because after the girl gave everything she had, Fang Chen suddenly disappeared. Yi Qingcheng is Fang Chen's senior schoolmate. During high school, she was the goddess of countless people. Surrounded by countless people, Fang Chen, an ordinary boy, finally stood out and won the beauty. She rejected the whole world for him, and she thought he was her whole world. But he suddenly disappeared from her world. Everyone, they are my guests. Isn't it a bit impolite for you to talk to them like this? The Emperor Chei's face darkened. Although he was not considered a big shot in this small piece of land in the imperial capital. But now I am on my own territory. Yi Chendong didn't even give him a bit of face, which seemed a bit too much. As soon as these words came out, Yi Chendong sneered twice. Qingyu, how can you have any say here? Are you going to support this kid? Che Huan looked embarrassed. He didn't have the ability to challenge Yi Chendong head-on, but he still spoke. Let me tell you, this person's background is no less powerful than your Yi family's, so don't bring trouble upon yourself. Come to trouble yourself? Rely on him? Yi Chendong sneered. Boy, I thought you were dead at first, but I ran into you again in the imperial capital a year later. I have to say, it's really a coincidence. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment, and all his memories about Yi Qingcheng had been restored. Fang Chen naturally also remembered the conflict between himself and Yi Chendong. At the beginning, when the Yi family learned that Yi Qingcheng was actually together with a poor boy with no background, they were furious, and Yi Chendong even showed up directly to their door. Beating, slapping in the face. At the end of the partial memory that Fang Chen recovered, it seemed that he would lose his memory. It has something to do with Yi Chendong. He clearly remembers what kind of shame this guy brought to him. A waste is a waste. Look, the King of Cars is still speaking for you, but you can't even say a word for a long time. Yi Chendong turned his head and glanced at Yi Qingcheng behind him. There was a sneer in her eyes, as if to say, look at this is the man you chose. I stepped on him like a dog back then, and now. After a year, there doesn't seem to be much difference. Yi Chendong, can still step on his head and pee and shit on him. Boy, you are still so unpresentable. The group of followers behind Yi Chendong couldn't help sneering. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you have heard of the Yu family in Beijing. I have good news to tell you. Tonight Yi Qingcheng will be a member of the Yu family. The Yu family is about to prosper. From today on, my Yi family will also enter the business world through the marriage. So from now on, don't think of our Yi family as just a simple martial arts family. After Yi Chendong finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Yu Emperor Che. Do you still think this kid has the background to suppress me? Yang Qianqian and others were all shocked by Yi Chendong's majestic aura. In addition to Chu Linger, Chen Yaoxing, who had always been unhappy with Fang Chen, was also looking at the latter with sympathy. This kid didn't expect to run into the Yi family's trap. What kind of existence is the Yi family? It is no exaggeration to say that even in the capital city where many powerful people gather, it is a famous family. Of course, this is not because the Yi family is so financially strong. But it's because the Yi family is a martial arts family. The martial arts here are not the omnipotent beings in the novels about cultivation. They are gods, not humans. Relying on its identity as a martial arts family, the Yi family has secured its reputation as an aristocratic family in the capital. If we can now join forces with the Yu family, the power behind the other party will be enough to make anyone think carefully. I've told you a long time ago that a toad should not dream of eating swan flesh. Although Yi Qingcheng is only a branch of our Yi family, this small character also has his own role, doesn't he? Yi Chendong said as he took 2 steps towards Fang Chen's direction. It's not like you are a waste, you are not even of any use value. Yi Qingcheng is going to be married to the Yu family? This sentence made Fang Chen's heart ache. The girl looked ashen, as if she had accepted this cruel reality. She was like a commodity and had no choice but to accept the family's arrangements. You have absolutely no right to be the master of your own life. Countless scenes seemed to flash through my mind, those were their past. Yi Qingcheng is going to be married to someone else? I won't allow it. Aren't you going to give that Bugatti Qilong to the Yu family? Then I will buy it and make you too embarrassed to give a car to the Yu family. Yi Chendong, you may have been high and mighty in the past, able to ride on my head. But today, you jumped out and showed off in front of me. I'm going to slap you and hit you in the face. Until I smash your face. P.S. I was careless and underestimated your enthusiasm. Today, the number of views has exceeded 300, and there is hope that it will reach 400. Let's set another small goal. Let's push for 5 million views tomorrow. The author is really exhausted. Chapter 89, sorry, I'm all in. Its 6th update has been sent. As Yi Chendong slowly spat out each harsh word, the bloodshot on Yi Qingcheng's pretty face gradually faded. Instead, there was a hint of powerless paleness. She looked at Fang Chen absent-mindedly. Fate is so ridiculous. This man who said he would take care of himself and love himself all his life disappeared from the world after getting the most precious thing he had. The funny thing is that fate arranges them to meet again and again. Seeing Fang Chen being suppressed in front of Yi Chendong, as if he dared not even speak, Yi Qingcheng's heart broke into pieces. Yi Chendong took 2 steps forward with a smile. Your old lover is about to get married, and you are still here flirting with Mr. Chu's daughter. That's great. You will do anything to climb up the social ladder. Under the gaze of everyone. Fang Chen raised his head slowly, with a cold look in his eyes. Are you planning to buy this car and give it to the Yu family? What else? This is the dowry that my Yi family gave to Yi Qingcheng when she married her to the Yu family. Could it be the dowry for her to marry you? As soon as Yi Chendong finished speaking, the group of Yi family followers behind him began to sneer. Che Huang had a vague feeling that he was a little confused about how things would develop next. He didn't know what grudges Fang Chen and Yi Chendong had in the past. But based on every rumor he had heard recently about young Master Fang Chen is obviously not someone who will suffer a loss. Don't want this car anymore. Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at Yi Qingcheng with a fiery gaze. Yi Chendong was stunned at first, then sneered. What? Are you planning to steal it just because you heard we were planning to use this car as a dowry? Do you know how much this car costs? Fang Chen didn't say a word. Doesn't Yi Chendong look down on him? Doesn't he feel superior to Fang Chen? Then I will crush your sense of superiority into pieces. Today, no matter what the price is, you, Yi Chendong, can't even think of taking away a single car. Fang Chen, said this. When he thought of this, Fang Chen let out a breath of air from his chest. Not only do you not get this car today, but Yi Qingcheng will not marry into the Yu family either, because she is an employee of our company. We finally interviewed an assistant for the general manager. You must report to the company next Monday, and you are not allowed to resign without my permission." The words fell. The next moment, Fong Chen took out his bank card. "Car King, the price of this car is doubled, I want it." "Double the price?" As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The Bugatti Chiron was already worth half 100 million yuan, and doubling the price, that would be 100 million yuan. 100 million. How many people struggle their entire lives and still cannot even begin to reach this number? Fong Chen opened his mouth and asked for 100 million, which shocked the whole audience. Yi Chendong was slightly stunned, and then a sneer appeared on his handsome face. 100 million? How ridiculous. In my lifetime, I, Yi Chendong, will actually hear the number of 100 million from the mouth of a loser like you. You've climbed up to a high position, so now you think you have the confidence to challenge me? Yi Chendong sneered and said, "But this car must be obtained by my Yi family." Emperor Che, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that this kid is making trouble? Can a poor boy like him really come up with 100 million? Chu Linger, are you going to join this kid in making trouble too? 100 million is not a small amount of money even for Chu men, right? Are you planning to stand behind him and give him 100 million? In Yi Chendong's concept, Fong Chen has never been taken seriously. Until now, he has never thought that for Fong Chen now, perhaps 100 million is not a lot of money. Not to mention his identity as the younger brother of Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding Group. The amount of money Fong Chen could get from Tianding Clothing Company every month was counted in tens of millions. 100 million is actually not a lot of money for Fong Chen. Che Huan looked at Yi Chendong deeply, although he didn't know what kind of grudge there was between the two. But it was foolish of Yi Chendong to underestimate young Master Fong's financial resources. If you have the guts, keep raising the price. Fong Chen sneered. I am now a completely different person than I was before. Perhaps you think 100 million is a lot? Do I still have to rely on Chu Linger to get this money? Ha, didn't you say you were determined to win? Then I'll use the money to kill you. Chu Linger snorted coldly, ignoring Yi Chendong, and turned to look at Fong Chen on the side and said, Come on, Chen Fong, I support you. I have some money here, if you don't have enough, you can take it too. Chu Linger watched the situation escalate. The little girl was also particularly displeased with Yi Chendong's aggressive way of speaking. She did things based on her own preferences. This time she directly stood on Fong Chen's side. In her heart, Fong Chen was her friend. Chen Yaoxing's eyelids twitched. He roared madly in his heart, what virtue does this kid have to deserve such favor from Miss Chu? Yang Qianqian, who was standing aside, was even more disdainful. She was also shocked when Fong Chen called out the sky-high price of 100 million. But now after hearing what Chu Linger said, judging from her expression, Fong Chen might be planning to borrow money from Chu Linger to pretend to be a rich man. What kind of man is he if he uses women's money to pretend to be a playboy? Looking at Chu Linger's sincere expression, Fong Chen was slightly moved. It seemed that this little girl regarded him as a friend from the bottom of her heart. However, it is not necessary for the time being. He shook his head nonchalantly, that's not necessary. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Chendong, who had a gloomy face. Come on. Yi Chendong, don't you think that your Yi family is very wealthy? If you have the ability, continue to raise the price, otherwise this car will be mine. Having said that, Che Huang also took the bank card from Fong Chen's hand. For businessmen like them, Marx's words are exactly what they meant. If there is a 20% profit, capital will be eager to move. If there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, capital will dare to risk being hanged. If there is a 300% profit, capital will dare to trample on all the laws in the world. Here capital is replaced by merchants. Isn't the king of cars standing in such a position? You know, the domestic sales price of a Bugatti Chiron is completely determined by suppliers like them who have special channels. So what even if I accepted the deposit from Yi Chendong? That's just a few bucks? At worst, I can just return the full amount to this guy later. The price young Master Fong named was 100 million. 100 million. That is a terrifying number that is beyond the reach of one person even if many people work hard. Even for the king of cars, all his current assets added up are probably less than 100 million yuan. What's more, he cooperated with young Master Fong to slap Yi Chendong in the face. Not only can you double your profits, you can even please Fong Chen. Kill two birds with one stone. No matter how powerful your Yi family is, what can it do? Can a martial arts family run rampant in a bustling metropolis? At worst, I can just take Master Feng's money and run away. With these 50 million, it would be easy for Che Huang to make a comeback. When Yi Chendong saw Che Huang accepted Feng Chen's bank card, his face suddenly darkened. Emperor Che, are you planning to go back on your word? Young Master Yi, I am a businessman. Rare goods are valuable and the one who pays the highest price gets them, right? Young Master Yi, you must understand this principle, right? As he spoke, Che Huang glanced at Yi Chendong with contempt. The latter fell into a complete rage. Good. 100 million to buy a Bugatti Chiron, my Yi family is pretty good. I want your other 2 great cars this year, that poison. Yi Chendong finally took a deep look at Feng Chen, his eyes full of resentment. I originally wanted to jump out and step on this poor boy, but in the end I was slapped in the face by him. As a second choice, Yi Chendong's target was of course the other 2 magical cars. When Feng Chen saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A faint voice was heard. I'm sorry, I told you, you can't take away any car today. After saying that, Feng Chen glanced directly at the car king Qingyu and said, I have booked all 3 of the amazing cars in the venue today. 200 million. P.S. The 6th update has been published. The author is not a person who likes to brag, but the boasts made by the author have basically been fulfilled. How high this book can go depends on you. I will just work hard, and the rest is up to God. Chapter 90, see you tonight. I have booked all 3 of the amazing cars in the venue today. 200 million. Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone's mind exploded. 200 million. Feng Chen's generous purchase of a Bugatti Chiron for 100 million had already shocked many people. What's worse, he hasn't come to his senses yet. As a result, Feng Chen actually raised the price by another 100 million yuan, which was undoubtedly like dropping another bombshell on the already chaotic lake. 200 million. 3 magical cars? Fuck you. Fuck you, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Yi Chendong really didn't expect that Feng Chen would have the confidence to raise the price to 200 million. Is Chu Linger crazy? Give him 200 million? Is this guy worth this money? He came here to pick up the car today as arranged by the head of the Yi family, but what was the result? The car was not mentioned. Feng Chen saw that the little guy who he thought he could easily step on actually hit a wall. Feng Chen glanced at Yi Chendong indifferently. What's the matter? Could it be that young Master Yi has run out of money? Are you giving in without even one bid? Isn't it too unchallenging? TSK, could it be that in the eyes of the Yi family, the gifts given to the Yu family must be of good quality and inexpensive? Yi Chendong's face became increasingly gloomy. What's the use of taking out 200 million? There's nothing I can do, but I can slap you, Yi Chendong, in the face. Feng Chen sneered. I'm going to slap you, Yi Chendong, in the face today. Didn't you say that I was poor? Why are you the first to become depressed? This is not fun anymore. Master Yi, come on, it's not challenging at all to step on an opponent like you. Raise the price. Can't the Yi family in Beijing come up with 100 million? 100 million is certainly nothing to the Yi family, but just buying a car costs 100 million, let alone whether Yi Chendong can afford it. If he really did that. When he returns, he will let the head of the Yi family know that he spent 100 million to buy a Bugatti Chiron. I'm afraid that Yi Chendong will have to bear the stigma of being a sinner of the family. He can't even pick up a car, yet he can still cause so much trouble out of nowhere. What else can he be but a waste? A car worth 50 or 60 million yuan, do you have to spend 100 million to buy it? If that isn't a problem with the brain, then what is it? Although the Yi family is a noble family, it has not yet established a firm foothold in the business world and is still just an ordinary martial arts family. How much money can one get at most? Not to mention the expenses of maintaining the family's daily operations. If not for this, the Yi family would not be so impatient and even try to make money by connecting with the Yu family through marriage. Fuck. Why do I suddenly feel this guy is so handsome? Not far away, a female car model who was watching nearby had stars in her eyes. Perhaps some girls are not materialistic. But, the ability to make money itself is a kind of personal charm. Isn't it normal that personal charm can attract others? As the saying goes, more money and billions mean more talent. Isn't that the Feng Chen you are talking about now? Just because a man is unwilling to spend money on you doesn't mean he doesn't love you. But a man who is willing to spend all his money on you is enough to move any woman. After spending 200 million, what did Fong Chen get? Wasn't he targeting the girl in the crowd in front of him? After figuring it all out, some of the slightly sensitive girls who were watching quietly began to wipe away their tears. They did not understand the grudge between Fong Chen and Yi Chendong. All I know is that according to Yi Chendong, Fong Chen's ex-girlfriend seems to be marrying someone else today. Fong Chen, on the other hand, is trying to obstruct the Yi family at all costs. He even spent a whopping 200 million yuan to buy 3 legendary cars just for the sake of a fight. I wish there was a boy willing to do this for me someday. A young girl said subconsciously. As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed as if a chain reaction had been triggered, and the crowd watching on the side became a little excited. Yes. If my boyfriend at the time had been able to hold on a little longer, we might not have been defeated by reality. Alas, how many young people are torn apart by family and responsibilities? It is rare to find a man as generous and loyal as this young man nowadays. Someone even took out his mobile phone to record this scene and uploaded it to a short video account. Yi Chendong took a deep breath, his eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Okay. I'm defeated today, but don't be so proud. After hearing 3 consecutive good words, one can imagine how drastically Yi Chendong's emotions fluctuated. His face was so gloomy that it looked as if water could drip out of it. The kid who was once stepped on by him actually challenged him, Yi Chendong, the eldest son of the Yi family, in front of so many people. The most important thing is that when it comes to financial resources, Yi Chendong is really inferior to Fong Chen. It would be better to kill him than to ask him to pay 200 million. He said sullenly. If you have the ability, then come to the dinner tonight. The Yu family is now on the verge of prosperity, and when the time comes, I will let you see what it means to struggle like a frog in a well. Do you think that you can stop the marriage between the Yi and Yu families by spending 200 million to buy 3 magical cars today? You are too young. The Yu family's financial resources are far beyond what you can imagine. Yi Chendong obviously admitted defeat. Although he felt a little bit unbelievable in his heart, Fong Chen did pay a huge sum of 200 million to buy these 3 magical cars. With Fong Chen's obstruction today, it is absolutely impossible for Yi Chendong to take away a magical car. This was said purely to save some lost face. Fong Chen glanced at him coldly, his fists clenched slightly, but the next moment, he chuckled, his fists slowly loosened, and said with a chuckle. Stop trying to make a big deal out of a tiger's skin, and stop complaining like that. All I know is that I slapped you, Yi Chendong, in the face today. Are you angry? Fong Chen had a rogue expression on his face, and his rogue attitude immediately caused bursts of laughter from those around him. Even Yi Qingcheng, who had always had a blank expression on her face among the Yi family members, couldn't help but smile. Also, I will go to the Yu family meeting tonight. Yi Chendong looked at Fong Chen deeply. After hearing these words, he took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in his chest. Okay, I'll wait and see how you're going to obstruct the marriage between the Yi and Yu families tonight. Let's go. After saying this, Yi Chendong also knew that there was no point in staying in this exhibition center any longer. This kid Fong Chen insisted that he couldn't afford a car. If he continued to stay here, he would only bring shame upon himself. Watching the departing figures of Yi Chendong and his group, Fong Chen slowly loosened his clenched fists. This is just the appetizer. Tonight is the big move. Then you, Yi Chendong. That's when your face will really be beaten to pieces. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. After learning that Yi Qingcheng would be treated like a commodity and married into the Yu family, Fong Chen's last bit of awe towards the Yu family completely disappeared. Tonight, he is going to shock the audience. Regarding the grudge between Fong Chen and Yi Chendong, I do have some ideas. I'm planning to write a conflict outbreak process with the plot as the main focus. However, it all depends on your opinions. Even if I finally decide to write it, I may only write it when I have time, because the grudge between Yi Chendong and Fong Chen happened before he lost his memory, and it also involves some of Fong Chen's background in family relationships. If I write it out now, it will not only affect my thinking, but will also disturb everyone's joy of reading the book. After this chapter is posted, I will build a new building in the book review area, and the ID is Xiao Chao, to see your opinions. If more people want to read it, I will insert such a bridge segment in the outline, but when to write it out depends on fate. After all, everyone is urging me to update so eagerly, I dare not neglect it. In fact, I have some other ideas, but but they are not very mature. I will tell you in detail at the end of the chapter. I am willing to accept any opinions, including good or bad reviews, as long as you don't give me a bad review. If it really doesn't work, you can also give me a bad review. Chapter 91, The Long Family Patriarch. Do you really want to buy these 3 cars? Watching Yi Chendong and his group leave, Che Huang subconsciously asked Fong Chen, who was standing beside him. Fong Chen smiled slightly, of course. Sister Chi also likes luxury cars. It's only been a few days since her last LaFerrari was crashed. I guess it hasn't been repaired yet, right? After all, it is a top-notch luxury car made with Italian craftsmanship. Repairing it would not only cost a huge amount of money, but it would also take a long time. In that case, let us give it to 7th sister. Actually, this LaFerrari was originally intended for Mr. Fong. Che Huang coughed dryly, still shocked by Fong Chen's generosity. 200 million is definitely not a small amount even for the second generation of some middle and high-level officials. Fong Chen spent such a huge sum of money without even blinking an eye. It's really terrifying. Although everyone knows that Master Fong is generous, he bought the love even of Lin Shengxiao, the eldest son of the Lin family, in one breath without blinking an eye. But compared to hearing rumors from others, of course, it is more shocking to see it with your own eyes, especially for someone like Che Huang who was dealing with Fong Chen for the first time. Hearing this, Fong Chen was slightly stunned, but the next moment he smiled and said, "Forget it, it's okay, just consider it as something I bought." In his opinion, in a place like Saipan International where every inch of land is valuable, the cost of opening a jewelry store would inevitably be higher. I'm afraid that if the price of love even alone was reported, it would shock the car king so much that he would fall off work. What's more, it only cost 200 million to buy 3 cars. Thinking of this, Fong Chen touched his nose in disappointment. It seemed that he had been led astray by his 7th sister. While Che Huang was horrified, he also had a deep understanding of the power behind the other young master. It was no surprise to meet Long Kaiga and his group. Even when they provoked the Yi family, a martial arts family, they remained calm. The king of cars did not dare to delay and took out the car keys of the 3 cars and handed them to Fong Chen. Fong Chen took a look and gave a helpless smile. He didn't even have a house in his name, and he didn't even know where to park the car after he got it back. It is pretending to be beautiful, but it seems to have brought some subsequent historical problems to itself. He looked at Chu Linger, who was looking at him eagerly. Fong Chen was stunned at first, then he smiled. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this little girl liked this Bugatti Crimson Dragon. After receiving a Chu Xingha brand name card from Mr. Chu, Fong Chen felt a little uncomfortable. In that case, let me just consider it as returning a favor to Mr. Chu. There are countless people in the capital with a net worth of hundreds of millions. If one could exchange one of Mr. Chu's brand name cards for 100 million, I'm afraid many people would flock to it. By this calculation, I have actually gained quite a bit of advantage. Since you like this car, I'll give it to you. Fong Chen smiled and tossed the Bugatti Chiron car key in his hand and handed it directly to Chu Linger. The little girl looked expectantly in the eyes. Really? Chen Fong? Give this car to me? Chu Linger's face was full of shock. This expression made Yang Shanshan beside her feel that something was a little wrong. In her opinion, Fong Chen is just a poor boy. How could he have 200 million? There are 200 million people dressed like beggars? Every time he talks about something, he reveals his poverty. How could such a person be worth 200 million? Therefore, in Yang Shanshan's opinion, the money Fong Chen used to slap Yi Chendong in the face was entirely borrowed from Chu Linger. Although she had some doubts in her heart, Yang Shanshan did not take the initiative to ask this question due to her preconceived reservations. Are you really giving it to me? Chu Linger's little face was full of excitement. Yeah. Fong Chen himself didn't like sports cars. To him, the purpose of buying 3 legendary cars in a rage today was just to slap Yi Chendong in the face. Other than that, there's really no deep meaning. Chu Linger has the mind of a girl, although countless young men from wealthy families in the imperial capital have had secret thoughts about her. But there is really no one who can give away a gift worth 100 million yuan in one go. Even though Chu Linger was well informed, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Her pretty face turned slightly red and her heart was beating fast. Thank you, Chen Fong. Fong Chen nodded with a smile, and even Che Huang on the side felt that he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This generous move was simply jaw-dropping. He bought a Bugatti Chiron for 100 million yuan and gave it away as a gift. Master Fong is too willful. The farce ended just like that, and Chu Linger could be said to have returned with a full load. She drove away satisfied with her favorite car. On Fong Chen's side, there are two other magical cars. They are a Lamborghini Veneno and a Ferrari LaFerrari. Fong Chen directly asked Che Huang to arrange someone to deliver the two cars to Fong Jiran. It seems that tonight's clan meeting will be bloody again. Fong Chen could sense Yi Qindong's admiration for the Yu family's background, but no matter who it was today, none of them can influence Yi Qingqing's life. Don't even think about stopping old Yu from returning to his roots. The system restored all the memories between Fong Chen and Yi Qingqing, and Fong Chen naturally remembered their past. Today, Yi Qindong got a small revenge on him for the grudge he had with him. After all, even when Fong Chen lost his memory, Yi Qindong did not play a simple role in this entire series of events. He is also inextricably linked to this matter. How could Fong Chen let this kid off so easily? Chen Fong, I have to say, you look very handsome today. Chu Linger giggled, then got into the Bugatti Chiron and left with Yang Qianqian, while Chen Yaoxing drove away in a Ferrari 488. Fong Chen stared at the two departing sports cars, then slowly walked to the Volvo XC90 he had just picked up. Just at this moment, suddenly, a group of people walked into the exhibition hall in a menacing manner. Che Huangdu, who had just finished the formalities not far away, suddenly looked stern. When he saw the person coming, his expression suddenly became more serious. The head of the Long family, Long Nanqing? This person is a big shot in the upper class of Beijing. Long Nanqing's status and position are far better than Long Kaiga, who suffered a great loss at the hands of Fong Chen before. As the head of an aristocratic family, he wields enormous power and is by no means a simple character. They are all well-known bigwigs who have been famous for a long time. The car king Qin Yu was afraid that Fong Chen would suffer a loss, so he quickly called the security guard. However, although Qin Yu's movements were fast, Long Nanqing had already walked in front of Fong Chen. His eyes were fixed on the young man next to the Volvo. Mr. Long, this is the main exhibition hall where I hold the auto show. I hope you can give me some face and not cause trouble here. The passers-by on the side were all confused as they saw another group of people walking towards Fong Chen in a menacing manner. Did this young man not check the almanac before going out today? Did someone come to cause trouble again? Fong Chen stared at the old man in front of him without giving in. His gaze was sharper than Yi Qindong's domineering and aggressive one. The cloudy eyes of the old man in front of him gave Fong Chen a feeling of being unfathomable. If Yi Qindong was like a sword unsheathed, then Long Nanqing in front of him was a sharp blade wrapped in layers of white scabbard. Are you Fong Chen? Young Master Fong? Not bad, Fong Chen said lightly. He didn't know why Long Nanqing came to him at this time, but Fong Chen was not a coward. If the other party tried to help Long Kaiga find trouble, Fong Chen was willing to let the other party draw a path and then he would follow it. A hint of awe flashed in Long Nanqing's eyes. The next moment, he knelt on one knee and bowed. Master Fong, Long Kaiga has been abandoned by my Long family. I am here to apologize to you. Here's a check for 10 billion, please keep it safe. Chapter 92, I don't even want the money, who can I go to for justice? Today's third update has been published. Here's a check for 10 billion, please keep it safe. Boom. As the voice came out, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. At this moment, even a silver needle dropping could be heard clearly. 1 billion yuan in compensation, an apology, the head of the Long family. Che Huang, who had been nervously paying attention to the movements here, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the head of the Long family was not here to cause trouble. With the help of the people behind him, he might be able to scare Long Kaiga. However, if one were to go head-to-head with the head of such a noble family, it might not be certain who would win. What's more, that person is not here, and he can't stand up to protect Fong Chen now. The king of Che was really afraid that Long Nanqing would get angry and confront Fong Chen here. However, it seems that my worries are unnecessary. Young Master Fong didn't know which background he used to intimidate Long Nanqing, even though the latter had clearly beaten Long Kaiga severely. Then, after the head of the Long family appeared, the first thing he did was to apologize and please Fong Chen. Fong Chen himself was slightly stunned. Was this old man running over here aggressively to apologize? You looked so unfathomable, I was so scared that I almost thought you were going to attack me. Fong Chen said unhappily. Uncle, the matter of Long Kaiga is a private matter between him and me. Our grudge has been resolved. There is no need for compensation. As for any punishment you have inflicted on him within your own family, it has nothing to do with me. The Long family is obviously afraid of their fourth sister, which is why they came to apologize on their own initiative. If it weren't for the fact that the Long family relied on the military's industrial chain for survival, they would have been constrained by Shen Yuan, god of war Feng Shiyun. Even today, he had provoked Feng Chen because of Long Kaiga's matter. I'm afraid this old guy wouldn't come all the way here to apologize to me. Feng Chen had a fairly thorough understanding of the ins and outs of these noble families. Dealing with such people is very tiring. After all, the people in power of these aristocratic families are all old foxes and none of them is easy to deal with. No, Master Feng, please don't misunderstand. This is compensation for you alone. On the way here, Long Nanqing also thoroughly investigated the whole story. Long Kaiga would offend the god of war Shen Yuan. It's all because of the young man in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that Long Kaiga was so blind as to provoke the younger brother of Shen Yuan, god of war Feng Shiyun, how could his family's industrial chain be blocked killed by the Yanhuang tribe? Moreover, within just a few minutes, even the huge Long family was almost disbanded on the spot. This incident really sounded a wake-up call for Long Nanqing. So he hurriedly brought people here, intending to curry favor with Feng Chen. After all, the Long family's industries have not recovered yet. The Long family's production lines include some military products, and the biggest customer is the army. If Feng Shiyun does not plan to continue cooperating with their Beijing Long family in the future, then the Long family is really not far from bankruptcy. The most urgent task is to please Feng Chen. Otherwise, if the latter still has resentment in his heart, who knows when Feng Shiyun will nod and agree to resume cooperation between the two parties. Until the cooperation is resumed, the industries under the Long family will continue to operate as usual. The production line cannot be stopped. The wages of so many workers and the fees for some transportation channels all cost money. Feng Shiyun can unilaterally cut off the cooperation between the two parties, but the Long family cannot just stop. In other words, the Long family will have a hard time in the days ahead. Having lost the Yanhuang tribe, their biggest customer, the Long family would have to lose money for the whole day if the cooperative industrial chain was not restored. Come to think of it, it won't be long before the Long family, which was one of the top forces in Beijing not long ago, will fall to the level of a second-tier force. Moreover, as long as cooperation is not restored, then the Long family will not be far from bankruptcy. Feng Chen frowned. Do you think I'm short of your 10 billion? As soon as these words came out, the eyelids of the Emperor Che twitched. It was probably that few people in the entire imperial capital could say what young Master Feng said with such confidence. Damn, why am I so jealous? Che Huang covered his chest and walked aside, feeling depressed. I know young Master Feng is not short of these 1 billion yuan. This is just a small token of our Long family's appreciation. I just want to trouble you to help me inquire with the god of war Shen Yuan about this cooperation. Feng Chen glanced at Long Nanqing calmly. He finally understood what this old man was planning and said. It's not me who has the final say on matters of cooperation. It all depends on fourth sister's mood, how she decides. Old man, you have a good plan. Seeing Feng Chen's unyielding attitude, Long Nanqing also smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to make friends with Feng Chen only because of the latter's identity as the younger brother of the god of war Shen Yuan. But now it seems that young Master Feng is as resourceful as those old foxes who have been scheming against others for years. Trying to play those little tricks of pretending to be nice in front of Feng Chen would only bring shame upon oneself. Master Feng, let's put it this way. These 1 billion yuan can be considered as a prepayment order for a batch of your company's products. Long Nanqing's mind was not confused. On the way here, he first investigated Feng Chen's work. It is learned that Feng Chen is currently serving as the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company. He immediately spoke up and said, as the saying goes, prescribe the right medicine for the right disease and seize every opportunity. Starting from the company's business, Feng Chen will not refuse, right? Whatever you want. Feng Chen's mouth twitched. This old guy's thoughts are clear. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Even if I don't want to pay attention to the latter now, I don't have much reason to make things difficult for him. He sighed inwardly. He is worthy of being the big boss who can sit in the position of head of the family. This tactic of surrounding Wei to save Zhao is a good one. Billion orders. This is not a small amount for Tianding Clothing Company. I guess those guys on the board of directors would be so excited if they knew about this. Long Nanqing looked at Feng Chen and saw that he finally showed some sign of relenting. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and called Guan Yuetong in front of the latter, as the head of a prominent family in the capital. It is naturally easy to find the phone number of the general manager of Tianding Clothing Company. Hello, Miss Guan. I am Long Nanqing, the head of the Long family in Beijing. It's like this. Actually, I have been paying attention to your brand for a long time, and today I happened to get to know young Master Fong by chance, and then. As Long Nanqing finished speaking. On the other end of the phone, Guan Yuetong in the general manager's office was stunned. The woman's pretty face was filled with disbelief. The Long family from Beijing? This kind of aristocratic family basically has its own clothing industry chain of self-production and sales. Is the head of the Long family out of his mind? Why did he go to Tianding to place an order? But after she swallowed hard, she calmed herself down and asked tentatively. Well, I need to verify your identity. After all, this kind of thing is no joke. Sister Xiaotong, there's no need to verify. Mr. Long is right next to me now. Long Nanqing was speaking externally, and when he heard Guan Yuetong's question, Fong Chen spoke directly. Then, young Master Fong, was what he just said true? He wants to place an order of 1 billion? $1 billion deal was negotiated just like that? Yes. Hiss. Even though he was on the phone, Fong Chen could clearly hear the woman on the other end taking a breath of cold air. Is it so exaggerated? After all, the market value of Tianding Clothing Company exceeds tens of billions. If Guan Yuetong heard this, she would probably despise him. Are the values of a company's market value and cash flow orders comparable? Guan Yuetong's heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves. Young Master Fong only had one day off on Saturday, but he actually managed to close a deal worth 1 billion yuan? You know, Tianding Clothing Company was hit by the epidemic last year. The total turnover did not even reach 1 billion yuan, but Fong Chen just went out for a trip and achieved results that surpassed the entire marketing department. This is more than just fucking horrifying. It's simply inhumane. If Guan Yuetong hadn't still retained some rationality, she would even have suspected that Fong Jiran had disguised himself as a member of the Long family to deliver performance to Tianding Clothing Company. Ms. Guan, now that young Master Fong has agreed, can we discuss and sign the contract in a couple of days? Long Nanqing felt a little helpless. Why is it that these days no one wants money? This is 1 billion. Isn't it better for Guan Yuetong to agree to it immediately? I can't even give away 1 billion yuan, who can I complain to? P.S. Let us set tomorrow's small goal at 500. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 93, The Dragon Family's Guest. But our company's product volume may not be able to provide such a large share in a year. Although Guan Yuetong also wanted to nod in agreement directly. However, you still have to tell others the truth about the company's internal capabilities. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like you are taking advantage of them and cheating them? It's okay. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years will do. The remaining money will be considered a deposit to maintain our long-term cooperation. Long Nanqing said impatiently. On the other end of the phone, Guan Yuetong noticed Long Nanqing's excited and nervous attitude. He could only smile bitterly, although he didn't know why the head of the Beijing-based Long family was so optimistic about Tianding Clothing Company. But since others have said so, what else can she say? Okay, I understand. Please wait a moment, I will call a board meeting and give you a reply later. After saying that, Guan Yuetong hung up the phone. Long Nanqing glanced at Fong Chen angrily. Young Master Fong, look, you can accept this check now. As he spoke, Long Nanqing carefully observed Fong Chen's expression. If those who followed him from the Long family saw him like this, they would probably be so scared that their jaws would drop. After all, as the head of the family, Long Nanqing usually takes charge of all family affairs and has to personally review all matters, big and small. He always gives people a dignified attitude, not like it is now. It was like a primary school student who had made a mistake and stood respectfully in front of his head teacher, afraid of saying something wrong. Fong Chen nodded helplessly. Since the other party had already done this, what reason did he have to reject him? Okay, I'll take it then. That's great. I wish our two families a happy cooperation. It's my honor to work with young Master Fong. Long Nanqing immediately showed a relieved smile on his face. Finally, the 10 billion was given away. Call. With such a cooperative relationship, the Long family in Beijing can at least be considered a major customer of their Tianding Clothing Company, right? If we really go bankrupt, Master Fong will not just stand by and watch us die, right? In order to tie himself and Fang Chen together, Long Nanqing racked his brains. Fortunately, his goal was finally achieved. Fang Chen gave a helpless smile. When this guy first showed up, he was extremely utilitarian, and his mind was full of using the billion-dollar check to please himself, hoping that the fourth sister would let him off the hook. But obviously, because the fox's tail was exposed. For fear that Fang Chen would feel resentful, he changed his strategy immediately and actually started from his own Tianding clothing company. It made it impossible for Fang Chen to refuse him. Long Nanqing was no longer in a hurry and looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. "Oh, by the way, Master Fang, we have now reached such a big cooperation, it can be said that there is no friendship without fighting." Fang Chen was ashamed and asked, "Who fought with you? Wasn't he it that kid Long Kaiga who had conflicts with me from the beginning to the end?" Long Nanqing didn't care about Fang Chen's helpless expression. He took out a jade token from his arms and handed it to Fang Chen while he looked puzzled. Then, he said with a smile, "Young Master Fang, this is for you. It can be considered as a symbol of our status as a partner of the Long family." Fang Chen subconsciously looked down and saw a big word dragon on the jade token. "Now that you have such a big order with us, you have met the qualifications to become a guest elder of my Long family. Holding this is equivalent to a symbol of your status as a distinguished guest of my Long family. You have absolute power over any faction of the Long family you go to, so that no blind brat from the Long family can provoke you. Moreover, this jade pendant also has some influence in the upper-class society of the capital. It's enough to deter some short-sighted villains. If you plan to go to the capital in the future, having this can help you avoid a lot of trouble. The jade pendant feels great in the hand, just like the finest uncut jade." Fang Chen was slightly stunned, his face full of surprise. Could this old guy be sure? Able to have absolute control over any force belonging to the Long family. Doesn't that mean that as long as Fang Chen holds this jade token, he will be second only to the first person in the Long family and above everyone else? Second only to the head of the family, Long Nanqing. It shouldn't be that way if Long Nanqing wanted to please Fang Chen just to restore the Long family's industrial chain, right? This is too exaggerated. This is too expensive, Master Long, I can't accept it. Fang Chen quickly declined. Who could have imagined that the small jade token in Fang Chen's hand actually possessed such tremendous power? Just think of it as a venture investment I am making. And don't think that you are taking advantage of the Long family by getting this guest card. We are businessmen after all. It's a win-win situation, haha. Long Nanqing smiled slightly and looked at Fang Chen deeply. Is Fang Chen worthy of Long Nanqing's sacrifice? Perhaps before Patriarch Long met Fang Chen, he had never thought of this plan, but after a conversation with Fang Chen. But I had some different ideas in mind. In fact, even if this jade token was given to Fang Chen, based on Long Nanqing's contact with it for less than half an hour, he could already know it in his heart. Fang Chen is definitely not the kind of person who likes to act recklessly. This dragon card can indeed call the shots in any force of the Long family, but don't forget what the Long family does. The Long family itself is a supplier in the military industry chain that is dependent on the Yanhuang department. Fang Chen and fourth sister Fang Shiyun are relatives. In other words, doesn't everything in the Long family actually originate from a word from Xianyuan god of war Fang Shiyun? Fang Chen took the dragon badge and became a guest of the Long family. To be honest, it is actually a matter of great benefit to his Long family with no harm at all. After Long Nanqing finished speaking, fearing that Fang Chen would refuse again, he smiled and said, "Young Master Fang should also show up at the dinner tonight, right? I heard that President Fang will also be there, so I'll trouble young Master Fang to introduce us to each other then." Fang Chen smiled bitterly. "Master Long, this thing is really too valuable." "Young Master Fang, then we'll see you in the evening." "Hey, please listen to me. My Alzheimer's disease has come back again. Oh, I even forgot that I haven't prepared a gift for the old lady of the Yu family tonight. Hello? Hello? I'm leaving first. Master Fang, it's windy here. Let's meet and talk in the evening." Long Nanqing completely ignored Fang Chen's words and just kept talking to himself. At the end of his words, he turned around and left with the people from the Long family. "Hey! Old man Long, are you deaf?" Fang Chen's face was full of black lines. This old thing. For a moment, Fang Chen was unable to help but smile bitterly at the lovely Long Nanqing, but this dragon card was of great importance. This guy insisted on giving it to Fang Chen, and the latter really had to keep it well. If it gets lost and causes some trouble, Fang Chen himself will not be able to escape responsibility. he had no choice but to put the jade token into his pocket. The king of Che watched Long Nanching's performance in amazement. It was not until the powerful old fox left that he jumped out. "Gulu, congratulations, young Master Fong, you will have another identity in the future." As he spoke, Che Huang rubbed his hands with envy on his face. The guest of honor of the Long family. The power represented by the small jade token can truly be said to be second only to that of Long Nanqing, the head of the Long family. Damn, what kind of identity is this? What can truly earn others' genuine respect and admiration is a person's true talent and ability, rather than relying on such undeserved titles. If one day Fong Chen loses everything he has now, perhaps Long Nanchang will treat him differently. "Then I'm leaving too, King of Cars." Fong Chen greeted the King of Cars and drove his new car, the Volvo XC90, out of the exhibition center. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Chen appeared at the Chaoyang vegetable market, and his XC90 was parked directly in front of the market with a temporary license plate. People are coming and going, and a luxury car that costs nearly 700,000 yuan after full payment is completed is extremely rare in such a place. After getting off the car, Fong Chen walked straight towards the direction of Mr. Yu, only to see that Mr. Yu was greeting every customer in front of his stall with a smile on his face. Tonight is the Yu family reunion, for this middle-aged man who really wants to return to the Yu family and trace his roots. Today is a big day. Fong Chen could guess that underneath Mr. Yu's calm expression there was definitely an excited heart. Even a fool can sense that the Yu family dislikes Yu Qiushan. Moreover, until today, Fong Chen has not seen Yu Guohui and his son take the initiative to contact him and give Fong Chen the invitation letter to the Yu family meeting. It seems that these two people really don't take this matter seriously. Under the calm sea, tonight, perhaps the entire imperial capital's upper-class society will be boiling because of this clan meeting, because it is not easy for Yu Qiushan to recognize his ancestors and Fong Chen. Since he has already promised Mr. Yu, he will naturally do it. First use courtesy, then force. He has already given enough face to Yu Guohui and his son. Since they don't know what's good for them, Fong Chen doesn't mind using some strong tactics on them. After all, some people just like to do shameless things. For this kind of people, Fong Chen usually likes to give them enough face. As for the end, since you have no shame, then it's easy to deal with. It's very simple. I'll just throw your face to the ground and stomp on it hard. PS2 updates today. I finally get a vacation once a month, so I want to go out for a good walk. The author really doesn't have much manuscripts in hand. I came back tonight and stayed up all night to write. I promised my partner that we would go to Little Sheep for a month, but I haven't been there yet. Please understand. I will also take a break and think about the subsequent plot. Chapter 94, Departure to the Clan Meeting. Hey, isn't that the kid from the old Yu family? When Fong Chen got out of the car, he attracted a lot of people's attention. Chaoyang district is an area with relatively backward economic development. The appearance of a luxury car like the Volvo XC90 is very eye-catching. Moreover, many owners of vegetable stalls or fruit shops also had some impression of Fong Chen, so someone recognized the latter at the first opportunity. "Fong Chen, where did you make your fortune? Old man, you can probably enjoy the good life now." A fruit stall owner who had a good relationship with him greeted with a smile. Fong Chen smiled. "Ha, Mr. Yu doesn't want to enjoy the good life with me. I guess he just can't bear to leave you old friends. It's actually very easy to chat with these people at the bottom of society." On the contrary, Fong Chen felt no pressure. "You are such a sweet talker, girl. Do you remember Fong Chen? We have only not seen each other for a few days, and he is already driving a luxury car." "Hey, Fong Chen, don't be in a hurry to leave." Fong Chen quickly said let's chat again and walked towards Mr. Yu's stall. As he walked, he kept talking to himself, "Uncle Zhang, I saw Mr. Yu calling me, I'll go over first." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Fong Chen revealed a bitter smile. A billionaire's talents are a nuisance. Approaching Mr. Yu, Yu Qiushan glanced at him with a smile. "You've come so early? Well, you've been waiting for a long time too, haven't you?" Fong Chen smiled and glanced at old Yu's vegetable stall. The goods on the stall were nearly 2/3 less than usual. When old Yu was preparing the goods this morning, he actually only bought less than half of the usual amount. The old man and the young have the same ideas. Old Yu's face turned red when Fong Chen saw through his secret plan. "You kid. By the way, Mr. Yu, this car is for you. It will be your vehicle from now on." Fong Chen seemed to have remembered something. He handed his Volvo car keys to Mr. Yu with a smile. The old man was slightly stunned. You kid really bought me a car? The last time Chiu Yueping had an accident, after returning home at night, Fang Chen mentioned to Mr. Yu that he wanted to buy a car for the old man. But at that time, Mr. Yu thought that Fang Chen was joking with him. As a result, this kid actually brought the car back today. For a moment, old Yu was slightly touched by Fang Chen's behavior. I don't know what to say. Fang Chen, on the other hand, said with a grin, Mr. Yu, why are you still standing there? You saved my life. This is just a car. If you don't want it, I will give it to someone else. Anyway, I don't like driving. It's so comfortable to take the subway. Fang Chen was halfway through his words when he saw old Yu still waving his hands, and his face suddenly turned serious. As soon as the threatening words came out, Mr. Yu took the car keys with a look of anger and amusement. You kid. I felt a little touched. Old Yu lived for most of his life. The first half of his life was spent in intrigue within the huge Yu family, and the second half of his life was spent being expelled from the family. Living outside, he thought he would live a dull life in the second half of his life, but unexpectedly his own sister made things difficult for him. Life has worn away Yu Lao's edges. Fortunately, maybe when God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. Mr. Yu insisted on doing one good deed every day, and the only hope in his life came at this time. I found Fang Chen, a young man with amnesia. Old Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, as if trying to hide the emotions that were about to burst out. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. For him. At present, the memory of my parents has not been fully restored. In his heart, old Yu was really like his own biological father, taking care of him in every way. Although it was only for a year, it gave Fang Chen an incomparable family experience as an adult. From Mr. Yu, Fang Chen, an adult who had lost all his memories, also felt unprecedented warmth. It can be said that this was the time when Fang Chen was most confused and helpless. It was entirely due to the company of old Yu. To say that Yu Qiushan had given Fang Chen a new life might be an understatement. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Mr. Yu's stall was completely empty. The vegetables were sold out and the stall seemed a little empty, so Fang Chen and old Yu simply cleaned up the stalls. Fang Chen washed his hands and said to Mr. Yu, let's go, Mr. Yu, change your clothes. After all, tonight we will fulfill your long-cherished wish. Tracing one's ancestry seems to be of great importance to old Yu. Fang Chen can naturally see this, and there is no doubt about it. Fang Chen, I have a feeling that tonight may not go smoothly. It's okay, let me arrange everything for tonight's clan meeting. Fang Chen smiled slightly. Yu Lao's premonition was not wrong. He also knew how much sarcasm and confrontation the two of them would face tonight. However, Fang Chen didn't care. Even if it was to save Mr. Yu's dignity, Fang Chen would not back down. Besides, I had promised Yi Chendong that I would rub this kid's face hard on the ground. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, and Fang Chen adjusted his expression. You open it. Old Yu looked at Fang Chen deeply and then nodded. He also noticed that Fang Chen seemed a little different today than usual. Mr. Yu got into the new car and the two drove towards home. At about 4:30, they finally arrived home, and Fang Chen changed into a clean and tidy suit. Mr. Yu also took out a set of clothes from his own collection. It was the first time that Fang Chen saw old Yu getting ready in such a serious manner. The old man and the young man got into the car again and drove towards the venue of the clan meeting together. On the way, Fang Chen glanced at the group of the second-generation circle in the imperial capital. The most exciting event today is undoubtedly still the clan meeting of the Yu family in Beijing. After all, there had been rumors for a long time that the female president of Tianding was coming. You know, Fang Juran usually avoids this kind of personal banquets as much as possible and rarely attends them. It was rare to notify the other party in advance like this, and the Yu family even used it to make a fuss and publicize it. Just because of Fang Juran's words of attendance, the entire Yu family was in an uproar, and even in the capital, countless people felt that the Yu family was about to prosper. After all, Fang Juran's initiative to come to the Yu family meeting was seen by many as a gesture of goodwill. Although the Yu family is also a noble family, it has no advantages over the Long family in the capital, which has the support of the Chinese military, and the Yi family, a martial arts family with many legendary masters. Unless the Yu family is really on good terms with Fang Juran, why would the female president of Tianding take the initiative to attend the Yu family's clan meeting? Although Tianding group is not a noble family, Tianding is the object of flattery that countless noble families flock to. By making friends with Fang Juran, the so-called rapid development of the Yu family is not an exaggeration. P.S. Well, I'm going out on a date, so there will only be 2 updates today. Don't wait any longer. Yesterday's small goal has not been completed yet, so tomorrow's goal is still 500. Please hurry up. Chapter 95, It will be useful later. First update. Fong Chen and Yu Lao had just arrived near the venue when a loud roar of an engine sounded not far away. Fong Chen was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked in that direction. I saw a petite figure standing quietly under the streetlight, with a cool and exaggerated Koenigsegg next to her. Who else could it be other than Shu Linger, who we just separated this morning? Fong Chen smiled and waved at the little girl. Is the Yu family's clan meeting tonight so grand? Even Mr. Chu is here? My father? Not really. But for some reason, my father is quite interested in this clan meeting tonight. Shu Linger was not wearing the casual outfit she wore in the morning. Instead, she was wearing a dark-colored long skirt. However, she was not tall, and the long skirt did not bring out her figure. Overall, it gave people a feeling of being delicate and naive. The ink color under the sunlight is originally a little green. It made Shu Linger look a bit more mature, and when Fong Chen took a closer look, he found that the little girl was actually wearing light makeup. It also makes the delicate facial features look even more perfect. Really? It seems that Mr. Chu would be the first to find out the truth of any disturbance in the entire Northwest. Although Fong Chen had not had much dealings with Chu Xinghe. To put it bluntly, the two of them only met once. However, this did not affect Fong Chen's judgment of this tycoon who had great power in the Northwestern business community. It seems normal for Mr. Chu to pay attention to this clan meeting. After all, even the Yu family has been publicizing that Tianding's female president Fong Juran will be visiting. Who knows if Fong Juran really wants to make friends with the Yu family? If the two companies really join forces, the business landscape will still be affected and changed to a certain extent. As the top figure in the business community in the Northwest region, Chu Xinghe naturally attracted a lot of attention. Shu Linger shrugged, tilted her head and smiled. Oh, who knows? Don't you have my father's brand name card? You can come to Truman to find my father when you have nothing to do. Fong Chen glanced at her with a half smile and said, Are you asking me to go find Mr. Chu? I don't even want to talk to you. You obviously just want me to go and talk to you. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my elder, Mr. Yu. Fong Chen turned his head to look at Yu Qiushan, then said to Chu Linger, Mr. Yu, what are you doing? Let me introduce you to a friend. After Yu Qiushan parked the car just now, Fong Chen saw Chu Linger at a glance. But for some reason, old Yu who was not far away did not make any movement for a long time, which made Fong Chen look confused. Chu Linger saw elder Yu and smiled sweetly. Hello, Mr. Yu. Yu Qiushan stared at Chu Linger blankly for a long while, until the little girl opened her mouth and smiled sweetly, then he came back to his senses. Mr. Yu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Ah, it's okay, it's okay. In the blink of an eye, the little girl has grown up so big. Old Yu waved his hands repeatedly. The last sentence was very soft, like a weak mosquito sound. Even Fong Chen, who was standing next to old Yu, could not hear it clearly. However, this did not affect Fong Chen's ability to detect his abnormality. The topic of our conversation last night suddenly came to my mind. Now that I think about it, maybe Mr. Yu had seen Chu Linger before. Otherwise, why would he have such a strange expression on his face when he first met her? Fong Chen said, Mr. Yu, why don't you go buy me a bottle of water? I'm a little thirsty. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiushan didn't say any more nonsense. He nodded and walked towards the convenience store not far away. Fong Chen could see the unnaturalness of seeing old Yu and Chu Linger in the same frame. Let's get the old man out of the way first, so that Mr. Yu can have a chance to calm down. By the way, my father asked me to give this to you. Chu Linger stared at old Yu's back with some confusion, but the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something. He got into the Koenigsegg and took out a scroll. Fong Chen took a look. What is this? This is my father's calligraphy and painting. He gave me a card to express his gratitude. He said you could use it tonight. I don't know what he was thinking. It's just a crappy painting. As she spoke, Chu Linger was pushed into Fong Chen's arms. Fong Chen was immediately ashamed. Mr. Chu's calligraphy and paintings were basically out of stock outside, and the little girl actually used the word bad painting to describe this thing. Sharp. She is indeed a darling born with a golden key. Then I'll accept it. Please thank Mr. Chu for me. Fong Chen took it with a smile. Coincidentally, at this time, Mr. Yu also came back after shopping. Shall we go in too? I glanced at the time on my phone and it was almost 5:30. Okay. Old Yu put out the cigarette in his hand and handed over a bottle of mineral water. Seeing this, Fong Chen smiled. I just wanted to get Mr. Yu out of the way and let him calm down, but I didn't expect that Mr. Yu would actually run and buy me a bottle of mineral water. He turned his head and looked at the tall building not far in front of him. Bai Weilu. This is where the Yu family finally decided to host a banquet for all parties and hold a clan meeting. In fact, if you think about it, the most prestigious dining place in the imperial capital must be the Tianxi Mingyue that Fong Chen visited last time. But compared to Bai Weilu, the space inside Tianxi Mingyue is much smaller. There are so many guests tonight that if we were to arrange for them to stay at Tianxi Mingyue, there might not be enough seats. Just from this point alone, one can imagine how exaggerated the scene of the Yu family's clan meeting tonight is. I walked about a crossroads. Even on both sides of the road, there was a tall fence that had been built at some point, dividing the road. Mr. Yu smoked a cigarette, and now he felt much calmer. The three of them walked towards Bai Weilu. Those who came at this time were considered early. Even so, the entrance of Bai Weilu was still crowded with people coming and going. The traffic volume was so heavy that many security guards from the restaurants came out to help direct traffic. Seeing this, Fong Chen smiled bitterly and helplessly. Is it that exaggerated? I'm afraid it will be even more exaggerated. Ever since Sister Jiran announced her attendance at this clan meeting, you have no idea how much public relations, news, and hot searches the Yu family has bought to hype this matter. Even apart from the upper class, this matter has continued to ferment among many ordinary people and has been hyped up to an extremely exaggerated level. Chu Linger explained with a smile. Fong Chen sneered when he heard this. The Yu family really knows how to take advantage of the situation. But I'm afraid that some people will turn a happy event into a funeral. Fong Chen muttered to himself. If everything goes well, the Yu family is willing to let Mr. Yu return to his ancestral home. Fong Chen didn't mind giving them a little sweetness. The worst that could happen was to allow Tianding and the Yu family to establish a more solid cooperative relationship. Even if they wanted to use his seventh sister's momentum to hype themselves up, Fong Chen didn't mind. However, if the people of the Yu family are shameless, then don't blame Fong Chen for slapping them in the face. P.S. I finally reached my goal of 500 reminders, so I owe you one more chapter. The author has kept it in mind. Chapter 96, Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. Chu Linger happened to glance at her cell phone. Chen Fong, Yang Qianqian, and the others have arrived. I'll go pick them up. Please wait for me at the door for a while. Yeah, okay. At the entrance of Bai Weilu, a tall young man was smiling widely and shaking hands with each guest. Next to him stood a middle-aged man, whose face was also flushed. He was deeply touched by the friendly attitude of the guests. Who else could it be other than Yu Guohui and his son? During this period, because of the hype about the Yu family's impending success, Yu Guohui, as the person in charge of the clan meeting invitations, directly rose in status in the upper class. Many of the important figures whom he had tried so hard to curry favor with in the past were now servile and respectful before him. This made this guy quite inflated. In addition to having negotiated such a big order with Tianding Clothing Company, Yu Guohui's status in the Yu family is beyond the reach of many people. For a time, the glory was endless. However, he probably wouldn't know even if he racked his brains. All this was just the result of a single sentence from Fong Chen. If young Master Fong, who is at the top of the pyramid of the imperial capital's upper-class society, really wants to settle a dispute with him, this guy will probably experience the feeling of riding a roller coaster and fall heavily from a great height. At this moment, Fong Chen saw three familiar figures walking over. Hey, isn't that your aunt and her family? Old Yu also saw these three people and spoke subconsciously. Fong Chen frowned, thinking back to the last time Chiao Yueping happened. Fong Chen finally dealt with Lin Ranran, but the aunt's family's attitude in speaking and doing things really made Fong Chen and Old Yu feel a little disappointed. During this period, the two parties had no contact with each other. There were quite a few people gathered at the wide entrance of Bai Weilu. The aunt and her family of three were blocked at the door. We are also a branch of the Yu family, and we have an invitation letter. Why can't you let us in? Xiao Yueping looked embarrassed and stared at Yu Mingyuan with anger on her face. Yu Mingyuan had a scoundrel attitude. Hey, my father is in charge of the invitation list. Whoever my father says is invited, then that's who is invited. So from now on, the invitation letter in your hand is invalid. Do you understand? After saying this, he glanced at the aunt's family of three with disdain. Even though the aunt and her family rented an Audi A4 when they came today, and even rented some expensive formal suits. But in Yu Mingyuan's eyes, it is still not presentable. As long as he doesn't want to let the aunt and her family of 3 in, he has the right to do so. Now an invitation letter is worth a fortune. Even many people who wanted to curry favor with Fang Jiran but couldn't find a way to do so were hyped up. This tiny admission ticket was sold for a whopping 100,000 yuan. You know, this is just an admission ticket. What would happen even if I joined the Yu family? No one can tell whether he has a 100% chance of getting in touch with Fang Jiran or establishing a good relationship with the people from the Yu family who are about to become successful. Just such a false opportunity has attracted countless people to rush for it. One can imagine how inflated Yu Guohui and his son must be at that moment. The relationship between the aunt's family and them was just average. Moreover, they don't even know how to give them a gift or a red envelope. How can Yu Guohui really indulge them? Do you really think you can come in with just an invitation? I am the person in charge of this clan meeting, and I can still give your place to someone else. An invitation letter is just a piece of paper. If he says it is invalid, then it is invalid. The aunt's face was full of indignation, and she said, "Why is this happening? After all, we are members of the Yu family." Yu Guohui looked at them with disdain. There are many members in the Yu family. Can they use this name to cheat and gild themselves? Moreover, this year's clan meeting is different from previous years. This year, some important figures are coming. Do you think your family of 3 are qualified to dine in the same venue with so many upper-class bigwigs? Aren't you afraid that your poverty-stricken aura will bring shame to our Yu family? Countless onlookers burst into laughter. It turns out that a side branch wanted to take this opportunity to climb up the social ladder. They really don't know their place. The Yu family today is completely different from what it used to be. Do they think that as members of the Yu family they have the opportunity to get ahead and establish good relations with the big guys from all sides? Don't even look at what you are. Seeing this scene, the aunt was so angry that she was shaking all over. When she was in the Yu family in Beijing, she was at least a colleague of Yu Guohui. Moreover, they are of similar age and are familiar with each other, but they haven't seen each other for many years. Now this guy actually puts on such an ugly face. Get out of here now, I have given your places to others. Yu Guohui, the way you eat is a little too ugly, isn't it? Xiu Yueping didn't care about so many things at this time and just cursed loudly. The annual Yu family meeting is a great opportunity for people within the Yu family. Who knows, some new policies for internal family support may be introduced, and then we can take advantage of the opportunity to gain power. Yu Guohui's move undoubtedly directly deprived the aunt's family of the opportunity to develop. Almost as soon as Xiu Yueping finished speaking, Yu Mingyuan slapped her in the face without mercy. Bang! How dare you talk to my dad like that? Bitch, there are not many people in the entire upper society of the imperial capital who dare to talk to my father like that. How dare you? Since we are family, I'll give you 1,000 yuan and tell you to get out of here right away. As Yu Mingyuan spoke, he took out 1,000 yuan in cash and threw it in the aunt's face. This is too much. The aunt's body was shaking and her face was full of anger. They themselves earned 100,000 yuan from selling the aunt's family's quota, and now they are throwing out a mere 1,000 yuan and trying to drive them away like beggars. This is really too much. The aunt's family spent more than $1,000 renting a car and clothes for the family gathering today. Dog eyes look down on people. Shame. Looking at Yu Mingyuan's arrogant look, the aunt gritted her teeth, her face turning alternately blue and red, but there was nothing she could do. Just then, Fang Chen and his group walked towards this direction. Yu Mingyuan noticed Fang Chen with his sharp eyes and immediately sneered. Oh, now people come in groups to get scolded? This idiot actually dares to come to this clan meeting. The last time Fang Chen jumped out and drove away when Yu Mingyuan was in high spirits and was about to tease Yi Qingcheng, making Yu Mingyuan very angry. He actually dared to show up at this clan meeting today. It just so happens that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect you to be here now. I'm going to give you a good beating today. Yu Mingyuan leaned over and whispered a few words into his father's ear. Yu Guohui also glanced in the direction of Fang Chen and his 3 companions. TSK, it turns out to be this guy. During this period, Yu Guohui had social events every day and met hundreds of people. He almost couldn't remember what Fang Chen looked like. If Yu Mingyuan hadn't reminded him, he would have really forgotten about this kid. I really didn't expect that you would actually dare to come here, Yu Mingyuan said to Fang Chen with a sneer. Fang Chen glanced at him nonchalantly. Where are my 2 invitations? Invitation letter, Yu Mingyuan sneered when he heard this. What qualifications do you have to get an invitation to join the Yu family club? Do you really think that I have to be respectful to you just because you rented a luxury car and let me drive it for 2 days? It was at this time that the aunt and her family noticed Fong Chen and Olju. Fong Chen, you are here. Look at this guy, he relies on the power of others and actually won't let our family of 3 in. The aunt was stunned at first, then she showed an excited expression. It's like a drowning person seeing the last straw. After all, the last time Fong Chen rescued her daughter from Lin Ranran, the aunt also heard the young man's background from Lu Tanchi. Although it feels a little unbelievable and even shocking to your worldview. But as to how a group of gangsters could treat him with such respect while chatting and laughing, the auntie really couldn't think of any other reason, except that the power behind him was so great that even the Black Dragon Society couldn't afford to offend him. Fong Chen glanced at the aunt and her 3 relatives indifferently. Fong Chen had never had a good impression of the aunt, not to mention that the 2 sides did not have a close relationship. He complained in his heart, evil will be punished by evil. Olju is exploited by aunt's family of 3 all day long. I don't know how much he has suffered at the hands of these flesh and blood relatives. Now the humiliation that aunt has suffered is not even 1% of what Olju has suffered. Can't you stand this? If it were Fong Chen's previous style of doing things, perhaps it would be a good thing that he did not add insult to injury today. So when the aunt approached him as if to show her goodwill, Fong Chen pretended not to notice and was too lazy to respond. Hey, isn't this old man you, the miracle doctor of our Yu family? Speaking of which, there was a little conflict between Yu Guohui and Yu Qiushan. But these are all things of the past. If no one mentions them, perhaps both parties involved would have almost forgotten them. However, seeing that Yu Qiushan actually came to the venue foolishly today, Yu Guohui would not miss such an opportunity to step on others and use the situation to elevate himself. Miracle doctor? Hearing this, Fong Chen was slightly stunned. The miraculous massage technique of Master Yu last night flashed through his mind. Thinking about it now, Fong Chen found it a little unbelievable. The red mark left by Chu Linger's hard bite. It even became a little swollen. According to normal people's life experience, this kind of situation would basically turn into bruising or even blue or purple the next day. However, with just a massage from Master Yu, Fong Chen's wound disappeared. It's simply amazing. A criminal in the family also wants to enter the clan meeting? I think you are crazy about climbing up the social ladder. PS second update today. Chapter 97, I'm here to cause trouble. The third update. A criminal in the family also wants to enter the clan meeting? I think you are crazy about climbing up the social ladder. Yu Guohui sneered and said. When that incident happened, it was good enough that the family spared your life. Now you are still dreaming of returning to your roots? Do you think it's possible? Yu Qiushan's face almost changed suddenly. Shut up. What happened back then was of great importance and has nothing to do with you, Yu Guohui. I just came to attend a clan meeting. Yu Guohui said coldly. Stop, let me tell you very clearly now, Yu Qiushan, and this poor boy are not qualified to be recognized by our Yu family, and you are not qualified to enter this clan meeting, do you understand? A bunch of idiots, one is Yu Guohui, and the other is Yu Qiujia. You are indeed biological siblings. Not only is the sister a waste, but the brother is also a useless thing. If you hadn't been swindling people with the title of the #1 doctor among the 8 gates and 12 families. Yu Qiushan was also very angry about these words. Although Fong Chen was quite interested in Mr. Yu's past, there were so many people watching at this time. Mr. Yu obviously didn't want to talk too much about the past. Otherwise, he would have told Fong Chen everything long ago, so the latter also spoke calmly at this time. Anyway, according to what you and your son meant, you won't let me in today, right? That's right, who do you think you are? You're just an employee of Tianding Garment Company, but you talk as if you were so powerful. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. Looking at the attitudes of Yu Guohui and his son, I knew there was nothing to talk about. This old bastard obviously doesn't want to let me in. In this case, there is no need for Tianding Clothing Company to continue the cooperation with the Yu family. Fong Chen glanced at Yu Mingyuan, just don't regret it. Yu Mingyuan laughed loudly twice, then licked his lips and sneered. Are you going to talk about something about the contract again? Let me tell you, my father and I have already figured out the whole story. It is because my Yu family is valued by Mr. Fong that we were able to discuss cooperation and sign the contract so smoothly. It has nothing to do with you. Are you still planning to exaggerate here? What, you still want to claim that you are the chairman of Tianding Clothing Company and you have the final say on a cooperation and transaction with just one sentence? Fang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense and was about to call Guan Yu a tong. At this moment, a Ferrari 488 suddenly drove into the gate of the venue. At this point, some of the more influential guests from the upper class have not arrived yet. Anyone who can show up in a supercar is at least from the second-generation circle. He is still the person that Yu Guohui and his son need to curry favor with. To put it bluntly, don't look at Yu Guohui showing off in front of Auntie, Fang Chen, and others. But in reality, he still couldn't afford to offend those second-generation leaders and the real upper-class bigwigs. After all, the only reason people were so polite to him was because of an invitation letter. Otherwise, who would care who Yu Guohui was? Huamei Entertainment Media, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yaoxing is here. Truman, Mr. Chu's daughter, Miss Chu Linger is here. The doorman who was in charge of the notification shouted at the top of his voice. As soon as the words fell, the area around the venue suddenly became lively. Chen Yaoxing is just an ordinary second generation, but Chu Linger is different, she is Mr. Chu's precious daughter. Yu Guohui and his son had no time to ridicule Fang Chen and others. He hurriedly went to greet him respectfully. Ms. Chu, Mr. Chen is here and I am sorry that I didn't come to greet you. I hope you can forgive me. Yeah. Chen Yaoxing nodded arrogantly. Ever since he added Fang Chen's WeChat in the morning and Che Huang took the initiative to make friends with him. This kid's heart has swelled to an extremely terrifying level. He now feels that he is a top figure even in the circle of the second generation in the imperial capital. Hey, why is he here? Chen Yaoxing suddenly caught sight of Fang Chen with his sharp eyes. Seeing this, Yu Guohui quickly spoke in a flattering manner. They are just a few side relatives who want to climb up the social ladder and a criminal. They are an eyesore without even an invitation. Hey, Shou Yueping's family and Yu Qiushan, why don't you get out of here right now? Hearing this. Seeing Fang Chen and his group being stopped outside the door, Yang Qianqian immediately revealed a sarcastic smile. It turns out that Chen Fang is a guy who likes to curry favor with the powerful and climb up the social ladder. Not only did he wait for an opportunity to get close to Xiao Linger in the morning, but now he appeared at the venue of the Yu family meeting. Seeing them, Fang Chen frowned subconsciously. At this time, Chen Yaoxing took the initiative to take 2 steps towards Fang Chen. Oh, what a coincidence! It's quite a coincidence. Chen Yaoxing pretended to be surprised and said, Brother Chen Fang, did you forget to bring the invitation letter? No invitation. Fang Chen told the truth. They want to attend the Yu family meeting without even an invitation? This is a Yu family meeting, not a luxury car show open to the public. Are these people planning to come here to eat and drink for free? Yang Qianqian had never had a good impression of Fang Chen. At this time, he made direct sarcastic remarks and also included the Yance family and Mr. Yu. After all, they were stopped at the door together. In her opinion, this group of people must be country bumpkins like Fang Chen. Ha, why didn't you say so earlier? If you want to go in, just give me a shout. Chen Yaoxing said with a proud look on his face. Young Master Chen knows this group of people? Yu Guohui was slightly stunned when he saw Chen Yaoxing actually started chatting with Fang Chen. I guess so. They are my friends. Since they want to see the world, let me take them in. In fact, Chen Yaoxing heard Yu Guohui and his son swearing at the door from a distance just now, but he didn't expect that they were actually teaching Fang Chen and his group a lesson. At this moment, several thoughts flashed through his mind. It was obvious that the Yu family did not like Fang Chen and his group very much. Bringing them in would be a good opportunity to laugh at them. Don't forget, Fang Chen just offended someone from the Yi family this morning. The marriage between the Yi and Yu families is in full swing tonight. Given the Yi family's arrogant and domineering ways of doing things, would they easily let Fang Chen go? This kid would just be asking for humiliation if he went in. Not to mention, I can also take the opportunity to show off in front of Chu Linger, so why not do it? How smart is Yu Guohui? One could immediately see the mockery and hostility in Chen Yaoxing's eyes when he looked at Fang Chen. After rolling his eyes, the old man with bad intentions understood Chen Yaoxing's thoughts. Anyway, if we let them in, this group of poor relatives will only be at the bottom of the list. Besides, since young Master Chen has spoken, what happens afterwards has nothing to do with us. The old lady didn't like Yu Qiushan in the first place, and they would only be humiliating themselves if they went in, so she quickly said in a flattering manner. Since Mr. Chen has spoken, security guard, please let him go. Chen Yaoxing glanced at Fang Chen smugly, but the latter simply ignored him. This action made Chen Yaoxing frown. Fang Chen wanted to make a phone call, but Chu Linger saw that Fang Chen hadn't made any movement for a while, so she subconsciously came over. Let's go, what are you still standing there for? Chu Linger subconsciously pulled Fang Chen's hand. Her little hands were cold, and for a moment Fang Chen was pulled in by her. The aunt's family followed closely behind with embarrassed expressions, but at least they had entered the venue of the clan meeting. Chen Yaoxing saw Chu Linger's little movements clearly from behind, and the veins on his forehead jumped. This kid is really looking for death. Yu Guowei gave a wicked smile. He was right in his guess. Chen Yaoxing and Fang Chen were not on good terms. Master Chen, don't worry. They are a bunch of ignorant people. They will be embarrassed when they go in. Are you just a few guys from the slums qualified to join my Yu family? You would just be asking for humiliation if you come in. Yu Mingyuan stared at Fang Chen's back and said with a sneer. Ha, I like to hear that. After all, trash should stay where trash belongs. Chen Yaoxing and Yu Mingyuan looked at each other and could see the viciousness in each other's eyes. Not far away, Fang Chen seemed to have noticed something and turned back to glance at the two of them calmly. Fang Chen sneered in his heart. It's hard to say who is embarrassed. After all, it seems like I'm here to cause trouble. P.S. I never thought that what I wrote would be liked by so many people. I feel inexplicably moved when I read the comments every day. I am very grateful for your love. Today's third update has been published. Chapter 98, no problem, just sit in the first row. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Baiweilu was full of guests. Today is the day of the Yu family meeting, and the fact that the Yu family is on good terms with Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding, has been known to everyone for some time. An invitation is worth a fortune. Not only the upper class of the imperial capital, but even the capital city, where many talented people are hiding, has been in an uproar for a long time because of this news. By the way, Xiao Linger, what's the content of the calligraphy and painting your father gave me? Fang Chen and his group walked into Baiweilu. Someone subconsciously remembered the calligraphy and painting of Chu Xinghe that Chu Linger had just handed to him. Chu Linger put on an innocent and cute expression. I don't know either. But he just said this thing, you can use it tonight. Fang Chen scratched his hair angrily. Can he use it? How did Mr. Chu know that he would appear in this Yu family meeting? And the only time I talked to Mr. Chu, it seemed that I didn't even tell him my name? Could it be that when Chu Linger went home and mentioned Chen Fang, Mr. Chu was able to think of him as the young man who caught cigarettes with him in the toilet that day? Isn't that ridiculous? Even this tycoon who has absolute power in the Northwest business world should not have the ability to predict the future, right? Fang Chen subconsciously wanted to call Mr. Chu. However, old Yu's eyes fell on the calligraphy and painting in his hands. His whole body trembled and his face was full of excitement. Fang Chen noticed something was wrong with Mr. Yu, but Mr. Yu's condition was not very stable today, so Fang Chen didn't ask too much. Everyone walked into the venue. Yang Shanxian sneered and kept a distance from Fang Chen, the aunt, and others. Shanxian, you don't have to be so far away. Seeing this, Chu Linger smiled bitterly, helplessly. Xiao Linger, this kind of person is obviously someone who likes to cling to powerful people and take advantage of the opportunity to gain benefits. Can't you see it now? A poor boy living in a village in the city has no idea of his own limitations and actually dreams of joining the Yu family's clan association without even checking whether he has the qualifications. If you are too ambitious, you will never achieve anything. I advise you to stay away from such people. Yang Shanxian made no secret of her dislike for Fang Chen. She looked up and down at Fang Chen's clothes, which were all bought from a cheap stall. Sure enough, the money that this kid used to slap the guy from the Yi family in the face this morning was definitely borrowed from Xiao Linger. She didn't even think about it. Even if Chu Linger was rich, was it possible for her to lend 200 million yuan to others casually? Moreover, even if it was Chu Linger's money, could it be that she lent it to Fang Chen? Doesn't Fang Chen have to pay it back? Anyone who can afford to borrow 200 million is probably an ordinary person? All I can say is that he is so stupid that his preconceived ideas blinded young Shanxian's eyes. Fang Chen frowned. It is said that women with big breasts are brainless. This woman's breasts are not very big, so why is her brain so useless? Did I provoke you? You just have to make things difficult for me. Shanxian, please say less. Chu Linger rubbed her eyebrows helplessly. In her opinion, Chen Fang had never offended her good friend. Why did she get into a fight with Chen Fang? Stop talking. People like this just come here to eat and drink for free. They think they are so awesome after getting to know a few big shots. Yang Chanqian snorted coldly. She had received benefits from Chen Yaoxing, and now she saw Fang Chen and Chu Linger being very intimate. Yang Chanqian was naturally anxious, because she wanted to help bring Chu Linger and young master Chen Yaoxing together. Fang Chen said directly and calmly. Xiao Linger, I suggest you keep some distance from this best friend. After all, stupidity is contagious. Not arguing with her doesn't mean Fang Chen doesn't have a temper. I put such a big deal in front of her this morning. Until now, she still felt that Fang Chen was a poor boy who was not presentable. What else could Fang Chen say? It is really difficult to correct the distorted values of such a person. Fang Chen also had no intention of dealing with someone like Yang Chanqian, so let her think whatever she wanted. Hey, how do you talk like that? Chen Yaoxing frowned at this time. A gigolo who relied on getting close to Chu Linger to make a living, pretending to be cool and even needed a woman to support him. Who gave him the confidence to curse? You really don't know what's good for you, kid. If it weren't for Brother Chen, would you have been able to come in? Fang Chen glanced at Chen Yaoxing indifferently. This kid jumped out at this time just to ask for trouble. Fang Chen was being considerate by not kicking him away. I didn't say I needed his help, did I? Brother Chen, don't bother with this kind of person. He is an ignorant person. I kindly brought him in to see the world, but not only does he not know how to be grateful, he is even talking nonsense here. Yang Chanqian snorted coldly and held Chen Yaoxing's arm. The direct physical contact made Chen Yaoxing feel itchy. He was too lazy to argue with Fang Chen at the moment. Anyway, this kid would have a chance to make a fool of himself later, and he just had to watch quietly. Yang Chanqian looked at Fang Chen with disdain, her words were full of disdain, and then she stopped talking. Chu Linger's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. My best friend is really too materialistic. To put it bluntly, she is just looking down on others. Perhaps, I should really keep a distance from her, as Chen Fang said. Just at this moment, there were two cold gazes cast towards him the moment Fang Chen came in. Fang Chen seemed to sense something and looked in that direction. The first person Fang Chen saw was Yi Qindong, whom he had met in the morning. This kid is sitting in a relatively front seat with a gloomy face at the moment, but there are many elders of the Yi family around him. It can be thought that the seat is arranged by the Yu family for the Yi family. Fang Chen took a big step and walked towards the front seat. At this time, Yu Mingyuan, who had been following behind everyone, suddenly said with a teasing look on his face. By the way, Yu Qiushan, you guys should sit in the first row, right? After all, you sat in this position back then. First row? After saying this, Yu Mingyuan said no more, and led everyone towards the first row with a sneer. Boss Yu was shocked and said to Fang Chen in a low voice. Fang Chen, in previous clan meetings, only partners who have contributed hundreds of millions to the family or helped the family through difficult times are qualified to sit in the first row. Yu Mingyuan is undoubtedly trying to make things difficult for us by asking us to sit in the first row. Hearing this, Fang Chen raised a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. Are you trying to embarrass me? By the way, I have given your Yu family such a big cooperation. Once the market is developed, Tianding Garment Company's overseas assembly line will be set up. It is easy to bring in 100 million yuan in profit a year. It doesn't matter. The contract I gave them last time is worth the price. After saying that, Fang Chen sat down directly at the first row of seats at the round table. Even Chu Linger's eyelids twitched. Chapter 99, Snakehead Old G. Who are these guys? The members of the Yi family who were also sitting in the first row not far away subconsciously raised questions. Yi Qindong sneered, Uncle, this guy is the bastard I was talking about. In order to go against our Yi family, he paid a sky-high price of 200 million to snatch the car we reserved, and he also took away the other two cars. It's because of him that we have no choice but to prepare other gifts tonight. 200 million is a sky-high price? To buy 3 cars? There were also people in the Yi family who subconsciously exclaimed after hearing this. The Yi family is a martial arts family. To be honest, among the other aristocratic families in the capital, they are ranked last. If they were only competing in terms of assets, even 10 Yi families combined would not be a match for the Yu family. That's why the Yi family, seeing that the Yu family had established contact with Fang Jiran, immediately showed their goodwill and took the initiative to form an alliance with the Yu family. 200 million is indeed not a small amount of money for the Yi family. So when they heard Yi Qindong's words, many core members of the Yi family subconsciously turned their gazes over and looked Fang Chen up and down. Have you investigated the background of anyone who casually took out 200 million yuan? Don't get yourself into any trouble. The man called Uncle by Yi Qindong is the current head of the Yi family. He is also the most skilled master in the capital's aristocratic families, Yi Yongchuan, an expert in both medicine and martial arts. Ha, this kid has a shitty background. Do you still remember the boyfriend Yi Qingcheng had back then? It was this guy. I beat him like a stray dog. Later, I even thought he died at the hands of that guy. What kind of background could such an ordinary waste have? I guess his 200 million was borrowed from Chu Linger. This kid is just a poor bastard. Not only does he have no background, he has nothing himself. If he didn't have a pretty face, huh? What he meant was that the relationship between Fang Chen and Chu Linger was not simple. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Yi family frowned slightly. Chu Linger, as the beloved daughter of Chu Xinghe, the head of the Chu family, is really rich. Yi Qindong did not deliberately suppress his voice, and a group of people not far away also heard his words. Some people subconsciously looked at Fang Chen with a playful look. It turned out that this guy was hooking up with a rich woman. However, this is a goddess-level loli with a baby face and a huge body. And with the blessing of the rich woman's halo, any man would be unable to control himself. When they thought of this, many people looked at Fang Chen with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chu Linger frowned slightly and was about to refute subconsciously. Fang Chen smiled and glanced in Yi Qindong's direction. He patted the little girl's head, signaling Chu Linger to be patient. Then he gave a wicked smile and raised his thumb, rotating it 180 degrees with his fingertips pointing downward, and arrogantly touched his handsome face. As long as a man is handsome, he will have no worries about not being loved by rich women. I can still live off others, but it's a pity that you, Yi Qindong, look so ugly that you can't even afford it, alas. If being handsome could make a living, I could probably feed the whole world. Although Fang Chen's words were a bit exaggerated. But I have to say that his appearance is really good, especially his clear eyes. When you meet someone for the first time, you always leave a gentle and elegant impression on others. As soon as these words were spoken, there were bursts of laughter all around, some were mocking, while others were meaningful chuckles. Yang Qianqian pouted and cursed in a low voice. This kid was showing off and slapping the face of the eldest master of the Yi family this morning. It turns out that the money was borrowed from Xiao Linger. He used women's money to pretend to be a romantic and even showed off. I have never seen such a shameless person. She was right about one thing. The 200 million was indeed not Fang Chen's own money, but seventh sister's money. But even if Fang Chen spent Chu Linger's money, what would it matter? It has nothing to do with her, Yang Qianqian. Yi Qindong's expression became increasingly gloomy, and everyone in the Yi family sneered and withdrew their gazes. Instead, Yi Yongchuan smiled and said, "He is indeed a boy who hangs out with rich women and has never seen the world. Although they stole our Bugatti, fortunately, Qindong was very hardworking and actually got a big gift. In terms of value, this gift is definitely no less valuable than a Bugatti." Yi Qindong's gloomy expression eased a little when he was praised. Instead, he sneered subconsciously, "I want to see if you can still smile so proudly when your beloved Yi Qingqing marries the Yu family later. If you have the ability, then you can jump out and challenge the people from the Yu family. I can't wait to see you get humiliated." Yi Qindong withdrew his cold gaze. On Fang Chen's side, everyone took their seats. Yu Mingyuan was obviously targeting Fang Chen, so he arranged such a conspicuous position for them. The distinguished guests who had just come and kept casting doubtful glances at him. It was obvious that he was very unfamiliar with the group of people sitting in the first seat. It only took Fang Chen a few days to sign in and obtain the seventh sister. He was not very famous in the upper-class society of the imperial capital. What's more, the people invited by the Yu family this time are all bigwigs from all over the world. Even fewer people recognized him, but Fang Chen was happy to be free. If everyone recognized him, the scene of being slapped in the face would not be so exciting. The Ants family sat at the same round table with Fang Chen and Old Yu. The rest of the people, including Chu Linger and Chen Yaoxing, were arranged at another table. Around 7:30, guests gradually filled up the Baiwei restaurant. The Yu family's clan meeting is about to officially begin. Delicious and exquisite dishes were also served on the table. The aunt and her family were on pins and needles as they had no idea of Fang Chen's plan. I just feel that this first row seat is really conspicuous. Moreover, many of the glances coming from all directions were full of mockery, amusement, and scrutiny, which made the aunt and her family of three dare not even breathe. There was silence for a while. Suddenly, with a burst of noise and the sound of drums and music, a group of people walked in from the red carpet at the door. Yu Guohui was also among the group. In the center of the crowd, there was an old lady who was treated like a star and was leaning on a snakehead cane. I think this person should be the powerful old lady of the Yu family. When Fang Chen saw this person, he could feel that old Yu beside him could not help but straighten his body subconsciously. His face was full of excitement. As the group walked through the venue, countless guests congratulated them respectfully. For a moment, the place was extremely festive and lively. When they were about to reach the podium, Yu Guohui glanced at Fang Chen and his group with a sneer, then lay down in front of the snakehead Lao Ji and said something. Old Ji cast a cold look directly over. The next moment, amid the mocking expressions of countless Yu family backbones, Old Ji shouted, "Yu Qiushan! Who let you, a stray dog, in? Get out!" Chapter 100, Too Much Bullying. Yu Qiushan! Who let you, a stray dog, in? Get out! Lao Ji was the focus of the entire Baiweilu, and her every move attracted much attention. At this moment, as Lao Ji's voice fell, countless eyes were cast directly onto the table at the first seat. The aunt and her family felt that they had become the focus of the whole audience. The three of them lowered their heads tremblingly, not daring to speak. Fang Chen picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze fell on the snakehead old lady without hesitation. No words spoken. Yi Chendong, who was sitting not far away, and Yang Qianqian and Chen Yaoxing at another table were waiting to see Fang Chen make a fool of himself. All of them immediately revealed a sneer. Old Yu stared straight at Old Ji, his eyes flashing with a complicated look. Old lady, it was indeed me, Yu Qiushan, who brought trouble upon myself back then. I cannot blame anyone, but I am already middle-aged now, and it has been almost 5 or 6 years since this incident. I just want to trace my roots and have my parents' ashes moved back to my ancestral home. Even if I, Yu Qiushan, have become the sinner of the family, my parents have also made contributions to the family. If you want to vent your anger, you can just come at me. Please give my parents a chance to return to their roots. As Mr. Yu spoke, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were slightly furrowed. It seemed that the old man was sincere in what he said this time, but the snakehead old Ji sneered. It's a fool's dream. Not to mention that your parents moved back to the ancestral home, even the spirit tablets of your 6 generations of ancestors, Yu Qiushan, have been thrown away by us. I told you long ago that once I expelled you from the Yu family, you should never dream of coming back. I didn't expect that only 5 years had passed and you came to me pretending to be pitiful. Do you think I would accept it? As soon as these words came out, Fang Chen's eyes instantly turned red and he slammed the table. Damn it, this is too much. He had never thought that Yu Lao wanted to trace his ancestral roots just to move back his parents' ashes. After all, we are a family and members of the Yu family. Our ancestors might be related by blood, so why could this old lady be so heartless? What's more, this old guy actually threw away the spirit tablet of ancestor Yu. Isn't this fucking too much? Who are you? You have no right to speak here. The old lady suddenly pounded the snakehead cane in her hand and widened her eyes. Yu Lao's body was shaking crazily, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, but he still maintained some rationality. Fang Chen. If Fang Chen was here to slap the Yu family in the face today, perhaps the Yu family would suffer a huge loss, but if they were to confront each other openly. Considering the current relationship between the Yi family and the Yu family, it would not be easy for Fang Chen to leave the venue safely. Seeing old Yu's face as pale as death, Fang Chen felt indignant. But he still sat down obediently. Moreover, only those with a net worth of hundreds of millions or whose family has contributed hundreds of millions to my Yu family are qualified to sit in the first row. Yu Qiushan, you know this, right? The old lady snorted coldly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside the door, and the first person in the group was the head of the Long family. The dragon leaned south. This old fox, who had just dealt with Fang Chen in the morning, saw that the old lady of the Yu family was actually attacking the other young master. No one knew what the old fox was thinking in his heart, he just said with a smile. Old lady, if that's what you mean, then they are really qualified to sit in the first row. Ha! Old man Long, what do you mean by that? The old lady of the Yu family watched Long Nanxing speak at this time. His face was full of confusion. Could it be that Yu Qiushan, the criminal, was in contact with the Long family? Long Nanxing looked at Fang Chen and saw the latter shook his head at him. He knew that Master Fang had his own plans, so he chuckled and lowered his voice. This is my Long family's partner. He just signed an order worth 1 billion this morning. So, to be honest, he is qualified to sit in the first row of your Yu family. Long Nanxingxin said, Old Mrs. Yu, don't blame your old friend for not reminding you. If you persist in your wrongdoing today, I'm afraid Master Fong will never show mercy to your Yu family. By then, it will be hard to say whether your Yu family is holding a wedding or a funeral. If you lose face in front of all the big shots in the upper-class society from all over the world, I'm afraid your Yu family will really become a laughingstock in the upper-class society of Beijing. 1 billion. The old lady's expression changed slightly. The next moment, he took a deep breath and calmed down his inner excitement. 10 billion is definitely not a small amount of money for their Yu family. I didn't expect that this plain-looking boy is actually a partner of the Long family. No wonder old man Long stood up and spoke at this time. Facing Fong Chen's sneering expression, the old lady gave herself a way out. Ahem. Since we have a blood relationship, I will allow you, Yu Qiushan, to stay in this clan meeting today, but you should not dream of returning to your roots. After saying this, the old lady glanced at the guests in the room with her cloudy eyes. He then passed the first table and walked straight towards the podium. Today's guests are all big names in the upper class, and the old lady doesn't want to lose the reputation of her own Yu family, a prestigious family, because of Yu Qiushan. Although 1 billion is a lot, it is not something that her Yu family cannot afford. Anyway, she would not agree to let Yu Qiushan return to his ancestral home. She just wanted them to sneak in and have a meal. The old lady did not want to have any direct conflict with Fong Chen. The words fell. A cold light flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. At this moment, their round table sitting at the first seat has undoubtedly become the focus of attention of the entire audience. There are only a few places, including the location where the head of the Long family is. As well as some people in the second-generation circle of the imperial capital who had seen Fong Chen, they all looked in the direction where the old lady of the Yu family left with strange eyes. Tang Wanglian lowered his voice and muttered to himself. I've known for a long time that young Master Fong likes to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect that he would be so low-key when attending the Yu family's clan meeting. If the old lady of the Yu family knew that the person I just taught a lesson was the younger brother of Fong Jiran, the female president of Tianding, I wonder what she would think? Tang Wangliang always felt that what was going to happen today might not be simple. On the stage, the old lady was wearing a red robe. It looked very fashionable. At this time, a host came up and saw that the atmosphere in the venue was a little strange. He smiled and said directly, There seems to have been a small incident just now. But it doesn't matter, they are just insignificant little characters. First, it's time to give out gifts. Friends who have participated in the Yu family reunion should know that the old lady of the Yu family has celebrated her birthday with the clan reunion in previous years, so today is also the old lady's birthday. With just a few words, he drew everyone's attention back to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a very powerful voice that sounded. The Lin family of Changquan City presents a 1,000-year-old ginseng to the old lady, wishing her good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as great as the southern mountains. Thank Mr. Lin Tian for me. A hint of joy suddenly flashed across the old lady's face. The Lin family of Changquan City is well connected and has great strategic planning. They are a giant in Changquan City. Although it is not a noble family. But if we really talk about it, the Lin family's background is probably not much inferior to Truman's, because the background of the person behind the scenes of the Lin family is even more terrifying. In the past, the Lin family was invited to attend events just to give gifts out of perfunctory response. He would even miss birthday banquets occasionally, but today he prepared such a grand gift as 1,000-year-old ginseng. The reason was obviously because of the intelligence released by the Yu family. The Yu family today is no longer what it used to be. Then, many guests took out the exquisite gifts they had brought with them. A variety of exquisite gifts were presented on the podium. For a moment, the venue was bustling with activity. Fong Chen was dazzled by what he saw. As expected of the upper class, there are hundreds or thousands of years old Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng appearing one after another, and I don't know if they are real. At this moment, the Yi family was ready to make a move. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and Yi Qindong walked towards the stage with an expression as if he was in control of something. It seems that although Fong Chen intercepted the Bugatti Red Dragon halfway, they seem to have prepared another pretty good gift. I don't know what it is, but judging by the expression on its face, it must be worth a lot of money. People from the Yi family have gone up. I don't know what the Yi family has prepared. No one can say for sure, but I heard that the Yi family is planning to marry the Yu family. I'm afraid that the gifts prepared by the Yi family at today's clan meeting will definitely not be ordinary. In that case, we are in for a treat. There were discussions on the side, and everyone's attention was focused on Yi Chendong. Old lady, today we have the Yu family gathering and a birthday celebration, which is a double happiness. However, my Yi family has another thing going on. Here we come. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this guy was planning to play the emotional card and bring up Yi Qingqing's marriage under the pretext of getting close to her. P.S. Today's third chapter is 3,000 words long, which is a small burst for everyone. I will urge you to keep going. Let's set a higher small goal, 1,000 words. I will reach 1,000 words within this week. This week, I will update 10,000 words every day. Please keep urging me. I will write as hard as I can. Chapter 101, just a fake fourth update. The Yi family has a grown-up daughter, and coincidentally, she has a lot in common with Yu Mingyuan from your Yu family. The two fell in love at first sight. I hope the old lady will approve of this marriage. After he finished speaking, Fong Chen looked in the direction of Yu Mingyuan with a look of surprise on his face. Does this kid Yu Mingyuan want to die? The last time, Fong Chen saw him chatting up Yi Qingqing on the street. After all, Fong Chen knew that the Yi family planned to use Yi Qingqing as a tool for marriage and marry her to the Yu family. But Fong Chen could never have imagined that the head of the Yi family would be so shameless. Will marry Yi Qingqing to Yu Mingyuan, a complete playboy in waste. This is not just about ruining Yi Qingqing's future, it's completely like a dog licking the Yu family. The host said with a smile, livening up the atmosphere. This is the part where we present gifts, and young Master Yi is a little anxious. Not far away, Yu Mingyuan's face was full of excitement, and he wanted to rush up and grab the microphone to agree to this marriage. The last time he saw Yi Qingqing, this kid was stunned by her beauty at first sight. Later, when he learned that Yi Qingqing actually had a background as a member of the Yi family, Yu Mingyuan started to make plans in his mind. Coincidentally, the Yi family was intending to form an alliance with the Yu family. This matter also fell into the ears of his father, Yu Guohui, after he saw the other party's photo. Yu Mingyuan even felt that happiness came too suddenly. The goddess whom he had failed to pick up on the street was actually going to marry into the Yu family. Yu Guohui dotes on his son very much. Seeing that Yu Mingyuan had that intention, he contacted the Yi family directly. The two families finalized everything despite Yi Qingqing's opposition. It's okay. This gift of mine has an extraordinary origin. It can be regarded as a little token of my Yi family's appreciation. After saying that, Yi Chendong smiled and took out a scroll from his arms. The curious person asked subconsciously, "What is this?" It looks like what Yi Chendong took out is a painting. Calligraphy and painting? Yi Chendong has whetted everyone's appetite. At this moment, he also spoke with a smug look on his face. It just so happens that the Yu family is about to become prosperous, so how can we liven up the atmosphere without a few good words? Everyone knows that Mr. Chu is an expert in calligraphy and painting. This is the work of Mr. Chu from the Chu family. Please enjoy. Picture of the bright moon over the sea. Picture of the bright moon over the sea. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was instantly boiling. Mr. Truman Chu. Who are you talking about? It's Chu Xinghe, the super boss who has an omnipotent hand in the entire Northwest business world. Chu Xinghe was born into a scholarly family and has a solid foundation in calligraphy and painting. A piece of his calligraphy and painting is worth a fortune, and Mr. Chu is an honest person. Even if outsiders go to him to ask for his calligraphy, they may not get what they want. This also leads to the limited circulation of Chu Xinghe's calligraphy and paintings in the market. To say that it is priceless is an understatement. This thing is simply priceless. Oh my god. What did I see? Yi Chendong actually took out a work of Mr. Chu? Picture of bright moon over the sea. Why does this name sound so familiar? I remember now, isn't this Mr. Chu's last work? There have always been rumors in the outside world that this picture of the moon over the sea was kept as a treasure by Mr. Chu himself at home. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of someone from the Yi family. We are fortunate enough to be able to appreciate Mr. Chu's masterpieces in this life. It was really a good decision to come to this clan meeting today. Even if it didn't bring me any substantial benefits, it's worth the trip just to be able to feast my eyes. As the scroll was unfolded, the entire venue was completely plunged into riot. I would like to ask, how many people in the audience have actually seen Mr. Chu's original work with their own eyes? Whenever an authentic work of Chu Xinghe appears on the black market, the starting price of the auction has never been less than tens of millions. Moreover, the final transaction price will only be more exaggerated and terrifying. Gurgle. I don't know who swallowed, but the whole venue was filled with the sounds of people gasping and swallowing. Good. 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 The Yi family is very thoughtful. I like this gift very much. On the stage, the old lady's face was beaming and she said 3 good words in a row. One can imagine how excited she was inside. The host also struck while the iron was hot at this time. Screen projector, let's appreciate together Mr. Chu's last masterpiece, the picture of the moon over the sea. After he finished speaking, the big screen in the conference hall directly projected the picture of the moon over the sea in Yi Qindong's hand. Fang Chen subconsciously looked up at the big screen. Picture of the moon over the sea? Mr. Chu's work? Fang Chen was stunned at first, then subconsciously opened the scroll in his hand. Hiss. The next moment, Fang Chen also let out a gasp. Fuck. Why is the picture I'm holding also a picture of the moon over the sea? Oh my god, could Mr. Chu be able to predict the future? Fang Chen's mind suddenly flashed through what Chu Linger said when she handed the scroll to him. Damn it, did Chu Xinghe install a surveillance camera on me? At this time, everyone in the audience focused their attention on the big screen, admiring the legendary picture of the bright moon over the sea. Mr. Chu's masterpiece is simply perfect. At this moment, Yu Guohui walked over with a sneer, glanced at old Yu and said, Did you see it? Yu Qiushan, the Yu family today is no longer what it used to be. The picture of the moon over the sea that young master Yi Qindong gave you is such a generous gift, I'm afraid you have never seen it in your life? And it's all for the purpose of marrying Yi Qingcheng to my son. People like you, I don't know how many lifetimes you have accumulated to be qualified to witness such a grand scene. Yu Guohui's words were full of contempt. As soon as he finished speaking, the host on the stage had received a hint from Yu Guohui before, so at this moment, he did not miss this good opportunity to squeeze Fang Chen and the others. The host gave a sly smile and said, Hey, there is a table of guests who haven't given their blessings yet. I wonder what gift Mr. Yu Qiushan and his table, who have kept themselves as the finale, are planning to give to the old lady. The old lady's originally rosy expression instantly faded, and when her eyes fell on the number 1 seat, Yu Qiushan, she snorted coldly, What can a criminal who was expelled from the family and bore the guilt come up with that is worthy of presentation? The old lady was the focus of the whole audience. Her every move attracted the attention of countless people. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen and the people at his table. The host was certain that Mr. Yu and his group had not prepared any gifts. So he directly cooperated and said, Old lady, you can't say that. The size of the gift doesn't matter. What matters is the thought behind it. Mocking glances were cast one after another. The purpose was to embarrass Yu Qiushan and his group as arranged by Yu Guohui. As soon as these words came out, Yi Qindong jumped down from the podium, his face full of pride. Hey, you're killing me with laughter, kid. Aren't you planning to stop the marriage between the Yi and Yu families? Why are you stopping talking nonsense now? He laughed out loud twice, his smile filled with endless arrogance and complacency. At this moment, the spotlight was actually on Fang Chen's table. The aunt and her family felt so ashamed that they lowered their heads. Even the head of the Long family, who had always attached great importance to Fang Chen, felt that young Master Fang was being too tolerant. At this moment, the next moment, Fang Chen turned his head to look at the calligraphy and painting on the stage and smiled faintly. It's just a fake. Why are you so excited? It seems that your Yi family's sincerity is just this little bit. P.S. Let's start slapping faces. This is an update I owed you all before. I finally wrote it for you during my busy lunch break. Come on, come on. Thank you all. Chapter 102, The Slapping Begins First update today. It's just a fake. Why are you so excited? It seems that your Yi family's sincerity is just this little bit. Boom. As soon as Fang Chen said this, the whole place fell silent. The Baiwei venue, which had been bustling just a moment ago, became dead silent. Deathly silence. The next moment, bursts of laughter rang out. Did you hear that? This poor boy who sneaked into the Yu family with nothing and swindled for food and drink actually said that the painting of Mr. Chu that Yi Qindong brought was fake. Yang Qianqian at the next table sneered. Chen Yaoxing said in a haughty tone. Are you talking nonsense now because you don't want your ex-girlfriend to marry into the Yu family? As expected, he is just a clown. On the other side, Yi Qindong was questioned by Fang Chen, but he did not get angry but laughed instead. Boy, what are you talking about? Do you know a lot about Mr. Chu's calligraphy and paintings? Fang Chen took a sip of the tea in front of him, smacked his lips and said, I don't quite understand. Yi Qindong frowned. I don't really understand what you are talking about here. The old lady frowned and glanced in the direction of the head of the Long family. She saw Long Nanxing sitting upright and seemed to have no intention of intervening in the matter at all. I immediately thought in my heart, the Yi family presented such a sincere gift to my Yi family, but was questioned by this brat. If I don't say anything, it will really disappoint the Yi family. Even old man Long can't interfere now, right? With this thought in mind, the old lady also slowly stepped down. Boy, I'm already giving you a lot of face by letting you and Yu Qiushan sit here. You don't know what's good for you. Now you are still provoking and questioning me, the distinguished guest of the Yu family. Since you say that this painting of the moon over the sea is a fake, then you must produce evidence. Otherwise, if you don't give an explanation today, this matter will not be over. The old lady's majestic voice resounded throughout the venue, and countless people looked at Fang Chen with mocking expressions. This kid doesn't even understand Mr. Chu's calligraphy and paintings, and he actually questioned the authenticity of the painting of the moon over the sea in Yi Qindong's hand. Did Fish Liang give him the courage? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Fang Chen glanced at the old lady and said calmly, because it is the authentic one and in my hands. Chu Xinghai himself was able to ask Chu Linger to give him this calligraphy and painting, so could it be a fake? Then things are very simple, since what Fang Chen has in his hand is the original. The one that Yi Qindong brought was naturally a fake. I just don't know why Mr. Chu had the foresight to know that Yi Qindong brought a painting of his. However, as soon as Fang Chen said this, countless people in the venue burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Did you hear that? What nonsense is this kid talking about? Is the authentic work of Mr. Chu's last work in his hands? It really gives him the confidence. How could a poor relative who sneaked in to eat and drink for free have Mr. Chu's painting of the moon over the sea? Yi Qindong laughed twice. This is simply the biggest joke I have heard in 2020. It's just a gimmick to attract attention. How dare you claim that Mr. Chu's authentic painting of the moon over the sea is in your hands? The old lady also sneered. This boy was just talking nonsense, boy. I think you are looking for trouble. Come, kick them out for me. Yu Guohui and his group were ready to make a move. At this moment, a voice was heard. Wait. On the other side of the Yi family's seat, Yi Yongchuan took 2 steps towards Fang Chen with a sullen face. Today, my Yi family is able to present Mr. Chu's painting of the bright moon over the sea, which represents my Yi family's most friendly respect to the Yu family. I won't tolerate your slander. Since you say the original is in your hands, then you should take it out and prove it to me. Otherwise, it will not be easy for you to leave Baiwela safely today. As Yi Yongchuan spoke, an aura of authority emanated from him. Fang Chen glanced in that direction, then glanced at him calmly and said, Who the hell are you? Could you please introduce yourself before you speak? Fang Chen was asking knowingly, but Yi Yongchuan couldn't get angry in front of so many people, so he took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, The head of the Yi family in Beijing, Yi Yongchuan. Oh. It turns out to be the head of the Yi family. I've heard of you for a long time. If Yi Yongchuan hadn't been so well-mannered, he would have probably exploded right now. You just called me a piece of ass and pretended you didn't hear me, and now you're acting like you're respecting me, but I'm disrespectful. Who the hell are you kidding here? Veins bulged on his forehead as he resisted the urge to slap Fang Chen to death. Fang Chen had a half smile on his face. He was deliberately trying to mess with Yi Yongchuan's mentality. Anyone with a discerning eye who knew about the relationship between Fang Chen and Yi Qingqing could see that this guy was venting Yi Qingqing's anger in disguise. On the other side of the Yi family's seats, Yi Qingqing looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes, a hint of worry on her pretty face and a complex expression in her eyes. The old lady glanced at Fang Chen coldly. Master Yi, why are you wasting time talking to this kid? He is just putting on an act. Do you think that a kid who comes here empty-handed without even bringing any gifts can really produce Mr. Chu's authentic works? Fang Chen said, You are an old blind man who was as happy as a little monkey after receiving a fake. How can you have any right to speak here? You. The old lady's face darkened. If what I brought is the original, there will be no more nonsense. I won't ask you to apologize to me or anything. I will just let Mr. Yu return to his roots. Fang Chen never forgot the purpose of coming to this clan meeting today. The old lady took a deep breath. She really didn't believe that this unknown boy could get Mr. Chu's original work. Okay, I promise you. As soon as the old lady said this, Fang Chen could feel that Chu Lao's breathing beside him became heavier. A grim look flashed across the old lady's wrinkled face. But if what you brought is a fake, Yu Qiushan, I won't ask for much. Ask the guy beside you to compensate my Yu family with 100 million, and you should never think about returning to your roots in this life. Fang Chen smiled. I thought to myself, you old fool, just wait for your slap in the face. Fang Chen threw the scroll in his hand directly onto the podium, and the scroll just unfolded and covered the projector. It was the picture of the bright moon over the sea in his hand. Here is the authentic product. Consider it a gift to you to open your eyes. P.S. Brothers, let us go. Chapter 103, Is Fang Chen a fake? Inside Baiwei Tower, there was chaos because of Fang Chen's challenge. The atmosphere of the entire Yu family meeting became a little more solemn. Even a blind man could tell that this guy was here to cause trouble. I just don't know whether it was the Yi and Yu families who were slapped in the face by this kid today, or whether it was this unknown young man who lost all face. When Yi Qindong saw that Fang Chen actually took out an identical painting of the moon over the sea, his expression changed slightly. At this time, Fang Chen sneered indifferently. Yi Qindong, I told you this morning not to have any other ideas. I don't care about the marriage between the Yi and Yu families, but if you use Yi Qingcheng as a sacrifice, I will slap you in the face. Another picture of the bright moon over the sea also appeared on the big screen. What? This kid actually took out a picture of the moon over the sea? No way. Hey, why are you making such a fuss? Do you think a poor relative who is trying to climb up the social ladder can really bring in an authentic work? That's true. I think this kid is just looking for trouble. We'll just watch him make a fool of himself later. It so happens that the famous treasure appraisal person, Ghost Eye Master Jian Lei, is here today. I guess we can tell who is real and who is fake right away. I didn't expect that I would meet such a wonderful real and fake Monkey King when attending a clan meeting of the Yu family. Fang Chen's painting of the moon over the sea fell on the podium. This immediately caused quite a bit of uproar in the venue. Yi Yongchuan said in a deep voice, Boy, let me be frank with you. If the painting of the moon over the sea that you took out is a fake, then you must be prepared to bear the wrath of my Yi family. Fang Chen chuckled and said, I'm sorry, old man, don't look at me like that. I really forgot your name. As soon as Fang Chen said the words old bastard, Yi Yongchuan's eyes turned cold. Since you said so, should I also say something harsh to cooperate with you? Then let's do this. If what I take out is the original, not only will the marriage between your Yi family and me be annulled, but Yi Qindong will also have to kneel on the ground and slap himself 100 times to apologize to me. How do you say that? So crazy. It's really crazy. This kid is playing such a big game, isn't he afraid of being embarrassed later? Countless people's hearts were in turmoil, because they had to understand what Yi Yongchuan said, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of the Yi family. It was just a polite remark. The so-called anger of the Yi family could be light or heavy. It's still far from the point of tearing off one's face and putting Fang Chen to death. And what Fang Chen said was completely fatal. His attitude is clear, just as he said. He just wanted to slap Yi Qindong hard in the face. He just wanted to slap the Yi family in the face. Yi Yongchuan was stunned for a moment, and then his expression darkened again. Okay. Boy, you're on your own. From beginning to end, Zhu Linger had been watching with a cold eye when she saw that Fang Chen also threw a picture of the moon over the sea onto the stage. The little girl understood everything. It turned out that her father asked her to hand over the calligraphy and painting to Fang Chen just to make things difficult for the Yu family. Although Zhu Linger herself was extremely curious about how her father knew that Yi Qindong had a fake painting of the moon over the sea in his hand, and that this guy wanted to give it as a gift to the old lady of the Yu family. The old lady of the Yu family glanced in one direction of the audience and said, Master Ghost Eyes, you happen to be here today. In that case, please come and authenticate the authenticity of these two paintings. Yi Qindong said in a deep voice. Boy, this is a celebrity in the treasure appraisal world, Ghost Eye Master Jian Lei. If what you brought is an authentic one, I am willing to slap myself 100 times and kneel down to apologize to you. Yi Qindong was also furious because Fang Chen kept provoking him. Fang Chen said lightly okay. The man known as the Ghost Eye Master didn't say much nonsense and jumped directly onto the stage. At this moment, the meeting place in Baiwei suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the podium, and only the faint sound of breathing could be heard between them. All pairs of eyes were fixed on the ghost eye master on the podium. After identifying which painting of the moon over the sea was owned by Yi Chendong, Master Ghost Eyes remained silent. When he came to the painting of the moon over the sea that Fong Chen had taken out, suddenly, his expression changed. Although he concealed it well, the old lady still saw the surprise in his eyes. After a while, after Master Ghost Eyes finished the appraisal, he leaned over and whispered a few words into the old lady's ear. The next moment, the old lady restrained her emotions and looked deeply in the direction of the Yi family. Yi Yongchuan only felt that his heartbeat was half a beat slower at this moment. Could it be that the painting of the moon over the sea that Yi Chendong spent a huge amount of money to find was really a fake? Everyone was waiting for the old lady to announce the results. It seemed like a century had passed before the old lady gritted her teeth and her voice slowly spread throughout the venue. The identification results are out. I declare, the Yi family's painting of the moon over the sea is the authentic one. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chendong burst into laughter. Boy, see it? My painting of the moon over the sea is the authentic one. Be prepared to bear the wrath of my Yi family. The place instantly became lively again. What this kid brought is indeed a fake. I said that the painting of the moon over the sea that this kid brought couldn't be an authentic one, huh? It turned out to be true. It seems to be confirmed. This kid is just a guy who is trying to attract attention. Hey, you made me so nervous just now. I really thought that the two great families of Yi and you would be defeated by this unknown person today. There were bursts of discussions from the side, all of which were trying to add insult to injury. As the results were announced, everyone at Yu Qiushan's table looked as pale as death. Only Fong Chen looked calm, as if he was not surprised at all by the identification result. The old lady spoke directly. Someone, take this kid to the backstage, and hand him over to the Yi family for disposal after the Yi family meeting is over. You pretentious boy, today my Yi family will let you see what it means to provoke an existence you can't afford to offend. Yi Yongchuan was already angry in his heart. Since this kid agreed to the verbal bet between the two parties, no matter what the price was, even if the power behind this kid was all-powerful, the Yi family would always have an excuse in rhetoric. Yi Yongchuan was going to teach this ignorant little bastard a lesson. At this moment, Fong Chen said calmly, "You know whether it is an authentic work or a fake." The old lady snorted coldly, "Boy, do you want to regret it?" Fong Chen chuckled twice. Since what I brought is a fake, why keep it? Just burn it." The old lady was stunned. But the next moment, Yi Chendong jumped onto the stage and snatched the painting of the moon over the sea that Fong Chen brought. "Do you think I don't dare? It's just a fake, just burn it." The old lady and Master Ghost Eyes exclaimed almost at the same moment. "Stop." However, the reaction was still a beat slow after all, because Yi Chendong came from a martial arts family after all. He is agile and moves very fast. He took out a lighter from his arms and lit the picture of the moon over the sea. His action was done in one go without any delay. The old lady's face turned pale almost instantly. That is the original. That is Mr. Chu's original work. She even felt her heart bleeding now. But the bow is on the string and has to be released. This is the end of the matter. The most important thing is to save the face of Yi and US families. The old lady calmed down her mood with a sullen look on her face and said, "What else do you have to say, kid? You are causing trouble in my Yu family and openly challenging the head of the Yi family. Is there any law?" Fong Chen laughed twice. "Threatening me? Is it because I didn't act tough today that I gave your Yu family enough face? If it weren't for old Yu's good temper and he kept stopping me, do you think your Yu family's clan association would have been able to hold on until now?" Wow! Countless people's eyes were filled with surprise. How dare this kid say such things? The old lady of the Yu family threatened that she could make it impossible for the Yu family to even hold the clan meeting. The old lady did not get angry but laughed. "Good boy, do you really think that no one can deal with you? You even dare to threaten my Yu family? My Yu family is a great and distinguished family. Today we are appreciated by Mr. Fong of Tianding, and he will even come in person later. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you be so rude in front of me? Fong Joran came to your Yu family meeting on his own initiative because of me," Fong Chen said lightly. At this time, Yu Guohui jumped up and sarcastically said, "Bullshit. You are just a worker at Tianding Garment Company. Do you really think you are a big shot by relying on the power of others? He. Fang Chen sneered coldly. I'll ask you one last time, do you agree or not about Yu Qiushan returning to his ancestral home? The old lady said. Even if the King of Heaven came today, no matter what I say, I will never let Yu Qiushan, a criminal, return to the clan. Her and Master Ghost Eye's reactions just now were enough to explain everything. However, compared to a painting, the reputation of the Yi and Yu families was more important. Today, no matter what, we must suppress this kid who comes to challenge us. Otherwise, how would the Yu family maintain its reputation in the upper-class society? Not to mention, she also didn't believe what Fang Chen said, that Fang Joran would attend the Yu family meeting because of him. In her opinion, this is simply bullshit. Okay. Fang Chen said calmly. You old thing, since you can't afford to play, I won't give you any face. Chapter 104, was it saved, or was it crushed by me? The third update has been sent. Even if the King of Heaven came today, no matter what I say, I will never let Yu Qiushan, a criminal, return to the clan. Okay. Fang Chen said calmly. You old thing, since you can't afford to play, I won't give you any face. Shut up. Someone take him away. The old lady cursed angrily with a sullen face. A group of people surrounded Fang Chen. The place was suddenly packed with people, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Fang Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage. Your Yu family is so powerful. At this moment, at a certain seat, Long Nanqing, the head of the Long family, suddenly stood up and slammed the table. This young master is a partner of my Long family. He holds the dragon badge of my Long family and is a distinguished guest of my Long family. Does your Yu family want to go against my Long family? Long Nanqing's sudden words also caused an uproar in the audience. The old lady's face became more and more gloomy. Long Nanqing, are you really going to break off relations with my Yu family just for this kid? Yi Yongchuan also stood up quickly, looked at the head of the Long family with a bad face and said, Long Nanqing, you have to think carefully about what is more important. Long Nanqing snorted coldly and stood on Fang Chen's side. This attitude directly ignited the anger in the old lady's heart. Long Nanqing, let me tell you, you are not qualified to support this kid. The old lady had no scruples in her words. Although Yi Yongchuan was particularly shocked to hear that Fang Chen held the dragon token and became a guest of the Long family. However, at this time, the Yi family and the Yu family stood up at the same time. Even the Long family in the capital would have to retreat, but they still didn't believe it. Is Long Nanqing really going to fight to the death with the Yi and Yu families just for a partner? The Long family is not qualified, so you can see if I am qualified. A female voice sounded. Wow. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards the door. I saw a slender and tall figure standing quietly at the gate of Baiwelu. The girl had a cold expression on her face. There was no trace of emotion on her pretty face. This is... Ah. She is the Xianyuan god of war. Fang Shiyun. I have seen her. What? When they saw this person appear, the whole audience was excited again. China's only female war god, Xianyuan war god Fang Shiyun, actually showed up? Moreover, the people present are not deaf. From the looks of it, it seems that they are here to support Fang Chen? The fact that the god of war Xianyuan would appear at the Yu family meeting at Baiwelu surprised countless people. How could this kid be related to the god of war Xianyuan? The old lady's face had already fallen, and the moment Fang Shiyun appeared, her face was full of disbelief. The god of war Xianyuan showed up because of this kid? What is their relationship? Xianyuan god of war? I didn't know the god of war was coming, and I'm sorry for failing to welcome him. God of war, this guy is just a partner of his Long family. Outside the door, a Lamborghini Veneno suddenly opened its door. Another beautiful figure also walked into the hall. Ha, you underestimate this little man like me, Fang Joran. Fang Joran is here. Boom. Many people were shocked when they saw this beautiful figure. The protagonist of today's Yu family meeting was actually not the Yi family that was about to marry. Nor is it the complacent Yu family. But it was Fang Joran, the female president of Tianding, who had announced that she would personally attend the Yu family meeting. Her appearance was the highlight of today. Fang Joran, the female president of Tianding, is here. Mr. Fang is here? Oh my god. Could it be that Mr. Fang shows up now to support this kid? The venue exploded instantly. The old lady's expression changed drastically at this moment, and the corners of her lips trembled. Mr. Fong. Who is this kid? You actually. Fong Joran was wearing a black dress, with a sneer on her beautiful face. He is my Fong Joran's little man and the new chairman of Tianding Clothing Company. The woman took a slow step forward. When the voice fell, the whole place was filled with shock. He is my Fong Shiyun's younger brother. The younger brother of the Yanhuang tribe's Xin Yuan god of war. Fong Shiyun was not willing to be outdone, and her momentum was no less than Fong Joran's. A murderous aura filled the entire venue the moment she opened her mouth, and the woman took 2 steps forward. Wow! These words once again ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. He is the person that Mr. Chu is optimistic about. He is the youngest person in China who holds Chuxing his brand name card. What? The old lady was pale at the moment, and her whole body was shaking wildly. Fong Joran really attended the Yu family meeting because of this boy. How is this possible? This is impossible. Yu Guohui and his son Yu Mingyuan were trembling all over. The new chairman of Tianding Garment Company, that is to say, this guy did not lie, Tianding Garment Company is really a one-man show by him. Could it be that our contract? With this thought in mind, how could Yu Guohui not understand even if he was mentally retarded? The last time I saw Fong Chen at Tianding Clothing Company, what he said about exchanging a contract for 2 invitations to the Yu Family Club was true. The fact that their cooperation could be negotiated so easily had nothing to do with the fact that the Yu family was appreciated by Fong Joran. Guest of the Long family. The little man of the female president of Tianding. The younger brother of the god of war Xin Yuan. Someone that even Mr. Chu admires. These 4 identities combined are enough to look down on everything in the imperial capital. Why does this kid have such great power behind him? With only the head of the Long family backing Fong Chen, perhaps the Yi and Yu families are not afraid. But the other 2 women who appeared at this moment, any one of them could bring ruin to the Yu family with just a flip of the hand. Who is this kid? Mr. Fong, god of war, Yu. The old lady was trembling all over, her cloudy eyes were filled with horror. Fong Chen slowly stood up and glanced coldly in the direction of the old lady on the stage. I didn't want to bully others by taking advantage of my power, but you, old man, are really going too far. The painting of the moon over the sea that was burned by Yi Chendong was given to me by Mr. Chu himself at the request of Chu Linger. How could it be fake? What? The old lady of the Yu family actually cheated and lied about the results. For a while. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience started to discuss. They originally thought that what Fong Chen brought was a fake, which is why it was burned by Yi Chendong in the end. Who would have known that what they brought was actually the original? In order to save face, the Yu family, lied and insisted that the painting others brought was a fake. They even burned Mr. Chu's original works, which were priceless treasures. This old lady from the Yu family is truly shameless. He has absolutely no self-respect as a superior. You deserve to be slapped in the face. You thought the young man was a soft persimmon that they could easily bully, but in the end you kicked against a wall. You deserved it. You reap what you sow. Not worthy of sympathy. Would rather gamble than admit defeat. The eyes of countless people in the field looking at the old lady of the Yu family also changed. This person is shameless. The old lady was pale, her whole body was shaking, and finally she sat down on the ground. Even the people from the Yi family not far away looked ashen. It's over. They never imagined that this poor boy who they thought had no background was someone that none of them could afford to offend. With the support of Fong Shiyun, Fong Jiran, Mr. Chu, and Long Nanchang. Could it be that the old lady dares to distort the facts and forcibly suppress Fong Chen? I originally didn't mind giving your Yu family a little benefit, but you are ungrateful and aggressive. Yu Qiushan just wanted to move his parents' ashes back, but you, old thing, threw away his ancestral tablets. This is too much. You even lied with your eyes open in the end just to save the reputation of your Yu family as a great family. Now, you tell me. Did you save your face? Or was it thrown to the ground and crushed by me? Boom. The old lady's mind suddenly exploded. Finished. P.S. My friend's birthday was last night. If I wrote some ridiculous plot after drinking too much, the author will try to make it up. However, if you still like this book 7 Sisters, please urge me to update. This data is really important to me. If you think that other works with the same theme are not as good as mine, I hope you can do your best, even if you just click in to take a look every day. My daily update volume is not inferior to that of ordinary full-time authors. Their daily update volume is between 10,000 and 15,000 words, and mine is also between 6,000 and 20,000 words. Really, if this book brings you happiness and laughter, please do your best to support it. Chapter 105, Fong Chen is in danger. First update. Did you save your face? Or was it thrown to the ground and crushed by me? The old lady didn't know how to speak at all. There was only one thought left in her mind now, that is, today the Yu family not only lost face in the upper-class society, but also lost all their face. Moreover, the so-called rapid rise to prominence probably no longer exists. All of this was caused by her lack of foresight and her constant making things difficult for the young man next to Yu Qiushan. It only takes a moment to fall from heaven to hell. Obviously, the Yu family today is the angel with broken wings. His fantasy was shattered by a slap from Fong Chen. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. It's time for the Yi and Yu families to pay a price. After he finished speaking, Fong Chen's voice was the only one heard in the field. I agree with Yu Qiushan's return to his ancestral home. I don't think anyone dares to object. Fong Chen glanced at all the guests and spoke lightly, with a disdainful and domineering look on his face. Your family is given 3 days to move the ashes of Yu Qiushan's parents back to the ancestral tomb and hold a grand funeral. The words fell. Even the old lady didn't dare to say any nonsense. Fong Chen is the boss here today. Her reputation and that of the Yu family were completely lost. He was willing to gamble and refused to admit defeat. The Yu family had completely lost face. Yi family, didn't I tell you not to think about arranged marriage anymore? Yi Qingcheng should be the master of his own life. I don't care who the tool for your arranged marriage is, but it cannot be Yi Qingcheng. Fong Chen looked at Yi Yongchuan, whose face kept turning blue and red. As Fong Chen spoke, the Yi family was also pushed to the forefront. Yi Chendong said with a livid face. Don't go too far. Yi Chendong, I didn't take the initiative to cause trouble for you, but you still dared to jump out and complain now. Fong Chen glanced at the latter. He strode directly towards Yi Chendong. Kneel down. Slap yourself 100 times. The voice was majestic, with an unquestionable attitude. He showed no mercy to the Yi family, a prestigious family. Many people felt a chill down their spines. This boy looked young, but he showed no hesitation at all. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Today, Fong Chen wants to completely crush the reputation that the Yi and Yu families have worked so hard to build up over the years. And Yi Chendong, it seems that we should settle the accounts between us. After all, if I remember correctly, it was you, Yi Chendong, who contributed to the incident that caused me to lose my memory. Fong Chen. I'm going to fight you. His face turned pale. Yi Chendong really embarrassed himself today. As a result, even the Yi and Yu families lost face because he gave away a fake painting. A majestic aura gathered in Yi Chendong's palm, and he leaped up with a speed as fast as thunder. Ah! Fong Chen, be careful! Not far away, Mr. Yu exclaimed in surprise. Asshole! Long Nanqing was also a little slow to react. This kid from the Yi family really didn't know how to live or die. He actually dared to launch a surprise attack. But as soon as the two words Fong Chen came out, everyone at the next table, including Chu Linger, changed color. Especially Chen Yaoxing, the expression on his face was as exciting as it could be. Fong Chen. Damn, the guy I was sending messages to please was actually this guy? Then when I claimed in front of him that I knew Master Fong, and even used Master Fong's name to cheat and act smart. I'm afraid Che Huang and Fong Chen both look at me as if I'm an idiot, right? No wonder the king of cars was so respectful to his group in the morning. It turned out that it was because young Master Fong was among them. But he actually thought that it was the king of cars who wanted to please him, Chen Yaoxing. Yang Qianxian, who had never looked at Fong Chen straight in the eye, was now filled with shock. This guy was Fong Chen. He is the legendary super rich young Master Fong. I actually said that Fong Chen was a poor bastard? To put it bluntly, if Fong Chen was poor, there would probably be few rich people in the entire upper class of the imperial capital. I originally had the opportunity to meet a super rich young man like Master Fong, but this once-in-a-century opportunity. It seemed that because of my own low opinion of others, I missed such an opportunity to get to know Master Fong. Yang Qianxian's face was immediately filled with regret. but there is no medicine for regret in the world. Even if she could do it all over again, I'm afraid that according to her habitual preconceived nature, she would not take Fang Chen seriously. Chu Linger's pretty face was even more strange. Isn't his name Chen Fang? Fang Chen, Chen Fang, Fang Chen, Chen Fang. It turns out that he is Sister Jiran's younger brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qindong slapped out with his palm with great momentum. The target was directly aimed at Fang Chen, who was very close. Chu Linger's little face was once again filled with worry. Even Fang Shiyun and Fang Jiran's beautiful faces suddenly changed color at the same moment. If anything happens to my brother today, I will definitely slaughter your Yi family. Hearing this. At this moment, Yi Yongchuan smiled self-deprecatingly and closed his eyes in despair. Finished. Yi Qindong's strength is among the best even among the Yi family, which is a martial arts family. This kid is extremely talented. Even reinforced concrete would be shattered by a full-strength blow from him. What is more, it is Fang Chen as flesh and blood. The younger brother of the god of war Shen Yuan and Mr. Fang's little man, these two identities combined are enough to make countless people fear him. He is an existence that the Yi family cannot afford to offend. If Fang Chen falls into Yi Qindong's hands today, his Yi family will definitely be suppressed by the two women. At this moment, Yi Yongchuan seemed to have aged 10 years. The Yi family, which he had worked so hard to build, seemed to be about to fall apart today. That palm almost gathered all of Yi Qindong's strength as a master in the Void Realm. Many women even subconsciously closed their eyes, fearing that they would see a bloody scene. Fang Chen was also slightly stunned. Obviously, he had not expected Yi Qindong to attack so suddenly and be so cruel that he actually planned to take the risk and kill him. The moment was fleeting, and Yi Qindong's grinning face continued to enlarge in Fang Chen's pupils. Die. Boy. Today, you have brought shame to my Yi family. Only blood can wash it away. Fang Chen seemed to be in a real life and death crisis. P.S. I reached my small goal of 700 chapters yesterday. I am very grateful to all my fellow readers. I did not warm up when I was working out at the gym last night, so I strained my triceps and triceps muscles. However, it did not affect my writing. I will not break my promise to you. Today I will release 4 chapters. The author never breaks his promise. Go! 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 Let us reach 4-digit chapters this month. Chapter 106, Huang Bufan's second update. That palm almost gathered all of Yi Qindong's strength as a master in the Void Realm. Many women even subconsciously closed their eyes, fearing that they would see a bloody scene. Just when everyone thought Fang Chen was about to die, a clear voice suddenly sounded in the conference hall. Excuse me, but do you think a slap like that can kill someone? As the voice fell, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Yi Qindong and Fang Chen on the other side's pupils suddenly shrank at almost the same time. When did this guy show up? Ah! He is not dead. A girl screamed and everyone looked over, only to see that Yi Qindong's unstoppable punch was easily blocked by a man. The man was wearing a neat black suit, had a handsome appearance, and exuded a gentle and elegant temperament. But this man who looked like a scholar actually blocked the full-strength attack of Yi Qindong, the #1 genius master of the Yi family, a family of martial arts. Moreover, it looks like it's quite easy. Damn it! Yi Qindong's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip and he swallowed hard. Who are you? How powerful is this guy to be able to block a full-strength attack from a Void Realm master so easily? Transcendent state? Reality? Looking at the entire imperial capital, the capital, masters of reality are rare. Could it be that a clan meeting of the Yu family could attract 2 masters of reality to show up? Yes, Fang Chen's fourth sister Fang Shiyun is actually also a master of reality. The man in a black suit turned his head and smiled at Fang Chen. Are you hurt? Fang Chen was slightly stunned and shook his head subconsciously. This young man has some connection with me, so I can't just watch someone from your Yi family kill him. Yi Yongchuan's expression changed. Seeing that Fang Chen did not die at the hands of Yi Qindong, he felt slightly relieved. Yi Yongchuan also realized the terrifying strength of the man in the black suit, and asked fearfully, "Who are you?" Come to think of it, I seem to have had some friendship with your Yi family in the past. I am Huang Bufan. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence for a moment, and then the whole audience became excited. The sound even drowned out the sound when Fang Jiran and Fang Shiyun appeared earlier. The byway building was filled with noise. Huang Bufan? Fang Chen was out of danger and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, repeating the name. Somehow this person gave him a sense of déjà vu. However, Fang Chen had never expected that Mr. Huang seemed to have great popularity in the entire upper-class society. As soon as Mr. Huang finished speaking, the whole audience burst into excitement. Lord of Chongquan, Huang Bufan? Fang Shiyun and Fang Jiran had already come to Fang Chen's side at this time. When the two women heard the name of the man in black, they subconsciously exclaimed. The whole audience seemed to be thrown into a frenzy as the man in black introduced himself. It seems that everyone has heard of this man named Huang Bufan. Why is Huang Bufan here? Mr. Huang. Fang Chen pursed his lips subconsciously. Huang Bufan exuded an invisible aura, and this pressure was like a pillar that could stand firm even if the sky collapsed. If Fang Chen had to find a word to describe the man in front of him, only the sky falls, and I am not shocked. Yes, this is the most intuitive feeling Fang Chen experienced from Huang Bufan. Huang Bufan ignored Fang Chen and threw Yi Qindong back to the Yi family's seat like trash. Yi Qindong's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to say a word. Who is Huang Bufan? The overlord of Chongquan City, he once controlled the top 10 accounts. The wealth in his hands is probably beyond the reach of even Truman. Any one of the top 10 accounts is rich enough to rival a country. With the top 10 accounts gathered together, one can imagine how terrifying Huang Bufan's financial resources are. Moreover, this Huang Bufan is also the champion of the last martial arts exchange and competition conference. Representing China, he single-handedly turned the tide and crushed the leading country. He is definitely a rare super martial arts master in the whole of China, let alone whether Yi Qindong can threaten him. Even if all the Yi family martial arts practitioners in Bai Wei building were added together, it would be a question whether they were enough for Huang Bufan to defeat with one hand. Master Yi, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. I don't need to say the rest. Huang Bufan chuckled and the words fell. Yi Yongchuan was sweating profusely on his forehead when Mr. Huang spoke. He slapped Yi Qindong directly on the face and roared, "Kneel down. Evil creature. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Slap yourself 100 times, otherwise, from today on, I will punish you according to the most severe clan rules." Fang Chen already has the support of Fang Shiyun and Fang Jiran. Today, the Yi and Yu families can be said to have been thrown into a state of panic. Yi Qindong actually dared to attack suddenly and even tried to kill Fang Chen. It's crazy. If Fang Chen really died at the hands of Yi Qindong today, it would definitely not be a simple matter of exchanging Yi Qindong's life for another's. Behind Fang Chen. But there are four major forces: the Long family, Tianding, Yenuang tribe, and Chumen. At that time, the Yi family will surely suffer the most ruthless and harsh revenge from these four forces, like a storm. What is even more incredible is that a big shot like the Lord of Chongquan would actually show up today because of Fang Chen. What a terrifyingly powerful energy is behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Qindong had provoked him again and again. Today I did give this guy a good slap in the face, but the matter is not over yet. Not far away, under the coercion and inducement of the head of the Yi family, Yi Qindong also recognized the situation in front of him. Bang! The sound of slaps echoed throughout the venue. Seeing the Yi family admit defeat, Mr. Huang turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen met Mr. Huang's gentle gaze and was immediately stunned. He still hasn't figured out what kind of connection this Mr. Huang Bufan has with him. Judging from the reactions of everyone in the room, it was obvious that Mr. Huang must also be a very important figure. Because he was in danger, the latter actually showed up and offered to rescue him, leaving Fang Chen confused. Could it be that this Mr. Huang knew him? Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your help. Fang Shiyun bowed respectfully towards Huang Bufan. Huang Bufan smiled and said, "Long time no see, Xianyuan female war goddess. Fourth sister, do you know this Mr. Huang?" Fang Chen asked subconsciously. Fang Shiyun smiled and said, "Of course I know him. Mr. Huang is the founder of the Yenuang tribe and the first Xianyuan god of war." Fang Chen was slightly stunned. This Mr. Huang was actually so powerful? Huang Bufan smiled and looked at Fang Chen with a slightly deep gaze. "Let's just stop here for today. You have vented your anger for Yu Qiushan, and it's about time you calm down, right?" Fang Chen nodded. "That's true. He originally came here to cause trouble today, and now, his seventh sister and fourth sister have both stood up to support him, not to mention the Yi and Yu families joining forces. Even if all the celebrities present today are added together, it is still worth considering whether they can be a match for the female president of Tianding and the god of war Xianyuan." Upon hearing this, both the Yu family and the Yi family subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the Yi and Yu families, Fang Chen is more concerned about another thing at this moment. What exactly is the so-called origin of Mr. Huang? Fang Chen hesitated for a while and finally said, "What Mr. Huang means by having a connection with me is, it has something to do with your father." A soft color flashed across Huang Bufan's elegant face, and the next moment he continued, "But the affairs of our generation have little to do with you. You just owe him a few favors." Huang Bufan laughed dryly after he finished speaking. "This is for you. Go ahead and start your journey of martial arts with the help of your fourth sister. Always remember that your own strength is the bottom line. After all, if you want everyone to treat you as a tough nut to crack, you can't just rely on others." Huang Bufan spoke softly and directly handed a seal about an inch square to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took it subconsciously. The small square seal that looked as light as a feather was actually as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Fang Chen's arm sank subconsciously. Fang Shiyun's pretty face changed color instantly. "This is, Mr. Huang, this is too expensive." Huang Bufan chuckled and shook his head without comment. "I know you want to investigate your amnesia, but sometimes knowing too much is not good for you. After all, there are always dangers lurking in the dark." Fang Chen was stunned at first, his face full of question marks. How did Mr. Huang know that he had lost his memory? Huang Bufan did not answer Fang Chen's question, but continued, "Sometimes, many things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. As the saying goes, high mathematics is always lonely. Boy Fang, you still have a long way to go." After Huang Bufan finished speaking, he patted Fang Chen's shoulder meaningfully. He immediately turned around and left without any further delay. Fang Chen just froze in place. When he came to his senses, he could no longer see Mr. Huang in front of him. The moment Fang Chen was stunned, Mr. Huang left. Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's ears were suddenly grabbed by a pair of jade-like hands, and he felt pain. Fang Chen shouted out subconsciously, "What are you doing?" Without looking back, Fang Chen knew who the owner of these little hands was. "You guy, you actually have a relationship with Mr. Huang?" "Humph, I underestimated you." Chu Linger pouted her little red lips and whimpered. Fang Chen helplessly slapped Chu Linger's hand away and said, "If I tell you that before today I didn't even know who this Mr. Huang was, would you believe me?" "Sister Jiran, you actually deceived me together with this guy, huh?" Chu Linger snorted and said to Fang Jiran. As soon as these words were spoken, a blush appeared on Fang Jiran's pretty-faced sister. "Linger, it's not right for you to say that. When did my sister ever lie to you? Isn't Fang Chen my sister's little man?" After saying that, Fang Jiran giggled, and the implication seemed to be that she had never mentioned in front of you, Chu Linger, that Fang Chen was my boyfriend. "Little man, can you also understand many meanings? For example, my brother." Hearing Fang Jiran's words, Chu Linger pouted her red lips. "Sister Jiran, you are a big liar." Hee. Fang Jiran grinned wickedly, with a hint of teasing on her beautiful and delicate face, and her eyes wandered back and forth between Fang Chen and Chu Linger. The Yu family's clan meeting ended in complete disgrace. If Huang Bufan had not appeared, the incident might have become even bigger because of Yi Chendong's angry attack. However, there had been some grudges between Fang Chen and Yi Chendong, and the moment he designated to restore Yi Qingqing's memory. He also recalled the difficulties Yi Chendong had faced towards him. "My amnesia is closely related to Yi Chendong." When Fang Chen told Fang Shiyun about this, the fourth sister took this guy away without hesitation. Just when Fang Chen thought that everything was done and he could have a good rest for a while, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach suddenly stopped at the door of Baiwelu. A greasy middle-aged man got out of the car, and his eyes, which were already as small as a slit, narrowed slightly. He stared at Baiwelu and pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled to himself. There are quite a few old friends. Chapter 107, Chu Xinghe invites you. At the same time, a text message suddenly appeared on Chu Linger's mobile phone in the conference hall. The little girl was also slightly startled, then poked Fang Chen and said, "My father is looking for you." Clam? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Chu Xinghe was looking for him? Too many things happened today. I originally came here just to cause trouble. My purpose was very simple, which was to make old Yu return to his roots. What's the result? Even the legendary big shot whom he didn't even know, the Lord of Changquan, Huang Bufan, was disturbed. Fang Chen still feels slightly dreamy. After all, anyone who is just a stone's throw away from death would probably feel uneasy, right? Let's go, my father is looking for you, it seems like there's something going on, hee. After saying that, Chu Linger directly pulled Fang Chen over, ignoring the strange looks from the people around her, and dragged the young man out of the Yu family meeting venue. This clan meeting was just as Fang Chen said. If it weren't for the latter's good temper, perhaps it wouldn't have been possible until now. Today, the faces of both Yi and Yu families were trampled to pieces by Fang Chen alone. There is no need for the Yu family club to continue. Because the Yu family has become a big joke among the upper-class guests from all corners of the world. As Fang Chen left, Fang Zhiyun and Fang Jiran looked at each other, smiled slightly, and then left the venue. Fang Chen's goal today was also achieved. The Yu family had to force Yu Qiushan to return to his ancestral home no matter what. By the way, he also prevented Yi Qingqing from getting married. Fang Jiran and Fang Zhiyun were not unaware of this matter, but they were both pretending to be stupid, even though it was their first meeting. Even Fang Jiran and Fang Zhiyun, who were extremely discerning, praised Yi Qingqing's appearance. But who can tell for sure what exactly happened between his beloved younger brother and him? The two women looked at each other and saw something in each other's eyes. Let young people make their own decisions. After leaving Baiwelu, the first thing Fang Chen saw was a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach standing quietly on the side of the road. The car logo with two M's superimposed on each other is still particularly eye-catching. When Fang Chen thought that he would soon be meeting Mr. Chu as the real young Master Fang, he suddenly felt unnatural. However, Chu Linger didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Fang Chen. Instead, she smiled sweetly and pulled the ladder to the front of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach before Fang Chen could react. The passenger window suddenly rolled down. Mr. Chu's wretched and greasy face suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. If the latter had not had a good mental quality, he would have almost slapped him subconsciously. Damn, Mr. Chu looks like this, and Chu Linger is so beautiful, could it be? Ahem. Of course, these were definitely what Fang Chen was secretly complaining about in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say such words in front of Chu Xinghai himself, otherwise it would be an act of seeking death. Not to mention that Fang Chen was holding a Chu Xinghai brand name card. If Fang Chen dared to question whether Xiao Linger was the latter's biological daughter, I'm afraid Chu Xinghai will rush out and fight Fang Chen to the death the first moment. Mr. Chu smiled at Fang Chen. How is it? My great assist? Fang Chen was stunned at first, then he remembered the priceless painting of the moon over the sea that was burned by Yi Chendong. When he thought of this, even Fang Chen, with his kind heart, felt a pang of heartache. Fang Chen gave a bitter smile. Speaking of which, uncle, if my seventh sister hadn't recognized the brand name card you gave me last time, I might have thought you were just someone who sneaked into the dinner party to eat and drink for free. Looking at Chu Xinghai's unkempt appearance, Fang Chen subconsciously complained. The last time we met, Mr. Chu was dressed in this low-key manner. Have you ever seen a big guy pretending to be a newbie all day long? Fang Chen felt that he had every reason to suspect that Chu Xinghai was also a guy who liked to show off, otherwise why would this guy make himself look like a greasy uncle all day long? Fang Chen did not have any reservations in his words. But this is exactly what Chu Xinghai appreciates. The driver's face was filled with horror at the moment. Who is this guy? Doesn't he know that the person in front of him is Chu Xinghai, a tycoon who has absolute power over the entire northwestern business community? This driver has also followed Mr. Chu for some years. But it was the first time he saw a young man who dared to speak to Mr. Chu like that. But the next moment, something unexpected happened that shocked him. You kid, this is a good slap in the face. The Yi and Yu families deserve a lesson. The Yi family used to rely on their status as a martial arts family and did whatever they wanted. Even I can't control them. I've been annoyed with these guys for a long time, huh? Chu Xinghai waved at Fang Chen with a smile and pushed open the door of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Come on, get in the car, I invite you to visit my place today. Fang Chen smiled and teased, saying, Are you planning to sell me out? Ha ha. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car first. Under the stunned gaze of Chu Linger and the driver, Fang Chen plopped directly into Chu Xinghai's Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Chu Linger was shocked when she saw the tone of voice Fang Chen used when talking to her father. She had never seen anyone act so natural in front of her father. Even the smiling tiger Lu Chongqing looked respectful when facing Chu Xinghai. Moreover, it is impossible for him to speak as casually as Fang Chen. The driver swallowed and hid the horror in his eyes. After all, he was a full-time driver, so it would be better for him not to interfere too much in matters that had nothing to do with him. As Chu Xinghai finished speaking, he started the car and drove away. Chu Linger stood there in a daze for a long while, and finally, the little girl reacted. Hey, you forgot about me. On the way out just now, in just this short period of time, Fang Chen had already figured out the role Chu Xinghe played in the development of the whole thing. This old guy probably wanted to use his own hand to take a blow to the Yi and Yu families from the very beginning. In fact, his plan was so far-reaching that it started the last time the two met in the bathroom. Perhaps Chu Xinghe did not deliberately meet Fang Chen in the bathroom. Their meeting might have been just a coincidence, but after this encounter, Chu Xinghe guessed what was going to happen next. So the foreshadowing was laid in advance. Mr. Chu, this old fox, should have known Fang Chen's true identity at that time. After all, Chu Xinghe's brand name card is such a valuable thing. No one with a brain would believe that Chu Xinghe simply caught a cigarette from the same cigarette as a young man he got along well with and then casually gave it away. How is it possible that I don't even know the other person's name? So there is only one guess, that is, when Chu Xinghe met Fang Chen in the toilet, he already knew the young man's true identity. As Fang Chen is the younger brother of Fang Jiran, the female president of Tianding, he is definitely within Chu Xinghe's observation range. After all, during this period of time, Fang Jiran suddenly had a younger brother, as if he appeared out of thin air. And within just a week, this young Master Fang became famous throughout the imperial capital's upper-class society. He blatantly slapped Lin Shengxiao of the Lin family in the face. It makes sense that Fang Chen came into Chu Xinghe's sight, as the latter would definitely conduct a simple investigation on him. It was probably during the investigation that Chu Xinghe learned about the relationship between Yu Qiushan and Fang Chen. It was natural that Fang Chen would appear at the Yu family meeting. Throughout the whole process, Chu Xinghe seemed to have done nothing, but simply gave Fang Chen a Chu Xinghe name card and a picture of the moon over the sea. But he used Fang Chen's hand to successfully intimidate the Yi and Yu families. Perhaps Chu Xinghe had always wanted to find an opportunity to crack down on the Yi and Yu families, but as the head of the Chu family, he was in charge of the bigwigs in the business and political circles in the northwest. If he personally takes action against the Yi and Yu families, he will definitely be criticized. Just then, at a dinner party one day, Chu Xinghe happened to meet our protagonist, young Master Fang. It was the appearance of Fang Chen that launched Chu Xinghe's subsequent series of plans. When he thought of this, even Fang Chen, with his temperament, couldn't help but sigh. He is really a shrewd man. The master of the first generation of Truman is worthy of his reputation. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Chu Xinghe moved from the passenger seat to the back seat and sat with Fang Chen. Seeing his dazed look, he asked subconsciously. After the words fell, Fang Chen looked at Chu Xinghe with a strange expression. Mr. Chu, I didn't expect that I would fall into your plan inexplicably and become a pawn in your hands. Chu Xinghe didn't play dumb with Fang Chen. He understood that this little guy must have seen through his entire plan. However, he did not show any awkward expression, instead he looked at Fang Chen meaningfully. Life is like a game of chess, and everyone in the world is a chess piece. P.S. The third update. Chapter 108, System Prompt. Life is like a game of chess, and everyone in the world is a chess piece. You and I are both chess pieces in the game, either checkmate or pick. Perhaps you will understand this in the future. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment at first, then nodded as if he understood something. The Mercedes-Benz Maybach slowly drove into a luxurious manner. Fang Chen could guess that the place where Chu Xinghe lived must be extraordinary. As a local boss, Chu Xinghe's privacy is naturally important. At this time, the sky was completely dark. The independent manor was extraordinarily luxurious. After getting off the car, Fang Chen vaguely saw an elegant little attic not far away, and there seemed to be a fairy-like figure in a white dress looming. However, it was too dark and Fang Chen couldn't see clearly. System prompt. A familiar electronic reminder sounded. System prompt? What's the tip? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. What the hell? The system prompted a snake head and eggs? System, please speak. Fang Chen, over here, what are you looking at, kid? Fang Chen rubbed his eyes. The next moment, the woman who had brought him an inexplicable feeling of excitement had disappeared, and there was no figure in the small attic. Mr. Chu, was there anyone in the attic just now? Fang Chen spoke subconsciously, and the words fell. Facing Chu Xinghe's strange expression, the former felt inexplicably guilty and touched the tip of his nose in disappointment. Mr. Chu adjusted his black-framed glasses and said, I'm afraid you've seen it wrong, kid. There's someone here. This is where I usually meet with guests to talk. It's a small manor of my Chu family, a private territory. No one can come in without my invitation. I think you must have seen it wrong. Fang Chen was asked this question by Chu Xinghe, and he felt that he might be dazzled, so he smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe." Following behind Chu Xinghe, the latter took Fang Chen directly to a small pavilion, which was built entirely of bamboo. Sitting in it, Fang Chen could even smell bursts of fragrance. This is Zizhu. Staying in a place like this for a long time can help to recuperate your body, which has many benefits. However, I am usually very busy and rarely have the opportunity to sit here. Mr. Chu found a seat and sat down. In front of me was a tea table, from which wafted a strong fragrance. "Please keep this. Don't think that you owe Huang Bufan a favor. This thing should have been given to you." Chu Xinghe pointed at the inch-square seal in Fang Chen's hand and said seriously. Fang Chen grinned, feeling confused. Everything that happened after he slapped the Yu family in the face today was a little beyond Fang Chen's expectations. First, Yi Chendong suddenly attacked regardless of everything. It actually caused a super boss to show up, and this Mr. Huang Bufan was actually the founder of the Yanhuang tribe mentioned by the fourth sister, and the previous Shen Yuan god of war. "Mr. Chu, do you know what this thing is? I called you here today because I want to tell you something. You can also ask questions. Of course, there are some things that I shouldn't tell you." Chu Xinghe picked up the teapot and filled it for Fang Chenjin. "You guessed correctly. There have been a lot of things happening recently, and the Yi and Yu families are really excited. On the surface, Truman is in charge of all business activities in the Northwest, and of course we also have the right to supervise. Maintaining the stability of the business situation is Truman's main job. The Yu family was previously exposed for some problems in the pharmaceutical factory, and Truman's follow-up was blocked, so I have been looking for an opportunity to give them a warning. But you have to know that I'm in a high position with great power, so sometimes it's not very convenient to do some things. I can only use your help. After what happened today, I think the Yu family will be quiet for a while. I hope they can see that I am the one fanning the flames behind the scenes, and they will be more restrained. Otherwise..." At the end of his words, a grim look suddenly appeared on Mr. Chu's face. Fang Chen's eyelids twitched when he saw this, but he hadn't expected this. Mr. Chu, who has always left me with the impression of an old fox, actually has such a majestic side. However, these things involve some upper-level games, which have little to do with you and will not affect your life. But you have to remember that when you are in the world, sometimes many things are beyond your control. Huang Bufan was forced to become the master of Changquan. And in between, he even had to go through 3 years of sad experience of hiding his identity and being alive and son-in-law. Fang Chen's mind first flashed through the figure of a man in a black suit, and then he subconsciously pursed his lips and said, "What is the connection between me and Mr. Huang?" The total time Huang Bufan spent on the show and left was no more than 10 minutes, and what he said made Fang Chen completely confused. How did Huang Bufan know that he had lost his memory? What is the relationship between this Mr. Huang and me? Fang Chen originally wanted to ask these questions to Huang Bufan himself, but this guy just left. "Come quietly, leave quietly, wave your sleeves, and don't take away a cloud. Didn't he tell you himself? Your father had some friendship with him in the past, and he actually promised your father that he would hand this square seal to you personally." Next question. Chu Xinghe's wretched little eyes held a smile. As if he enjoyed seeing Fang Chen's confused expression, the latter rolled his eyes but continued to ask. "Mr. Chu should also know that I have lost my memory, right?" "No." "Then can you tell me who my father is? It seems that my father has connections with all of you big guys." Fang Chen was just an ordinary delivery boy, but after a magical sign and system suddenly came into being, he suddenly became one of 7 fairy sisters. If he had not lost his memory once and his psychological quality was different from that of ordinary people, this one incident would be enough to drive Fang Chen crazy. "Your father and I have no connection, and in fact, when I first noticed you, I didn't expect that you were Fang Huazhou's son." Square Painting 9? Is that my father's name? Hearing this title, a vague figure seemed to flash through Fang Chen's mind. The narrow shoulders of that figure seemed to hold up the sky. That is the impression of his father in Fang Chen's mind. As for who Fang Huazhou is, I can't tell you for the time being. After all, this matter involves too many things. Too involved? Fang Chen's mouth twitched. How many times today had he heard this word? When Yu Qiushan warned Yu Guohui to shut up before the clan meeting began. It seemed that this was the first time that the so-called too much involvement was mentioned, and now, hearing such words from Chu Xinghe's mouth again, Fang Chen was a little uneasy for a moment. "I just want to show off and slap my face. Isn't it nice to be with 7 beautiful sisters every day? How come a lot of messes suddenly came up? Okay, nothing else to ask, right? Ask? Ask your sister. How can I ask you? I ask you, but you don't answer my questions properly and beat around the bush. How can I ask you? Fong Chen rolled his eyes helplessly with a black face. What is this thing? You should at least tell me, right? Fong Chen pointed to the inch-square seal in his hand and said helplessly, "Don't look at this thing's small size, its density is absolutely exaggerated." Even with Fong Chen's strength, it was difficult to hold this thing in his hand. Xu Xinghe took a sip of tea. How much do you know about martial arts? Fong Chen spread his hands. I know nothing. Then why do you want me to explain this to you? Just go back and ask Fong Shiyun yourself. I still have to remind you of something important. After saying this, Xu Xinghe set his gaze on the seal, which was about an inch square. If you spread the news that Huang Bufan's Yanhuang seal is on you, I'm afraid all the practitioners in China will be in an uproar over this matter, so I suggest you get rid of this thing as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Seeing Xu Xinghe's serious expression, Fong Chen had no choice but to nod helplessly. P.S. The 4th update has been sent. Chapter 109, Past Events First Update. He stayed with Xu Xinghe until nearly 10:30. They also chatted about some things, including some business methods. Xu Xinghe taught Fong Chen very patiently, perhaps because he felt guilty for taking advantage of the young man a little. Xu Xinghe sent a driver to drive Fong Chen away. So many things happened today that Fong Chen still needs some time to digest them. Just then, Fong Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, 4th sister? What's wrong? Fong Chen, Yi Chendong has spoken. He has some clues about your amnesia. Do you want to come over? After the clan meeting ended, Fong Shiyun took Yi Chendong away directly. This guy is somewhat related to Fong Chen's amnesia. How could Fong Chen let him off so easily? After getting Fong Shiyun's location, Fong Chen directly asked Xu Xinghe's driver to take him there. The 3rd Military Region Command. When Fong Chen arrived here, he was surprised by the iron-blooded scene. The 4th sister actually took Yi Chendong directly to the military district for interrogation. When Fong Chen saw Fong Shiyun, the woman was wearing a military uniform. He looks heroic, with his short hair tied up, which adds a bit of heroic spirit between his eyebrows. 4th sister. Come. Fong Shiyun waved at Fong Chen and pushed open the door of the interrogation room behind her. Fong Chen walked in subconsciously. Yi Chendong seemed like a different person, sitting on the bench with a pale face. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. 4th sister, what did he say? Let him repeat it to you himself. Yi Chendong, speak. Fong Shiyun nodded slightly at Yi Chendong. I advise you not to try to be clever, just repeat what you just said honestly. Yi Chendong swallowed his saliva with fear on his face. That incident has nothing to do with me. God of War. I only know that because Fong Chen knew something, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce sent people from the Lu family. The purpose seems to be to pry out the information that Fong Chen knows and then silence him. But who would have known that Fong Chen was still alive a year later? Silence me? Sihai Chamber of Commerce? My amnesia is actually related to such a big issue? Thinking of this, Fong Chen gritted his teeth. It was just as Mr. Chu said, people in the world have no choice but to do what they want. My own identity and past events seem to be a reference to what happened after the clan meeting today. Thus it became confusing. Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Lu family. Fong Shiyun's delicate face was full of coldness. What a great Sihai Chamber of Commerce, what a great Lu family. Fong Chen took a deep breath. What Yi Chendong said he knew was limited. In this matter, it seemed that this guy was just playing the role of an insider. Lu family? It seems that we are destined to be together. I originally thought that after offending that guy Lu Changqing last time, we might not have the chance to deal with him again for a long time. Brother, I will take people to the Lu family now. As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Shiyun's pretty face was covered with frost. Don't be in a hurry, 4th sister. If you go to find them now, you will inevitably alert the enemy. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Let me handle these things myself. Yi Chendong, don't leak what happened today. Fong Chen glanced at Yi Chendong indifferently, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, and his words were filled with threats. I understand, I understand. Yi Chendong nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. 4th sister, could you please keep our relationship secret from the upper class? Fong Shiyun was slightly stunned and nodded no problem. As the Xianyuan god of war, he could just keep his mouth shut by citing military secrets. After a day, Fangchen felt dizzy and he needed a good rest. Fourth sister, let's go. Fangchen glanced at the gray-black void and the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Invisibly, he felt as if he had walked into a big net. As his life story gradually became clear, Fangchen always felt a sense of oppression. Tonight, Fangchen returned to Yu Qiushan's home as usual. The living room was brightly lit, and it was obvious that Mr. Yu had not yet gone to bed. Fangchen, we just left, and he sent me 2 plane tickets. It seems that the Yu family wants us to go to Beijing together. Fangchen nodded slightly when he heard this. Old Yu chuckled and threw an eye at him. Fangchen took it subconsciously. After so many years of wishing, I think I can finally fulfill it. Old Yu took a deep breath and sighed. Ever since he was kicked out of the Yu family, Yu Qiushan has been thinking about finding an opportunity to return to the Yu family and trace his roots. The result was that there was no result. If it weren't for Fangchen's help, it would have taken an indefinite amount of time to move my parents' ashes back to the ancestral tomb. Did Chu Xinghe tell you about me? Fangchen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head. This afternoon at Chu Xinghe's place, the topic of their conversation seemed to revolve around Fangchen. Not much was mentioned about Yu Qiushan. Yu Qiushan smiled bitterly at this point. There is nothing to hide from you. Do you still remember what we said about the number 1 doctor among the 8 major sects and 12 families? That was me back then. That year, there was a patient with an extraordinary background. However, I was young and famous at that time, and I was full of energy and unwilling to listen to any advice. I used the wrong medicinal ingredient, which resulted in the patient's condition worsening. This was completely beyond my expectations. As a result, the patient passed away. It was not until later that I found out that the person was actually the leader of the Wu clan, Mr. Wu's beloved daughter, and Chu Xinghe's wife. What? How many revelations will you give me today? Fangchen was so shocked that he didn't even care that cigarette ash fell on his trouser leg. It was because of this incident that I even implicated the Yu family, causing the Yu family to suffer suppression from the Wu family for a period of time afterwards. Wu Mun. As the name suggests, Mr. Chu's Chumen is responsible for the development of all business activities in the Northwest region. Then this woman is probably an organization that manages all martial arts practitioners. Of course, Fangchen also heard other information from this passage. There are 8 major sects and 12 aristocratic families, which means that there should be 8 powerful organizations in the Northwest region similar to Truman. There are a total of 12 aristocratic families similar to the previous Lin family, Yi family, Yu family, Long family, etc. Fangchen had seen the heritage of the aristocratic family before. There are probably many talented people among these families. When Mr. Yu was young, he was able to become a recognized miracle doctor among these top forces. You can imagine how advanced his medical skills are. Fangchen asked subconsciously, did Mr. Yu also have a relationship with Mr. Chu in the past? The last time Chu Xinghe's name was mentioned, old Yu's reaction seemed to explain everything. Well, Chu Xinghe and I are good brothers who grew up together. There was another major event that year that attracted the attention of the entire Changquan city and even all the top forces in China. Almost all the top forces in China were divided into 2, but I went against Chu Xinghe and joined the side that opposed them. But these high-level games have not affected the friendship between the 2 of us. During that time, because of that major incident, Chu Xinghe didn't even have the chance to take care of his wife and daughter. He always treated me as a brother. She was very confident in my medical skills, so when Miss Wu fell seriously ill, she asked her wife to come to me, but I. At this point, Yu Qiushan's voice sank, as if he was feeling guilty. The dead cannot be resurrected, Mr. Yu, please accept my condolences. Fangchen felt Yu Qiushan's low mood and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort the old man. I have always felt guilty towards the Yu family. After all, it was me who implicated the family because of what happened back then. This is true, but the old lady's punishment on Yu Qiushan was a bit excessive. After all, Mr. Yu's parents had nothing to do with this matter. Huang Bufan is a mysterious person. I didn't expect that he had some connection with your life experience. In fact, Huang Bufan played an important role in the major event that caused turmoil in the whole of China. But you don't need to know these things now. Go and have a rest. I'm a little tired too. After saying that, old Yu seemed to relax a lot as he let out the things that had been buried in his heart for many years. Chapter 110, Heading to the Capital. Second update today. No words were spoken that night. 3 days passed in a flash. Fang Shiyun will also accompany Fang Chen to the capital this time, because the base of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is in the capital. Although Fang Chen didn't want Fang Shiyun to interfere too much. However, the woman was obviously worried about her, so the three of them went to the capital together. Fang Chen didn't encounter any trouble along the way. As soon as he got off the plane, Fang Chen saw a tightly wrapped figure walking towards him in the airport reception hall. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Do you think fourth sister won't recognize you when you're wrapped like this? Fang Shiyun suddenly smiled at the figure. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice was heard. There's nothing we can do. Fourth sister, you also know how fanatical these fans are nowadays. We have no choice. Hey, my dear brother, long time no see. Sixth sister? A thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Who could wrap herself up so tightly before traveling? Who else could it be except his sixth sister Fang Ziyao, who is a big star? Hey. Fang Ziyao was wrapped up very tightly, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes, but when those eyes fell on Fang Chen, it was like a crescent moon rising up. It seemed that Fang Ziyao was smiling under her hood and scarf. Fang Ziyao laughed tenderly. Brother, you have become much more handsome and taller. When standing next to you, your fourth sister looks so mini. Her voice is very pleasant and clear, and it is very comfortable to listen to. It is no exaggeration to say that listening to Fang Ziyao speak is a complete enjoyment. That graceful female voice is very magnetic, just like the dong-dong sound of a mountain spring dripping on stones. Fang Chen touched the tip of his nose angrily. Is this his sixth sister Fang Ziyao? It is true that Fang Shiyun is not tall. Compared to the seventh sister Fang Jiran, who could be a model in terms of height, and the big star Fang Ziyao, there is a huge difference. However, Fang Shiyun had a murderous aura that came from the battlefield. And when she spoke, there was a kind of dignity in her words that came from someone who had long been in a superior position. My three sisters each have their own characteristics. Xiao Lu, if you imitate Fang Jiran's attitude of teasing me again, believe it or not, I will call a tank to park in front of your company later? Fang Shiyun had a blank expression on her face, and looked like she was competing with him. Hearing this, Fang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't fourth sister exaggerating? Oh, I'm just kidding, fourth sister. Fang Ziyao turned her head with her beautiful crescent-shaped eyes and looked towards old Yu. Hello, Mr. Yu, thank you for taking care of my brother this year. Everyone greeted each other and they were considered to have met each other. Let's go, I have arranged accommodation for you. Fang Ziyao was sandwiched between Fang Chen and Fang Shiyun, holding Fang Chen with one arm and Fang Shiyun with the other. Ahem, it's mainly because Fang Shiyun is really short. So, Fang Ziyao could only put her arm around the latter's shoulders, otherwise she would have to bend over to hold her arms. A group of people walked out of the airport at this moment. Fang Ziyao, marry me. Suddenly a voice rang out in the airport reception hall. The reception hall was originally very empty, so the sound naturally spread very quickly, and the voice fell along with it. The whole audience was boiling instantly. Fang Ziyao? Is the big star Fang Ziyao at the airport? Where is my goddess? Before Fang Chen could react, a man in formal attire rushed up to the group of four. Sweat. He was holding a bunch of flowers in his hand, and it looked like he was going to force them into Fang Ziyao's hands. It seems that he is a crazy fan of sixth sister. Sixth sister Fang Ziyao was also a little confused. How can people recognize me even when I'm dressed like this? Damn it. I even cursed subconsciously. Fang Chen felt it was very funny. Sixth sister, you probably don't know how terrifying your influence is in the whole of China, right? He debuted at the age of 16 and has been very popular ever since. A total of 8 singles have been released, all of which have topped the NetEase Cloud Top 10 Golden Songs chart, and Fang Ziyao is not an ordinary traffic artist. Her ability is unquestionable, and there is no shortage of good-looking people in the entertainment industry. It is unlikely to become famous just by relying on one's face. Fang Ziyao has many works. And her coverage is very broad. She is not only an idol, but also a powerful actress and a singer with widely sung hit songs. Fang Ziyao, I have liked you for many years. Ever since you participated in China's Good Voice, I have fallen deeply in love with you. Please marry me. The visitor expressed his love for Fang Ziyao regardless of everything. I'm sorry, I accept the flowers, but I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being. Fang Ziyao took the bouquet of flowers helplessly. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the fan rushed towards Fang Ziyao and tried to hold the woman in his arms. Fang Chen frowned suddenly. He kicked out without hesitation. As a fanatical fan, the man only had Fang Ziyao in his eyes and only noticed Fang Chen at this moment. However, his reaction was completely beyond Fang Chen's expectations. "Boy, you're still a little naive to fight with me." After saying that, the man actually took Fang Chen's kick, then slid sideways and kicked back, and the force was several times greater than Fang Chen's. A martial arts master? Fang Shiyun pulled Fang Chen away. Even though Fang Chen had been delivering takeout for a year, his physique was as strong as those muscular men who spent years in the gym. But compared to those martial arts masters who truly train their muscles, bones and skin externally and their breath internally, Fang Chen is actually more than one level lower than the other party. If Fang Chen confronts the other party head-on, he will inevitably suffer a loss. Fang Shiyun frowned slightly and slapped out lightly with her palm. As soon as he got off the plane, he met a fanatical fan of Fang Ziyao, who was also a martial arts master. This surprised Fang Chen, who had never been to Beijing. It even made Fang Shiyun feel unexpected. Although Fang Shiyun did not use her full strength in that palm strike, the pressure of a master in the real world still permeated. It caught the other party off guard. The man slowly took 2 steps back. "Are you Ziyao's bodyguard?" Just now, with this guy's shout, this open space had already been crowded with passers-by. It is not easy to withdraw. Fang Shiyun turned her head and glared at Fang Ziyao. "Can't you bring some proper bodyguards with you? You're a big star after all. I'm just here to pick you up. Why am I taking up so many public resources?" Fang Ziyao felt aggrieved when she was scolded by her 4th sister. Fang Chen found it somewhat funny. It was really rare that a big star would have such a side to him. "What should we do now? Will you sign for them slowly?" Fang Shiyun curled her lips, then turned her head to look at Fang Ziyao and said. When the 6th sister heard this, she felt terrible low. "4th sister, you are the best, please help me. I finally have a day off today and don't want to work. How can I help you? I don't know anyone in Beijing. Can you really get a tank from the army?" The man looked at Fang Ziyao enthusiastically. "Ziyao, I really like you, please give me a chance. I am from the Long family in Beijing. Believe me, you will be happy with me.